Of Max Heindel, the mystic. They contain some of his deepest thoughts and are the result of years of research and occult investigation. He too could say, as did Parsifal, "Through error and through suffering I came, through many failures and through countless woes. At last he was given the living water with which he was able to quench the spiritual thirst of many souls. He also developed to their depths pity and love, and could feel the heartthrobs of suffering humanity. Strong souls are usually endowed with great energy and impulse, and through these very forces, they forge to the front ranks, though they often suffer much. As a result, they are filled with compassion for others. The writer of these lessons sacrificed his physical body on the altar of service. In writing the books and monthly lessons of the fellowship, in his lectures and classwork, and in the arduous pioneer work of establishing headquarters within the short span of 10 years, Max Heindel accomplished more than many who are blessed with perfect health could have accomplished in a lifetime. His first book, his masterpiece, The Rosicrucian Cosmoconception, was written under the direct guidance of the elder brothers of the Rosy Cross. It carries a vital message to the world. It satisfies not alone the intellect, but also the heart. His Freemasonry and Catholicism has found its way into many Masonic libraries. The occultist has received much from the book entitled The Web of Destiny, which is a mine of mystical knowledge and helpful occult truths. It is also a guide to the investigator, establishing danger signals for the venturesome ones who wish to take heaven by storm. To the science of astrology he has given more in a few years than has previously been discovered in centuries. His two valuable works, Simplified Scientific Astrology and The Message of the Stars, deal largely with the spiritual and medical aspects of astrology. The latter gives methods of diagnosis and healing, which form a valuable addition to the works of other authors, both ancient and modern. These books may be found in the libraries of many doctors of the old school. In Gleanings of a Mystic are found 24 lessons which were formerly sent out to students. It is the wish of the writer of this introduction that these lessons may carry a message of love and cheer to the soul-hungry reader and hope to the disconsolate one. Augusta Foss Heindel. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Initiation, What It Is and Is Not, Part 1. It is no rare occurrence to receive questions relating to initiation, and we are also frequently asked to state whether this order or that society is genuine, and whether the initiations they offer to all comers who have the price are bona fide. For that reason, it seems necessary to write a treatise on the subject so the students of the Rosicrucian Fellowship may have an official statement for reference and guidance in the future. In the first place, let it be clearly understood that we consider it reprehensible to express condemnation of any society or order, no matter what its practices. It may be perfectly sincere and honest according to its light. We do not believe that we rise in the opinion of discriminating men and women by speaking in disparaging terms of others. Neither are we laboring under the delusion that we have all the truth and other societies are plunged in Egyptian darkness. We reiterate what we have often said before, that all religions have been given to mankind by the recording angels, who know the spiritual requirements of each class, nation, and race, and have the intelligence to give to each a form of worship perfectly suited to its particular need. That thus Hinduism is suited to the Hindu, Mohammedanism to the Arab, and the Christian religion to those born in the Western Hemisphere. The mystery schools of each religion furnish to the more advanced members of the race or nation embracing it a higher teaching, which, if lived, advances them into a higher sphere of spirituality than their brethren. But as the religion of the backward races is of a lower order than the religion of the pioneers, the Christian nations, so also the mystery teaching of the East is more elementary than that of the West, and the Hindu or Chinese initiate is on a correspondingly lower rung of the ladder of attainment than the Western mystic. Please ponder this well so that you may not fall a victim to misguided people who try to persuade others that the Christian religion is crude compared with Oriental cults. Ever westward in the wake of the shining sun, the light of the world, has gone the star of empire, and is it not reasonable to suppose that the spiritual light has kept pace with civilization, or even preceded it as thought precedes action? We hold that such is the case, that the Christian religion is the loftiest yet given to man, and that to repudiate the Christian religion, esoteric or exoteric, for any of the older systems is analogous to preferring the older textbooks of science to the newer ones, which embrace discoveries to date. Neither are the practices of Eastern aspirants to the higher life to be imitated by Westerners. We refer particularly to the breathing exercises. They are both beneficial and necessary to the unfoldment of the Hindu, but it is otherwise with the Western aspirant. To him, it is dangerous to practice breathing exercises for soul unfoldment. They will even prove subversive of soul growth, and they are, moreover, absolutely unnecessary. The reason is this. During involution, the threefold spirit has become gradually encrusted in a threefold body. In the Atlantean epoch, man was at the nadir of materiality. We are just now rounding the lowest point on the arc of involution and starting upward on the arc of evolution. At this point, then, all mankind is immured in this earthly prison house to such a degree that spiritual vibrations are almost killed. This is, of course, particularly true of the backward races and the lower classes in the Western world. The atoms in such backward race bodies are vibrating at an exceedingly low rate, and when in the course of time one of these people develops to a point where it is possible to further him upon the path of attainment, it is necessary to raise this vibratory pitch of the atom so that the vital body, which is the medium of occult growth, may to a certain extent be liberated from the deadening force of the physical atom. This result is attained by means of breathing exercises, which in time accelerate the vibration of the atom and allow the spiritual growth necessary to the individual to take place. These exercises may also be used by a great number of people in the Western world, particularly those who are not at all concerned about their spiritual advancement. But even among those who desire soul growth, there are many who are not yet at the point where the atoms of their bodies have evolved to such a pitch of vibration that acceleration beyond the usual measure would injure them. Here the breathing exercises would do no harm. But if given to a person who is really at the point where he can enter the path of advancement ordinarily mapped out for the Hindus' precocious brothers and sisters in the West, in other words, when he is nearly ready for initiation and when he would be benefited by spiritual exercises, then the case is far otherwise. During the eons of which we have spent in evolution since the time when we were in Hindu bodies, our atoms have accelerated their vibratory pitch enormously, and as said in the case of one who is really nearly ready for initiation, the pitch of vibration is higher than that of the average man or woman. Therefore, he does not need breathing exercises to accelerate this pitch, but certain spiritual exercises suited to him individually, which will advance him on the proper path. If such a person at this critical period meets someone who ignorantly or unscrupulously gives him breathing exercises, and if he follows the instructions accurately in the hope of getting quick results, he will get them quickly, but in a manner he has not looked for, since the vibratory rate of the atoms in his body will in a very short time become accelerated to such a pitch that it will seem to him as if he were walking on air. Then also an improper cleavage of the vital body may take place, and either consumption or insanity follows. Now please put this down where it will burn itself into your consciousness in letters of fire. Initiation is a spiritual process, and spiritual progress cannot be accomplished by physical means, but only by spiritual exercises. There are many orders in the West which profess to initiate anyone who has the price. Some of these orders have names closely resembling our own, and we are constantly asked by students whether they are affiliated with us. In order to settle this once and for all, please note that the Rosicrucian Fellowship has constantly taught that no spiritual gift may ever be traded for money. If you bear this in mind, you may know we have no connection with any order which demands money for the transference of spiritual power. He who has something to give of a truly spiritual nature will not barter it for money. I received a particular injunction to this effect from the elder brothers in the Rosicrucian Temple when they told me to go to the English-speaking world as their messenger, a claim I do not expect you to believe, save as you see it justified by fruits. Now, however, about initiation. What is it? Is it ceremony as claimed by these other orders? If so, any order can certainly invent ceremonies of a more or less elaborate kind. They may, by flowing robes and clashing swords, appeal to the emotions. They may appeal to the sense of wonder and awe by rattling chains and by deep-sounding gongs, and thus produce in their members an occult feeling. Many revel in the adventures and experiences of the hero in the Brother of the Third Degree, thinking that this is surely initiation, but I tell you that it is very far from being the case. No ceremony can ever give to anyone that inward experience which constitutes initiation, no matter how much is charged or how fearful the oaths, how awful or beautiful the ceremony, or how gorgeous the robes, any more than passing through a ceremony can convert a sinner and make him a saint, for conversion is to the exoteric religionist exactly what initiation is in the higher mysticism. Please consider this point thoroughly, and you will have the key to the problem. Do you think that anyone could go to a person of depraved character and agree to convert him for a certain sum and carry out his part of the agreement? Surely, you know that no amount of money could bring about that change in a man's character. Ask a true convert where he got his religion and how he got it. One may tell you that he received it upon the road as he was walking along. Another says that the light and the change came to him in the solitude of his room. Another that the light struck him as it struck Paul upon the road to Damascus and forced him to change. Everyone has a different experience, but it is in every case an inward experience, and the outward manifestation of that inward experience is that it changes the man's whole life, from the very least to the very greatest aspects. So it is also with initiation. It is an inward experience, entirely separate and apart from any ceremonial whatever, and therefore it is an absolute impossibility that anyone could sell it to anyone else. Initiation changes a man's whole life. It gives him a confidence that he never possessed before. It clothes him with a mantle of authority that never can be taken from him. No matter what the circumstances in life, it sheds a light upon his whole being that is simply wonderful. Nor can any ceremony effect such a change. We therefore hold that anyone who offers initiation into an occult order by ceremonials to everyone who has the price brands himself as an impostor. for the true teacher, if he were approached by an aspirant with an offer of money for spiritual attainment, would answer indignantly in the words used by Peter to Simon, the sorcerer, who offered him money for spiritual powers: "Thy silver perish with thee." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Initiation, What It Is and Is Not, Part 2. To obtain a better understanding of what constitutes initiation and what the prerequisites are, let the student first fix firmly in his mind the fact that humanity as a whole is slowly progressing upon the path of evolution, and thus very slowly, almost imperceptibly, attaining higher and higher states of consciousness. The path of evolution is a spiral when we regard it from the physical side only, but a lemniscate when viewed in both its physical and spiritual phases. See the diagram of chemical caduceus in the Rosicrucian Cosmo Conception, page 410. In the lemniscate, or figure 8, there are two circles which converge to a central point, which circles may be taken to symbolize the immortal spirit, the evolving ego. One of the circles signifies its life in the physical world from birth to death. During this span of time, it sows a seed by every act and should reap in return a certain amount of experience. But as we may sow seed in the field and lose return on that which falls on stony ground, among thorns, etc., so also may the seed of opportunity be wasted because of neglect to till the soil, and the life will then be barren of fruit. Conversely, as diligence and care in cultivation increase the productive power of garden seed enormously, so earnest application to the business of life, improvement of opportunities to learn life's lessons and extract from our environment the experience it holds, brings added opportunities, and at the end of the life day, the ego finds itself at the door of death laden with the richest fruits of life. The objective work of physical existence over, the race run, and the day of action spent, the ego enters upon the subjective work of assimilation accomplished during its sojourn in the invisible worlds, which it traverses during the period from death to birth, symbolized by the other ring of the lemniscate. As the method of accomplishing this assimilation has been most minutely described in various parts of our literature, it is needless to repeat it here. Suffice it to say that at the time when an ego arrives at the central point in the lemniscate, which divides the physical from the psychic worlds, and which we call the gate of birth or death, according to whether the ego is entering or leaving the realm where we ourselves happen to be at the time, it has with it an aggregate of faculties or talents acquired in all previous lives, which it may then put to usury or bury during the coming life day as it sees fit. But upon the use it makes of what it has depends the amount of soul growth it makes. If for many lives it caters mainly to the lower nature, which lives to eat, drink, and be merry, or if it dreams its life away in metaphysical speculations upon nature and God, sedulously abstaining from all unnecessary action, it is gradually passed and left behind by the more active and progressive. Great companies of these idlers form what we know as backward races, while the active, alert, and wide awake who improve a larger percentage of their opportunities are the pioneers. Contrary to the commonly accepted idea, this applies also to those engaged in industrial work. Their money-getting is only an incident, an incentive, and entirely apart from this phase their work is as spiritual as, or even more so than that of those who spend their time in prayer to the prejudice of useful work. From what has been said, it will be clear that the method of soul growth as accomplished by the process of evolution requires action in the physical life, followed in the post-mortem state by a ruminating process, during which the lessons of life are extracted and thoroughly incorporated into the consciousness of the ego, though the experiences themselves are forgotten, as we forget our labor in learning the multiplication table, though the faculty of using it remains. This exceedingly slow and tedious process is perfectly suited to the needs of the masses, but there are some who habitually exhaust the experiences commonly given, thus requiring and meriting a larger scope for their energies. Difference of temperament is responsible for their division into two classes. One class, led by their devotion to Christ, simply follow the dictates of the heart in their work of love for their fellows, beautiful characters, beacon lights of love in a suffering world, never actuated by selfish motives, always ready to forego personal comfort to aid others. Such were the saints. They worked as they prayed. They never shirked in either direction. Nor are they dead today. The earth would be a barren wilderness in spite of all its civilization did not their beautiful feet circle it on errands of mercy, were not the lives of sufferers made brighter by the light of hope which radiates from their beautiful faces. Had they but the knowledge possessed by the other class, they would indeed outdistance all in the race for the kingdom. Mind is the predominating feature of the other class. In order to aid it in its efforts toward attainment, mystery schools were early established, wherein the world drama was played to give the aspiring soul, while he was entranced, answers to the questions of the origin and destiny of humanity. When awakened, he was instructed in the sacred science of how to climb higher by following the method of nature, which is God in manifestation, by sowing the seed of action, meditating upon the experience, and incorporating the essential moral to make thereby commensurate soul growth. Also with this important feature, that whereas in the ordinary course of things a whole life is devoted to sowing, and a whole post-mortem existence to ruminating and incorporating the soul substance, this cycle of 1,000 years, more or less, may be reduced to a day, as held by the mystic maxim. A day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. To be explicit, whatever work has been done during a single day, if ruminated over at night before crossing the neutral point between waking and sleeping, may thus be incorporated into the consciousness of the spirit as usable soul power. When that exercise is faithfully performed, the sins of each day thus reviewed are actually blotted out, and the man commences each day as if it were a new life, with the added soul power gained in all the preceding days of his probationary life. But, yes, there is a great big but. Nature is not to be cheated. God is not to be mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Let no one think that the mere perfunctory review of the happenings of a day, with perhaps the light-hearted admission of, "I wish I had not done that," when reviewing a scene where he did something palpably wrong, will save him from the wrath to come. When we pass out of the body into purgatory at death, and the panorama of our past life unfolds in reverse order to show us first the effects and then the causes which produced them, we feel in intensified measure the pain we gave others, and unless we perform our exercises in a similar manner, so that we live each evening our hell has merited that day, acutely sensible of every pang we have inflicted, it will avail nothing. We must also endeavor to feel in the same intense manner gratitude for kindness received from others, and approbation on account of the good we ourselves have done. Only thus are we really living in the post-mortem existence and advancing scientifically towards the goal of initiation. The greatest danger of the aspirant upon this path is that he may become enmeshed in the snare of egotism, and his only safeguard is to cultivate the faculties of faith, devotion, and an all-embracing sympathy. It is difficult, but it can be done, and when it has been accomplished, the man or woman becomes a wonderful power for good in the world. Now, if the student has pondered the preceding argument well, he has probably grasped the analogy between the long cycle of evolution and the short cycles or steps used upon the path of preparation. It should be quite clear that no one can do this post-mortem work for him and transmit to him the resulting soul growth, any more than one can eat the physical food of another and transmit to him the sustenance and growth. You think it preposterous when a priesthood offers to shorten the sojourn of a soul in purgatory. How then can you believe that anyone else can, no matter what the consideration, obviate the necessity of a number of purgatorial existences for your benefit and transmit to you at once the usable soul power you would have acquired had you pursued the ordinary course of life to the day you are ready for initiation? Yet this is what the offer to initiate a person not yet upon the threshold means. You must have the soul power requisite for initiation, or no one can initiate you. If you have it, you are upon the threshold by your own efforts, beholden to no one, and may demand initiation as a right which none would dare dispute or withhold. If you have it not and could buy it, it would be cheap at $25 million, and the man who offers it for $25 is as ridiculous as his dupe. Please remember that if anyone offers to initiate you into an occult order, no matter if he calls it Rosicrucian or by any other name, his demand of an initiation fee at once stamps him as an impostor. Explanations to the effect that the fee is used to purchase regalia, etc., are only added evidence of the fraudulent nature of the order, for it is said, initiation is most emphatically not an outward ceremony, but an inward experience. I may further add that the elder brothers of the Rosy Cross in the mystic temple where I received the light made it a condition that their sacred science must never be put in the balance against a coin. Freely I had received, and freely was I required to give. This injunction I have obeyed, both in spirit and to the letter, as all know who have had dealings with the Rosicrucian fellowship. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Sacrament of Communion, Part 1. To obtain a thorough understanding of the deep and far-reaching significance of the manner in which the sacrament of communion was instituted, it is necessary to consider the evolution of our planet and of composite man, also the chemistry of foods and their influence on humanity. For the sake of lucidity, we will briefly recapitulate the Rosicrucian teachings on the various points involved. They have been given at length in the Rosicrucian Cosmo-Conception and our other works. The virgin spirits, which are now mankind, commenced their pilgrimage through matter in the dawn of time, that by the friction of concrete existence their latent powers might be transmuted to kinetic energy as usable soul power. 3 successive veils of increasingly dense matter were acquired by the involving spirits during the Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods. Thus each spirit was separated from all other spirits, and the consciousness which could not penetrate the prison wall of matter and communicate with others was forced to turn inwards, and in doing so it discovered itself. Thus self-consciousness was attained. A further crystallization of the before-mentioned veils took place in the Earth period during the Polarian, Hyperborean, and Lemurian epochs. In the Atlantean epoch, mind was added as a focusing point between spirit and body, completing the constitution of composite man, who was then equipped to conquer the world and generate soul power by endeavor and experience, each having free will and choice except as limited by the laws of nature and his own previous acts. During the time man in the making was thus evolving, great creative hierarchies guided his every step. Absolutely nothing was left to chance. Even the food he ate was chosen for him so that he might obtain the appropriate material wherewith to build the various vehicles of consciousness necessary to accomplish the process of soul growth. The Bible mentions the various stages, though it misplaces Nimrod, making him to symbolize the Atlantean kings who lived before the flood. In the Polarian epoch, pure mineral matter became a constituent part of man. Thus Adam was made of earth, that is, so far as his dense body was concerned. In the Hyperborean epoch, the vital body was added, and thus his constitution became plant-like, and Cain, the man of that time, lived on the fruits of the soil. The Lemurian epoch saw the evolution of a desire body, which made man like the present animals. Then milk, the product of living animals, was added to human diet. Abel was a shepherd, but it is nowhere stated that he killed an animal. At that time, mankind lived innocently and peacefully in the misty atmosphere which enveloped the earth during the latter part of Lemurian epoch, as described in the chapter on baptism. Men were then like children under the care of a common father, until the mind was given to all in the beginning of Atlantis. Thought activity breaks down tissue which must be replaced. The lower and more material the thought, the greater the havoc and the more pressing the need for albumin wherewith to make quick repairs. Hence necessity, the mother of invention, inaugurated the loathsome practice of flesh-eating, and so long as we continue to think along purely business or material lines, we shall have to go on using our stomachs as receptacles for the decaying corpses of our murdered animal victims. Yet we shall see later that flesh food has enabled us to make the wonderful material progress achieved in the Western world, while the vegetarian Hindus and Chinese have remained in an almost savage state. It seems sad to contemplate that they will be forced to follow in our steps and shed the blood of our fellow creatures when we shall have outgrown the barbarous practice as we have ceased cannibalism. The more spiritual we grow, the more our thoughts will harmonize with the rhythm of our body, and the less albumin will be needed to build tissue. Consequently, a vegetable diet will suffice our needs. Pythagoras advised abstinence from legumes to advanced scholars because they are rich in albumin and apt to revive lower appetites. Let not every student who reads this rashly conclude to eliminate legumes from his diet. Most of us are not yet ready for such extremes. We would not even advise all students to abstain entirely from meat. The change should come from within. It may be safely stated, however, that most people eat entirely too much meat for their good. But this is in a certain sense a digression, so we will revert to the further evolution of humanity insofar as it has a bearing upon the sacrament of communion. In due time the dense mist which enveloped the earth cooled, condensed, and flooded the various basins. The atmosphere cleared, and concurrently with this atmospheric change, a physiological adaptation in man took place. The gill clefts which had enabled him to breathe in the dense water-laden air, and which are seen in the human fetus to this day, gradually atrophied, and their function was taken over by the lungs, the pure air passing to and from them through the larynx. This allowed the spirit, hitherto penned up within the veil of flesh, to express itself in word and act. There in the middle of Atlantis, the sun first shone upon man as we know him. There he was first born into the world. Until then, he had been under the absolute control of the great spiritual hierarchies, mute, without voice or choice in matters pertaining to his education, as a child is now under the control of its parents. But on the day when he finally emerged from the dense atmosphere of Atlantis, when he first beheld the mountains silhouetted in clear, sharp contours against the azure vault of heaven, when he first saw the beauties of moor and meadow, the moving creatures, birds in the air, and his fellow man, when his vision was undimmed by the partial obscuration of the mist which had previously hampered perception, above all, when he perceived himself as separate and apart from all others, there burst from his lips the glorious, triumphant cry, "I am!" At that point he had acquired faculties which equipped him to enter the school of experience, the phenomenal world, as a free agent to learn the lessons of life, untrammeled save by the laws of nature, which are his safeguards, and the reaction of his own previous acts, which become destiny. The diet containing an excess of albumin from the flesh wherewith he gorged himself, taxed his liver beyond capacity and clogged the system, making him morose, sullen, and brutish. He was fast losing the spiritual sight which revealed to him the guardian angels whom he trusted, and he saw only the forms of animals and men. The spirits with whom he had lived in love and brotherhood during early Atlantis were obscured by the veil of flesh. It was all so strange, and he feared them. Therefore it became necessary to give him a new food that could aid his spirit to overpower the highly individualized molecules of flesh, as explained in the Rosicrucian Cosmoconception, chapter on assimilation, page 457. Brace it for battle with the world, and spur it on to self-assertion. As our visible bodies composed of chemical compounds can thrive only upon chemical aliment, so it requires spirit to act upon spirit to aid in breaking up the heavy proteid and in stimulating the drooping human spirit. The emergence from flooded Atlantis, the liberation of humanity from the absolute rulership of visible superhuman guardians, their placement under the law of consequence and the laws of nature, and the gift of wine are described in the stories of Noah and Moses, which are different accounts of the same event. Both Noah and Moses led their followers through the water. Moses calls heaven and earth to witness what he has placed before them, the blessing and the curse, exhorts them to choose the good or take the consequence of their actions. Then he leaves them. The phenomenon of the rainbow requires that the sun be near the horizon, the nearer the better. Also a clear atmosphere, and a dark rain cloud in the opposite quarter of the heavens. When under such conditions an observer stands with his back to the sun, he may see the sun's rays refracted through the raindrops as a rainbow. In early Atlantean times, when there had been no rain as yet, and the atmosphere was a warm, moist fog through which the sun appeared as one of our arc lamps on a foggy day, the phenomenon of the rainbow was an impossibility. It could not have made its appearance until the mist had condensed to rain, flooded the basins of the earth, and left the atmosphere clear as described in the story of Noah, which thus points to the law of alternating cycles that brings day and night, summer and winter, in unvarying sequence, and to which man is subject in the present age. Noah cultivated the vine and provided a spirit to stimulate man. Thus equipped with a composite constitution, a composite diet appropriate thereto, and divine laws to guide them, mankind were left to their own devices in the battle of life. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 4 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Sacrament of Communion, in Remembrance of Me, Part 2. The Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread, and when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, Take, eat, this is my body, which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner he also took the cup, when he had supped, saying, This cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye, as oft as ye drink it, in remembrance of me. For as often as ye eat this bread, and drink this cup, ye do shew the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread, and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily, shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, eateth and drinketh damnation to himself. For this cause many are weak and sickly among you, and many sleep. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 23 through 30. In the foregoing passages there is a deeply hidden esoteric meaning which is particularly obscured in the English translation, but in the German, Latin, and Greek, the student still has a hint as to what was really intended by that last parting injunction of the Savior to his disciples. Before examining this phase of the subject, let's first consider the words, "in remembrance of me." We shall then perhaps be in better condition to understand what is meant by the cup and the bread. Suppose a man from a distant country comes into our midst and travels about from place to place. Everywhere he will see small communities gathering around the table of the Lord to celebrate this most sacred of all Christian rites, and should he ask why, he would be told that they do this in remembrance of one who lived a life nobler than any other has lived upon this earth, one who was kindness and love personified, one who was the servant of all, regardless of gain or loss to self. Should this stranger then compare the attitude of these religious communities on Sunday at the celebration of this rite with their civic lives during the remainder of the week, what would he see? Everyone among us goes out into the world to fight the battle of existence. Under the law of necessity, we forget the love which should be the ruling factor in Christian lives. Every man's hand is against his brother. Everyone strives for position, wealth, and power that goes with these attributes. We forget on Monday what we reverently remembered on Sunday, and all the world is poor in consequence. We also make a distinction between the bread and wine which we drink at the so-called Lord's table, and the food of which we partake during the intervals between attendance at communion. But there is no warrant in the Scriptures for any such distinction, as anyone may see, even in the English version, by leaving out the words printed in italics which have been inserted by the translators to give what they thought was the sense of a passage. On the contrary, we are told that whether we eat or drink, or whatever we do, all should be done to the glory of God. Our every act should be a prayer. Their perfunctory grace at meals is in reality a blasphemy, and the silent thought of gratitude to the giver of daily bread is far to be preferred. When we remember at each meal that it has been drawn from the substance of the earth, which is the body of the indwelling Christ Spirit, we can properly understand how that body is being broken for us daily, and we can appreciate the loving kindness which prompted him thus to give himself for us. For let us also remember that there is not a moment, day or night, that he is not suffering because bound to this earth. When we thus eat and thus realize the true situation, we are indeed declaring to ourselves the death of the Lord, whose spirit is groaning and travailing, waiting for the day of liberation when there shall be no need of such a dense environment as we now require. But there is another, a greater and more wonderful mystery hidden in these words of the Christ. Richard Wagner, with the rare intuition of the master musician, sensed this idea when he sat in meditation by the Zurich Sea on a Good Friday, and there flashed into his mind the thought, what connection is there between the death of the Savior and the millions of seeds sprouting forth from the earth at this time of the year? If we meditate upon that life which is annually poured out in the spring, we see it as something gigantic and awe-inspiring. A flood of life which transforms the globe from one of frozen death to rejuvenated life in a short space of time, and the life which thus diffuses itself in the budding of millions and millions of plants is the life of the earth spirit. From that come both the wheat and the grape. They are the body and the blood of the imprisoned earth spirit, given to sustain mankind during the present phase of its evolution. We repudiate the contention of people who claim that the world owes them a living, regardless of their own efforts and without material responsibility on their part, but we nevertheless insist that there is a spiritual responsibility connected with the bread and wine given at the Lord's Supper. It must be eaten worthily, otherwise, under pain of ill health and even death. This, from the ordinary manner of reading, would seem far-fetched, but when we bring the light of esotericism to bear, examine other translations of the Bible, and look at conditions in the world as we find them today, we shall see that it is not so far-fetched after all. To begin with, we must go back to the time when man lived under the guardianship of the angels, unconsciously building the body which he now uses. That was in ancient Lemuria. A brain was needed for the evolution of thought, and a larynx for verbal expression of the same. Therefore, half of the creative force was turned upwards and used by man to form these organs. Thus mankind became single-sexed and was forced to seek a complement when it was necessary to create a new body to serve as an instrument in a higher phase of evolution. While the act of love was consummated under the wise guardianship of the angels, man's existence was free from sorrow, pain, and death. But when, under the tutelage of the Lucifer spirits, he ate of the tree of knowledge and perpetuated the race without regard for interplanetary lines of force, he transgressed the law, and the bodies thus formed crystallized unduly and became subject to death in a much more perceptible manner than had hitherto been the case. Thus he was forced to create new bodies more frequently, as the span of life in them shortened. Celestial warders of the creative force drove him from the garden of love into the wilderness of the world, and he was made responsible for his actions under the cosmic law which governs the universe. Thus for ages he struggled on, seeking to work out his own salvation, and the earth in consequence crystallized more and more. Divine hierarchies, the Christ spirit included, worked upon the earth from without as the group spirit guides the animals under its protectorate. But as Paul truly says, none could be justified under the law, for under the law all sinned, and all must die. There is in the old covenant no hope beyond the present, save a foreshadowing of one who is to come and restore righteousness. Thus John tells us that the law was given by Moses, and grace came by the Lord Jesus Christ. But what is grace? Can grace work contrary to law and abrogate it entirely? Certainly not. The laws of God are steadfast and sure, or the universe would become chaos. The law of gravity keeps our houses in position relative to other houses, so that when we leave them we may know of a surety that we shall find them in the same place upon returning. Likewise, all other departments in the universe are subject to immutable laws. As law, apart from love, gave birth to sin, so the child of law, tempered with love, is grace. Take an example from our concrete social conditions. We have laws which decree a certain penalty for a specified offense, and when the law is carried out, we call it justice. But long experience is beginning to teach us that justice, pure and simple, is like the Colchian dragon's teeth, and breeds strife and struggle in increasing measure. The criminal, so called, remains criminal, and becomes more and more hardened under the ministrations of law. But when the milder regime of the present day allows one who has transgressed to go under suspended sentence, then he is under grace, and not under law. Thus, also the Christian, who aims to follow in the Master's steps, is emancipated from the law of sin by grace, provided he forsake the path of sin. It was the sin of our progenitors in ancient Lemuria that they scattered their seed regardless of law and without love. But it is the privilege of the Christian to redeem himself by purity of life in remembrance of the Lord. John says, "His seed remaineth in him," and this is the hidden meaning of the bread and wine. In the English version we read simply, "This is the cup of the New Testament," but in the German the word for cup is Kelch, and in the Latin calyx, both meaning the outer covering of the seed pod of the flower. In the Greek we have a still more subtle meaning, not conveyed in other languages, in the word poterion, a meaning which will be evident when we consider the etymology of the word pot. This at once gives us the same idea as the chalice or calyx, a receptacle, and the Latin poteri, to drink, also shows that the cup is a receptacle capable of holding a fluid. Our English words potent and impotent, meaning to possess or to lack virile strength, further show the meaning of this Greek word, which foreshadows the evolution from man to Superman. We have already lived through a mineral, a plant, and an animal-like existence before becoming human as we are today, and beyond us lie still further evolutions where we shall approach the divine more and more. It will be readily conceded that it is our animal passions which restrain us upon the path of attainment. The lower nature is constantly warring against the higher self. At least in those who have experienced a spiritual awakening, a war is being fought silently within, and is all the more bitter for being suppressed. Goethe, with masterly art, voiced that sentiment in the words of Faust, the aspiring soul, speaking to his more materialistic friend Wagner. Thou by one soul impulse art possessed, unconscious of the other still remain. Two souls, alas, are housed within my breast, and struggle there for undivided reign. One to the earth with passionate desire, and closely clinging organs still adheres. Above the mists the other doth aspire, with sacred ardor unto purer spheres. It was the knowledge of this absolute necessity of chastity, save when procreation is the object, upon the part of those who have had a spiritual awakening, which dictated the words of Christ, and the Apostle Paul stated an esoteric truth when he said that those who partook of the communion without living the life were in danger of sickness and death. For just as under a spiritual tutelage, purity of life may elevate the disciple wonderfully, so also unchastity has a much stronger effect upon his more sensitized bodies than those who are yet under the law, and have not become partakers of grace by the cup of the new covenant. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Sacrament of Baptism. Having studied the esoteric significance of our Christian festivals, such as Christmas and Easter, and having also studied the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, it may be well now to devote attention to the inner meaning of the sacraments of the Church which are administered to the individual in all Christian lands from the cradle to the grave, and are with him at all important points in his life journey. As soon as he has entered upon the journey of life, the Church admits him into its fold by the rite of baptism, which is conferred upon him at a time when he himself is irresponsible. Later, when his mentality has been somewhat developed, he ratifies that contract and is admitted to communion, where bread is broken and wine is sipped in memory of the founder of our faith. Still further upon life's journey comes the sacrament of marriage, and at last, when the race has been run and the spirit again withdraws to God who gave it, the earth body is consigned to the dust, whence it was derived, accompanied by the blessings of the Church. In our Protestant times, the spirit of protest is rampant in the extreme, and dissenters everywhere raise their voices in rebellion against the fancied arrogance of the priesthood, and deprecate the sacraments as mere mummery. On account of that attitude of mind, these functions have become of little or no effect in the life of the community. Dissensions have arisen even among churchmen themselves, and sect after sect has divorced itself from the original apostolic congregation. Despite all protests, the various doctrines and sacraments of the Church are, nevertheless, the very keystones in the arc of evolution, for they inculcate morals of the loftiest nature, and even materialistic scientists, such as Huxley, have admitted that while self-protection brings about the survival of the fittest in the animal kingdom, and is therefore the basis of animal evolution, self-sacrifice is the fostering principle of human advancement. When that is the case among mere mortals, we may well believe that it must be so to a still greater extent in the divine author of our being. Among animals might is right, but we recognize that the weak have a claim to the protection of the strong. The butterfly lays its eggs on the underside of a green leaf and goes off without another care for their well-being. In mammals, the mother instinct is strongly developed, and we see the lioness caring for her cubs and ready to defend them with her life. But not until the human kingdom is reached does the father commence to share fully in the responsibility as a parent. Among savages, the care of the young practically ends with attainment of physical ability to care for themselves. But the higher we ascend in civilization, the longer the young receive care from their parents, and the more stress is laid upon mental education so that when maturity has been reached, the battle of life may be fought from the mental rather than from the physical point of advantage. For the further we proceed along the path of development, the more we shall experience the power of mind over matter. By the more and more prolonged self-sacrifice of parents, the race is becoming more delicate, but what we lose in material ruggedness we gain in spiritual perceptibility. As this faculty grows stronger and more developed, the craving of the spirit immured in this earthly body voices itself more loudly in a demand for understanding of the spiritual side of development. Wallace and Darwin, Huxley and Spencer, pointed out how evolution of form is accomplished in nature. Ernest Haeckel attempted to solve the riddle of the universe, but no one of them could satisfactorily explain away the divine author of what we see. The great goddess, natural selection, is being forsaken by one after another of her devotees as the years go by. Even Haeckel, the arch materialist, in his last year showed an almost hysterical anxiety to make a place for God in his system, and the day will come in a not far distant future when science will have become as thoroughly religious as religion itself. The Church, on the other hand, though still extremely conservative, is nevertheless slowly abandoning its autocratic dogmatism and becoming more scientific in its explanations. Thus in time we shall see the union of science and religion as it existed in the ancient mystery temples, and when that point has been reached, the doctrines and sacraments of the Church will be found to rest upon immutable cosmic laws of no less importance than the law of gravity, which maintains the marching orbs in their paths around the sun. As the points of the equinoxes and solstices are turning points in the cyclic path of a planet, marked by festivals such as Christmas and Easter, so birth into the physical world, admission to the Church, to the state of matrimony, and finally the exit from physical life, are points in the cyclic path of the human spirit around its central source, God, which are marked by the sacraments of baptism, communion, marriage, and the last blessing. We will now consider the rite of baptism. Much has been said by dissenters against the practice of taking an infant into church and promising for it a religious life. Heated arguments concerning sprinkling versus plunging have resulted in division of churches. If we wish to obtain the true idea of baptism, we must revert to the early history of the human race as recorded in the memory of nature. All that has ever happened is indelibly pictured in the ether as a moving picture is imprinted upon a sensitized film, which picture can be reproduced upon a screen at any moment. The pictures in the memory of nature may be viewed by the trained seer, even though millions of years have elapsed since the scenes there portrayed were enacted in life. When we consult that unimpeachable record, it appears that there was a time when that which is now our earth came out of chaos, dark and unformed, as the Bible states. The currents developed in this misty mass by spiritual agencies generated heat, and the mass ignited at the time when we are told that God said, "Let there be light." The heat of the fiery mass and the cold space surrounding it generated moisture. The fire mist became surrounded by water which boiled, and steam was projected into the atmosphere. Thus, God divided the water from the waters, the dense water which was nearest the fire mist from the steam, which is water in suspension, as stated in the Bible. When water containing sediment is boiled over and over, it deposits scale, and similarly the water surrounding our planet finally formed a crust around the fiery core. The Bible further informs us that a mist went up from the ground, and we may well conceive how the moisture was gradually evaporated from our planet in those early days. Ancient myths are usually regarded as superstitions nowadays, but in reality each of them contains a great spiritual truth in pictorial symbols. These fantastic stories were given to infant humanity to teach them moral lessons which their newborn intellects were not yet fitted to receive. They were taught by myths, much as we teach our children by picture books and fables, lessons beyond their intellectual comprehension. One of the greatest of these folk stories is The Ring of the Nibelung, which tells of a wonderful treasure hidden under the waters of the Rhine. It was a lump of gold in its natural state. Placed upon a high rock, it illuminated the entire submarine scenery where water nymphs sported about innocently in gladsome frolic. But one of the Nibelungs, imbued with greed, stole the treasure, carried it out of the water, and fled. It was impossible for him, however, to shape it until he had forsworn love. Then he fashioned it into a ring which gave him power over all the treasures of earth, but at the same time it inaugurated dissension and strife. For its sake, friend betrayed friend, brother slew brother, and everywhere it caused oppression, sorrow, sin, and death, until it was at last restored to the watery element and the earth was consumed in flames. But later there arose, like the new phoenix from the ashes of the old bird, a new heaven and a new earth where righteousness was re-established. That old folk story gives a wonderful picture of human evolution. The name Nibelung is derived from the German words Nebel, which means mist, and Ungen, which means children. Thus the word Nibelungen means children of the mist, and it refers back to the time when humanity lived in the foggy atmosphere surrounding our Earth at the stage in its development previously mentioned. There infant humanity lived in one vast brotherhood, innocent of all evil as the babe of today, and illuminated by the universal spirit symbolized as the Rhine gold, which shed its light upon the water nymphs of our story. But in time the earth cooled more and more. The fog condensed and flooded depressions upon the surface of the earth with water. The atmosphere cleared, the eyes of man were opened, and he perceived himself as a separate ego. Then the universal spirit of love and solidarity was superseded by egotism and self-seeking. That was the rape of the Rheingold, and sorrow, sin, strife, treachery, and murder have given place to the childlike love which existed among humanity in that primal state when they dwelt in the watery atmosphere of long ago. Gradually this tendency is becoming more and more marked, and the curse of selfishness grows more and more apparent. Man's inhumanity to man hangs like a funeral pall over the earth, and must inevitably bring about destruction of existing conditions. The whole creation is groaning and travailing, waiting for the day of redemption, and the Western religion strikes the keynote of the way to attainment when it exhorts us to love our neighbor as we love ourselves, for then egotism will be abrogated for universal brotherhood and love. Therefore, when a person is admitted to the Church, which is a spiritual institution where love and brotherhood are the mainsprings of action, it is appropriate to carry him under the waters of baptism in symbol of the beautiful condition of childlike innocence and love which prevailed when mankind dwelt under the mist in that bygone period. At that time the eyes of the infant man had not yet been opened to the material advantages of this world. The little child which is brought into the Church has not yet become aware of the allurements of life either, and others obligate themselves to guide it to lead a holy life according to the best of their ability, because experience gained since the flood has taught us that the broad way of the world is strewn with pain, sorrow, and disappointment, that only by following the straight and narrow way can we escape death and enter into life everlasting. Thus we see that there is a wonderfully deep, mystic significance behind the sacrament of baptism. that it is to remind us of the blessings attendant upon those who are members of a brotherhood where self-seeking is put into the background and where service to others is the keynote and mainspring of action. While we are in the world, he is the greatest who can most successfully dominate others. In the church, we have Christ's definition. He who would be the greatest among you, let him be the servant of all. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Sacrament of Marriage. When stripped of the non-essentials, the argument of the Orthodox Christian religion may be said to be as follows. First, that tempted by the devil, our first parents sinned and were exiled from their previous state of celestial bliss, placed under the law, made subject to death, and became incapable of escaping by their own efforts. Second, that God so loved the world that he gave Christ, his only begotten Son, for its redemption and to establish the kingdom of heaven. Thus death will finally be swallowed up in immortality. This simple creed has provoked the smiles of atheists and of the purely intellectual who have studied transcendental philosophies with their niceties of logic and argument, and even of some among those who study the Western mystery teaching. Such an attitude of mind is entirely gratuitous. We might know that the divine leaders of mankind would not allow millions to continue in error for millennia. When the Western mystery teaching is stripped of its exceedingly illuminating explanations and detailed descriptions, when its basic teachings are stated, they are found to be in exact agreement with the Orthodox Christian teachings. There was a time when mankind lived in a sinless state, when sorrow, pain, and death were unknown. Neither is the personal tempter of Christianity a myth, for Lucifer's spirits may very well be said to be fallen angels, and their temptation of man resulted in focusing his consciousness upon the material phase of existence, where he is under the law of decrepitude and death. Also, it is truly the mission of Christ to aid mankind by elevating them to a more ethereal state where dissolution will no longer be necessary, to free them from vehicles that have grown too hard and set for further use. For this is indeed a body of death, where only the smallest quantity of material is really alive, as part of its bulk is nutrient matter that has not yet been assimilated. Another large part is already on its way to elimination, and only between these two poles may be found the material which is thoroughly quickened by the Spirit. We have in other chapters considered the sacraments of baptism and communion, sacraments that have to do particularly with the Spirit. We will now seek to understand the deeper side of the sacrament of marriage, which has to do particularly with the body. Like the other sacraments, the institution of marriage had its beginning and will also have its end. The commencement was described by the Christ when he said, "Have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?" and said, "For this cause shall man leave father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh." Matthew chapter 19, verses 4 through 6. He also indicated the end of marriage when he said, "In the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven." Matthew chapter 22, verse 30. In this light, the logic of the teaching is apparent, for marriage became necessary in order that birth might provide new instruments to take the place of those which had been ruptured by death. And when death has once been swallowed up in immortality, and there is no need of providing new instruments, marriage also will be unnecessary. Science, with admirable audacity, has sought to solve the mystery of fecundation, and has told us how invagination takes place in the walls of the ovary, how the little ovum is formed in the seclusion of its dark cavity, how it emerges therefrom and enters the fallopian tube, is pierced by the spermatozoon of the male, and the nucleus of a human body is complete. We are thus supposed to be at the fount and origin of life. But life has neither beginning nor end, and what science mistakenly considers the fountain of life is really the source of death, as all that comes from the womb is destined sooner or later to reach the tomb. The marriage feast, which prepares for birth, at the same time provides food for the insatiable jaws of death. And so long as marriage is necessary to generation and birth, disintegration and death must inevitably result. Therefore, it is of prime importance to know the history of marriage, the laws and agencies involved, the duration of this institution, and how it may be transcended. When we obtained our vital bodies in Hyperborea, the sun, moon, and earth were still united, and the solar-lunar forces permeated each being in even measure, so that all were able to perpetuate their kind by buds and spores as do certain plants of today. The efforts of the vital body to soften the dense vehicle and keep it alive were not then interfered with, and these primal, plant-like bodies lived for ages. But man was then unconscious and stationary like a plant. He made no effort or exertion. The addition of a desire body furnished incentive and desire, and consciousness resulted from the war between the vital body, which builds, and the desire body, which destroys the dense body. Thus, dissolution became only a question of time, particularly as the constructive energy of the vital body was also necessarily divided, one part or pole being used in the vital functions of the body, the other to replace a vehicle lost by death. But as the two poles of a magnet or dynamo are requisite to manifestation, so also two single-sexed beings became necessary for generation. Thus marriage and birth were necessarily inaugurated to offset the effect of death. Death, then, is the price we pay for consciousness in the present world. Marriage and repeated births are our weapons against the king of terrors until our constitution shall change and we become as angels. Please mark that it is not stated that we are to become angels, but that we are to become as angels. For the angels are the humanity of the moon period. They belong to an entirely different stream of evolution, as different as are human spirits from those of our present animals. Paul states in his letter to the Hebrews that man was made for a little while inferior to the angels. He descended lower into the scale of materiality during the earth period, while the angels have never inhabited a globe denser than ether. As we build our bodies from the chemical constituents of the earth, so do the angels build theirs of ether. This substance is the direct avenue of all life forces. And when man has once become as angels and has learned to build his body of ether, naturally there will be no death and no need of marriage to bring about birth. But looking at marriage from another point of view, looking upon it as a union of souls rather than as a union of the sexes, we contact the wonderful mystery of love. Union of the sexes might serve to perpetuate the race, of course, but the true marriage is a companionship of souls also, which together transcends sex. Yet those really able to meet upon that lofty plane of spiritual intimacy gladly offer their bodies as living sacrifices upon the altar of love of the unborn, to woo a waiting spirit into an immaculately conceived body. Thus, humanity may be saved from the reign of death. This is readily apparent as soon as we consider the gentle action of the vital body and contrast it with that of the desire body in a fit of temper, where it is said that a man has lost control of himself. Under such conditions the muscles become tense, and nervous energy is expended at a suicidal rate, so that after such an outbreak the body may sometimes be prostrated for weeks. The hardest labor brings no such fatigue as a fit of temper. Likewise, a child conceived in passion under the crystallizing tendencies of the desire nature is naturally short-lived, and it is a regrettable fact that length of life is nowadays almost a misnomer. In view of the appalling infant mortality, it ought to be called brevity of existence. The building tendencies of the vital body, which is the vehicle of love, are not so easily watched. But observation proves that contentment lengthens the life of anyone who cultivates this quality, and we may safely reason that a child conceived under conditions of harmony and love stands a better chance of life than one conceived under conditions of anger, inebriety, and passion. According to Genesis, it was said to the woman, "In sorrow shalt thou bear children." And it has always been a sore puzzle to Bible commentators what logical connection there may be between the eating of fruit and the pains of parturition. But when we understand the chaste references of the Bible to the act of generation, the connection is readily perceived. While the insensitive Negro or Indian mother may bear her child and shortly afterward resume her labors in the field, the Western woman, more acutely sensitive and of high-strung nervous temperament, is year by year finding it more difficult to go through the ordeal of motherhood, though aided by the best and most skilled scientific help. The contributory reasons are various. In the first place, while we are exceedingly careful in selecting our horses and cattle for breeding, while we insist upon pedigree for the animals in order that we may bring out the very best strain of stock upon our farms, we exercise no such care with respect to the selection of a father or mother for our children. We mate upon impulse and regret it at our leisure, aided by laws which make it all too easy to enter or leave the sacred bonds of matrimony. The words pronounced by minister or judge are taken to be a license for unlimited indulgence, as if any man-made law could license the contravention of the law of God. While animals mate only at a certain time of the year and the mother is undisturbed during the period of pregnancy, this is not true of the human race. In view of these facts, it is to be wondered at that we find such a dread of maternity. And is it not time that we seek to remedy the matter by a more sane relation between marriage partners? Astrology will reveal the temper and tendencies of each human being. It will enable two people to blend their characters in such a manner that a love life may be lived, and it will indicate the periods when interplanetary lines of force are most nearly conducive to painless parturition. Thus it will enable us to draw from the bosom of nature children of love, capable of living long lives in good health. Finally, the day will come when these bodies will have been made so perfect in their ethereal purity that they may last throughout the coming age, and thus make marriage superfluous. But if we can love now when we see one another through a glass darkly, through the mask of personality and the veil of misunderstanding, we may be sure that the love of soul for soul, purged of passion in the furnace of sorrow, will be our brightest gem in heaven as its shadow is on earth. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Unpardonable Sin and Lost Souls. Some of our students have been exercised about the unpardonable sin, and as this subject has a certain connection with the subject of marriage, one being a sacrilege and the other a sacrament, it might be well to elucidate the matter from a different point of view than has been formerly taken in our literature. First, let us see what is meant by a sacrament, and why the rites of baptism, communion, marriage, and extreme unction are properly so called. Then we shall be in a position to understand what sacrilege is and why it is unpardonable. The Rosicrucians teach, only with more detail, the same doctrine that Paul preached in the 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians, starting at the 35th verse, that in addition to the body of flesh and blood, we have a soul body, soma psychikon, mistranslated natural body, and a spiritual body, that each of these bodies is grown from a different seed Adam, and that there are three stages of unfoldment for Adam, or man. The first Adam was taken from the ground and was without sentient life. Soul was added to the second Adam. Thus he had life within, a leaven laboring to elevate the clod to God. When the potential of the soul extracted from the physical body has been raised to the spiritual, The last atom will become a life-giving spirit, capable of transmitting the life impulse to others directly, as flame from one candle can be communicated to many without diminishing the magnitude of the original light. In the meantime, the germ for our earthly body had to be properly placed in fruitful soil to grow a suitable vehicle, and generative organs were provided from the beginning to accomplish this purpose. It is stated in Genesis 1, verse 27, that Elohim created them male and female. The Hebrew words are Sakri va Nakaba. These are names of the sex organs. Literally translated, Sakar means bearer of the germ. Thus marriage is a sacrament, for it opens the way for transmission of a physical seed atom from the father to the mother, and tends to preserve the race against the ravages of death. Baptism as a sacrament signifies the germinal urge of the soul for the higher life. Holy Communion, in which we partake of bread, made from the seed of chaste plants, and of wine, the cup symbolizing the passionless seed pod, points to the age to come, an age wherein it will be unnecessary to transmit the seed through a father and mother, but where we may feed directly upon cosmic life and thus conquer death. Finally, extreme unction is the sacrament which marks the loosening of the silver cord and the extraction of the sacred germ, freeing it until it shall again be planted in another Nakaba or mother. As the seed and ovum are the root and basis of racial development, it is easy to see that no sin can be more serious than that which abuses the creative function. For by that sacrilege we stunt future generations and transgress against the Holy Spirit, Jehovah, who is warder of the creative lunar forces. His angels herald births, as in the cases of Isaac, John the Baptist, and Jesus. When he wanted to reward his most faithful follower, he promised to make his seed as numerous as the sands on the seashore. He also meted out a most terrible punishment to the Sodomites who committed sacrilege by misdirecting the seed. He even visits the sins of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generations, for under his regime, law reigns supreme. Man has not yet evolved to the point where he can respond to love. He requires from his enemies an eye for an eye, and with the same measure that he meets, it is meted unto him. Though this seems very cruel to us who are each day evolving more and more the faculties of love and mercy, we must remember that this retributive justice relates purely to the physical body, which is under the laws of nature just as much as any other chemical composition in the universe. When abuses have weakened it, it is incapable of fulfilling its mission and meeting our demands in any respect, just as is the case with any other machinery which we have made from the materials around us. There are no miracles such as would be required to generate a sound and healthy body from parents who have transgressed the laws of nature by their abuses. Therefore, that sin cannot be remitted but must be expiated. But when time and care have restored the necessary strength and vigor, the body will again perform its functions in a normal and healthy manner. Thus we understand that under the law there is no mercy, for mercy is dictated by love. Therefore it was perfectly in consonance with cosmic order when Christ, the Lord of love, said that all things would be forgiven to men which they did against him, as love is the reigning feature in his kingdom. But whatsoever was done contrary to the law of Jehovah must meet its full retribution. We cannot be sufficiently thankful for the wonderful religion which he gave us, particularly if we compare it with those under which less evolved peoples are now struggling. Take the Buddhists, for instance. Grand and beautiful though their leader was, he saw only sorrow, a constant struggle against the laws of nature. He aimed to teach his followers to transcend that condition by perfect obedience such as that whereby we have conquered the laws of electricity and other forces in nature. The Buddhist sees nothing but the cold and merciless law. On the other hand, we of the Western world have before our eyes from the cradle to the grave a beautiful picture of one who said, "Come unto me all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." But it may be asked, What about lost souls? Are they a figment of the imagination also? To this question may be answered yes, although it needs some qualification. We shall best understand the case if we go back into the history of mankind and view the experiences of some who have transgressed, for they will furnish us an example of what may happen. In order to establish the point properly, we shall reiterate a few of the Rosicrucian teachings regarding the genesis of the earth and of man upon it. Three great stages of unfoldment have preceded the present earth period. The Father is the highest initiate of the Saturn period, inhabiting particularly the spiritual Sun. The Son, the cosmic Christ, is the highest initiate of the Sun period, inhabiting the central Sun and guiding the planets in their orbits by a ray from himself, which becomes the indwelling spirit of each planet when it has been sufficiently ripened to contain such a great intelligence. Jehovah, the Holy Spirit, is the highest initiate of the Moon period and dwelling in the physical, visible Sun. He is regent of the various moons thrown off by the different planets for the purpose of giving beings who have fallen behind in the march of evolution more rigid discipline under a firmer law, to awaken them and spur them on in the proper direction if possible. When we look into space, we perceive that some planets have a number of moons and others have none. But as there are laggards in any large company, and as moons are required to aid these stragglers to retrieve their lost estate if possible, we may be sure that these planets which have no moons now have had them in the past. Those great beings of whom the Rosicrucian cosmoconception speaks as Lords of Venus and Lords of Mercury were, in fact, stragglers from those two planets. In the dim distant past they inhabited moons which encircled their respective planets, and were successful in retrieving their loss in a large measure under the discipline given them there. Later they received the opportunity to serve the humanity of our Earth, and by that service to secure a return to the home planet whence they had been exiled. They were lost under the law, but redeemed by love. And thus we may infer that opportunities for service will also bring to other beings, who may become lost, the opportunity to retrieve the past. Since it may puzzle the student as to what becomes of the moons upon which such beings dwell for a time, we may say that the solar system is to be regarded as the body of the Great Spirit, whom we call God, and as any growth caused by an abnormal process pains us when it occurs in our body, so also such crystallizations as moons are sources of discomfort to that great being. Furthermore, as our own systems endeavor to eliminate such abnormalities as growths, so also the universe endeavors to expel moons which have served their purpose. While the beings who have been exiled to a moon are there, the planetary spirit of the primary planet, by his care for these beings, holds the moon in its orbit, and we speak of his love for them as the law of attraction. But when they have returned to the parent planet, the planetary spirit has no further interest in their cinder-like habitation. Then slowly the orbit of the vacated moon widens. It commences to disintegrate, and it is finally expelled into interstellar space. The asteroids are remnants of moons which once encircled Venus and Mercury. There are also other seeming moons and lunar fragments in our solar system, but the Rosicrucian cosmoconception does not concern itself with them, as they are outside the pale of evolution. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Immaculate Conception. The periodical ebb and flow of the material and spiritual forces which invest the earth are the invisible causes of the physical, moral, and mental activities upon our globe. According to the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, a similar activity must take place in man, who is but a minor addition of Mother Nature. The animals have 28 pairs of spinal nerves and are now in their moon stage, perfectly attuned to the 28 days in which the moon passes around the zodiac. In their wild state, the group spirit regulates their mating. Therefore, there is no overflow with them. Man, on the other hand, is in a transition stage. He is too far progressed for the lunar vibrations, for he has 31 pairs of spinal nerves. But he is not yet attuned to the solar month of 31 days, and he mates at all times of the year. Hence the periodical flow in woman, which under proper conditions is utilized to form part of the body of a child more perfect than its parent. Similarly, the periodical flow in mankind becomes the sinew and backbone of racial advancement, and the periodical flow of the earth's spiritual forces, which occurs at Christmas, results in the birth of saviors who from time to time give renewed impetus to the spiritual advancement of the human race. There are two parts to our Bible, the Old and the New Testaments. After briefly reciting how the world came into being, the former tells us the story of the fall. In view of what has been written in our literature, we understand the fall to have been occasioned by man's impulsive and ignorant use of the sex forces at times when the interplanetary rays were inimical to conception of the purest and best vehicles. Thus man became gradually imprisoned in a dense body, crystallized by sinful passion and consequently an imperfect vehicle, subject to pain and death. Then commenced the pilgrimage through matter, and for millennia we have been living in this hard and flinty shell of body, which obscures the light of heaven from the spirit within. The spirit is like a diamond in its rough coat, and the celestial lapidaries, the recording angels, are constantly endeavoring to remove the coating, so that the spirit may shine through the vehicle which it ensouls. When the lapidary holds the diamond to the grindstone, the diamond emits a screech like a cry of pain, as the opaque covering is removed. But gradually, by many successive applications to the grindstone, the rough diamond may become a gem of transcendent beauty and purity. Similarly, the celestial beings in charge of our evolution hold us closely to the grindstone of experience. Pain and suffering result, which awaken the spirit sleeping within. The man hitherto content with material pursuits, indulgent of sense and sex, becomes imbued with a divine discontent which impels him to seek the higher life. The gratification of that aspiration, however, is not usually accomplished without a severe struggle upon the part of the lower nature. It was while wrestling thus that Paul exclaimed with all the anguish of a devout, aspiring heart, "O wretched man that I am! The good that I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. I delight in the law of God after the inward man, but I see another law in my members warring against the law of my mind, and bringing it into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members." Romans chapter 7, verses 19 through 24. When the flower is crushed, its scent is liberated and fills the surroundings with grateful fragrance, delighting all who are fortunate enough to be near. Crushing blows of fate may overwhelm a man or woman who has reached the stage of efflorescence. They will but serve to bring out the sweetness of nature and enhance the beauty of the soul till it shines with an effulgence that marks the wearer as with a halo. Then he is upon the path of initiation. He is taught how unbridled use of sex regardless of the stellar rays has imprisoned him in the body, how it fetters him, and how by the proper use of that same force in harmony with the stars, he may gradually improve and etherealize his body and finally attain liberation from concrete existence. A shipwright cannot build a staunch oak ship from spruce lumber. Men do not gather grapes of thorns. Like always begets like, and an incoming ego of a passionate nature is drawn to parents of like nature, where its body is conceived upon the impulse of the moment in a gust of passion. The soul who has tasted the cup of sorrow incident to the abuse of the creative force and has drunk to the dregs of bitterness thereof, will gradually seek parents of less and less passionate natures, until at length it attains to initiation. Having been taught in the process of initiation the influence of the stellar rays upon parturition, the next body provided will be generated by initiate parents without passion, under the constellation most favorable to the work which the ego contemplates. Therefore, the Gospels, which are the formulae of initiation, commence with the account of the Immaculate Conception and end with the Crucifixion, both wonderful ideals to which we must sometime attain, for each of us is a Christ in the making, and will sometime pass through both the mystic birth and the mystic death adumbrated in the Gospels. By knowledge we may hasten the day, intelligently cooperating instead of as now often stupidly frustrating through ignorance the ends of spiritual development. In connection with the Immaculate Conception, misunderstandings prevail at every point. The perpetual virginity of the mother even after giving birth to other children, the lowly station of Joseph, the supposed foster father, etc. We will briefly view them in the light of facts as revealed in the memory of nature. In some parts of Europe, people of the higher classes are addressed as well-born, or even as high well-born, meaning that they are the offspring of cultured parents in high station. Such people usually look down with scorn upon those in modest positions. We have nothing against the expression well-born. We would that every child were well-born, born to parents of high moral standing, no matter what their station in life. There is a virginity of soul that is independent of the state of the body, a purity of mind which will carry its possessor through the act of generation, without the taint of passion, and enable the mother to carry the unborn child under her heart in sexless love. Previous to the time of Christ, that would have been impossible. In the earlier stages of man's career upon earth, quantity was desirable and quality a minor consideration. Hence the command was given to go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. Besides, it was necessary that man should temporarily forget his spiritual nature and concentrate his energies upon material conditions. Indulgence of the sex passion furthers that object, and the desire nature was given full sway. Polygamy flourished, and the larger the number of their children, the more a man and a woman were honored, while barrenness was looked upon as the greatest possible affliction. In other directions, the desire nature was being curbed by God-given laws, and obedience to divine commands was enforced by swift punishment of the transgressor, such as war, pestilence, or famine. Rewards for dutiful observance of the mandates of the law were not wanting either. The righteous man's children, his cattle and crops were numerous. He was victorious over his enemies, and the cup of his happiness was full. Later, when the earth had been sufficiently peopled after the Atlantean flood, polygamy became gradually more and more obsolete, with the result that the quality of the bodies improved, and at the time of Christ the desire nature had become so far amenable to control in the case of the more advanced among humanity, that the act of generation could be performed without passion, out of pure love, so that the child could be immaculately conceived. Such were the parents of Jesus. Joseph is said to have been a carpenter, but he was not a worker in wood. He was a builder in a higher sense. God is the grand architect of the universe. Under him are many builders of varying degrees of spiritual splendor, down even to those whom we know as Freemasons. All are engaged in building a temple without sound of hammer, and Joseph was no exception. It is sometimes asked why initiates are always men. They are not. In the lower degrees there are many women, but when an initiate is able to choose his sex, he usually takes the positive masculine body, as the life which brought him to initiation has spiritualized his vital body and made it positive under all conditions, so that he has then an instrument of the highest efficiency. There are times, however, when the exigencies of a case require a female body, such as, for instance, providing a body of the highest type to receive an ego of superlatively high degree. Then a high initiate may take a female body and go through the experience of maternity again, after perhaps having eschewed it for several lives, as was the case with the beautiful character we know as Mary of Bethlehem. In conclusion, then, let us remember the points brought out, that we are all Christ in the making, that sometimes we must cultivate character so spotless that we may be worthy to inhabit bodies that are immaculately conceived. And the sooner we commence to purify our minds of passionate thoughts, the sooner we shall attain. In the final analysis, it only depends upon the earnestness of our purpose, the strength of our wills. Conditions are such now that we can live pure lives whether married or single, and cold. Sister and brother relationships are not necessary either. Is the life of absolute purity beyond some of us yet? Be not discouraged. Rome was not built in a day. Keep on aspiring though you fail again and again, for the only real failure consists in ceasing to try. So may God strengthen your aspirations to purity. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Coming Christ. We have previously seen how infant humanity in Atlantis lived in unity under direct guidance of divine leaders, and how they were eventually brought out of the water into a clear atmosphere, where the separateness of each individual from all others became obvious at once. God is light, the light which became life in man. It was dim and achromatically diffused in the misty atmosphere of early Atlantis, as colorless as the air on a densely foggy day in the present age, hence the unity of all beings who lived in that light. But when man arose above the waters, when he emerged into the air where the godly manifestation, light, was refracted in multitudinous hues, this variously colored light was differently absorbed by each. Thus diversity was inaugurated, when mankind went through the mighty arch of the rainbow with its variegated and beautiful colors. That bow may therefore be considered an entrance gate to the promised land, the world as now constituted. Here the light of God is no longer an insipid single tint as in early Atlantis. The present dazzling play of color tells us that the watchword of the present age is segregation, and therefore so long as we remain in the present condition under the law of alternating cycles, where summer and winter ebb and flow, succeed each other in unbroken sequence, so long as God's bow stands in the sky, an emblem of diversity, it is yet the day of the kingdoms of men, and the kingdom of God is held in abeyance. Nevertheless, as surely as the Edenic conditions upon the fire-grid islands of ancient Lemuria ended in separation into sexes, each expressing one element of the creative fire, and making the union of man and woman as necessary to the generation of a body as is the union of hydrogen and oxygen to the production of water, and as surely as emergence from the watery atmosphere of Atlantis into the airy environment of Ariana, the world of today, promoted further segregation into separate nations and individuals who war and prey upon one another, because the sharply differentiated forms which they behold blind them to the inalienable unity of each soul with all others. Just as certainly will this world condition give place to a new heaven and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness. In early Atlantis we lived in the deepest basins of the earth where the mist was densest. We breathed by means of gills, and would have been unable to live in an atmosphere such as we have now. In the course of time, desire to explore beyond caused the invention of airships, which were propelled by the expansive force of sprouting grain. The Ark story is a perverted remembrance of that fact. Those ships actually did founder upon mountaintops where the atmosphere was too rare to sustain them. Today our ships float upon the element in which the Atlantean ships were at one time immersed. We have now contrived various means of propulsion able to carry us over the highlands of the earth, which we occupy at present, and are commencing to reach out into the atmosphere to conquer that element as we have subjected the waters. And as surely as our Atlantean ancestors made a highway of the watery element which they breathed, and then rose above it to live in a new element, just as certainly shall we conquer the air and then rise above it into the newly discovered element which we call ether. Thus, each age has its own peculiar conditions and laws. The beings who evolve have a physiological constitution suited to the environment of that age, but are dominated by the nature forces then prevailing until they learn to conform to them. Then these forces become most valuable servants, as, for instance, steam and electricity, which we have partially harnessed. The law of gravity still holds us in its powerful grip, although by mechanical means we are trying to escape into the new element. We shall at a not distant time attain to mastery of the air, but as the ships of the Atlanteans foundered upon the mountains of the earth, because their buoyancy was insufficient to enable them to rise higher in the light mist of those altitudes, and because respiration was difficult, so also will be the increasing rarity of our present atmosphere prevent us from entering the new heaven and the new earth, which are to be the scene of the new dispensation. Before we can reach that state, physiological as well as moral and spiritual changes must take place. The Greek text of the New Testament does not leave us in doubt as to this, though lack of knowledge of the mystery teachings prevented the translators from bringing it out in the English version. Did we but believe the Bible even as we have it, we should be spared many delusions and much uneasiness concerning the time of this. Whole sects have disposed of their belongings in anticipation of the advent of Christ on a certain day, and have suffered untold privations afterwards. Schemers have passed themselves off as Christ or even as God, have married, raised families, and died, leaving their sons who were supposed to be Christ's to fight for the kingdom. A temporal government was forced to banish one of these militant Christs to an island of the Mediterranean, and another to an Asiatic city, where he is now under military supervision. Nor is there any sign that the future will lack similar claimants. Rather, the sacrilegious imposture is spreading. We may rest assured that the divine leaders of evolution made no mistake when they gave the Christian religion to the Western world, the most advanced teaching to the most precocious among mankind. It may therefore be regarded as a detriment when an organization undertakes to graft a Hindu religion, which is excellent for the people to whom it was divinely given, upon our people. The imported Hindu breathing exercises have certainly sent many people to insane asylums. If we believe Christ's words, "My kingdom is not of this world," cosmos, the Greek word used for world meaning order of things rather than our planet, the earth, which is called Gi, we shall know better than to look for Christ today. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, any more than the gill-breathing creature of early Atlantean times was fit to live under the natural conditions prevailing in the present age, where the kingdom of men exists. Paul, in discussing the resurrection, does not say, as in the English translation, "There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body." 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 44. He affirms that there is a soma psychikon, a soul body, and tells in the preceding verses how this is generated from a seed, in the same way as explained in the Rosicrucian teachings. The Bible affirms that our bodies are corruptible. It also teaches that one organ, the heart, is an exception. This has reference to the seed atom in the heart. Psalms chapter 22, verse 26. Therefore our bodies must be changed before Christ can come. If these things were believed, few would run after impostors, and the latter would have their labors for their pains. But Western papers unfortunately give notoriety to such schemers, though regarding them as a joke as well they may, for it would be preposterous to believe that the great and wise being who guides evolution could be so short-sighted as not to know that the Western world would never accept the scion of what it regards as a semi-barbaric race for its savior. When preparations were made 2,000 years ago for the embodiment of the Savior of the world, Galilee was the Mecca for roving spirits. Thither flocked people from Asia, Africa, Greece, Italy, and all other parts of the world of that day. Conditions were exceptionally congenial and attractive, so that, as declared by various scholars who have investigated the matter, Galilee was as cosmopolitan as Rome itself. It was, in fact, the melting pot of that day. Among others, Joseph and Mary, the parents of Jesus, had immigrated from Judea to Nazareth in Galilee before the advent of their firstborn, and the body generated in that environment was different from the ordinary Jewish race body. It is an incontrovertible fact that environment plays a great part in evolution. We have today upon the earth three great races. One, the Negro, has hair which is flat in section, and the head is long, narrow, and flattened on the sides. The orbit of the eye is also long and narrow. The Negroes are descendants of the Lemurian race. The Mongols and kindred peoples have round heads. Their hair is round in section, and the orbits of their eyes are also round. They are the remnants of the Atlantean race. The Aryan race have oval hair, oval skulls, and oval orbits of the eyes, these features being especially pronounced in the Anglo-Saxons, who are the flower of the race at present. In America, the Mecca of nations today, these various races are of course represented. Here is the melting pot in which they are being amalgamated. It has been ascertained that here there is a difference in children belonging to the same family. The skulls of younger children born in America are more nearly oval than the heads of their older brothers and sisters born abroad. From this fact and from others which not need be mentioned here, it is evident that a new race is being born on the American continent. And reasoning from the known fact that the Christ came from the most cosmopolitan part of the civilized world of 2,000 years ago, it would be but logical to expect that if a new embodiment were sought for that exalted being, his body would more likely be taken from the new race than from an ancient one. Otherwise, if there is virtue in obtaining a savior from the older races, why not get a Bushman or a Hottentot? But we may be sure that though impostors deceive for a time, they are found out sooner or later, and their plans come to naught. Meanwhile, progression continues to bring us near the Aquarian Age, and a teacher is coming to give the Christian religion impetus in a new direction. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Coming Age. When we speak of the coming age, of the new heaven and the new earth mentioned in the Bible, and also of the Aquarian Age, the differences may not be quite clear in the minds of our students. Confusion of terms is one of the most fertile seed grounds of fallacy, and Rosicrucian teachings aim to avoid it by a particularly definite nomenclature. Sometimes an extra effort seems necessary to disperse the haze engendered by current cloudy conceptions of others as sincere as the present writer, but not so fortunate in having access to the incomparable Western wisdom teachings. It has been taught in our literature that 4 great epochs of unfoldment preceded the present order of things, that the density of the earth, its atmospheric conditions, and the laws of nature prevailing in one epoch were as different from those of the other epochs as was the corresponding physiological constitution of mankind in one epoch different from those in the others. The bodies of Adam, the name means red earth, the humanity of fiery Lemuria, were formed of the dust of the ground, the red, hot, volcanic mud, and were just suited to their environment. Flesh and blood would have shriveled up in the terrible heat of that day, and though suited to present conditions, Paul tells us that they cannot inherit the kingdom of God. It is therefore manifest that before a new order of things can be inaugurated, the physiological constitution of mankind must be radically changed, to say nothing of the spiritual attitude. Eons will be required to regenerate the whole human race and fit them to live in ethereal bodies. On the other hand, neither does a new environment come into existence in a moment, but land and people are evolved together from the smallest and most primitive beginnings. When the mists of Atlantis commenced to settle, some of our forebears had grown embryonic lungs and were forced to the highlands ages before their compeers. They wandered in the wilderness while the promised land was emerging from the lighter fogs, and at the same time their growing lungs were fitting them to live under present atmospheric conditions. Two more races were born in the basins of the earth before a succession of floods drove them to the highlands. The last flood took place at a time when the sun entered the watery sign Cancer, about 10,000 years ago, as told Plato by the Egyptian priests. Thus we see there is no sudden change of constitution or environment for the whole human race when a new epoch is ushered in, but an overlapping of conditions which makes it possible for most of the race, by gradual adjustment, to enter the new condition, though the change may seem sudden to the individual when the preparatory change has been accomplished unconsciously. The metamorphosis of a tadpole from a denizen of the watery element to one of the airy gives an analogy of the past, and the transformation of the earthworm to a butterfly soaring in the air is an apt simile of the coming age. When the heavenly time marker came into Aries by precession, a new cycle commenced and the glad tidings were preached by Christ. He said by implication that the new heaven and earth were not ready. Then when he told his disciples, "Whither I go you cannot now follow, but you shall follow afterwards. I go to prepare a place for you and will come again and receive you." Later John saw in a vision the new Jerusalem descending from heaven, and Paul taught the Thessalonians by the word of the Lord that those who are Christ's at his coming shall be caught up in the air to meet him and be with him for the age. But during this change there are pioneers who enter the kingdom of God before their brethren. Christ, in Matthew chapter 11, verse 12, said that the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. This is not a correct translation. It ought to be, the kingdom of heavens has been invaded by Axatai, and invaders seize on her. Men and women have already learned through holy, helpful lives to lay aside the body of flesh and blood, either intermittently or permanently, and to walk the skies with winged feet, intent upon the business of their Lord, clad in the ethereal wedding garment of the new dispensation. This change may be accomplished through a life of simple helpfulness and prayer as practiced by devoted Christians, no matter with what church they affiliate, as well as by the specific exercises given in the Rosicrucian Fellowship. The latter will prove barren of results, unless accompanied by constant acts of love, for love will be the keynote of the coming age as law is of the present order. The intense expression of the former quality increases the phosphorescent luminosity and density of the ethers in our vital bodies. The fiery streams sever the tie to the mortal coil, and the man, once born of water upon his emergence from Atlantis, is now born of the Spirit into the kingdom of God. The dynamic force of his love has opened a way to the land of love, and indescribable is the rejoicing among those already there when new invaders arrive, for each new arrival hastens the coming of the Lord and the definite establishment of the kingdom. Among the religiously inclined there is a definite, unceasing cry, "How long, O Lord, how long?" And despite the emphatic statement of Christ that the day and hour are unknown, even to himself, prophets continue to gain credence when they predict his coming on a certain day, though each is discomfited when the day passes without development. The question has also been mooted among our students, and the present chapter is an attempt to show the fallacy of looking for the second advent in a year, or 50, or 500. The elder brothers decline to commit themselves further than to point out what must first be accomplished. At the time of Christ, the sun was in about 7 degrees of Aries. 500 years were required to bring the precession to the 30th degree of Pisces. During that time, the new church lived through a stage of offensive and defensive violence, well justifying the words of Christ, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword." 1400 years more have elapsed under the negative influence of Pisces, which has fostered the power of the church and bound the people by creed and dogma. In the middle of the last century, the sun came within an orb of influence of the scientific sign Aquarius, and although it will take about 600 years before the Aquarian age commences, it is highly instructive to note what changes the mere touch has wrought in the world. Our limited space precludes enumeration of the wonderful advances made since then, but it is not too much to say that science, invention, and resultant industry have completely changed the world, its social life, and economic conditions. The great strides made in means of communication have done much to break down barriers of race prejudice and prepare us for conditions of universal brotherhood. Engines of destruction have been made so fearfully efficient that the militant nations will be forced ere long to beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. The sword has had its reign during the Piscean age, but science will rule in the Aquarian age. In the land of the setting sun, we may expect to see the first ideal conditions of the Aquarian age, a blending of religion and science, forming a religious science and a scientific religion, which will promote the health, happiness, and the enjoyment of life in abundant measure. Sugar for alcohol. In the chapter elucidating the law of assimilation in the Rosicrucian cosmoconception, we stated that minerals cannot be assimilated because they lack a vital body, which lack makes it impossible for man to raise their vibratory rate to his own pitch. Plants have a vital body and no self-consciousness, hence are most easily assimilated and remain with man longer than cells of animal flesh, which is permeated by a desire body. The vibratory rate of the latter is high, and much energy is required in assimilation. Its cells also quickly escape and make it necessary for the flesh eater to form. Events of this book are among the last writings of Max Heindel, the mystic. They contain some of his deepest thoughts and are the watery sign Cancer, about 10,000 years ago as told Plato by the Egyptian priests. Thus we see there is no sudden change of constitution or environment for the whole human race when a new epoch is ushered in, but an overlapping of conditions which makes it possible for most of the race by gradual adjustment to enter the new condition, though the change may seem sudden to the individual when the preparatory change has been accomplished unconsciously. The metamorphosis of a tadpole from a denizen of the watery element to one of the airy gives an analogy of the past, and the transformation of the earthworm to a butterfly soaring in the air is an apt simile of the coming age. When the heavenly time marker came into Aries by precession, a new cycle commenced and the glad tidings were preached by Christ. He said by implication that the new heaven and earth were not ready. Then when he told his disciples, "Whither I go you cannot now follow, but you shall follow afterwards. I go to prepare a place for you and will come again and receive you." Later John saw in a vision the new Jerusalem descending from heaven, and Paul taught the Thessalonians by the word of the Lord that those who are Christ's at his coming shall be caught up in the air to meet him and be with him for the age. But during this change there are pioneers who enter the kingdom of God before their brethren. Christ, in Matthew chapter 11, verse 12, said that the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. This is not a correct translation. It ought to be, the kingdom of heavens has been invaded by Axatai, and invaders seize on her. Men and women have already learned through holy, helpful lives to lay aside the body of flesh and blood, either intermittently or permanently, and to walk the skies with winged feet, intent upon the business of their Lord, clad in the ethereal wedding garment of the new dispensation. This change may be accomplished through a life of simple helpfulness and prayer as practiced by devoted Christians, no matter with what church they affiliate, as well as by the specific exercises given in the Rosicrucian Fellowship. The latter will prove barren of results, unless accompanied by constant acts of love, for love will be the keynote of the coming age as law is of the present order. The intense expression of the former quality increases the phosphorescent luminosity and density of the ethers in our vital bodies. The fiery streams sever the tie to the mortal coil, and the man, once born of water upon his emergence from Atlantis, is now born of the Spirit into the kingdom of God. The dynamic force of his love has opened a way to the land of love, and indescribable is the rejoicing among those already there when new invaders arrive, for each new arrival hastens the coming of the Lord and the definite establishment of the kingdom. Among the religiously inclined there is a definite, unceasing cry, "How long, O Lord, how long?" And despite the emphatic statement of Christ that the day and hour are unknown, even to himself, prophets continue to gain credence when they predict his coming on a certain day, though each is discomfited when the day passes without development. The question has also been mooted among our students, and the present chapter is an attempt to show the fallacy of looking for the second advent in a year, or 50, or 500. The elder brothers decline to commit themselves further than to point out what must first be accomplished. At the time of Christ, the sun was in about 7 degrees of Aries. 500 years were required to bring the precession to the 30th degree of Pisces. During that time, the new church lived through a stage of offensive and defensive violence, well justifying the words of Christ, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword." 1400 years more have elapsed under the negative influence of Pisces, which has fostered the power of the church and bound the people by creed and dogma. In the middle of the last century, the sun came within an orb of influence of the scientific sign Aquarius, and although it will take about 600 years before the Aquarian age commences, it is highly instructive to note what changes the mere touch has wrought in the world. Our limited space precludes enumeration of the wonderful advances made since then, but it is not too much to say that science, invention, and resultant industry have completely changed the world, its social life, and economic conditions. The great strides made in means of communication have done much to break down barriers of race prejudice and prepare us for conditions of universal brotherhood. Engines of destruction have been made so fearfully efficient that the militant nations will be forced ere long to beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. The sword has had its reign during the Piscean age, but science will rule in the Aquarian age. In the land of the setting sun, we may expect to see the first ideal conditions of the Aquarian age, a blending of religion and science, forming a religious science and a scientific religion, which will promote the health, happiness, and the enjoyment of life in abundant measure. Sugar for alcohol. In the chapter elucidating the law of assimilation in the Rosicrucian cosmoconception, we stated that minerals cannot be assimilated because they lack a vital body, which lack makes it impossible for man to raise their vibratory rate to his own pitch. Plants have a vital body and no self-consciousness, hence are most easily assimilated and remain with man longer than cells of animal flesh, which is permeated by a desire body. The vibratory rate of the latter is high, and much energy is required in assimilation. Its cells also quickly escape and make it necessary for the flesh-eater to forage often. We are aware that alcohol is a foreign spirit and a spirit of decay, because it is generated by fermentation outside the consumer's system. Being spirit, it vibrates with such intense rapidity that the human spirit is incapable of tuning it down and controlling it as food must be. Hence metabolism is out of the question. Nay, more, as we cannot reduce its vibratory rate to that of our bodies, this foreign spirit may accelerate their vibratory pitch and control us as happens in the state of intoxication. Thus, alcohol is a great danger to mankind, and one from which we must be emancipated ere we can realize our divine nature. A stimulant spirit is necessary while we live on a diet of flesh, or progress would stop, and a food has been provided for the pioneers of the West that answers all requirements. Its name is sugar. From sugar, the ego itself generates alcohol inside the system by the very process of metabolism. This product is therefore both food and stimulant, perfectly keyed to the vibratory pitch of the body. It has all the good qualities of alcohol in enhanced measure and none of its drawbacks. To perceive properly the effect of this food, consider the peoples of Eastern Europe where but little sugar is consumed. They are slavish. They speak of themselves in terms of depreciation. The pronoun I is always spelled with small letters, but you with a capital. England consumes 5 times as much sugar per capita as Russia. In the former, we meet a different spirit, the big I and the little u. In America, the candy store becomes a most dangerous rival of the saloon, for the man who eats sweets will not drink, and there is no surer cure for alcoholism than to induce the sufferer to freely eat of sweets. The drunkard abhors sugar, however, while his system is under the sway of the foreign spirit. The temperance movement has begun in the land where most sugar is consumed, and has generated the spirit of self-respect. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Meat and Drink as Factors in Evolution. In previous chapters, we saw how infant humanity was cared for by superhuman guardians, provided with appropriate food, led out of danger's way, and sheltered in all respects until grown to human stature and fit to enter the school of experience to learn the lessons of life in the phenomenal world. We saw also how the rainbow points to natural laws peculiar to the present age, how man was given free will under these laws, and how the spirit of wine was given to cheer and to stimulate his own timid, fearful spirit, to nerve it for the war of the world. In an analogous manner, the irresponsible little child who has been brought under the waters of baptism by its natural guardians is cared for through the years of its childhood, while its various vehicles are being organized. When the parental blood stored in the thymus gland has been exhausted, and the child thus emancipated from its parents, it awakens to individuality, to the feeling of I am. It has then been prepared with a knowledge of good and evil with which to fight the battle of life. And at that time the youth is taken to the church and given the bread and wine to nerve and nourish him spiritually, also as a symbol that henceforth he is a free agent, only responsible to the laws of God. A blessing or a curse, this freedom, according to the way it is used. In early Atlantis, mankind was a universal brotherhood of submissive children, with no incentive to war or strife. Later, they were segregated into nations, and wars inculcated loyalty to kin and country. Each sovereign was an absolute autocrat with power over life and limb of his subjects, who were numbered in hundreds of millions, and who yielded ungrudging and slavish submission, an attitude maintained to the present day among the millions of Asiatics, who are vegetarians and consequently need no alcohol. As flesh-eating came into vogue, wine became a more and more common beverage. In consequence of flesh-eating, much material progress was made immediately preceding the advent of Christ, and because of the practice of drinking wine, an increasing number of men asserted themselves as leaders, with the result that instead of a few large nations such as people Asia, many small nations were formed in the southwestern portion of Europe and Asia Minor. But though the great mass of people who formed these various nations were ahead of their Asiatic brethren as craftsmen, they continued submissive to their rulers and lived as much in their traditions as did the latter. Christ upbraided them because they gloried in being Abraham's seed. He told them that before Abraham was I am, that is, the ego has always existed. It is his mission to emancipate humanity from law and lead it to love, to destroy the kingdoms of men with all their antagonism to one another, and to build upon their ruins the kingdom of God. An illustration will make the method clear. If we have a number of brick buildings and desire to amalgamate them into one large structure, it is necessary to break them down first and free each brick from the mortar which binds it. Likewise, each human being must be freed from the fetters of family. Hence Christ taught, unless a man leave father and mother, he cannot be my disciple. He must outgrow religious partisanship and patriotism, and learn to say with the much misunderstood and maligned Thomas Paine, "The world is my country, and to do good is my religion." Christ did not mean that we are to forsake those who have a claim upon our help and support, but that we are not to permit the suppression of our individuality out of deference to family traditions and beliefs. Consequently, he came not to bring peace, but a sword. And whereas the Eastern religions discouraged the use of wine, Christ's first miracle was to change water to wine. The sword and the wine cup are signatures of the Christian religion, for by them nations have been broken to pieces and the individual emancipated. Government by the people, for the people, is a fact in northwestern Europe, the rulers being that principally in name only. But fostering of the martial spirit such as prevails in Europe was only a means to an end. The segregation which it has caused must give place to a regime of brotherhood such as professed by Paine. A new step was necessary to bring this about. A new food must be found which would act upon the spirit in such a way as to foster individuality through assertion of self without oppression of others and without loss of self-respect. We have enunciated it as a law that only spirit can act upon spirit, and therefore that food must be a spirit but differing in other respects from intoxicants. Before describing this, let us see what flesh has done for the evolution of the world. We have noted previously that during the Polarian epoch, man had only a dense body. He was like the present minerals in this respect, and by nature he was inert and passive. By absorbing the crystalloids prepared by plants, he evolved a vital body during the Hyperborean epoch, and became plant-like both in constitution and by nature, for he lived without exertion and as unconsciously as the plants. Later, he extracted milk from the then stationary animals. Desire for this more readily digestible food spurred him on to exertion, and gradually his desire nature was evolved during the Lemurian epoch. Thus he became constituted like the present-day herbivora. Though possessed of a passional nature, he was docile and could not be induced to fight save to defend himself, his mate, and family. Hunger alone had the power to make him aggressive. Therefore, when animals began to move and sought to elude this ruthless parasite, increasing difficulty of obtaining the coveted food aroused his craving to such an extent that when he had hunted and caught an animal, he was no longer content to suck its udders dry, but commenced to feed upon its blood and flesh. Thus he became as ferocious as our present-day carnivora. Digestion of flesh food requires much more powerful chemical action and speedy elimination of the waste than that of a vegetable diet, as proved by the chemical analysis of the gastric juices from animals, and by the fact that the intestines of herbivora are many times longer than those of a carnivorous animal of even size. Carnivora easily become drowsy and averse to exertion. When prodded by the pangs of hunger, the ferocious wolf does indeed pursue its prey with unwavering perseverance, and the spring of the crouching king of beasts overmatches the speed of the wing-footed deer. By ambush, the feline family foil the fleetest in their attempts to escape. The cunning of the fox is proverbial, and the slinking nocturnal habits of the hyena and kindred scavengers illustrate the depth of depravity resulting from a diet of decayed flesh. The vices generated by flesh eating may be said to be lassitude, ferocity, low cunning, and depravity. We may tame the herbivorous ox and elephant. Their diet makes them docile and stores enormous power which they obediently use in our service to perform prolonged and arduous labor. The flesh food required by the constitutional peculiarities of carnivora makes them dangerous and incapable of thorough domestication. A cat may scratch at any moment, and the muzzling ordinances of large cities are ample proof of the danger of dogs. Besides, energy contained in the diet of carnivora is so largely expended in digestion that they are drowsy and unfitted for sustained labor like the horse or elephant. The drowsiness following a heavy meal of meat is too well known to require argument, and the custom of taking stimulants with food is an outgrowth of the desire to counteract the deadening effect of dead flesh. The intensified effect of feasting upon flesh in advanced state of decay is well illustrated in society, where banquets of game that is high are accompanied by orgies of the wildest nature and followed by indulgence of the vilest instincts. The Westerner who can live upon a clean, sweet, wholesome diet of vegetables, cereals, and fruits does not become drowsy from his food. He needs no stimulant. There are no vegetarian drunkards. The soothing effects of vegetable food manifest as finer feelings, which replace the ferocity fostered by flesh food. Many need the mixed diet yet, for the practice of flesh eating has furthered the progress of the world as nothing else except perhaps its companion vice, drunkenness. And though we cannot say that they have been blessings in disguise, they have at least not been unmitigated curses, for in the Father's kingdom all seeming evil nevertheless works for good in some respect, though it may not be apparent upon the surface. We shall see how presently. A private corporation, the East India Company, commenced and practically achieved the subjugation of India with her 300 million people, for the English are voracious flesh eaters, while the Hindu's diet fosters docility. But when England fought the flesh-eating Boers, Greek met Greek, and the valor displayed by both sides is a matter of brilliant record. Courage, physical as well as moral, is a virtue and cowardice a vice. Flesh has fostered self-assertion and helped us to develop a backbone, though unfortunately often at the expense of others who still retain the wishbone. It has done more, as will be illustrated. As said previously, the crouching cat is forced to employ strategy to save strength when procuring its prey, so that it may retain sufficient energy to digest the victim. Thus brain becomes the ally of brawn. In ancient Atlantis, desire for flesh developed the ingenuity of primitive man, and led him to trap the elusive denizens of field and forest. The hunter's snare was among the first labor-saving devices, which marked the beginning of the evolution of mind and of the uncompromising, unflagging struggle of the meat-fed mind for supremacy over matter. We say the meat-fed mind, and we reiterate it, because we wish to emphasize that it is by the nations which have adopted flesh food that the most noteworthy progress has been made. The vegetarian Asiatics remain upon the lower rungs of civilization. The further west we travel, the more the consumption of meat increases, as does the disinclination for bodily exercise, and consequently the activity of the mind is increased to a higher and higher pitch in the invention of labor-saving devices. The American agriculturist's acres are counted by thousands, and they harvest large crops with less labor than the peasant of the East, who has only a small patch of ground. The reason is that the poor, plodding, grain-fed Easterner has only his hands and his hoe, which he keeps in motion all day and day after day, while the meat-fed, progressive Westerner turns power-driven implements into his fertile fields and sits down in a comfortable seat to watch them work. One uses muscle, the other mind. Thus the indomitable courage and energy which have transformed the face of the Western world are virtues directly traceable to flesh food, which also fosters love of ease and invention of labor-saving devices, while alcohol stimulates enterprise in execution of schemes thus hatched to procure the maximum of comfort with a minimum of labor. But the spirit of alcohol is obtained by a process of fermentation. It is a spirit of decay, altogether different from the spirit of life in man. This counterfeit spirit lures man on and on, always holding before his vision dreams of future grandeur, and goading him to strenuous efforts of body and mind in order to attain and obtain. Then, when he has achieved and attained, he awakens to the utter worthlessness of his prize. Possession soon shatters illusion as to the worth of whatever he may have acquired. Nothing the world has to give can finally satisfy. Then again, the lethal draught drowns disappointment, and the mind conjures up a new illusion. This he pursues with fresh zeal and high hopes to meet disappointment again and again, for lives and lives, until at last he learns that wine is a mocker, and that all is vanity but to serve God and to do his will. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, A Living Sacrifice. Volumes, or rather libraries, have been written to explain the nature of God, but it is probably a universal experience that the more we read of other people's explanations, the less we understand. There is one description, given by the inspired apostle John when he wrote, "God is light," which is as illuminating as the others are befogging to the mind. Anyone who takes this passage for meditation occasionally will find a rich reward waiting, for no matter how many times we take up this subject, our own development in the passing years assures us each time a fuller and better understanding. Each time we sink ourselves in these three words, we lave in a spiritual fountain of inexhaustible depth, and each succeeding time we sound more thoroughly the divine depths and draw more closely to our Father in heaven. To get in touch with our subject, let's go back in time to get our bearing and the direction of our future line of progress. The first time our consciousness was directed towards the light was shortly after we had become endowed with mind and had entered definitely upon our evolution as human beings in Atlantis, the land of the mist, deep down in the basins of the earth, where the warm mist emitted from the cooling earth hung like a dense fog over the land. Then the starry heights of the universe were never seen, nor could the silvery light of the moon penetrate the dense, foggy atmosphere which hung over that ancient land. Even the fiery splendor of the sun was almost totally extinguished, for when we look in the memory of nature pertaining to that time, it appears very much as an arc lamp on a high pole looks to us when it's foggy. It was exceedingly dim, and had an aura of various colors, very similar to those which we observe around an arc light. But this light had a fascination. The ancient Atlanteans were taught by the divine hierarchs who walked among them to aspire to the light, and as the spiritual sight was then already on the wane, even the messengers or Elohim being perceived with difficulty by the majority, they aspired all the more ardently to the new light, for they feared the darkness of which they had become conscious through the gift of mind. Then came the inevitable flood when the mist cooled and condensed. The atmosphere cleared, and the chosen people were saved. Those who had worked within themselves and learned to build the necessary organs required to breathe in an atmosphere such as we have today survived and came to the light. It was not an arbitrary choice. The work of the past consisted of bodybuilding. Those who had only gill clefts such as the fetus still uses in its prenatal development were as unfit physiologically to enter the new era as the fetus would be to be born were it to neglect to build lungs. It would die as those ancient people died when the rare atmosphere made gill clefts useless. Since the day when we came out of the ancient Atlantis, our bodies have been practically complete. That is to say, no new vehicles are to be added. But from that time and from now on, those who wish to follow the light must strive for soul growth. The bodies which we have crystallized about us must be dissolved and the quintessence of experience extracted, which as soul may be amalgamated with the spirit to nourish it from impotence to omnipotence. Therefore, the tabernacle in the wilderness was given to the ancients, and the light of God descended upon the altar of sacrifice. This is of great significance. The ego had just descended into its tabernacle, the body. We all know the tendency of the primitive instinct towards selfishness. And if we have studied the higher ethics, we also know how subversive of good the indulgence of the egotistic tendency is. Therefore, God immediately placed before mankind the divine light upon the altar of sacrifice. Upon this altar they were forced by dire necessity to offer their cherished possessions for every transgression, God appearing to them as a hard taskmaster whose displeasure it was dangerous to incur. But still the light drew them. They knew then that it was futile to attempt to escape from the hand of God. They had never heard the words of John, God is light, but they had already learned from the heavens in a measure the meaning of infinitude, as measured by the realm of light. For we hear David exclaim, "Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning, and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day, for the darkness and the light are both alike to thee." With every year that passes, with the aid of the greatest telescopes which the ingenuity and mechanical skill of man have been able to construct to pierce the depths of space, it becomes more evident that the infinitude of light teaches us the infinitude of God. When we hear that men love darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil, that also rings true to what we unfortunately know as present-day facts, and illumines the nature of God for us. For is it not true that we always feel endangered in the dark, but that the light gives us a sense of safety which is akin to the feeling of a child who feels the protecting hand of its father? To render permanent this condition of being in the light was the next step in God's work with us, which culminated in the birth of Christ, who, as the bodily presence of the Father, bore about in himself that light. For the light came into the world, that whosoever should believe in Christ should not perish, but have everlasting life. He said, "I am the light of the world." The altar in the tabernacle had illustrated the principle of sacrifice as the medium of regeneration. So Christ said to his disciples, "Greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends. Ye are my friends." And forthwith he commenced a sacrifice, which, contrary to the accepted orthodox opinion, was not consummated in a few hours of physical suffering upon a material cross, but is as perpetual as were the sacrifices made upon the altar of the tabernacle in the wilderness, for it entails an annual descent into the earth and an endurance of all that the cramping earth conditions must mean to such a great spirit. This must continue till a sufficient number have evolved who can bear the burden of this dense lump of darkness, which we call the earth, and which hangs as a millstone about the neck of humanity, an impediment to further spiritual growth. Until we learn to follow in his steps, we can rise no higher towards the light. It is related that when Leonardo da Vinci had completed his famous painting, The Last Supper, he asked a friend to look at it and tell him what he thought of it. The friend looked at it critically for a few minutes and then said, "I think you have made a mistake in painting the goblets from which the apostles drank so ornamental as to resemble gold. People in their positions would not drink from such expensive vessels." Da Vinci then drew his brush through the entire set of vessels which had drawn the criticism of his friend, but he was heartbroken, for he had painted that picture with his soul rather than with his hands, and he had prayed over it that it might speak a message to the world. He had put all the greatness of his art and the wholehearted devotion of his soul into that effort to paint a Christ who should speak to the world that would lead men to emulate his deeds. Can you see him as he sits there at that festive board, the embodiment of light, and speaks those wonderful mystic words. This is my body, this is my blood, given for you, a living sacrifice. In the past period of our spiritual career, we have been looking for a light exterior to ourselves. But now we have arrived at the point where we must look for the Christ light within and emulate Him by making of ourselves living sacrifices, as He is doing. Let us remember that when the sacrifice which lies before our door seems pleasant to our liking, when we seem able to pick and choose our work in His vineyard and do what pleases us, we are not making a real sacrifice as He did, nor are we when we are seen of men and applauded for our benevolence. But when we are ready to follow Him from that festive board where He was the honored one among friends, into the Garden of Gethsemane where He was alone and wrestled with the great problem before Him while His friends slept, then we are making a living sacrifice. When we are content to follow in His steps to that point of self-sacrifice, where we can say from the bottom of our hearts, Thy will, not mine, then we have surely the light within, and there will never henceforth be for us that which we feel is darkness. We shall walk in the light. This is our glorious privilege, and the meditation upon the words of the Apostle, God is light, will help us to realize this ideal, provided we add to our faith works and say by our deeds, as did the Christ of Da Vinci, this is my body and this is my blood, a living sacrifice upon the altar of humanity. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Magic, Black and White. From time to time, as occasion requires, we warn students of the Rosicrucian Fellowship in our private individual letters not to attend spirit seances, hypnotic demonstrations, or places where incense is burned by dabblers in occultism. Black magic is practiced both consciously and unconsciously to an extent that is almost unbelievable. Malicious animal magnetism, which is only another name for the black force, is responsible for more failures in business, loss of health, and unhappiness in homes than most people are aware of. Even the perpetrators of such outrages are, as said, often unconscious of what harm they have done. Therefore, it seems expedient to devote a chapter to an explanation of some of the laws of magic, which are the same for the white as for the black. There is only one force, but it may be used for good or evil, and according to the motive behind it and the use that is made of it, it becomes either black or white. It is a scientific axiom that ex nihilo nihil fit. Out of nothing, nothing comes. There must be a seed before there can be a flower, but where the first seed came from is something which science has failed to explain. The occultist knows that all things have come from Arche, the infinite essence of chaos, used by God, the grand architect, for the building of our universe, and, given the nucleus of anything, the accomplished magician can draw upon the same essence for a further supply. Christ, for instance, had some loaves and some fishes. By means of that nucleus, he drew upon the primordial essence of chaos for the rest needed in performing the miracle of feeding a multitude. A human magician whose power is not so high can more easily draw upon the things which have already materialized out of chaos. He may take flowers or fruit belonging to someone else, miles or hundreds of miles away, disintegrate them into their atomic constituents, transport them through the air, and cause them to assume their regular physical shape in the room where he is entertaining friends in order to amaze them. Such magic is gray at best, even if he sends sufficient of his coin to pay for what he has taken away. If he does not, it is black magic to thus rob another of his goods. Magic to be white must always be used unselfishly, and in addition for a noble purpose, to save a fellow being suffering. The Christ, when he fed the multitude from chaos, gave as his reason that they had been with him for several days, and if they had to journey back to their homes without physical food, they would faint by the wayside and suffer privation. God is the grand architect of the universe, and the initiates of the white schools are also architectons, builders from the primordial essence in their beneficent work for humanity. These invisible helpers require a nucleus from the patient's vital body, which is, as students of the Rosicrucian Fellowship know, given to them in the effluvia from the hand, which impregnates the paper when the patient makes application for help and healing. With this nucleus of the patient's vital body, they are able to draw upon virgin matter for whatever they need to restore health by building up and strengthening the organism. The black magicians are despoilers, actuated by hatred and malice. They also need a nucleus for their nefarious operations, and this they obtain most easily from the vital body at spiritualistic or hypnotic seances, where the sitters relax, put themselves into a negative frame of mind, drop their jaws, and sink their individualities by other distinctly mediumistic practices. Even people who do not frequent such places are not immune, for there are certain products of the vital body which are ignorantly scattered by all, and which may be used effectively by the black magicians. Chief in this category are the hair and fingernails. The Negroes in their voodoo magic use the placenta for similar evil purposes. One particularly evil man, whose practices were exposed a decade ago, obtained from boys the vital fluid which he used for his demonic acts. Even so innocent a thing as a glass of water placed in close proximity to certain parts of the body of the prospective victim, while the black magician converses with him, can be made to absorb a part of the victim's vital body. This will give the black magician the requisite nucleus, or it may be obtained from a piece of the person's clothing. The same invisible emanation contained in the garment, which guides the bloodhound upon the track of a certain person, will also guide the magician, black or white, to the abode of that person and furnish the magician with a key to the person's system, whereby the former may help or hurt according to his inclination. But there are methods of protecting oneself from inimical influences, which we shall mention in the latter part of this chapter. We have debated much whether it were wise or not to call the attention of students to these facts, and have come to the conclusion that it does not help anyone to imitate the ostrich which sticks his head into a hole in the sand at the approach of danger. It is better to be enlightened concerning things that threaten, so that we may take whatever precautions are necessary to meet the emergency. The battle between good and the evil forces is being waged with an intensity that no one not engaged in the actual combat can comprehend. The elder brothers of the Rosicrucians and kindred orders, which, we may say, in their totality represent the Holy Grail, live on the love and essence of the unselfish service which they gather and garner as bees gather honey, from all who are striving to live the life. This they add to the luster of the Holy Grail, which in turn grows more lustrous and radiates a stronger influence upon all who are spiritually inclined, imbuing them with greater ardor, zeal, and zest in the good work, and in fighting the good fight. Similarly, the evil forces of the Black Grail thrive on hate, treachery, cruelty, and every demonic deed on the calendar of crime. Both Black and White Grail forces require a pablum, one of the good and the other of evil, for the continuance of their existence and for the power to fight. Unless they get it, they starve and grow weaker. Hence the relentless struggle that is going on between them. Every midnight the elder brothers at their service open their breasts to attract the darts of hate, envy, malice, and every evil that has been launched during the past 24 hours. First, in order that they may deprive the Black Grail forces of their food, and secondly, that they may transmute the evil to good. Then, as the plants gather the inert carbon dioxide exhaled by mankind and build their bodies therefrom, So the brothers of the Holy Grail transmute the evil within the temple. And as the plants send out the renovated oxygen so necessary to human life, so the elder brothers return to mankind the transmuted essence of evil as qualms of conscience along with the good order in what that the world may grow better day by day. The Black Brothers, instead of transmuting evil, infuse a greater dynamic energy into it and speed it on its mission in vain endeavors to conquer the powers of good. They use for their purposes elementals and other discarnate entities which, being themselves of lower order, are available for such vile practices as required. In the ages when men burned animal oil or candles made from the tallow of animals, elementals swarmed around them as devils or demons, seeking to obsess whoever would offer an occasion. Even wax tapers offer food for these entities, but the modern methods of illumination by electricity, coal oil, or even paraffin candles are uncongenial to them. They still flock around our saloons, slaughterhouses, and similar places where there are passionate animals and animal-like men. They also delight in places where incense is burned, for that offers them an avenue of access, and when the sitters at seances inhale the odor of incense, they inhale elemental spirits with it, which affect them according to their characters. This is where the protection we spoke about before may be used. When we live lives of purity, when our days are filled with service to God and to our fellow men, and with thoughts and actions of the highest nobility, then we create for ourselves the golden wedding garment, which is a radiant force for good. No evil is able to penetrate this armor, for the evil then acts as a boomerang and recoils on the one who sent it, bringing to him the evil he wished us. But alas, none of us are altogether good. We know only too well the war between the flesh and the spirit. We cannot hide from ourselves the fact that, like Paul, the good that we would do, we do not, and the evil that we would shun, that we do. Far too often our good resolutions come to naught, and we do wrong because it is easier. Therefore, we all have the nucleus of evil within ourselves, which affords the open sesame for the evil forces to work upon. For that reason, it is best for us not unnecessarily to expose ourselves at places where seances are held with spirits invisible to us, no matter how fine their teachings may sound to the unsophisticated. Neither should we take part even as spectators at hypnotic demonstrations, for there also a negative attitude lays one liable to the danger of obsession. We should at all times follow the advice of Paul and put on the whole armor of God. We should be positive in our fight for the good against evil, and never let an occasion slip to aid the elder brothers by word or deed in the great war for spiritual supremacy. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Our Invisible Government. It is well known to the students of the Rosicrucian philosophy that each species of animals is dominated by a group spirit, which is their guardian and looks after these, its wards, with a view to bringing them along the path of evolution that is best suited to their development. It does not matter what the geographical position of these animals is. The lion in the jungles of Africa is dominated by the same group spirit as is the lion in the cage of a menagerie in our northern countries. Therefore, these animals are alike in all their principal characteristics. They have the same likes and dislikes with respect to diet, and they act in an almost identical manner under similar circumstances. If one wants to study the tribe of lions or the tribe of tigers, all that is necessary is to study one individual, for it has neither choice nor prerogative, but acts entirely according to the dictates of the group spirit. The mineral cannot choose whether it will crystallize or not. The rose is bound to bloom. The lion is compelled to prey. And in each case, the activity is dictated entirely by the group spirit. But man is different. When we want to study him, we find that each individual is as a species by himself. What one does under any given circumstances is no indication of what another may do. One man's meat is another man's poison. Each has different likes and dislikes. This is because man, as we see him in the physical world, is the expression of an individual indwelling spirit, seemingly having choice and prerogative. But as a matter of fact, man is not quite as free as he seems. All students of human nature have observed that on certain occasions, a large number of people will act as though dominated by one spirit. It is also easy to see without recourse to occultism that the different nations have certain physical characteristics. We all know the German, French, English, Italian, and Spanish types. Each of these nations has characteristics which differ from those of other nations, thus indicating that there must be a race spirit at the root of these peculiarities. The occultist who is gifted with spiritual sight knows that such is the case, and that each nation has a different race spirit which broods as a cloud over the whole country. In it the people live and move and have their being. It is their guardian and is constantly working for their development, building up their civilization and fostering ideals of the highest nature compatible with their capacity for progress. In the Bible we read that Jehovah, Elohim, who was the race spirit of the Jews, went before them in a pillar and a cloud, and in the book of Daniel we gain considerable insight into the workings of these race spirits. The image seen by Nebuchadnezzar with its head of gold and feet of clay showed plainly how a civilization built up in the beginning with golden ideals degenerated more and more, until the latter part of its existence the feet were of unstable, crumbling clay, and the image was doomed to topple. Thus all civilizations when started by the different race spirits have great and golden ideals, but humanity, by reason of having some free will and choice, does not follow implicitly the dictates of the race spirits, as the animals follow the commands of the group spirits. Hence, in the course of time, a nation ceases to rise, and as there can be no standing still in the cosmos, it begins to degenerate, until finally the feet are of clay, and it is necessary to strike a blow to shatter it, that another civilization may be built up on its ruins. But empires do not fall without a strong physical blow, and therefore an instrument of the race spirit of a nation is always raised up at the time when that nation is doomed to fall. In the 10th and 11th chapters of Daniel, we are given an insight into the workings of the invisible government of the race spirits, the powers behind the throne. Daniel is much disturbed in spirit. He fasts for fully 3 weeks, praying for light, and at the end of that time an archangel, a race spirit, appears before him and addresses him. "Fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that thou didst set thine heart to understand, and to chasten thyself before thy God, thy words were heard, and I come for thy words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But lo, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, and I remained there with the king of Persia." After he explains to Daniel what is to happen, he says, "Knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia, and when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Grecia shall come, and there is none that holdeth with me in these things but Michael, your prince." The archangel also says, "In the first year of Darius the Mede, even I stood to confirm and strengthen him." So when the handwriting is on the wall, someone is raised up to administer the blow. It may be a Cyrus, a Darius, an Alexander, a Caesar, a Napoleon, or a Kaiser. Such a one may think himself a prime mover, a free individual acting by his own choice and prerogative. But as a matter of fact, he is only the instrument of the invisible government of the world, the power behind the thrones, the race spirits, who see the necessity of breaking up civilizations that have outlived their usefulness, so that humanity may get a new start and evolve under a new and a higher ideal than that which ensouled it before. Christ himself, when upon earth, said, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword," for it was evident to him that as long as humanity was divided into races and nations, there could be no peace on earth and goodwill among men. Only when the nations have become united in a universal brotherhood is peace possible. The barriers of nationalism must be done away with, and to this end the United States of America has been made a melting pot, where all that is best in the old nations is being brought together and amalgamated, so that a new race with higher ideals and feelings of universal brotherhood may be born for the Aquarian Age. In the meantime, the barriers of nationalism have been partially broken down in Europe by the terrible conflict just past. This brings near the day of universal amity and the realization of the brotherhood of man. There is also another object to be gained. Of all the terrors to which mankind is subjected, there is none so great as death, which separates us from those we love, because we are unable to see them after they have stepped out of their bodies. But just as surely as the day follows the night, so will every teardrop wear away some of the scale that now blinds the eye of man to the unseen land of the living dead. We have said repeatedly, and now we reaffirm, that one of the greatest blessings which will come from the war will be the spiritual sight which a great number of people will evolve. The intense sorrow of millions of people, the longing to see again the dear ones who have so suddenly and ruthlessly been torn from us, are a force of incalculable strength and power. Likewise, those who have been snatched by death in the prime of life and who are now in the invisible world are equally intense in their desires to be reunited with those near and dear to them, so that they may speak the word of comfort and assure them of their well-being. Thus it may be said that two great armies comprising millions upon millions are tunneling with frantic energy and intensity of purpose through the wall that separates the invisible from the visible. Day by day this wall, or veil, is growing thinner, and sooner or later the living and the living dead will meet in the middle of the tunnel. Before we realize it, communication will have been established, and we shall find it a common experience that when our loved ones step out of their worn and sick bodies, we shall feel neither sorrow nor loss, because we shall be able to see them in their ethereal bodies, moving among us as they used to do. So out of the great conflict we shall come as victors over death and be able to say, "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Practical Precepts for Practical People. If I were to do business on the principles laid down in the Sermon on the Mount, I would be down and out in less than a year, said a critic recently. Why, the Bible is utterly impracticable under our present economic conditions. It is impossible to live according to it. If that is true, there is a good reason for the unbelief of the world. But in a court, the accused is always allowed a fair trial. And let us examine the Bible thoroughly before we judge. What are the specific charges? Why, they are countless, answered the critic. But to mention only a few, let us take such passages as, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Take no thought for the morrow, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink." Such ideas point the way to the poorhouse. Very well, says the apologist, Let us take the last charge first. King James Version says, "No man can serve two masters. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than food, and the body more than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air. They sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns. Yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Which of you by taking thought can add 1 cubit unto his stature? And why take ye thought for a raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you? O ye of little faith! Therefore take no thought, saying, What shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. Your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. If this is intended to mean that we should wastefully squander all we have in prodigal or riotous living, then it is of course not only impractical but demoralizing. Such an interpretation is, however, out of keeping with the tenor and teaching of the whole book, and it does not say so. The Greek word merimnon means being overly careful or anxious, and if we read the passage with this alteration, we shall find that it teaches a different lesson which is entirely practical. Mammon is the Syriac word for riches, desired by foolish people. In the preceding paragraph, Christ exhorted them not to become servants or slaves to riches, which they must leave behind when the silver cord is broken and the spirit returns to God, but seek rather to live lives of love and service, and lay up treasures of good deeds, which they might take with them into the kingdom of heaven. In the meantime, he exhorted, be not overly anxious regarding what you shall eat and drink and clothe yourself with. Why worry? You cannot add a hairbreadth to your height or a hair to your head by worrying. Worry is the most wasteful and depleting of all our emotions, and it does no good whatever. Your heavenly Father knows you need material things, therefore seek first his kingdom and righteousness, and all else needed will be added. On at least 2 occasions when multitudes came to Christ in places far from their homes and distant from towns where refreshment was obtainable, he demonstrated this. He gave them first the spiritual food they sought, and then administered to their bodily needs direct from a spiritual source of supply. Does it work out in these modern days? Surely there have been so many demonstrations of this that it is not at all necessary to recount any special one. When we work and pray and work, and make our lives a living prayer for opportunities to serve others, then all earthly things will come of their own accord as we need them, and they will keep coming in larger measure according to the degree to which they are used in the service of God. If we regard ourselves only as stewards and custodians of whatever earthly goods we possess, then we are really poor in spirit, so far as the evanescent earthly treasures are concerned, but rich in more lasting treasures of the kingdom of heaven. And if we are not out and out materialists, surely this is a practical attitude. It is not so long ago that caveat emptor, let the buyer beware, was the slogan of the merchants who sought after earthly treasures and regarded the buyer as their legitimate prey. When they had sold their wares and received the money, it did not matter to them whether the buyer was satisfied or not. They even prided themselves on selling an inferior article which would soon wear out, as evident in the short-sighted motto, "The weakness of the goods is the strength of the trade." But gradually, even people who would scorn the idea of introducing religion into their business are discarding this caveat emptor as a motto, and are unconsciously adapting the precept of Christ: He that would be the greatest among you, let him be the servant of all. Everywhere the best businessmen are insistent in their claim to patronage on the ground of the service they may give to the buyer, because it is a policy that pays, and may therefore be classed as another of the practical precepts of the Bible. But it sometimes happens that in spite of their desire to serve their customers, something goes wrong and an angry, dissatisfied buyer comes blustering in, decrying their goods. Under the old, short-sighted regime of caveat emptor, the merchant would have merely laughed or thrown the buyer out of the door. Not so the modern merchant, who takes his Bible into business. He remembers the wisdom of Solomon that "a soft answer turneth away wrath," and the assertion of Christ that "the meek shall inherit the earth." So he apologizes for the fault in the goods, offers restitution, and sends the erstwhile dissatisfied customer away smiling and eager to sing the praises of the concern that treats him so nicely. Thus, by obeying the practical precept of the Bible, keeping his temper in meekness, the businessman gains additional customers who come to him in full faith of fair treatment, and the added profit in sales made to them soon overbalances the loss on goods which may have caused the dissatisfaction of other customers. It pays dividends in dollars and cents to keep one's temper and be meek. It pays greater dividends from the moral and spiritual standpoints. What better business motto can be found than in Ecclesiastes? Wisdom is better than weapons of war. Be not rash in thy mouth. Be not hasty in thy speech to be angry, for anger resteth in the bosom of fools. Tact and diplomacy are always better than force. As the good book says, if the iron be blunt, we must use more strength. But wisdom is profitable to direct. The line of least resistance, so long as it is clean and honorable, is always the best. Therefore, love your enemies, do good to them that despitefully use you. It is good practical business policy to try to reconcile those who do us harm lest they do more. And it is better for us to get over our ill feeling than to nurse it, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And if we sow spite and meanness, we breed and beget in others the same feelings. Furthermore, all these things will apply in private life and in social intercourse just as in ordinary business. How many quarrels could be avoided if we cultivated the virtue of meekness in our homes? How much pleasure would be gained? How much happiness would come into our lives if in our social and business relations we learn to do unto others as we would that they should do unto us? There is no need for the great mental strain that so many of us are working under concerning what we shall eat and what we shall drink. Our Father in heaven does own the earth and the fullness thereof. The cattle on 1,000 hills are his. If we learn truly to cast our cares upon him, there is no doubt that the way out of our difficulties will be provided. It is a fact, acknowledged by all authorities who have investigated the subject, that comparatively few people die from lack of necessities of life, but a great many die because of overindulgence of the appetites. It is the practical experience of the writer and numerous others that if we do our work day by day, as it appears before us, faithfully and to the best of our ability, the wherewithal for the morrow will always be provided. If we go according to the instruction of the Bible, doing all as unto the Lord, it does not matter what line of honest work we follow. We are then at the same time seeking the kingdom of God. But if we are only time servers, working for fear or favor, we cannot expect to succeed in the long run. Health, wealth, and happiness may attend us for a little while, but outside the solid foundation of the Bible, there can be no lasting joy in life and no real prosperity in business. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Sound, Silence, and Soul Growth. Sincere students of the science of the soul are naturally anxious to grow in grace that they may serve so much better in the great work of human upliftment. Being humble and modest, they are only too painfully aware of their shortcomings, and frequently while casting about for means to facilitate progress they ask themselves, what hinders? Some, particularly in bygone ages, when life was lived less intensely than now, realized that the everyday life among ordinary humanity had many drawbacks. To overcome these and further their soul growth, they withdrew from the community to a monastery or to the mountains where they could give themselves over to the spiritual life undisturbed. We know, however, that that is not the way. It is too well established in the minds of most of our students that if we run away from an experience today, it will confront us again tomorrow, and that the victor's palm is earned by overcoming the world, not by running away from it. The environment in which we have been placed by the recording angels was our own choice when we were at the turning point of our life cycle in the third heaven. We then being pure spirit, unblinded by the matter which now veils our vision. Hence, it is undoubtedly the one that holds lessons needed by us, and we should make a serious mistake if we tried to escape from it altogether. But we have received a mind for a definite purpose, to reason about things and conditions, so that we may learn to discriminate between essentials and non-essentials, between that which is designed to hinder for the purpose of teaching us a virtue by overcoming it, and that which is an out and out hindrance, which jars our sensibilities and wrecks our nerves without any compensating spiritual gain. It will be of the greatest benefit if we can learn to differentiate for the conservation of our strength, accepting only that which we must endure for the sake of our spiritual well-being. We shall then save much energy and have much more zest in profitable directions than now. The details of that problem are different in every life. However, there are certain general principles which it will benefit us all to understand and apply in our lives, and among them is the effect of silence and sound on soul growth. At first blush, it may surprise us when the statement is made that sound and silence are very important factors in soul growth. But when we examine the matter, we shall soon see that it is not a far-fetched notion. Consider first the graphic expression, "War is hell," and then call up in imagination a war scene. The sight is appalling, even more so to those who see it with the undimmed spiritual vision than to those who are limited to physical sight, for the latter can at least shut their eyes to it if they want to, but the whole horror lies heavily upon the heart of the invisible helper, who not only hears and sees but feels in his own being the anguish and pain of all the surrounding suffering, as Parsifal felt in his heart the wound of Amfortas, the stricken Grail King. In fact, without that intensely intimate feeling of oneness with the suffering there could be no healing nor help given. But there is one thing which no one can escape: the terrible noise of the shells, the deafening roar of the cannon, the vicious spitting of the machine guns, the groans of the wounded, and the oaths of a certain class among the participants. We shall need no further argument to agree that it is really a hellish noise, and as subversive of soul growth as possible. The battlefield is the last place anyone with a sane mind would choose for the purpose of soul growth, though it is not to be forgotten that much of this has been made by noble deeds of self-sacrifice there. But such results have been achieved in spite of the condition and not because of it. On the other hand, consider a church filled with the noble strains of a Gregorian chant or a Handel oratorio, upon which the prayers of the aspiring soul wing their way to the author of our being. That music may surely be termed heavenly, and the church designated as offering an ideal condition for soul growth. But if we stayed there permanently to the neglect of our duties, we should be failures in spite of the ideal condition. There remains, therefore, only one safe method for us, namely, to stay in the din of the battlefield of the world, endeavoring to wrest from even the most unpromising conditions the material of soul growth by unselfish service, and at the same time to build within our own inner selves a sanctuary filled with that silent music which sounds ever in the serving soul as a source of upliftment above all the vicissitudes of earthly existence. Having that living church within, being in fact under that condition living temples, we may turn at any moment when our attention is not legitimately required by temporal affairs to that spiritual house not made with hands and live in its harmony. We may do that many times a day, and thus restore continually the harmony that has been disturbed by the discords of terrestrial intercourse. How then shall we build that temple and fill it with the heavenly music we so much desire? What will help and what will hinder are the questions which call for a practical solution, and we shall try to make the answer as plain and practical as possible, for this is a very vital matter. The little things are particularly important, for the neophyte needs to take even the slightest things into account. If we light a match in a strong wind, it is extinguished ere it has gained a fair start. But if the little flame is laid on a brush heap and given a chance to grow in comparative calm, a rising wind will fan the flame instead of extinguishing it. Adepts or great souls may remain serene under conditions which would upset the ordinary aspirant. Hence, he should use discrimination and not expose himself unnecessarily to conditions subversive of soul growth. What he needs more than anything is poise, and nothing is more inimical to that condition than noise. It is undeniable that our communities are bedlams, and that we have a legitimate right to escape some noises if possible, such as the screeching made by streetcars rounding a curve. We do not need to live on such a corner to the detriment of our nerves or endeavors at concentration. But if we have a sick, crying child that requires our attention day and night, it does not matter how it affects our nerves. We have no right in the sight of God or man to run away or neglect it in order to concentrate. These things are perfectly obvious and produce instant assent. But the things that help or hinder most are, as said, the things that are so small that they escape our attention entirely. When we now start to enumerate them, they may provoke a smile of incredulity. But if they are pondered upon and practiced, they will soon win assent. For judge by the formula that by their fruits ye shall know them, they will show results and vindicate our assertion that silence is one of the greatest helps in soul growth, and should therefore be cultivated by the aspirant in his home, his personal demeanor, his walk, his habits, and paradoxical as it seems, even his speech. It is a proof of the benefit of religion that it makes people happy, but the greatest happiness is usually too deep for outward expression. It fills our whole being so full that it is almost awesome, and a boisterous manner never goes together with that true happiness, for it is the sign of superficiality. The loud voice, the coarse laugh, the noisy manner, the hard heels that sound like sledgehammers, the slamming of doors, and the rattling of dishes are the signatures of the unregenerate, for they love noise, the more the merrier, as it stirs their desire bodies. For their purpose church music is anathema. A blaring brass band is preferable to any other form of entertainment, and the wilder the dance, the better. But it is otherwise, or should be, with the aspirant to the higher life. When the infant Jesus was sought by Herod with murderous intent, his only safety lay in flight, and by that expedient were preserved his life and power to grow and fulfill his mission. Similarly, when the Christ is born within the aspirant, He can best preserve this spiritual life by fleeing from the environment of the unregenerate where these hindering things are practiced, and seek a place among others of kindred ambitions, provided he is free to do so. But if placed in a position of responsibility to a family, it is his duty to strive to alter conditions by precept and example, particularly by example, so that in time that refined, subdued atmosphere which breathes harmony and strength may reign over the whole house. It is not essential to the happiness of children that they be allowed to shout at the top of their voices, or to race pell-mell through the house, slamming doors and wrecking furniture in their mad race. It is indeed decidedly detrimental, for it teaches them to disregard the feelings of others in self-gratification. They will benefit more than mother by being shod with rubber heels and taught to reserve their romps for outdoors and to play quietly in the house, closing doors easily and speaking in a moderated tone of voice such as mother uses. In childhood, we begin to wreck the nerves that bother us in later years. So if we teach our children the lesson above indicated, we may save them much trouble in life, as well as further our own soul growth now. It may take years to reform a household of these seemingly unimportant faults and secure an atmosphere conducive to soul growth, especially if the children have grown to adult age and resent reforms of that nature. But it is well worth while. We can and must at least cultivate the virtue of silence in ourselves, or our own soul growth will be very small. Perhaps if we look at the matter from its occult point of view in connection with that important vehicle, the vital body, the point of this necessity will be more clear. We know that the vital body is ever storing up power in the physical body which is to be used in this school of experience, and that during the day the desire body is constantly dissipating this energy in actions which constitute experience that is eventually transmuted to soul growth. So far, so good, but the desire body has the tendency to run amok if not held in with a tight rein. It revels in unrestrained motion, the wilder the better, and if unbridled makes the body whistle, sing, jump, dance, and do all the other unnecessary and undignified things which are so detrimental to soul growth. While under such a spell of inharmony and discord, the person is dead to the spiritual opportunities in the physical world, and at night when he leaves his body, the process of restoration of that vehicle consumes so much time that very little, if any, time is left for work, even if the person has the inclination to think seriously of doing such work. Therefore, we ought by all means to flee from noises which we are not obliged to hear, and cultivate personally the quiet yet kindly demeanor, the modulated voice, the silent walk, the unobtrusive presence, and all the other virtues which make for harmony. For then the restorative process is quickly accomplished, and we are free the major part of the night to work in the invisible worlds to gain more soul growth. Let us in this attempt at improvement remember to be undaunted by occasional failures, remembering Paul's admonition to continue in well-doing with patient persistence. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, The Mysterium Magnum of the Rosy Cross. Occasionally we get letters from students voicing their regret that they are alone in the study of the Rosicrucian philosophy, that their husbands, wives, children, or other relatives are unsympathetic or even antagonistic to the teachings, despite all efforts of the said students to interest favorably these friends and thus obtain companionship in their studies, or at least freedom to follow their bent. This friction causes them a certain amount of unhappiness according to their various temperaments, and we are asked by these students to advise them how to overcome the antagonism and convert their relatives. This we have done by personal letters and have been privileged to help and change conditions in not a few homes when our advice has been followed. But we know that frequently those who suffer most acutely are silent, and we have therefore decided to devote a little time to a discussion of the subject. It is truly said, very truly, that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And this applies with the same force to the Rosicrucian teachings as to any other subject. Therefore, the very first step is to find out if you have enough knowledge to be on the safe side. So let me ask the question, what is the Rosicrucian teaching which you are so anxious to have others share, and to which they object? Is it the twin laws of causation and rebirth? They are excellent for explaining a great many problems of life, and they are a great comfort when the grim reaper appears and robs our home of someone near and dear. But then you must remember that there are many who do not feel the need for any explanation whatever. They are constitutionally as unfit to apply it as a deaf mute is to use a telephone. It is true that we work to better advantage when conscious of the law and its purpose, but let us take comfort from the fact that these laws work for good to all whether they know it or not, and therefore this knowledge is not essential. They will suffer no great loss because they do not embrace this doctrine, and they may escape the danger incident to the possession of a little knowledge. In India, where these truths are known and believed by millions, people make little effort at material progress because they know that they have endless time, and what they do not accomplish in this life may wait till the next or later life. Many Westerners who have embraced the doctrine of rebirth have ceased to be useful members of their community by adopting a life of indolence, thereby bringing reproach on these so-called higher teachings. If your friends will have none of this teaching, leave them alone. Making converts is by no means the essential point of the Rosicrucian teaching. The guardian of the gate will not examine them as to knowledge, and he may admit some who are entirely ignorant of this matter and shut the door in the face of others who have devoted their lives to studying, lecturing on, and teaching these laws. Then if the doctrines of causation and rebirth are unessential, what about the complex constitution of man? Surely it is essential to know that we are not merely this visible body, but have a vital body to charge with energy, a desire body to spend this force, a mind to guide our exertions in channels of reason, and that we are virgin spirits enmeshed in a threefold veil as egos. Is it not essential to know that the physical body is the material counterpart of the divine spirit, that the vital body is a replica of the life spirit, and that the desire body is the shadow of the human spirit, the mind forming the link between the threefold spirit and the threefold body? No, it is not essential to know these things. Properly used, this knowledge is an advantage, but it may also be a very decided disadvantage in the case of those who have only a little knowledge in that direction. There are many such who are always meditating on the higher self, while entirely forgetful of the many lower selves groaning in misery at their very doors. There are many who dream day and night of the time when they will take their daily soul flights as invisible helpers and ease the sufferings of the sick and sorrowful, yet would not spend a 5-cent car fare and an hour's time to bring a poor, friendless soul in a city hospital a flower and a word of cheer. Again I say that the guardian of the gate is more likely to admit him who did what he could than him who dreamed much and did nothing to help his suffering fellow man. If you could get people to study the Rosicrucian teachings about death and the life after, you would feel it important that they should also know about the silver cord remaining unbroken for a period approximating 3½ days after the spirit has left the body, and that it must be left undisturbed while the panorama of its past life is being etched into the desire body to serve as arbiter of its life in the invisible world. You would like them to know all about the spirit's life in purgatory. how the evil acts of its life react upon it as pain to create conscience and keep it from repeating in a later life the acts that caused the suffering. You would have them know how the good acts of life are transmuted into virtues usable in later lives as set forth in our philosophy. You have no doubt been surprised at the assertion that a knowledge of the great twin laws is unessential. Probably the next assertion that it is immaterial whether others learn about the constitution of man as we know it may have scandalized you, and you will undoubtedly feel shocked to have it stated that the Rosicrucian teachings concerning death and the passing of the spirit into the unseen worlds are also comparatively unnecessary to the purpose we aim to accomplish. It really does not matter whether your relatives understand or believe in these teachings. So far as your own passing is concerned, an earnest request that they leave your body quiet and undisturbed for the proper period will probably be carried out to the letter, for people have an almost superstitious regard for such last requests. And if any of your friends pass over, you are there with your knowledge and can do the right thing for them. So never mind if they refuse to take up that part of the Rosicrucian teaching. But the student may say, if a knowledge of the before mentioned subjects which seems of such practical value is immaterial to advancement, then it follows that study of the periods, revolutions, world globes, etc., is entirely so. That disposes of everything taught in the Cosmo, and there is nothing left of the Rosicrucian teaching which we have embraced and to which we have pinned our faith. Is nothing left? Yes, indeed, all is left, for those things mentioned are only the husks which you must remove to get at the meat in the nut, the kernel of it all. You have read the Cosmo many times, perhaps. Maybe you have studied it and feel proud of your knowledge of the world mystery, but have you ever read the mystery hidden in every line? That is the great and essential teaching, the one teaching to which your friends will respond, if you can find it and give it to them. The Cosmo preaches on every page the gospel of service. For our sakes, Deity manifested the universe. The great creative hierarchies have all been, and some of them still are, our servants. The luminous star angels, whose fiery bodies we see whirling through space, have worked with us for ages, and in due time Christ came to bring us the spiritual impetus needed at that time. It is also significant in the extreme that in the parable of the Last Judgment, Christ does not say, "Well done, thou great and erudite philosopher, who knoweth the Bible, the Kabbalah, the Cosmo, and all the other mysterious literature which reveals the intricate workings of nature." But he says, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink." Not one single word about knowledge. The whole emphasis was laid upon the faithfulness and service. There is a deep occult reason for this. Service builds the soul body, the glorious wedding garment without which no man can enter into the kingdoms of the heavens, occultly termed the New Galilee. And it does not matter whether we are aware of what is going on, so long as we accomplish the work. Moreover, as the luminous soul body grows in and around a person, this light will teach him or her about the mysteries without the need of books. And one who is thus God-taught knows more than all the books in the world contain. In due time the inner vision will be opened and the way to the temple shown. If you want to teach your friends, no matter how skeptical they may be, they will believe you if you preach the gospel of service. But you must preach by practice. You must become a servant of men yourself if you would have them believe in you. If you want them to follow, you must lead, or they will have the right to question your sincerity. Remember, ye are a city upon a hill, and when you make professions, they have a right to judge you by your fruits. Therefore say little, serve much. There are many who love to discuss the harmless, peaceful life at dinner, oblivious of the fact that the red roast on the table and the cigar in the mouth dull the effect. There are others who make a god of the stomach and would rather study dietetics than the Bible. They are always ready to buttonhole their friends and discourse upon the latest food fad. I knew one man who was at the head of an esoteric group. His wife was antagonistic to occultism and the meatless diet. He forced her to cook his vegetables at home, and told her that if she ever dared to bring meat into his kitchen or contaminate his dishes with it, he would pitch her and the dishes into the street, adding that if she must make a pig of herself, she could go and get flesh food in a restaurant. Is it to be wondered at that she judged the religion by the man and would have none of it? Surely he was to blame, being his brother's keeper. And though this is an extreme case, it makes the lesson more obvious. It is to the everlasting praise of Mohammed that his wife became his first disciple, and it speaks volumes for his kindness and consideration in the home. His is an example we should all do well to follow if we would win our friends to the higher life, for though all religious systems differ outwardly, the kernel of all is love. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Stumbling Blocks. Not infrequently the remark is made by people who have no sympathy with or aspirations to live the higher life, that it unfits people for the world's work. Unfortunately, it cannot be denied that there is seeming justification for the assertion, though in reality the very first requisite for living the higher life involves an obligation to comport oneself irreproachably in dealing with material matters. For unless we are faithful in the little things, how can we expect to be trusted with greater responsibilities? It has therefore been deemed expedient to devote a lesson to the discussion of some of the things which act as stumbling blocks in the life of aspirants. In the Bible story where the king sent out his servants with invitations to the feast he had prepared, we are told that his invitations were refused on various grounds. Each one had material cares, buying, selling, marrying, therefore they could not attend to the spiritual things, and such people, we may say, represent the greater number of humanity today, who are too engrossed in the cares of the world to devote even a thought to aspiration in the higher direction. But there are others who become so enthusiastic upon the first taste of the higher teachings that they are ready to give up all work in the world, repudiate every obligation, and devote their time to what they are pleased to call helping humanity. They will readily admit that it takes time to learn how to be a watchmaker, a shoemaker, an engineer, or a musician, and they would not for a moment dream of giving up their present material business to establish themselves as shoemaker, watchmaker, or music teacher, just because they felt enthusiastic about or inclined to take up such work. They would know that lacking the proper preparation and training, they would be doomed to failure, and yet they think that just because they have become enthusiastic over the higher teachings, they are at once fitted to step out of the world's work and devote their time to service similar, even though in a lesser degree, to that rendered by the Christ in his ministry. One writes to headquarters, "I have given up flesh eating, and I long to live the ascetic life, far from the world's noise that jars upon me. I want to give my life for humanity." Another says, "I want to live the spiritual life, but I have a wife who needs my care and support. Do you think I would be justified in leaving her to help my fellow men?" Still another says, "I am in a business which is unspiritual. Every day I must do things which are against my higher nature, but I have a daughter dependent upon me for an education. What shall I do? Continue or give up?" There are, of course, many other problems presented to us, but these serve as fair samples, for they represent a class which is ready to give up the world at the slightest word of encouragement, and rush off to the hills in the expectation of sprouting wings immediately. If the people who are in that class have any ties, they break them without a scruple or a moment's consideration. Another class still feels some obligation, but could be easily persuaded to repudiate it in order that they might live what they call the spiritual life. It cannot be denied that when people get into this state of mind, when they lose their ambition to work in the world, when they become shiftless and neglectful of their duties, they merit the reproach of the community. But as already said, such conduct is based upon a misunderstanding of the higher teachings, and is not at all sanctioned by the Bible or the elder brothers. It is a step in the right direction when a person ceases to feed on flesh because he feels compassion for the suffering of the animals. There are many people who abstain from flesh foods for health's sake, but theirs being a selfish motive, the sacrifice carries with it no merit. Where the aspirant to the higher life is prompted to abstain from flesh food because he realizes that the refining influence of a meatless diet upon the body will aid him in his quest by making the body more sensitive to spiritual influences, there is no real merit either. Truly, the person who abstains from flesh foods for the sake of health will be much benefited, and the person who abstains to make his body more sensitive will also get his reward in that respect. But from the spiritual point of view, neither will be very much better. On the other hand, whoever abstains from flesh food because he realizes that God's life is immanent in every animal, just as in himself, that in the final analysis God feels all suffering felt by the animal, that it is a divine law, "Thou shalt not kill," and that he must abstain out of compassion, this person is not only benefited in health and by making his body more sensitive to spiritual impacts, but because of the motive which prompts him when he reaps a reward in soul growth immeasurably more precious than any other consideration. Therefore we would say by all means abstain from flesh food, but be sure to do so prompted by the right spiritual motive, or it will not affect your spiritual interests one iota. When the enthusiast says that he wants to get away from the world and the noise that jars upon him to live the ascetic life, it is truly a strange idea of service. The reason why we are here in this world is that we may gather experience, which is then transmuted into soul growth. If a diamond in the rough were laid away in a drawer for years and years, it would be no different than before. But when it is placed against the grindstone by the lapidary, the harsh grinding process removes the last atom of the rough coating and brings out the beautiful, luminous gem. Every one of us is a diamond in the rough, and God, the great lapidary, uses the world as a grindstone which rubs off the rough and ugly coating, allowing our spiritual selves to shine forth and become luminous. The Christ was a living example of this. He did not go away from the centers of civilization, but moved constantly among the suffering and the poor, teaching, healing, and helping until by the glorious service rendered, his body was made luminous on the Mount of Transfiguration, and he who had trodden the way exhorted his followers to be in the world but not of it. That is the great lesson that every aspirant has to learn. It is one thing to go out in the mountains where there is no one to contradict or to jar upon our sensibilities and to keep our poise there. It is another thing entirely to maintain our spiritual aspirations and keep our balance in the world where everything jars upon us. But when we stay on this path, we gain a self-control which is unattainable in any other manner. However, though we are careful to prepare our food well and to abstain from flesh eating or any other contaminating outward influence, though we want to get away to the mountains to escape the sordid things of city life, and we want to rid ourselves of every outward thing that may prove a stumbling block to our progress, still, what about the things that come from within, the thoughts we have in our minds and our mental food? It will avail us not one iota of good if we could feed our bodies upon nectar and ambrosia, the ethereal food of the gods, when the mind is a charnel house, a habitat of low thoughts, for then we are only as whited sepulchres, beautiful to behold from without, but inwardly full of a nauseating stench. And this mental delinquency can be maintained just as easily, and perhaps it is even more apt to be maintained in the solitude of the mountains, or in a so called spiritual retreat than in a city where we are busy with the work of our vocation. It is indeed a true saying that an idle brain is the devil's workshop, and the safest way to attain interior purity and cleanliness is to keep the mind busy all the time, guiding our desires, feelings, and emotions toward the practical problems of life, and working, each one in his own immediate environment, to find the poor and needy that he may give them whatever help their cases require and merit. That class which has no ties of its own may profitably make ties of love and friendship with those who are loveless and friendless. Or if it is the care of a relative, wife, daughter, husband, or anyone else that claims us, let us remember the words of Christ when he said, "Who are my mother and my brother?" and answered the question by saying, "Those who do the will of my Father." This saying has been misconstrued by some to mean that the Christ repudiated his physical relationships for the spiritual, but it is only necessary to remember that in the last moments of his life on earth he called to him the disciple whom he loved and brought him to his mother, giving him to her as a son and charging the disciple to care for his parent. Love is the unifying force in life, and according to the higher teachings, we are required to love our kin, but also to extend our love nature so that they may also include everyone else. It is good that we love our own mother and father, but we should also learn to love other people's mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, for universal brotherhood can never become a fact so long as our love is confined only to the family. It must be made all-inclusive. There was one among the disciples of Christ whom he loved especially, and following his example, we also may bestow a particular affection upon certain ones, though we ought to love everyone and do good even to them that despitefully use us. These are high ideals and difficult of accomplishment at our present stage of development. But as the mariner steers his ship by a guiding star and reaches his desired haven, though never the star itself, so also by setting our ideals high, we shall live nobler and better lives than if we do not aspire, and in time and through many births we shall eventually attain, because the inherent divinity in ourselves makes it imperative. Finally, then, to sum up, it does not really matter where we are placed in life, whether in a high station or a low. Present environment with its opportunities and limitations is such as suits our individual requirements, as determined by our self-made destinies in previous existences. Therefore it holds for us the lesson we must learn in order to progress properly. If we have a wife, a daughter, or other family relations to hold us to that environment, they must be considered as part of what we have to reckon with, and by doing our duty to them, we learn the required lesson. If they are antagonistic to our belief, if they have no sympathy with our aspirations, if we have on their account to stay in a business and do things which we are not pleased with, it is because we must learn something from these things. And the proper way for the earnest aspirant is to look conditions squarely in the face with a view to finding out just what it is that is needed. This may not be an easy matter. It may take weeks, months, or years to solve the problem. But so long as the aspirant applies himself prayerfully to the task, he may be sure that the light will shine someday, and then he will see what is required and why these conditions were imposed upon him. Then, having learned the lesson or found out its purpose, he will, if he has the right spirit, prayerfully bear the burden, for he will know that he is upon the right road, and that it is an absolute certainty that as soon as the lesson of that environment has been learned, a new way will be opened up showing him the next step upon the path of progress. Thus, the stumbling blocks will have been turned into stepping stones, which would never have happened if he had run away from them. In this connection, we would quote the beautiful little poem: "Let us not waste our time in longing for bright but impossible things. Let us not sit supinely waiting for the sprouting of angel wings. Let us not scorn to be rushlights. Every one can't be a star. But let us fulfill our mission by shining just where we are. There is need of the tiniest candle as well as the garish sun, and the humblest deed is ennobled when it is worthily done. We may never be called on to brighten those darkened regions afar, so let us fulfill our mission by shining just where we are." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Lock of Upliftment. Have you ever seen how ships going up a canal or river are lifted from one level to another? It is a very interesting and instructive process. First, the ship is floated into a small enclosure where the water level is the same as that of the lower part of the river where the ship has previously been sailing. Then the gates of the enclosure are shut and the ship is cut off from the outside world by the high walls of the lock. It cannot go back to the river without; even the light is dimmed around it, but above the moving clouds or the bright sunshine are seen beckoning. The ship cannot rise without assistance, and the law of gravitation makes it impossible for the water in that part of the river where the ship has been sailing to float it to a higher level. Hence no help may be looked for from that source. There are also gates in the upper part of the lock which prevent the waters on the higher levels from rushing into the lock from above. Otherwise, the inrushing water would flood the lock in a moment and crush the ship lying at the bottom level, because acting in conformity with that same law of gravitation. It is from above, nevertheless, that the power must come if the ship is ever to be lifted to the higher level of the river, and so to do this safely a small stream is conducted to the bottom of the lock, which lifts the ship very slowly and gradually but safely to the level of the river above. When that level has been reached, the upper gates may be opened without danger to the ship, and it may sail forth upon the expansive bosom of the higher waterway. Then the lock is slowly emptied and the water it contained added to the water at the lower level, which is thereby raised even if but slightly. The lock is then ready to raise another vessel. This is, as said in the beginning, a very interesting and instructive physical operation, showing how human skill and ingenuity overcome great obstacles by the use of nature's forces. But it is a source of still greater enlightenment in a spiritual matter of vital importance to all who aspire and endeavor to live the higher life, for it illustrates the only safe method whereby man can rise from the temporal to the spiritual world, and it confutes those false teachers who, for personal gain, play upon the too ardent desires of the unripe, and who profess ability to unlock the gates of the unseen worlds for the consideration of an initiation fee. Our illustration shows that this is impossible, because the immutable laws of nature forbid. For the purpose of elucidation, we may call our river the river of life, and we as individuals are the ships sailing upon it. The lower river is the temporal world, and when we have sailed its length and breadth for many lives, we inevitably come to the lock of upliftment, which is placed at the end. We may for a long time cruise about the entrance and look in, impelled by an inner urge to enter, but drawn by another impulse towards the broad river of life without. For a long time this lock of upliftment with its high, bare walls looks forbidding and solitary, while the river of life is gay with bunting and full of kindred craft gaily cruising about. But when the inner urge has become sufficiently intense, it finally drives us into the lock of upliftment. and it imbues us with a determination not to go back to the river of worldly life. But even at that stage, there are some who falter and fear to shut the gate behind them. They aspire ardently at times to the life on the higher level, but it makes them feel less alone to look back upon the river of worldly life, and sometimes they stay in this condition for lives, wondering why they do not progress, why they experience no spiritual downpouring, why there is no uplift in their lives. Our illustration makes the reason very plain. No matter how hard the captain might beg, the lock keeper would never think of releasing the stream of water from above until the gate had been closed behind the ship, for it could never lift the ship an inch under such conditions, but would flow through the open gates to waste in the lower river. Neither will the guardians of the gates of the higher worlds open the stream of upliftment for us, no matter how hard we pray, until we have shut the door to the world behind us, and shut it very tight, with respect to the lust of the eyes and the pride of life, the sins that so easily beset us and are fostered by us in the careless worldly days. We must shut the door on them all before we are really in a condition to receive the stream of upliftment. But once we have thus shut the door and irrevocably set our faces forward, the downpouring begins, slowly but surely, as the stream of the lock keeper which lifts the vessel. But having left the temporal world with all its deeds behind, and having set its face towards the spiritual worlds, the yearning of the aspirant becomes more intense. As time passes, he feels in increasing measure the void on both sides of himself. The temporal world and its deeds have dropped from him as a garment. He may be bodily in that world, performing his duties, but he has lost interest. He is in the world but not of it, and the spiritual world where he aspires to citizenship seems equally distant. He is all alone, and his whole being cries and writhes in pain, longing for light. Then comes the turn of the tempter. I have a school of initiation, and am able to advance my pupils quickly for a fee, or words to that effect, but usually more subtle. And who shall blame the poor aspirants who fall before the wiles of these pretenders? Lucky are they if, as is generally the case, they are merely put through a ceremonial and given an empty degree, but occasionally they meet one who has really dabbled in magic, and is able to open the floodgates from the higher level. Then the inrush of spiritual power shatters the system of the unfortunate dupe, as the waters of the river above would wreck a vessel at the bottom of the lock if an ignorant or malicious person were to open the gates. The vessel must be lifted slowly for safety's sake, and so must the aspirant to spiritual upliftment. Patience and unwavering persistence in well-doing are absolutely indispensable, and the door to the pleasures of the world must be kept closed. If that is done, we shall surely and certainly accomplish the ascent to the heights of the unseen world, with all the opportunities for further soul growth there found, for it is a natural process governed by natural laws, just as is the elevation of a ship to the higher levels of a river by a system of locks. But how can I stay in the lock of upliftment and serve my fellow man? If soul growth comes only by service, how can I gain by isolation? These are questions that may not unnaturally present themselves to students. To answer them, we must again emphasize that no one can lift another who is not himself upon a higher level, not so far above as to be unreachable, but sufficiently close to be within grasp of the reaching hand. There are, alas, too many who profess the higher teachings, but live lives on the level with ordinary men and women of the world, or even below that level. Their professions make the higher teachings a byword and call down the scorn of scoffers. But those who live the higher teachings have no need to profess them orally. They are isolated and marked in spite of themselves, and though handicapped by the misdeeds of the professors, they do in time win the respect and confidence of those about them. Eventually they call out in their associates the desire of emulation, They convert them in spite of themselves, reaping in return for this service a commensurate soul growth. Now is the time of year, Christmas, when the crest wave of spiritual power envelops the world. It culminates at the winter solstice, when the Christ is reborn to our planet, and though hampered by the present, from a limited point of view, deplorable war conditions, his life given for us may be most easily drawn upon by the aspirant at this season to further spiritual growth. Therefore, all who are desirous of attaining the higher levels would do well to put forth special efforts in that direction during the winter season. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Cosmic Meaning of Easter, Part 1. On the morning of Good Friday, 1857, Richard Wagner, the master artist of the 19th century, sat on the veranda of a Swiss villa by the Zurich Sea. The landscape about him was bathed in most glorious sunshine. Peace and goodwill seemed to vibrate through nature. All creation was throbbing with life. The air was laden with the fragrant perfume of budding pine forests, a grateful balm to a troubled heart or a restless mind. Then suddenly, as a bolt from the azure sky, there came into Wagner's deeply mystic soul a remembrance of the ominous significance of that day, the darkest and most sorrowful in the Christian year. It almost overwhelmed him with sadness as he contemplated the contrast. There was such a marked incongruity between the smiling scene before him, the plainly observable activity of nature, struggling to renewed life after winter's long sleep, and the death struggle of a tortured Savior upon the cross. Between the full-throated chant of life and love issuing from the thousands of little feathered choristers in the forest, moor, and meadow, and the ominous shouts of hate issuing from an infuriated mob as they jeered and mocked the noblest ideal the world has ever known. Between the wonderful creative energy exerted by nature in spring, and the destructive element in man, which slew the noblest character that ever graced our earth. While Wagner meditated thus upon the incongruities of existence, the question presented itself: is there any connection between the death of the Savior upon the cross at Easter and the vital energy which expresses itself so prodigally in the spring when nature begins the life of a new year? Though Wagner did not consciously perceive and realize the full significance of the connection between the death of the Savior and the rejuvenation of nature, he had, nevertheless, unwittingly stumbled upon the key to one of the most sublime mysteries encountered by the human spirit in its pilgrimage from clod to God. In the darkest night of the year, when the earth sleeps most soundly in Boreas' cold embrace, when material activities are at the very lowest ebb, a wave of spiritual energy carries upon its crest the divine creative word from heaven to a mystic birth at Christmas. And as a luminous cloud the spiritual impulse broods over the world that knew not, for it shines in the darkness of winter when nature is paralyzed and speechless. This divine creative word has a message and a mission. It was born to save the world, and to give its life for the world. It must of necessity sacrifice its life in order to accomplish the rejuvenation of nature. Gradually it buries itself in the earth and commences to infuse its own vital energy into the millions of seeds which lie dormant in the ground. It whispers the word of life into the ears of beast and bird, until the gospel or good news has been preached to every creature. The sacrifice is fully consummated by the time the sun crosses its eastern node at the spring equinox. Then the divine creative word expires. It dies upon the cross at Easter in a mystical sense, while uttering a last triumphant cry, "It has been accomplished. consummatum est. But as an echo returns to us many times repeated, so also the celestial song of life is re-echoed from the earth. The whole creation takes up the anthem. A legion-tongued chorus repeats it over and over. The little seeds in the bosom of Mother Earth commence to germinate. They burst and sprout in all directions, and soon a wonderful mosaic of life, a velvety green carpet embroidered with multicolored flowers, replaces the shroud of immaculate wintry white. From the furred and feathered tribes, the word of life re-echoes as a song of love, impelling them to mate. Generation and multiplication are the watchwords everywhere. The spirit has risen to more abundant life. Thus, mystically, we may note the annual birth, death, and resurrection of the Savior as the ebb and flow of a spiritual impulse which culminates at the winter solstice, Christmas, and has egress from the earth shortly after Easter when the Word ascends to heaven on Whit Sunday. But it will not remain there forever. We are taught that thence it shall return at the judgment. Thus, when the sun descends below the equator through the sign of the scales in October, when the fruits of the year are harvested, weighed, and sorted according to their kind, the descent of the spirit of the new year has its inception. This descent culminates in birth at Christmas. Man is a miniature of nature. What happens on a large scale in the life of a planet like our Earth takes place on a smaller scale in the course of human events. A planet is the body of a wonderfully great and exalted being, one of the seven spirits before the throne of the parent sun. Man is also a spirit and made in their likeness. As a planet revolves in its cyclic path around the sun whence it emanated, so also the human spirit moves in an orbit around its central source, God. Planetary orbits, being ellipses, have points of closest approach to and extreme deviation from their solar centers. Likewise, the orbit of the human spirit is elliptical. We are closest to God when our cyclic journey carries us into the celestial sphere of activity, heaven, and we are farthest removed from Him during earth life. These changes are necessary to our soul growth. As the festivals of the year mark the recurring events of importance in the life of a great spirit, so our births and deaths are events of periodical recurrence. It is as impossible for the human spirit to remain perpetually in heaven or upon earth as it is for a planet to stand still in its orbit. The same immutable law of periodicity which determines the unbroken sequence of the seasons, the alternation of day and night, the tidal ebb and flow, governs also the progression of the human spirit, both in heaven and upon earth. From realms of celestial light where we live in freedom, untrampled by limitations of time and space, where we vibrate in tune with the infinite harmony of the spheres, we descend to birth in the physical world where our spiritual sight is obscured by the mortal coil which binds us to this limited phase of our existence. We live here a while. We die and ascend to heaven, to be reborn and to die again. Each earth life is a chapter in a serial life story, extremely humble in its beginnings, but increasing in interest and importance as we ascend to higher and higher stations of human responsibility. No limit is conceivable, for in essence we are divine and must therefore have the infinite possibilities of God dormant within. When we have learned all that this world has to teach us, a wider orbit, a larger sphere of superhuman usefulness, will give scope to our greater capabilities. Build thee more stately mansions, O my soul, as the swift seasons roll. Leave thy low vaulted past, let each new temple nobler than the last. Shut thee from heaven with a dome more vast, till thou at length art free, leaving thine outgrown shell by life's unresting sea. Thus says Oliver Wendell Holmes, comparing the spiral progression in the widening coil of a chambered nautilus to the expansion of consciousness, which is the result of soul growth in an evolving human being. But what of Christ? Someone will ask. Don't you believe in him? You are discoursing upon Easter, the feast which commemorates the cruel death and glorious, triumphant resurrection of the Savior, but you seem to be alluding to him more from an allegorical point of view than as an actual fact. Certainly we believe in the Christ. We love him with our whole heart and soul. But we wish to emphasize the teaching that Christ is the first fruits of the race. He said that we shall do the things he did, and greater. Thus we are Christ's in the making. Though Christ 1,000 times in Bethlehem be born, and not within thyself, thy soul will be forlorn. The cross on the Golgotha thou lookest to in vain, unless within thyself it be set up again. Thus proclaims Angelus Silesius, with true mystic understanding of the essentials of attainment. We are too much in the habit of looking to an outside Savior while harboring a devil within. But till Christ be formed in us, as Paul says, we shall seek in vain. For as it is impossible for us to perceive light and color, though they be all about us, unless our optic nerve registers their vibrations, and as we remain unconscious of sound when the tympanum of our ear is insensitive, so also must we remain blind to the presence of Christ and deaf to his voice until we arouse our dormant spiritual natures within. But once these natures have become awakened, they will reveal the Lord of Love as a prime reality. This on the principle that when a tuning fork is struck, another identical pitch will also commence to sing, while tuning forks of different pitches will remain mute. Therefore the Christ said that his sheep knew the sound of his voice and responded, but the voice of the stranger they heard not. John chapter 10, verse 5. No matter what our creed, we are all brethren of Christ, so let us rejoice, the Lord has risen. Let us seek him and forget our creeds and other lesser differences. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, The Cosmic Meaning of Easter, Part 2. Once more we have reached the final act in the cosmic drama involving the descent of the solar Christ ray into the matter of our earth, which is completed at the mystic birth celebrated at Christmas, and the mystic death and liberation, which are celebrated shortly after the vernal equinox when the sun of the new year commences its ascent into the higher spheres of the northern heavens, having poured out its life to save humanity and give new life to everything upon earth. At this time of the year, a new life, an augmented energy, sweeps with an irresistible force through the veins and arteries of all living beings, inspiring them, instilling new hope, new ambition, and new life, impelling them to new activities, whereby they learn new lessons in the school of experience. Consciously or unconsciously to the beneficiaries, this outwelling energy invigorates everything that has life. Even the plant responds by an increased circulation of sap, which results in additional growth of the leaves, flowers, and fruits, whereby this class of life is at present expressing itself and evolving to a higher state of consciousness. But wonderful though these outward physical manifestations are, and glorious though the transformation may be called, which changes the earth from a waste of snow and ice into a beautiful, blooming garden, it sinks into insignificance before the spiritual activities which run side by side therewith. The salient features of the cosmic drama are identical in point of time with the material effects of the sun in the four cardinal signs, Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn, for the most significant events occur at the equinoctial and solstitial points. It is really and actually true that in God we live and move and have our being. Outside Him we could have no existence. We live by and through His life. We move and act by and through His strength. It is His power which sustains our dwelling place, the earth, and without His unflagging, unwavering efforts the universe itself would disintegrate. Now we are taught that man was made in the likeness of God, and we are given to understand that according to the law of analogy, we are possessed of certain powers latent within us which are similar to those we see so potently expressed in the labor of Deity in the universe. This gives us a particular interest in the annual cosmic drama involving the death and resurrection of the Son. The life of the God-man, Christ Jesus, was molded in conformity with the solar story, and it foreshadows in a similar manner all that may happen to the man-God, of whom this Christ Jesus prophesied when he said, "The works that I do, ye do also, and greater works shall ye do. Whither I go, thou canst not follow me now, but thou shalt follow me afterwards." Nature is the symbolic expression of God. She does nothing in vain or gratuitously, but there is a purpose behind everything and every act. Therefore, we should be alert and regard carefully the signs in the heavens, for they have a deep and important meaning concerning our own lives. The intelligent understanding of their purpose enables us to work so much more efficiently with God in His wonderful efforts for the emancipation of our race from bondage to the laws of nature, and for its liberation into a full measure of the stature of the sons of God, crowned with glory, honor, and immortality, and free from the power of sin, sickness, and suffering, which now curtail our lives by reason of our ignorance and nonconformity to the laws of God. The divine purpose demands this emancipation, but whether it is to be accomplished by the long and tedious process of evolution, or by the immensely quicker pathway of initiation, depends upon whether or not we are willing to lend our cooperation. The majority of mankind go through life with unseeing eyes and with ears that do not hear. They are engrossed in their material affairs, buying and selling, working and playing, without an adequate understanding or appreciation of the purpose of existence, and were it unfolded to them, it is scarcely to be expected that they would conform and cooperate because of the sacrifice it involves. It is no wonder that the Christ appeals particularly to the poor, and that he emphasizes the difficulty of the rich entering the kingdom of heaven. For even to this day, when humanity has advanced in the school of evolution for 2 millennia since his day, we find that the great majority still value their houses and lands, their pretty hats and gowns, the pleasures of society, dances, and dinners more than the treasures of heaven, which are garnered by service and self-sacrifice. Although they may intellectually perceive the beauty of the spiritual life, its desirability fades into insignificance in their eyes when compared with the sacrifice involved in attaining. Like the rich young man, they would willingly follow Christ were there no such sacrifice involved. They prefer rather to go away when they realize that sacrifice is the one condition upon which they may enter discipleship. So for them, Easter is simply a season of joy, because it is the end of winter and the beginning of the summer season, with its call of outdoor sports and pleasures. But for those who have definitely chosen the path of self-sacrifice that leads to liberation, Easter is the annual sign given them as evidence of the cosmic basis of their hopes and aspirations. As Paul properly states in that glorious 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians, "If Christ be not risen, then is our preaching in vain, and your faith is also vain. Yea, and we are found false witnesses of God, because we have testified of God that he raised up Christ, whom he raised not up, if so be that the dead rise not. For if the dead rise not, then is not Christ raised. And if Christ be not raised, your faith is vain, ye are yet in your sins. If in this life only we have hope in Christ, we are of all men most miserable. If after the manner of men I have fought with the beasts at Ephesus, what advantageth it me if the dead rise not? But now is Christ risen from the dead, and become the firstfruits of them that slept. But in the Easter sun, which at the vernal equinox commences to soar into the northern heavens after having laid down its life for the earth, we have the cosmic symbol of the verity of resurrection. When taken as a cosmic fact in connection with the law of analogy that connects the macrocosm with the microcosm, it is an earnest that some day we shall all attain the cosmic consciousness and know positively for ourselves by our own experience that there is no death, but that what seems so is only a transition into a finer sphere. It is an annual symbol to strengthen our souls in the work of well-doing, that we may grow the golden wedding garment required to make us sons of God in the highest and holiest sense. It is literally true that unless we walk in the light as God is in the light, we are not in fellowship. But by making the sacrifices and rendering the services required of us to aid in the emancipation of our race, we are building the soul body of radiant golden light, which is the special substance emanated from and by the Spirit of the Son, the cosmic Christ. When this golden substance has clothed us with sufficient density, then we shall be able to imitate the Easter sun and soar into higher spheres. With these ideals firmly fixed in our minds, Easter time becomes a season when it is in order to review our life during the preceding year and make new resolutions for the coming season to serve in furthering our soul growth. It is a season when the symbol of the ascending sun should lead us up to a keen realization of the fact that we are but pilgrims and strangers upon earth, that our real home as spirits is in heaven, and that we ought to endeavor to learn the lessons in this life school as quickly as is consistent with proper service, so that as Easter Day marks the resurrection and liberation of the Christ Spirit from the lower realms, so we also may continually look for the dawn of that day which shall permanently free us from the meshes of matter, from the body of sin and death, together with our brethren in bondage, for no true aspirant would conceive of a liberation that did not include all who were similarly placed. This is a gigantic task. The contemplation of it may well daunt the bravest heart, and were we alone it could not be accomplished. But the divine hierarchies who have guided humanity upon the path of evolution from the beginning of our career are still active and working with us from their sidereal worlds, and with their help we shall eventually be able to accomplish this elevation of humanity as a whole and attain to an individual realization of glory, honor, and immortality. Having this great hope within ourselves, this great mission in the world, let us work as never before to make ourselves better men and women, so that by our example we may waken in others a desire to lead a life that brings liberation. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, The Newborn Christ. It has often been said in our literature that the sacrifice of Christ was not an event which, taking place on the Golgotha, was accomplished in a few hours once and for all time, but that the mystic births and deaths of the Redeemer are continual cosmic occurrences. We may therefore conclude that this sacrifice is necessary for our physical and spiritual evolution during the present phase of our development. As the annual birth of the Christ child approaches, it presents a never old, ever new theme for meditation, from which we may profit by pondering it with a prayer that it may create in our hearts a new light to guide us upon the path of regeneration. The inspired apostle gave us a wonderful definition of deity when he said that God is light, and therefore light has been used to illustrate the nature of the divine in the Rosicrucian teachings. especially the mystery of the Trinity and unity. It is clearly taught in the Holy Scriptures of all times that God is one and indivisible. At the same time, we find that as the one white light is refracted into three primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, so God appears in a threefold role during manifestation by the exercise of the three divine functions of creation, preservation, and dissolution. When he exercises the attribute of creation, God appears as Jehovah, the Holy Spirit. He is then Lord of law and generation and projects the solar fertilizing principle indirectly through the lunar satellites of all planets where it is necessary to furnish bodies for their evolving beings. When he exercises the attribute of preservation for the purpose of sustaining the bodies generated by Jehovah under the laws of nature, God appears as the Redeemer, Christ, and radiates the principles of love and regeneration directly into any planet where the creatures of Jehovah require this help to extricate themselves from the meshes of mortality and egotism in order to attain to altruism and endless life. When God exercises the divine attribute of dissolution, he appears as the Father, who calls us back to our heavenly home to assimilate the fruits of experience and soul growth garnered by us during the day of manifestation. This universal solvent, the ray of the Father, emanates from the invisible spiritual Son. These divine processes of creation and birth, preservation and life, and dissolution, death and return to the author of our being, we see everywhere about us, and we recognize the fact that they are activities of the triune God in manifestation. But have we ever realized that in the spiritual world there are no definite events, no static conditions, that the beginning and the end of all adventures of all ages are present in the eternal here and now? From the bosom of the Father there is an everlasting outwelling of the essence of things and events, which enters the realms of time and space. There it gradually crystallizes and becomes inert, necessitating dissolution that there may be room for other things and other events. There is no escape from this cosmic law. It applies to everything in the realm of time and space, the Christ ray included. As the lake which empties itself into the ocean is replenished when the water that left it has been evaporated and returns to it as rain, to flow again ceaselessly toward the sea, so the Spirit of love is eternally born of the Father, day by day, hour by hour, endlessly flowing into the solar universe to redeem us from the world of matter, which enmeshes us in its death grip. Wave upon wave is thus impelled outward from the sun to all the planets, giving a rhythmic urge to the evolving creatures there. And so it is in the very truest and most literal sense a newborn Christ that we hail at each approaching Yule feast. And Christmas is the most vital annual event for all humanity, whether we realize it or not. It is not merely a commemoration of the birth of our beloved elder brother, Jesus, but the advent of the rejuvenating love life of our Heavenly Father, sent by Him to redeem the world from the wintry death grip. Without this new infusion of divine life and energy, we should soon perish physically, and our orderly progress would be frustrated so far as our present lines of development are concerned. This is a point we should endeavor to realize thoroughly, in order that we may learn to appreciate Christmas as keenly as we should. We may learn a lesson in this respect, as in many others, from our children or from reminiscences of our own childhood. How keen were our anticipations of the approaching feast! How eagerly we waited for the hour when we should receive the gifts which we knew would be forthcoming from Santa Claus, the mysterious universal benefactor who brought the toys for the coming year. How would we have felt had our parents given us the dismembered dolls and broken drums of yesteryear? It would surely have been felt as an overwhelming misfortune, and would have left a deep sense of broken trust which even time would have found it difficult to heal. Yet it would have been as nothing compared with the cosmic calamity that would befall mankind if our Heavenly Father should fail to provide the newborn Christ for our cosmic Christmas gift. The Christ of last year cannot save us from physical famine any more than last year's rain can drench the soil again and swell the millions of seeds that slumber in the earth, awaiting the germinal activities of the Father's life to begin their growth. The Christ of last year cannot kindle anew in our hearts the spiritual aspirations which urge us onward in the quest any more than last summer's heat can warm us now. The Christ of last year gave us his love and his life to the last breath, without stint or measure. When he was born into the earth last Christmas, he endued with life the sleeping seeds which have grown and gratefully filled our granaries with the bread of physical life. He lavished the love given him by the Father upon us, and when he had wholly spent his life, he died at Eastertide to rise again to the Father, as the river by evaporation rises to the sky. But endlessly wells the divine love. As a father pities his children, so does our Heavenly Father pity us, for he knows our physical and spiritual frailty and dependence. Therefore, we are now confidently awaiting the mystic birth of the Christ of another year, laden with new life and love, sent by the Father to preserve us from the physical and spiritual famine which would ensue were it not for his annual love offering. Younger souls usually find it difficult to disabuse their minds of the personality of God, of Christ, and of the Holy Spirit, and some can only love Jesus, the man. They forget Christ, the Great Spirit, who ushered in a new era in which the nations established under the regime of Jehovah will be broken to pieces that the sublime structure of universal brotherhood may be built upon their ruins. In time, all the world will realize that God is Spirit, to be worshipped in spirit and in truth. It is well to love Jesus and to imitate him. We know of no nobler ideal and none more worthy. Could a nobler one have been found, Jesus would not have been chosen as a vehicle of that great one, the Christ, in whom dwelt the Godhead. We shall therefore do well to follow in his steps. At the same time, we shall exalt God in our own consciousness by taking the word of the Bible that he is Spirit, and that we cannot make any likeness which will portray him, for he is like nothing in heaven or on earth. We can see the physical vehicles of Jehovah circling as satellites around the various planets. We can also see the sun, which is the visible vehicle of the Christ, but the invisible sun, which is the vehicle of the Father and the source of all, appears to the greatest of human seers only as a higher octave of the photosphere of the sun, a ring of violet blue luminosity behind the sun. But we do not need to see. We can feel his love, and that feeling is never so great as at Christmas time, when he is giving us the greatest of all gifts, the Christ of the new year. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Why I Am a Rosicrucian. Not infrequently we find that someone takes the platform to explain why he is a Baptist, Methodist, or Christian Scientist, and what his particular faith may be. We have often been asked by our students for something which would help make plain to their associates why they had embraced the teachings of the elder brothers given through the Rosicrucian Fellowship, in preference to the faith which they had left. We will, therefore, endeavor to give a succinct resume of reasons which appeal to us as sufficient, but students will doubtless find many other reasons equally good or better, which they may add verbally to what is here said. It should be made clear in the very beginning that students in the Rosicrucian Fellowship do not call themselves Rosicrucians. That title applies alone to the elder brothers, who are the hierophants of the Western wisdom teaching. They are as far beyond the greatest living saint in spiritual development as that saint is above the lowest fetish worshipper. When the bark of our life sails lightly upon smooth summer seas, wafted along by the fair winds of health and prosperity, when friends are present on every hand, eager to help us plan pleasures which will increase our enjoyment of this world's goods, when social favors or political powers come to us to gratify our every wish in whatever sphere our inclinations seek expression, then indeed we may say and seem justified in saying with our whole heart and soul, "This world is good enough for me." But when we come to the end of the smiling sea of success, when the whirlwind of adversity has blown us upon the rocky shores of disaster, and a wave of suffering threatens to engulf us, when friends have failed and every human help is as far off as it is unavailing, then we must look for guidance to the skies, as does the mariner when he steers his ship over the waste of waters. But when the skipper scans the sky in search of a star whereby to steer the ship safely, he finds that the whole heavens are in motion. Therefore, to follow almost any one of the myriad of wandering stars visible to the eye would be disastrous. To meet the requirements, the guiding star must be perfectly steadfast and immovable, and there is only one such, namely the North Star. By its guiding light the mariner may steer in full confidence and bring his ship to a haven of rest and safety. Likewise, one who is looking for a guide which he may trust in days of sorrow and trouble should embrace a religion founded on eternal laws and immutable principles, able to explain the mystery of life in a logical manner so that his intellect may be satisfied, and at the same time containing a system of devotion that may satisfy the heart, so that these twin factors in life may receive equal satisfaction. Only when man has a clear intellectual conception of the scheme of human development is he in a position to range himself in line therewith. When it is made clear to him that this scheme is beneficent and benevolent in the very highest degree, that all is truly ruled by divine love, then this understanding will sooner or later call out in him a true devotion and heartfelt acquiescence, which will waken in him a desire to become a co-worker with God in the world's work. When seeking souls come to the door of the church to seek surcease from sorrow, they cannot be satisfied with the platitudes that it is the will of God, that sorrow and suffering have come to them, that in His divine providence He has seen fit to scourge them, and that they must take it as an indication that He regards them as His beloved children, and be satisfied no matter what happens. They cannot see that Deity does justice when He makes some rich and many poor, few healthy and many sickly, and it is only too often in evidence that inequity is prosperous while rectitude is in rags. The Rosicrucian teachings give clear and logical information concerning the world and man. They invite questions instead of discouraging them, so that the seeker after spiritual truth may receive full satisfaction intellectually. Their explanations are strictly scientific as they are reverently religious. They refer us for information regarding life's problems to laws that are as unchangeable and immutable in their realm of action as the North Star is in the heavens. Though the world whirls upon its axis at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour, we stand safely anywhere upon its surface because the principle of gravity prevents us from being hurled into space by the terrific speed. We know that the law of gravity is eternal. It will not act today and suspend action tomorrow. When we enter a hydraulic elevator, we rest safely upon a column of water because that fluid is more incompressible than most solids, and this property is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Were its action suspended for even a few moments, thousands of people would fall to their death. But it is steadfast and sure, therefore we trust it implicitly. The law of cause and effect is also immutable. If we throw a stone into the air, The act is not complete until by gravitation it has returned to earth. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap, is the way this law is expressed in the realm of morals. The mills of God grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly small, and once an act has been done, the reaction will come sometime, somewhere, as surely as the stone that was thrown into the air will return to the earth. But it is manifest that all of the causes that we set going in life do not ripen in the present existence, and it therefore follows that they must find their fruition somewhere else at some other time, or the law would be invalidated, a proposition that would be as absolutely impossible as that of the law of gravitation could be suspended, for either would make chaos out of cosmos. The Rosicrucian teachings explain this by a statement that man is a spirit attending the school of life for the purpose of unfolding latent spiritual power, and that for this purpose he lives many lives in earthly bodies of increasingly finer texture, which enable him to express himself better and better. In the lower grades of this school of evolution, man has few faculties. Each life day he comes to school in the morning of childhood, and is given lessons to learn, and at night, when old and gray, the nurse maid of nature, death, puts him to sleep that he may rest from his labors until the dawn of another life day, when he is given a new child body and new lessons. Each day experience. The teacher of the school helps him to learn some of the lessons of life, and gradually he becomes more and more proficient. Someday he will have learned the entire curriculum of the school, which includes building of bodies as well as using them. Thus, when we see one who has few faculties, we know that he is a young soul who has gone to life school only a few days. And when we find a beautiful character, we recognize an old soul who has spent much time in mastering its lessons. Therefore, we do not despair of God's love when we see the inequalities of life, for we know that in time all will be perfect as our Father in heaven is perfect. The Rosicrucian teachings also take the sting of sorrow out of the greatest of all trials, the loss of loved ones, even if they have been what is called wayward or black sheep. For we know that it is an actual fact that in God we live and move and have our being. Hence, if one single soul were lost, a part of God would be lost, and such a proposition is absolutely impossible. Under the immutable law of cause and effect, we are bound to meet these loved ones sometime in the future under other circumstances, and there the love that binds us together must continue until it has found its fullest expression. The laws of nature would be violated if a stone thrown from the earth were to remain suspended in the atmosphere, and under the same immutable laws those who pass into the higher spheres must return. Christ said, "Ye must be born again," and, "If I go to my Father, I will return." But although our reason may reach into the mysteries of life, there is still a higher stage, actual first-hand knowledge. As a matter of fact, the foregoing propositions are capable of verification by each one, for we all have a sixth sense latent in our being, which will sometime enable us to view the spiritual world with the same distinctness as that with which we see the temporal. This sixth sense will be developed by all in the course of evolution, and there are certain means whereby it may be developed now by all who care to take the necessary time and trouble to do so. Some have done this, and they have told us of their travels in the land of the soul. We believe their testimony concerning that place, just as we believe what people who have traveled in Africa or Australia tell us of those countries. And just as we say that we know the earth rotates upon its axis and revolves in its orbit around the sun, because we have been thus informed by scientists who have made the investigations and calculations that establish these facts, so also we say that we know the dead live, and that whether dead or alive, in the body or out of it, we are all enfolded in the love of our Father in heaven. without whose will not the smallest sparrow falls to the ground, and that He cares for all and orders our steps in harmony with His plans to develop our spiritual powers to the highest possible degree. So, because of the logical, soul satisfying philosophy of life given by the Rosicrucians, we follow their teachings in preference to other systems, and invite others who wish to share the blessings thereof to investigate. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism, by Max Heindel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, The Object of the Rosicrucian Fellowship. The object of the Rosicrucian Fellowship has been clearly stated in our literature, as have the means whereby it is hoped to attain the end in view. But in response to requests for a succinct summary, we devote this chapter to that subject. The world is God's training school. During the past, we have learned to build different vehicles, among others the physical body. By this work, we are promoted from class to class, each with its particular scope of consciousness. We evolved eyes that we might see, ears that we might hear, and other organs that we might taste, smell, and feel. But not all egos were promoted at every step. When the mist in the air at the time of Atlantis condensed and filled the basins of the earth with oceans of water, driving men to the highlands, many perished by asphyxiation because they had not evolved lungs. They could not pass through the portal of the rainbow, which was, so to speak, the entrance gate to the new age with its dry atmospheric conditions. Another great world transformation is coming. We know not when. Even the Christ confessed his ignorance of the day and the hour, but he warned us that the day would come as a thief in the night, and he prophesied that the conditions in the world would then be similar to those prevailing in the days of Noah. They were living then in carefree enjoyment of life when suddenly the floodgates of heaven were opened, and death and destruction spread before them. Christ told us that it is possible to take the kingdom of God by storm and attain to the consciousness and conditions there prevailing. But Paul informs us that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. He states that we have a soul body, soma psychikon, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 44, and that we shall meet the Lord in the air when he comes. This soul body is therefore as necessary to entrance into the new age of the kingdom of God, as a body equipped with lungs was to the Atlanteans who desired to enter into the age in which we are now living. Therefore it is necessary that we make our calling and election sure by preparing the golden wedding garment, the soul body, which alone can secure our admission to the mystic marriage. The multitude is slowly moving in the right direction as led by the different churches, but there is an ever-growing class that, so to speak, feels the wings of the soul body sprouting, people who feel an inner urge to take the kingdom of God by storm. Though unaware of any definite ideal, they sense a greater truth and a more certain light than those which the church radiates. They are tired of parables and long to learn the underlying facts at the very feet of Christ. The Rosicrucian Fellowship was started for the purpose of reaching this class, to show them the way to illumination, to help them build their soul body and evolve the soul powers, which will enable them to enter consciously into the kingdom of God and obtain first-hand knowledge. This is a large undertaking. None greater, and even under the most favorable existing conditions, progress must be slow. But if the aspirant will continue with patient perseverance in well-doing, it can be done. The methods are definite, scientific, and religious. They have been originated by the Western school of the Rosicrucian order, and are therefore specially suited to the Western people. Sometimes, but very rarely, they bring results in a short time. Generally, it requires years and even lives before the aspirant attains, but the following system will in the end bring all to their heart's desire. The tabernacle in the wilderness was a symbolic representation of the way to God, and, as Paul says, held a shadow of better things to come. Everything in it had its spiritual meaning. The table of the showbread gives us an important lesson germane to our present consideration. Students will remember that the ancient Israelites were commanded to bring the showbread to the tabernacle at stated intervals. The grain from which this was made was given them by God, but they must prepare the soil in which it was to grow. They must plant and cultivate. They must weed and water, so as to secure the greatest possible increase. They must harvest and thresh, grind and bake, ere they had the loaves which they brought to the tabernacle as bread to show for their toil. Similarly, God gives to all the grain of opportunity to serve, but it is our duty to cultivate these opportunities and nurse and nourish them in the soil of loving kindness, so that they may bring a great increase. We must always bear in mind the words of Christ that he came to minister and to serve. Therefore, anyone aspiring to follow in his steps and to be great in the kingdom of God must ever be on the lookout for opportunities to serve his fellows. Each day must be filled as full as possible with kind and considerate deeds, for they are the warp and woof of which the golden wedding garment is woven. Without these works, no amount of prayer, fasting, or other religious exercises will avail. It is useless to repair to the temple without this bread to show that we have really worked in the Master's service. The foregoing is also the teaching of the exoteric churches, but the following is the exclusively Rosicrucian scientific teaching and method, based upon the deepest knowledge of spiritual facts, whereby the aspirant is enabled to gain the maximum soul growth in each life, so that his spiritual advancement is accelerated beyond his very wildest dreams. Therefore, this is the most important spiritual teaching that has been given to man in modern times, and no one who tries honestly to follow this simple method can fail to be enormously benefited. Ether is the medium of transmission of light, that which etches a picture on the photographic film. It permeates the air, and with every breath we draw from birth to death, ether enters our system and etches a picture of our surroundings and actions on a little atom in the heart. Thus each carries with him a complete record of his life, which is assimilated after death. Expiation of the evil deeds causes pain and anguish in purgatory. These are thus transmuted to conscience to prevent repetition of the same mistakes in succeeding lives. The good deeds are transmuted to love and benevolence. Instead of waiting for this post-mortem transmutation of the showbread of life, the aspirant who desires to take heaven by storm may assimilate the fruits of each day after retiring and before going to sleep by running over the deeds done. The events of the day are considered in reverse order, so that that which happened in the evening is taken first, then the happenings of the afternoon, forenoon, and morning. This is important, for it conforms to the way the life panorama acts after death, taking first the events just prior to death, last the events of infancy. The object is to show the effects and then refer them to their antecedent causes. In this retrospection, it will do the aspirant no good to run over the events of the day and mildly blame himself where he did wrong. He is usually sure enough to praise himself sufficiently for his good deeds. But he must remember the altar of burnt offerings, where the sacrifices for sin were offered. They were first rubbed with salt and then placed on the altar to be consumed by a divinely enkindled fire. Anyone who knows what an intense pain is caused when salt is rubbed into a wound, and this rubbing with salt is symbolic of the pain the aspirant must feel for his wrongdoing. Now mark that it was not permissible to place the sacrifice on the altar until it had been thus rubbed with salt. God would not accept it before, but when it had been salted, it was consumed by a fire kindled by God Himself. This tells us that unless we have washed our evil deeds of the day in the salt of our tears and heartfelt contrition, God will not accept our sacrifice of repentance. But when we have really repented, our sins will be washed away, and our recording Adam will be clean as the driven snow. With respect to our good deeds, we may remember that there were two little piles of frankincense on the top of the showbread. These were offered upon the altar of incense, where the smoke ascended as a sweet savor to the Lord, so different from the nauseating stench that went up from the altar where the sin offerings were burned. Is it any wonder that God took no delight in the sacrifice of bulls and calves, but delighted in the contrite heart and a repentant spirit? It is this spiritual aromatic extract of our good deeds that builds our soul body. By the ordinary natural process, it takes about 1/3 as many years in our post-mortem existence as we lived in the body to reap what we have sowed. But when an aspirant has assimilated the fruits of life by faithful retrospection at the end of each day, he is free as soon as he leaves the body and may use the years spent by others in purgatory and the first heaven as he pleases. Furthermore, as he needs neither food, shelter, nor sleep, he may spend 24 hours a day doing good. Thus, he has practically as many years of service and soul growth after death as the number of his earth life. And being trained and schooled in this work, his attainments are probably greater than could be made in a number of lives lived in the ordinary way. To aid deserving aspirants, still deeper and more definite teachings are given by the elder brothers through the Rosicrucian Fellowship. Students who feel the inner urge may ask for information concerning these teachings. End of chapter 24. End of Gleanings of a Mystic, a series of essays on practical mysticism by Max Heindel.
The divine center of my being expands and grows more powerful under the impetus of divine mind. 2. Peace. I am now at the center of peace and poise and power. All disharmony and conflict fade away. I know the joy of perfect serenity, and like a peaceful lake, reflect the blue of the heavens. My serene soul now reflects the joy and radiance of the divine countenance, and I am at peace with the world. 3. Riches. I now command the forces of life to bring me abundance and prosperity and riches. I ask for divine guidance to my right place in life. The treasures of the universe were created for me, and I now accept abundance. 4. Good. I am good, and therefore I attract only that which is good into the orbit of my experiences. As God is good, I am now a channel for the perfect expression of God's goodness through my daily activities. I give out good, and good comes back to me. I operate under the law of good, and evil has no power to touch my life. 5. Health. I summon the miracle working power of my higher mind to heal my body of any and all negative conditions known as sickness. I command the life-giving forces within my brain and body to so regulate my glands and operate within my organs that I shall know health, vitality, energy, and strength. 6. Youth. I now energize my brain and body with the consciousness of youth. I recognize that the life force or divine energy is never old, sick, or tired. Therefore, my body can know only the enthusiasm and energy of youth. I am now in the consciousness of immortality and divinity, and the soul is ever young, and in the eternal image and likeness of God. 7. Joy. I vibrate on the plane of joy and happiness. I am filled with the vibrancy and thrill of life. I rise on wings of hope and optimism to new planes of consciousness, where all my dreams come true. I am happy, and I radiate that happiness to everyone I meet. 8. Beauty. I am filled with the ideal of spiritual beauty, which overcomes the limitations of the physical self. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and I now see the beauty of sunrise and sunset, of oceans and mountains, of bright blooming spring flowers, of blue skies and all the hidden beauty of my daily life. I am surrounded by beauty, and its creative miracle now changes my world from one of drabness to a wonderland of magic and enchantment. 9. Love. I now live in the radiant consciousness of love. I send out love to everyone I meet. This radiant stream of divine love negates all hate and resentment. I am like a loving, trusting child, having faith in all people and knowing that the divine image of love is within the soul of every living human being. 10. Confidence. I now surround myself with an aura of confidence and poise. I no longer fear anything in life. I know that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I radiate confidence in my business and social life. I am at ease in the presence of others and operate with confidence and poise in every situation. Speak the metaphysical creative word. Have the miracle. When you once practice this form of spiritual communication with the divine mind that is at the center of your being, you can speak the creative word and have the miracle almost at once. As you grow stronger and stronger in the use of these creative commands for working miracles, you will be amazed at how quickly and easily all the forces of nature will bend to your will. Case history. She asked for and got $100,000. A lady who had a 17-year-old daughter came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall for about a year. Her husband was dead, and she had worked hard to bring up and educate her daughter, but they had never been able to make more money than just enough to get along. After this lady had learned the metaphysical method for performing miracles, she asked the divine mind within for the sum of $100,000. She did not know how such a vast sum could ever come to her, but she did have faith that the power within could bring her that sum of money. One day in meditation, she suddenly had a vision that she would win the money through buying a sweepstakes ticket. She had never gambled in her life, and she was astounded when this vision came to her so strongly. She bought a ticket in the Irish sweepstakes, and when the drawing occurred, her ticket was chosen for one of the biggest prizes, $144,000. She won that amount when the race was run, since her horse came in first. She came into the fortune she had dreamed about, and was able to do all the things she had wanted to do all her life. I have never bought a sweepstakes ticket in my life, and I certainly do not urge any other person to go about his demonstration of a fortune through this unreliable medium of gambling, but in this instance perhaps there was no other way by which this lady could have had the materialization of her fortune, and divine mind might have given her the intuitive guidance to buy that ticket. The power works in various ways for various people. It may take longer in some cases, but if one persists and has faith in this miracle power, it will ultimately bring one the things of which he dreams. The regime for releasing miracle power through creative words. 1. Concentrate your creative power of mind by organizing your thoughts into positive patterns, rather than negative ones. Remember, thoughts are things. You create the outer circumstances of your life by your inner thoughts. Each day practice thinking positive thoughts of health, happiness, peace, prosperity, and joy. 2. Make it a practice to eliminate all negative words from your vocabulary and supplant them with only positive words. When you talk to other people, use only creative commands. Learn to practice saying things that express positive convictions, such as, I'm happy. I am healthy. I can succeed. I can do that. I will be a success. I will have money. I will overcome my problems. Henry J. Kaiser, who is worth hundreds of millions, showed a friend who once visited his home in Hawaii a dictionary in which he had carefully cut out the word impossible. This was one of the secrets of his success. He refused to express any words that were negative and lived on in the positive conviction that he could accomplish anything he desired. 3. Daily, practice raising your energy levels by using energy-producing words which you repeat over and over, such words as love, success, happiness, good, achievement, God, harmony, peace, charity, brotherhood, forgiveness, faith. Great men in history have always used this theory for producing the positive chemistry of mind and body, by using magnetically charged words that help them raise the creative energy levels of their consciousness. When Napoleon was preparing to become crowned as emperor, he strode back and forth before a full-length mirror, repeating over and over these words. "I'm Emperor Napoleon I." It is said of Caruso, the great Italian tenor, that when he was waiting in his dressing room to go on stage, he would stand before his mirror and sing, "I am Caruso." He would sing this over and over, up and down the scales, fixing the image of his greatness indelibly upon his inner consciousness. 4. While you are working to build your higher consciousness, you must practice, very much like an actor does for a stage role. Stand in front of your mirror in the morning before going to your office and practice your dynamic word commands in a firm, confident voice. You can make up your own statements or use these. I command the forces of life to do my bidding. I demand the best that life has to offer. I expect respect from everyone I meet. I request from invisible sources my supply and abundance to meet all my needs in life. I have important work to do this day, and I shall achieve greatness. I take on qualities of superiority in my personality and conduct, and therefore I become superior. It was a wise man who said, if you wish to become like Voltaire, you must think, act, and talk like Voltaire. 5. Form the mental habit of having faith in yourself and in the power of the divine mind within you. Express this faith in daily words and actions. Take on the expressions of a successful person if you wish to be more successful. If you wish to materialize riches and abundance, begin today to act like a person of substance. Dress like a person who is important, and if you have only one suit, be sure it is neat and clean at all times. Chapter 3. New Dimensions of Miracle Power Through Metaphysical Mental Imagery. In a study of miracles performed by the great men of history, I have discovered that most of them used new dimensions of miracle power through mental imagery. They were able to expand their states of consciousness to include new combinations, new ideas, and new concepts, which no one else had previously formed. What is the imagination? It is defined in the dictionary as the act or power of forming mental images of what is not present. The act or power of creating new ideas as by combining previous experiences. An image is a visual impression of something. In metaphysics, we employ mental imagery more than anything else to achieve fulfillment of that which we desire. The first place where the Bible speaks of mental imagery is in the story of creation in Genesis, where it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. The imagination is a God-given function with which man may perform the same miracles as God himself. It is within man's imagination that this divine function exists, and which man may use to create in the image and likeness of his innermost thoughts. Mental imagery as a spiritual function. Joubert said, "Imagination is the eye of the soul." All great things have been created through the art of mental imagery. This applies not only to our material world of skyscrapers, bridges, industry, and our jet and space achievements, but also to the world of the intellect. Einstein's theory of relativity was a mental concept. Rockefeller's great financial empire was formed in his mind through mental imagery before it became a reality. The miracle of mental and material creativeness which formed the Hilton chain of world-encircling hotels was born in Conrad Hilton's imagination years before it became an outer reality. When the Master Jesus performed his miracles of healing the sick, making the blind see, and feeding the multitudes with the loaves and fishes, it was a stupendous act of mental imagery focused through the higher spiritual dimensions of mind. The building of the first car was an extension of the mental imagery that first produced a horse-drawn wagon. Henry Ford carried the mental pattern further in his imagination and visualized the assembly line method, which produced the modern miracle of cheaper transportation that put America on wheels. How to form big mental concepts. To image a thing is to form a mental concept first. Then the projection of this mental concept to the outer world is an almost automatic function, which involves the mechanism of the higher mind, the sympathetic nervous system, and the reflex actions of the muscles and nerves. You may ask what you will of life, but you will only achieve it by first forming the correct mental images of what you desire. Ask yourself, what do I want of life? Image it clearly in all its details. This should include the things you want to do, the person you want to be, the things you want to have. You possess within your mind a metaphysical brain projector, which is capable of projecting to the outer world the mental images that you have built within. Just as a motion picture projector sends out a beam of light which focuses on a screen the picture on the film, so your brain projector can only project a picture if it is clearly imprinted upon the cells of your brain. If there are no images on that film, there can be no outer projection. Let us see how this works. There can be no successful projection unless you have first fixed the mental image of success upon your consciousness. What is the picture you hold of your success? Is it mediocre or big? Is it an image of your own business or working for someone else? Do you visualize a different job from the one you are doing, which you do not like? To have a great destiny, you must have big mental concepts. Here is the regime for building these big mental concepts, which can cause your higher mind to project the creative pattern you hold to the outer world of reality. 1. Sit down for at least a half hour a day and concentrate your mind on building big concepts. If you are making $100 a week, expand your image to $200 a week. Visualize yourself earning that money first. Do not make the mistake of raising your mental sights too rapidly, for you must really believe you can earn $200 a week before you can project that success image to the outer world. After you have built this mental concept for a week or two, you may be prompted to enroll in a special course in evening high school, a course that will actually project you into a future job paying the bigger salary. Example: a woman of 50 attended my classes in New York for several weeks. Her husband had died, leaving her some insurance money, but not enough for future security. She told me in a personal interview that she had tried to get a job, but no one wanted an old woman, as she put it. I told her to change that mental concept of herself at once. She had let her hair become dingy and gray-streaked. I advised her to search within her own mind to see what she really liked and wanted to do. She knew a man who was a judge, and one day she visited his court and became fascinated at seeing the stenographer taking notes on a stenotype machine. She told no one of her plan at the time, but she enrolled in a course in stenotyping, and when she had finished her course, she began to project the mental concept that she would one day be a court stenographer. A few months later, her judge friend told her that his secretary was leaving to be married, and he needed a good stenotype operator. It was only then that she revealed her secret to her friend, that she was a trained stenotype operator. He hired her at a good weekly salary, and this woman, who had felt that she was old and finished in life, began at 50 a new career that paid her well and gave her new dignity and self-respect. Miracles can truly occur through the use of mental imagery. 2. Look around you in your everyday life and see what conditions you would like to change or improve. Almost all great things have been accomplished because someone looked about him and was discontented with the way things were and wanted to change and improve them. This exercise should apply not only to your physical environment, but also to your mental gifts and talents. Perhaps you want to play the piano, or sing, or do public speaking. This desire to change the circumstances of your life can be extended to all departments of living. Visualize yourself playing the piano, writing the book, taking the trip, making a bigger sum of money. And soon you will be guided by the divine mind within to doing the things that you have created through mental imagery. 3. Constantly strive to increase your knowledge of the world in which you live. The power of imagery increases when you possess a mind that has many highly developed facets. Your imagination can only compile new and more effective forms of imagery when your brain has absorbed many new ideas. It is true, he who has imagination without learning has wings but no feet. The imagination must be developed through knowledge and solid facts. Make it a point to study all branches of knowledge so you will be well read and will have an appreciation of the better things in life. The Chinese say, Man with good education seems to have much luck. 4. Mentally practice actions that you would like to have take place in your life so that your imagination will be more fully exercised. For example, practice aloud and before a mirror, asking your boss for a raise in salary. Then practice selling some product to a prospective buyer. Make a speech before the Congress in which you plead some universal cause, such as peace or brotherhood. Visualize yourself buying a Cadillac or other fine car, driving it, showing it off to your friends. Do the same thing with buying your own home, investing money in the stock market, or taking a trip to some place you want to go. The ability to create mental images depends on exercise, just like physical development of a muscle. If you can pass a series of such mental images through your mind daily, you will soon find yourself reflecting these mental images in your daily life and doing the things you have held as mental concepts. 5. Mentally set some high goal for yourself and let this goal constantly inspire you to make bigger efforts to achieve your goal. You might, in your mental imagery, plan what you would do if you suddenly inherited $1 million. You might laugh at the thought that you would ever come into so much money, but remember, you are using a metaphysical miracle power that can work its miracles for you, as it has for thousands of others in the past. Examples. Here are 4 examples of students in my classes who used this power of mental projection through the imagination and who came into unexpected sums of money. One young lady received money through a large insurance policy that a relative had made out in her name years before. A man had a sum of money come to him from reparations paid by Austria to those whom the Nazis had robbed when they occupied Austria during the war. A third member of our lecture group came into a large sum of money through the settlement of a court case involving a patent infringement. Another lady in our group sold her first novel, which she wrote after learning how to exercise her imagination. She was given a substantial advance payment for the book, and later received thousands of dollars from a movie company that bought the book. 6. Do not accept the limitations that might exist at the present moment in your life. In your mental imagery, see these circumstances changed by time into the new conditions that you hold in consciousness. If you were a shoeshine boy in Texas and someone told you that you would one day become president of the United States, it might almost appear laughable. And yet, a boy named Lyndon Baines Johnson made that type of amazing transition in a period of a few short years. He used these principles of mental imagery to amass his vast fortune, and even if he had not become president through chance, his life still would be counted a successful one. 7. Talk to your higher mind, just as you would talk to a person, telling it your secret aspirations and desires, and then sit quietly in the silence and let it guide you to taking the right steps, which will fulfill your destiny. Sammy Davis Jr. had every known limitation in his early life, but he kept telling himself, "I can do it," and visualizing and imagining his future success, until he finally won through and became a great star. Another instance of a man of the same race who has amazed everyone in the boxing world, who has used this principle of imagination and mental projection, is Cassius Clay. Some people might consider his confident statements about victory in the ring as mere braggadocio, but the fact remains, he has up to this point fulfilled every promise he made to himself. 8. Perhaps you are not living the life in this moment that you would like to live in the future. You may be in the wrong work, and you may not be able to make a change at present. You may not have enough money to do the things you desire, and you may feel that you can never change these negative circumstances of your life. Should you let your situation depress and discourage you? Indeed not. By using the metaphysical miracle power that your higher mind can release in your everyday life, you can soon alter these negative conditions and create a positive, happy, successful future for yourself. In the meantime, make it a point to see your present environment through rose-colored glasses, and in your imagination, see the perfection you dream of in your inner world. How a child saw spiritual reality. I remember I once visited a place on the Pacific called Balboa. There were charming white stucco houses on the side streets facing the ocean, with purple and red bougainvillea spilling over their trim roofs. Suddenly I found myself at the end of the street, and there was a shabby little house that had been built of packing cases and odds and ends of lumber. It was obviously inferior to the other cottages that lined the streets. Playing in the yard of this shabby house was a little boy of 8 or 10, with blue eyes and a shock of golden hair. I pointed to the shabby shack and added, "Does anybody live in that house?" The boy looked up at me with a big smile on his bright face and said, "Yes, I live there. Ain't I lucky?" This child was seeing the true spiritual reality behind his life, not the ugly, limited shack, which had caught my attention. He had the blue Pacific at his doorstep. The golden California sun bathed his world with beauty. He had the unlimited vision, beauty and spirit of youth to buoy him up, and to him, this little shack in which he lived was a palace, and he felt himself fortunate to be living in it. This is the mental attitude that you must bring to your own life. You may not live in the most perfect home at present. Your job may not be to your liking, and you may not have all the money you would like to have, but don't let your discontent with your present situation blind you to the metaphysical miracle power within your mind, which can change these negative conditions, if you will, but hold the right mental images and concepts in your consciousness. Chapter 4. The Master Key That Opens Doors to Metaphysical Miracles. There is a master key which you may use to open miraculous doors to the secrets of the entire universe. This key is desire. In metaphysics, we call desire the divine emotion, for it is the master key which the Creator used to evolve the entire universe. When everything was created, God placed this divine emotion into all living creatures, and it serves as the motivating power that stirs all things into creative action. It is the desire to get out of that egg which causes the chick to begin to peck his way out of his prison. If this desire were not inborn, he would never know the breath of life. It is your desire for life that keeps the life force pumping through your body, propelled by your heart and glands. It is your desire for success that drives you on and gives you the motivation to seek out the means for making a fortune. It is the desire for happiness that causes people to overcome all kinds of discouraging obstacles and strive to achieve this desirable goal. This one master key alone can help you unlock doors to the mysteries of the universe. The Master Jesus knew of this master key principle. He said, "Ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." There is a metaphysical miracle in this great spiritual formula which can help you unlock the doors to the invisible treasures of the universe. Do you recall the story of Ali Baba in the fairy tale? Before the door to the hidden treasures would open for him, he had to first learn the magic word. When he said the magic word, the door swung open, and he found unlimited wealth. The magic word, ask. Now let us analyze the metaphysical principle involved in the words ask, seek, knock. The first letters of these three words spell ask. You can only ask for something that you desire first. This is the beginning of creating any kind of a miracle. You must use the master key of desire before you can motivate the invisible forces of cosmic power, which work through your divine mind. Your mortal mind asks, and the higher divine mind within you answers. It knows all the secrets of the universe. It is the divine power which formed your body in 9 short months' time. If you are sick, isn't it natural to go to the master physician within who knows all the chemicals and elements from which your body was created? The miracle of healing through desire. If you want a miracle of healing, isn't it logical that the mastermind that rules the entire universe should know how to bring about the miracle of health? Think of the mystery of your heart alone, that little organ about as big as your fist, which pumps night and day, sending your bloodstream throughout your entire body, carrying the impurities to the kidneys, then pumping fresh, clean blood with its load of life-giving oxygen once again to your cells. Think of the miracle of your digestion. Solid food is broken up into liquids that are easily assimilated by a process known as osmosis through the walls of your intestines. The bloodstream is then able to carry necessary nourishment to all parts of your body. As if this weren't enough of a miracle, think of the even greater miracle when your body sends out a cell to the bloodstream for a particle of iron, or magnesium, or sodium. and the blood brings that element or mineral to the exact place where it is needed, be it in a brain cell or in a toenail. It is the master key of desire at work in your body and brain cells which makes possible this great miracle of life and of healing. Desire as a dominant and divine emotion. Desire is a powerful emotion within your brain. It is able to set up magnetic wavelengths, which reach out into time and space and attract the very things that are desired for fulfillment and growth. The cactus plant isolated in the desert must have moisture to live. In its desire for moisture, the plant sends its roots deep into the desert sand and causes it to attract any moisture that exists below the surface of the soil. Many a desert traveler, dying of thirst, has been saved because he knew that the cactus plant had a reservoir of life-giving moisture within its leaves, and by cutting leaves open and drinking it, he lived. Your emotions, working through the master key desire, can set up wavelengths of magnetism to attract to you all the elements you require for a healthy, happy, successful life. Let us learn more about this master key, which all the great teachers and prophets have used since time immemorial to produce their great miracles. The reason why such great teachers as Moses, Buddha, Confucius, and Christ were called masters is because they had completely mastered life by knowing of and controlling this master key emotion of desire. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Also, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is why, in my teachings of metaphysics, I have named desire the divine emotion. It is the master key that helps us work the miracles which the Master promised we could also do. And greater works than these shall ye do. If you believe this statement literally, then you are on the way to performing miracles in your own life, which will astound you. What things do you desire? Before you can ask the miracle-working power that dwells within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite and clear-cut. Someone has said, metaphysics is the language of the soul. In any form of communication, there must be words that set up patterns of action and reaction. To reach the higher mind within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite, and be shown how to make out a blueprint of destiny, which can help you consolidate and concentrate these desires through your emotions. 1. Desire for a better life. 2. Desire for good health, youth, and vitality. 3. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. 4. Desire for happiness. 5. Desire for friends and social recognition. 6. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. 7. Desire for cultural achievement. 8. Desire for the right work and creative expression. 9. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. 10. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. A truly balanced and perfect life should contain all of the above 10 desires, fully expressed in all departments of your life. It is when one or more of these elements is missing that one feels a sense of incompletion and unhappiness in his life. Emotions, the building blocks of desire. Before we begin to use the master key of desire to shape your future destiny, let us study the basic emotions, the building blocks which desire uses for creating your future. There are positive emotions and negative ones. The positive emotions can be used to charge your mind and body with dynamic energy and to help you overcome the negative forces in life that are constantly opposing the positive ones. Positive emotions. Negative emotions. Faith. Hate. Love. Fear. Hope. Worry. Expectation. Jealousy. Enthusiasm. Envy. Anticipation. Revenge. self-confidence, resentment, charity, despair, goodness, avariciousness, unselfishness, discouragement. How to use positive emotions to charge your mind constructively. You can use the 10 positive emotions to charge your mind with dynamic energy and to instill within your body cells the life force which will keep you healthy, vital, and youthful into an advanced old age. In fact, through this metaphysical method of implementing the master key of desire with the positive and constructive emotions, you can learn how to live to a useful, creative, and energetic old age of 100 years or more. Some of the masters of the Himalayas who have learned this great secret have been known to live to be as much as 200 years of age. With our modern scientific study of geriatrics, which has to do with the processes of aging, it has been found that if we could entirely remove the poisons and fatigue acids caused by the negative emotions and insulate the mind and body only with positive emotions, man could live to an incredible old age. The body has the ability to repair itself perfectly, but it must use chemicals and elements which flow from the glands or which we take into the body through the foods we eat. Our thoughts and emotions help set the stage, chemically speaking, for the glands to release valuable chemicals for the body's perfect functioning. If the emotions are negative, they poison the body cells and make possible disease and the aging process. How to achieve? First, let us take each of the magic keys of desire and use them to open channels for the fulfillment of that which you desire. Everyone has a right to the best that life has to offer. However, there is no guarantee that you will receive this until and unless you first will yourself to believe that a better life is possible. This will require the use of several positive emotions. Let us check our list of positive emotions now and choose those which will help stimulate the brain and body and release the energy and magnetism necessary to lead you to a better life. The better life includes security, peace of mind, and fulfillment of your innermost dreams and desires. The first emotion you should tap is that of faith, number 1 on our list of positive emotions. Faith is literally a miracle worker. The Master Jesus said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall ye do also. And greater works than these shall ye do." John 14:12. This is a powerful statement of faith. If you literally believe in the miracle-working power of your higher divine mind, nothing shall be impossible for you to achieve. You might think that this is limited, but actually it is not. You might say, "But if I wanted to become President of the United States or have $10 million, it would be impossible." Actually, you do not really believe it is possible. Therefore, you do not have faith. The dynamic law of expectation. This brings us to another important emotion for achieving the better life that you desire. This is our fourth emotion on our list: expectation. Do you really expect a better life in the future? Or do you constantly spend time and energy on bewailing the past and regretting the mistakes you made in the past? One man I knew in California lost his chance to become wealthy in the early days by practically giving away his property on Wilshire Boulevard. After the Second World War, this property sold for millions. He kept regretting this mistake and talking about it constantly. One day I told him to begin concentrating on the future and to expect his good fortune. He began to change his mental attitude, and soon he found some undeveloped land in San Fernando Valley, where he began a housing development that made him a vast fortune. The same mental energy he was dissipating with negative emotions, when converted into positive emotions, made him rich. What other positive emotions on this list might be tapped to bring one a better life? Enthusiasm is a needed ingredient in any success. Self-confidence must exist within the mind of any person who wishes to succeed in any venture. There must be the emotion of goodness, the desire to do good for others and to be good. This is a chemical force within the brain and body that is positive and dynamic. There should be unselfishness, a desire to share your good with others. It can be seen now that all these emotions help implement the master key of desire and direct the mental and physical energies in the direction of bettering your life. a desire for good health, youth, and vitality. There is no greater treasure in the world than good health. The body is prejudiced in favor of life and health. When we become sick, it is because the emotional and chemical balance of the body has been upset and thrown out of balance. When God created the human body, He meant for it to function perfectly and to repair itself through the chemicals released by the glands or taken into the body through the diet. The glands are triggered by your emotions, and if you should become sick, you can help the divine mind within in the healing process by learning how to maintain the correct mental and emotional balance that is conducive to healing. This does not mean that you should try to heal yourself, for in our age we must realize that doctors and drugs are still playing a very important part in the healing arts. However, even doctors know that very often the right mental and emotional attitude of the patient can bring about a healing when other things fail. The emotions that create sickness. It is now known in the science of psychosomatic medicine that diseases can be created by negative emotions. A woman who was a chronic worrier and had difficulties in her marriage developed violent attacks of hay fever and asthma. Nothing seemed to help her until it was brought out in an interview with the doctor that she worried constantly. This affected her marriage and led to further complications. When she was given the positive emotions of hope, self-confidence, unselfish love, and enthusiasm by which to live her life, she became a changed person. She soon overcame her tendency to worry. She became more spiritual in her approach to her marital problems. And in 6 months' time, her condition had improved so much that she was almost entirely free of symptoms and discomfort. Another instance that proves the destructive power of the emotions was that of a man who developed ulcers. They became so aggravated that he was advised to have an operation. Then a psychosomatic medical expert was called in, and he questioned the man while he was under a fluoroscope, an instrument like an X-ray machine which permits the doctor to watch the patient's internal organs. As the doctor repeated a list of words, such as house, sky, water, dog, etc., he finally came to the word mother-in-law, and the patient's stomach was observed to jump as if it had been shot. Then the doctor knew that this man was sick because of trouble with his mother-in-law. Questioning proved that this was indeed the trouble. The wife's mother lived in the house with the couple and interfered constantly in their marriage. When she was moved out, the patient had a miraculous healing. Fear, the great destroyer. One of the most destructive of all emotions is that of fear. Any prolonged state of fear that persists for months or years can set the stage for almost every type of disease known in the human catalog, from heart trouble and high blood pressure to arthritis and sugar diabetes. A woman walked under a tree one hot summer evening, and a tree frog dropped into the bosom of her dress. The shock of fear was so great that a few weeks later she developed sugar diabetes. The negative emotion of hate is another one that destroys the body's glandular and chemical balance and causes sickness. Hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness are all high on the list of those destructive negative emotions which destroy the body's health and produce every known type of ailment. To keep your body in good health and to have vitality and youthful energy until a ripe old age, use the following emotions on our positive list. Faith. Believe that your higher mind which created you knows how to sustain you and keep you in good health. Faith coupled with prayer is an unbeatable formula for achieving miraculous results in healing or in keeping the body normally healthy. Most of the authenticated cases of true spiritual healing, called by many miracles, were found to be due to this spiritual combination of faith and prayer. The Master Jesus knew this profound metaphysical secret, and in his revelations he constantly referred to the need of faith combined with prayer. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. James 5:15. The positive emotion of hope is also a valuable aid for keeping the body healthy. This, coupled with expectation, anticipation, and love, furnishes an emotional background for healing in the body which is truly miraculous. New life through positive emotions. A man was in a deep coma, and the doctors had given him up for dead. He had a combination of disorders, including a diseased heart, high blood pressure, and ulcers. Finally, one of the doctors who attended him decided to try an experiment. In a rational moment, when the man rallied briefly from his coma, this doctor said to the patient, "Your 10-year-old son needs you desperately. If you die, how will he ever be able to go through college and get an education? You want him to have a better life than you did. You must live for your son's sake, at least until you have sent him through college." The doctor who reported this case says that the man went back into the coma, but it turned into a deep sleep, from which he awakened in a few hours' time. The man became healed and lived for some years after. When his son graduated from college, the man became ill again and in a few months' time died. Many people who retire at 60 or 65 years of age, who feel that their usefulness is ended, often die in from 3 to 5 years from their retirement. The emotional anticipation and eagerness to see what tomorrow will bring is a powerful glandular stimulus and keeps people alive for many years. Old people especially should be made to feel that they are wanted and needed. It gives them that reason for living, which every person requires to keep him going. The miracle power of love. One of the greatest positive emotions for maintaining good health or even for healing the body is that of love. This is the emotion that makes the world go round, and it helps release magnetism, electricity, and healing power in every cell of the brain and body. In cases where people are unhappy and frustrated in love, it has been observed that they develop every known type of ailment. Just as the negative emotion of hatred seems to create all kinds of ailments, so too, an absence of the positive emotion of love can cause the body to literally shrivel up and die. Love as an emotion can be made to work its miracle for you in many other forms than romantic love or marriage. Daily express your love of friends and neighbors by doing little acts that show how much you care. There is love of family, love of country, love of humanity, and love of God. All these are miracle-working forces that can radically affect your life and change it for the better. This one emotion of love alone can keep you alive and healthy to a very advanced age. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. What emotional reservoirs shall one tap within the brain and body for achieving the third desire on our list? Now that you have seen how we can couple our desires with our emotions to release the miracle-working power of the higher mind, you can work to couple these emotions with any of the desires that you may have and begin to see the results that you can achieve immediately. This should be an exercise that you perform every day. In fact, you can start your day's activities by choosing some outstanding emotion that will be your golden key for that day. On Monday, you might choose the positive emotion number 1, faith, and all day continue to hold that emotion in your consciousness. On Tuesday, you might choose emotion number 2, love, and let that be the golden key to dynamic action for your day. You can do this with each day of the week, and even couple 2 emotions for some days, until you become so expert at releasing the flow of miracle-working power that every situation in life will be motivated by compelling and dynamic energy motivators. Your desire for success, fulfillment, and riches can be motivated by the following positive emotions: enthusiasm, self-confidence, anticipation, hope, and faith. However, many people have achieved fame, fortune, and greatness through the emotion of love. This is one of the most dynamic motivators of all, and we shall study further the miracle-working power of this divine emotion in other sections of our study. Desire for happiness. Happiness is a state of mind more than anything else. It depends to a great extent on the emotions that are indulged habitually. Some people are happy in almost any environment or under very trying circumstances, whereas others may have a fortune, beauty, popularity, and everything to live for, and still be miserable. One remembers such movie stars as Marilyn Monroe and Carol Landis, and several millionaires who committed suicide in the past. Their problems were based on personal failures, not on lack of money, popularity, or success. In a study of the emotions which charge the mind with complete happiness, we find that all 10 given on our list of positive emotions are important. If you will study these carefully, you will see that each emotion tends to give something of its quality to the mind which harbors it, and soon, when you have practiced these positive emotions, your mental attitude will be colored by them, just as if you wore a pair of mental rose-colored glasses. Desire for friends and social recognition. No person can live his life isolated from other people. You must be able to indulge the social reciprocity that brings other people into your life, and this can be done by bringing into play the following emotions: love, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, good, and unselfishness. We shall have much more to learn about this desire for friends in another section of our study, but you can begin immediately in this important department of your life to do something about ending loneliness and personal unhappiness, and building the magnetic aura in your personality that will attract friends into your orbit of activities and give you the feeling that you are loved and desired by others. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. This basic desire for love, marriage, and children is one of nature's most compelling emotions. Without love, life is a tomb, Browning said. And this is a great truth. It was the magical healing power of love that awakened in Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which made her fall in love with the great poet and marry him, when she had been ill and bedridden for many years. Through love, she suddenly became healed and bore him a child in her early 40s. The emotions which engender love, and which you should indulge if you are searching for fulfillment in this department of your life, are faith, hope, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, goodness, and a great deal of unselfishness. True love is one of the most unselfish of all emotions and will not thrive in an atmosphere of selfishness. Desire for cultural achievement. Man shall not live by bread alone, we are told in the Bible. You will need balance in your life to counteract work and the pursuit of fame or fortune. What shall a rich man do when he has achieved a vast fortune? The great men of history have always used their wealth to advance the causes of culture and learning. Carnegie endowed libraries, Mellon founded an art gallery. Rockefeller bestowed his millions on the Rockefeller Foundation. Nobel left his fortune in trust to be given out in the famous Nobel Peace Prizes, and for the recognition of great authors. Henry Ford left his heritage in the Ford Foundation, and Guggenheim endows many worthy causes through the Guggenheim Foundation. The positive emotions which should be indulged for cultural achievement are love of humanity, charity, faith, enthusiasm, goodness, and unselfishness. Desire for the right work and creative expression. As work is a most important ingredient of any person's life, it is vital that each of us be in the right work and possess the right motivation, which will make work less a burden than a pleasure. As we should never literally retire, but always have some activity which engages our time and attention throughout life, it is important that the correct emotions motivate this vital department of life. The emotions of love, hope, expectation, anticipation, self-confidence, charity, goodness, and unselfishness should all be indulged daily in relation to our right work and creative expression. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. To balance work and play, one needs spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. The emotions of love, faith, hope, charity, good, and unselfishness should be indulged daily. To this should be added the spiritual communication, what we call prayer in religion, which should be a part of our daily lives. Talking to the God power within can be done, not only in the morning and at night, but many times during the day when one feels a need of communication with a higher power. Little short prayers such as, "Thank you, God," when you have an unusually happy experience, or when you see a bright blue sky and sunshine, or flowers blooming in your garden. These little prayers keep one in touch with the spiritual source of all life and power and propel us in the direction of peace, health, and happiness. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. This desire is the civilizing emotion which causes people to rise from the plane of animalism to that of divinity. Man's war-making propensity is a leftover of the barbarism and savagery of primitive times. Only when man is infused with high moral and idealistic aspirations does he rise in the scale of evolution from animalism to the realm of dignity and divinity. The 10 Commandments are moral laws upon which civilization has been built. The Golden Rule is another great spiritual revelation for man's higher moral conduct. The emotions which trigger this desire are faith, love, hope, charity, good and unselfishness. Daily regime for emotional control. It must be remembered that the emotions have been given to mankind for a definite purpose, for our enjoyment, and also to trigger the chemistry within the body that can motivate us in any chosen direction. The negative emotions should be avoided as much as possible, and the positive emotions should be implemented and exercised every day. Following are some pointers which you should follow for daily emotional control. 1. When you awaken in the morning, 2 emotions should instantly be activated. The emotions of enthusiasm and expectation. You should look forward to your day's activities with joy and eagerness. If you awaken with a negative emotion such as fear or despair, instantly begin to work to awaken the emotions of enthusiasm and expectation by looking forward with eagerness to some special activity which you plan for that particular day. If that does not work, then think of something which you plan to do in the future, which will make today's work worthwhile, such as a trip to Hawaii or Europe, the buying of a new car or a home of your own, a visit to a friend's or relative's home for a special event. This future projection of your desires will tend to animate you and cause you to face your day's activities with renewed zest. 2. When you meet some person in your day's work who represents one of the negative emotions, such as anger, fear, or hatred, try transmuting the emotion to its opposite positive one. See what you can find good in the person. Try to send out loving thoughts instead of hateful ones. See if you can't win him over as a friend instead of thinking of him as being an enemy. This art of transmutation will soon begin to color your life experiences with pleasant, positive emotions that will soon reflect in better health and a happier state of mind. 3. Use your emotions to raise the energy level of your body. Remember, the positive emotions trigger a flow of sugar from the liver, where it is stored, to your bloodstream. When you are preparing to do some strenuous work that will require a great deal of energy, think of the rewards you will receive from this work, or how it will help educate your son or daughter, or the ways in which it will benefit you in the future. And instantly this emotional charge will release amazing new power in your body which will make the task easier and more pleasant. Example. A frail, 98-pound woman was driving herself and her brother in one of the early Fords that weighed about 1,400 pounds. The car went out of control on a corner and ran into a ditch where it overturned, pinning the brother underneath. There was no one to help them, and the frail 98-pound sister single-handedly lifted that car with her bare hands so her brother was able to get out from under its crushing weight. This miracle of a superabundance of energy can be attributed to the automatic functions of the higher mind, which somehow gave this woman the strength she needed for her task. She might never, under normal circumstances, be able to duplicate this feat, but in the emergency of the moment, some powerful chemical force was released within her body that gave her superhuman strength. 4. Carry cards in your pocketbook which you can use for emotional charges each day when you especially need them. During a period of depression over your finances and work, you might read on your card, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and all the rest of the 23rd Psalm. The 91st Psalm is also good for this purpose. It can be also a statement of faith or love that you make up or which you have read in some inspirational book. Throughout the day, you can use these little metaphysical energy boosters to help keep your level of energy high and your spirits bright. 5. Each day, check on your negative emotions and see if perhaps they are killing your energy and producing headaches, colds, asthma, arthritis, or other disabling diseases. Are you actively hating someone or something? Hate is a crippling emotion. Do you resent or envy some person with whom you work? Resentment and envy are mild forms of hate. They release chemicals in the bloodstream which can poison the blood. Science now knows these chemical reactions to emotion can produce all kinds of ailments. Do you indulge fear and worry all day long? This is another emotional state that releases excess adrenaline and causes the heart and brain to become overstimulated, producing many ailments. 6. The body lives on food, air, and chemicals. You can change the body's chemistry by changing your thoughts from negative to positive. You can learn how to eat the right foods which will give you good chemical balance. There are many wonderful books written by experts in this field. But what about your breathing? The breath helps purify your bloodstream and remove the toxins and wastes that accumulate all day long. With the positive emotions that you indulge, be sure that you stop several times a day. Go to an open window and take deep, long breaths of fresh air. The lungs of most people are only partially developed because they are shallow breathers. Later in our study, we shall talk more about this important subject. God has placed in the air about you the most necessary ingredients for maintaining health and vitality. Chapter 5. How to get miracle power through dynamic concentration. The life force which motivates the entire universe is a concentrated dynamic force, which you may tap and use as a miracle working power in your own life. This life force is in every atom and molecule of the created universe, from the microcosm, man, to the macrocosm, the universe. When this atomic power is concentrated into a little 2-inch cube, it can set into motion a chain reaction in the atmosphere, which can level an entire city. When this same atomic power is concentrated in an electric dynamo, it can furnish electric power, heat and energy for the entire human race and change the course of civilization. Concentrated atomic power is the secret force that all the great mystics and masters throughout the ages have taught for working miracles of every kind. Concentration focuses attention. The main reason why most people fail in life is because they are not able to focus the power of their higher minds on the achievement of their life goals. The miracle working power is within them, as we have already learned, but they do not know how to concentrate it in a steady, radiant, and dynamic stream of energy that can dissolve all obstacles and bring them the complete fulfillment of their line dream. An example of how concentration of the sun's rays can dissolve the hardest known substance is this. An emerald is one of the hardest of all known minerals. It cannot be melted in a furnace heated 7 times 7. If that emerald is put into a glass cube where the sun's rays are focused on it, it will completely disintegrate into liquid form in a few hours' time. So too with your mind. Concentration focuses attention. And when the rays of your mind are focused and concentrated on achieving a goal, solving a problem, performing a miracle of healing, or any other objective, all the atomic energy of your mind, body, and soul is released in a dynamic stream of power that can literally perform miracles. Concentration built an empire. The true life story of David Sarnoff, head of the vast financial empire built by him, is proof of how concentrated mental power can create miracles. When Sarnoff was a boy, he became fascinated by the inventions of Marconi, the comparatively new wireless and telegraphy. The ability to send electrical vibrations through the air and receive them at great distances seemed to him a miracle. He concentrated all the powers of his mind on this new medium of communication and worked as a telegraph operator at a few dollars a week. Every new invention he followed with avid interest, and when radio came into existence, he associated himself with that new development. Finally, with the discovery of television, the ultimate miracle which focuses pictures in action, sound and color on a screen in the home, Sarnoff found his ultimate goal fulfilled and became head of Radio Corporation of America. If Sarnoff had vacillated and broken up his concentration during those years of study and research, it is doubtful if he would ever have achieved his present position as head of a vast industrial and financial empire. The mind that is scattered and which lacks concentration and dynamic power seldom ever achieves rich rewards in life. The miracle-working power of the higher mind within you works best when you focus that power on some specific goal or objective. Concentrated power brought him millions. Conrad Hilton was once at a party at my home in Bel Air, California, and in talking to him I learned how completely he built his vast worldwide chain of hotels through this power of dynamic concentration. He told me that when he was a young man in Texas, he thought constantly about going into the hotel business. Finally, his opportunity came to manage a small hotel, and he did this so successfully that soon he was running a much larger hotel. He concentrated the power of his mind on absorbing as much knowledge as he could on the operation of hotels, and he read and studied everything he could get his hands on about his absorbing subject. He was 40 years of age before he had his first opportunity to operate a big hotel, the Waldorf Astoria in New York. His enthusiasm and his great ability attracted financial backers, and he was on his way to becoming one of the world's greatest hotel operators. Even now in his 70s, Hilton has the vibrant energy and youthful enthusiasm of a man of 30. Concentrated mind power has not only kept his mind alert and young, but the vibrations have extended to his body cells and given him the energy of a young man. No one can dance better or longer at a party than Conrad Hilton. Let us define what concentration is, so we will better understand why the higher mind can release miracle power through dynamic concentration. Concentration is the ability to focus the attention on some specific object, or on some state of mind, or an emotion at will. Most of us are able at times to so focus the power of the mind, and we occasionally feel a spurt of energy and power, but we lack the ability to focus this power through concentration at will. This is the difference between those who perform seeming miracles and those who live in a world of failure, frustration, and fear. Everyone has this power to focalize the higher mind on the achieving of a great goal in life, but most people lack the ability to do so at will. Atomic power within your mind. The atomic energy which is dispersed throughout the universe is also within your own human brain. When you think, you use atomic power. When you send your thoughts out into the universe in a radiant stream of concentrated energy, you can stir the atoms and molecules of space and in the minds and bodies of other people, and actually motivate them into action. Sometime try the simple experiment of looking at another person whose back is turned to you with the concentrated thought that in a few moments he will turn and look at you. The atomic energy emanating from your mind is so powerful when it is concentrated that it can lodge in another human brain and motivate it into some form of action. Dr. Rhine, in his experiments at Duke University, proved that mankind is on threshold of great new powers through control of the higher centers of his brain. He proved that some people can actually transmit thought patterns and images to another mind. Some of his experimenters were able to motivate cards and dice to such an extent that it was beyond the laws of chance. When this miracle working power is better understood by scientists, they will realize that the great mystics like Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, Moses, and Confucius knew the secrets of atomic mind power and were able to use them to perform miracles of transmutation, healing, and materialization. In this, the atomic age, man will soon perform greater miracles than any he has known up to the present time. In an article in the New York Times, one scientist predicted that in a few short years' time, man will be able to harness the magnetic rays of space and create space vehicles that will travel at the speed of 200,000 miles per hour. It sounds incredible, I know. But what of our present space vehicles which rotate around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour on the invisible rays exerted on them by gravity? This is one of the miracles of our age. And when man begins to explore the dimensions of mind and spirit further, we shall discover whole new worlds of wonder and excitement. Projecting thought forms. In the dimension of the mind, there are vast forces latent. When once stirred into dynamic action through intense concentration, the mind is capable of projecting thought forms which can lodge in space and which other people are able to pick up and discern. This power of projecting thought forms is very much the same as the principle which causes sounds and pictures to be transmitted by electrical pulsations and projected into the atmosphere, and then to be received by the television tube. Electrical pulsations, which are invisible but potent, radiate throughout time and space. We may tap these radio waves with our electrical machines and use them for telephone, radio, and television. They operate our machines in stock exchanges and cause messages to be sent out for thousands of miles in our telegraph and communication. Media. Think how much more powerful your brain is than these machines. Your brain created these machines, therefore it has more power than the things it creates. Your brain also works on electrical vibrations or pulsations. It can receive the mental thought forms which other minds send out. It can also project these thought forms to other people. How many times do people have both written a story, or invented some machine, or discovered some scientific secret at the same time, without being aware that any other person had done so? These are cases of mental projection of thought form, cases in which other minds were able to focus on the screens of their minds and then project in a creative pattern. A simple illustration of how this mental projection works is found in the experience of a student in one of my classes in Carnegie Hall. This young lady was a secretary for a big business executive. She had been with the firm 3 years and thought she deserved a raise in salary, but her boss was extremely taciturn and reluctant to give her a raise. After studying our lesson on how to project thought forms of the things she wanted, she began her practice of this art on her boss. Each day at lunchtime, she sat for a full 5 minutes and did nothing but concentrate her mind on her boss. She talked to him mentally, just as if she were talking to him in person. Her mental thought forms went something like this: I deserve a raise in salary. Mr. X, you will give me my raise. You will give me $10 more a week. I now project this thought form to you. You will receive it, and you will act upon it. She then visualized herself standing before her boss, being told of the raise. She saw herself thanking him, and then she mentally pictured what she could do with that extra $500 or more a year that she would receive. Every day while at work, and for 5 minutes every night before going to sleep, this girl concentrated the power of her mind on projecting these mental thought forms. 2 weeks went by and nothing happened. She was beginning to get a little discouraged, but she continued her mental projection. One afternoon, her boss called her into his office. She went in with her dictation pad, thinking he wanted to dictate some letters. But when she stood before him, there was a strange expression on his face, and he said, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel you deserve a $10 raise in salary. From now on, you will receive $10 more each week. The girl was so startled, she could hardly blurt out her thank you before leaving the office. It was a small miracle, but it worked, and it gave her confidence in the power of her mind to project thought forms of the things she wanted to happen to her, and she was soon on the way to achieving every goal that she desired. Concentrated power brought him millions. The only man who was able to convince George Bernard Shaw that his plays should be brought to the screen was Gabriel Pascal. One evening, when I was a guest at his home with Greer Garson and many other Hollywood celebrities, Pascal told me how he performed this seemingly impossible feat. Pascal had concentrated on Shaw's plays for months. He mentally projected them into motion picture form. He visualized himself becoming a famous producer and bringing the beauty and drama of Shaw's plays to an audience of millions throughout the world. To all other offers to make movies of his plays, Shaw had said no. Pascal hitchhiked his way to the country home of the famous playwright. He didn't have money enough to take a bus or taxi. He gained admission to Shaw's home, and when confronted by the angry and unfriendly playwright, he told him of his intense desire to bring his plays to the screen. So powerful was Pascal's mental concentration and projection that he was able to convince the playwright that he would do full justice to his plays in the new medium. Before Pascal left that day, Shaw had signed a paper giving him the sole rights to all his stage plays. Pascal was a student of mental and metaphysical sciences for years. He knew how to project his mental powers and convince Shaw that he should trust all his great works to the care of this man of vision. It turned out that Pascal was able to make millions of dollars for himself through this act, and also to further enrich and beautify the world with Shaw's great art. Regime for concentrating mental power. The late Thomas Watson Sr., who headed one of the world's biggest organizations, the International Business Machines, known as IBM, had one motto, which was printed on a large card that all his employees could see every day. That word was think. The concentrated power of many minds, infused with this idea, built a great organization. The miracle power PF, your higher mind begins to be released to their outer world when you begin to think. But how shall you think? There are many different ways, but the great men of history all used the same mental principle and technique. They concentrated all the power of the mind on one single thought or objective at a time. This ability to concentrate your mental power in a dynamic pattern of thought can be deliberately cultivated. Most people think in a vague and confused pattern of thought. This scatters the mental and physical energies of the mind and body and achieves nothing except restless action. Columbus would never have discovered the New World if he had not concentrated all the powers of his mind on selling this new idea to Queen Isabella. He never gave up this one obsessing thought, no matter how discouraged he was. Even when his men rebelled and mutinied, he continued holding the mental image in mind that there were new worlds beyond the known horizons of his time. Joan of Arc was a peasant girl, with no previous military experience, but her visions of conquest and her intense concentration on achieving victory for the armies of France won for her the opportunity to prove the truth of her visions. Marie Curie and her husband concentrated for 20 years on discovering radium, and they never faltered once in their search for the precious element which they finally discovered. Marian Anderson, the great singer, once told me after a concert in Carnegie Hall that when she sings, she concentrates her voice in a great golden magic circle of love, which she projects to her audience. In the vibrancy and beauty of that voice, there is love for the entire human race. This is what has made her one of the great singers of our time. Jascha Heifetz, the violinist, whom I once visited backstage at that same Carnegie Hall, told me he had concentrated for 20 years for 8 hours to 10 hours a day on creating beautiful music with his violin before he gave his first big concert. You can easily see that these great men and women have used the miracle power of their higher minds to perform the miracles they have achieved in their life work. You have the same power, the same ability, if you will use the higher divine mind within your mind and concentrate all its dynamic force upon the objectives you are trying to attain. These 10 concentrated steps can make you a genius. 1. Sit down for half an hour each day and be conscious of your mind. Ask yourself questions such as, who am I? What is my purpose in life? What is the goal I am trying to achieve? What steps should I take to achieve that goal? Are my thoughts concentrated, or are they vacillating and diffused? 2. Sit down at least once a week and write down your life goal or goals. You can have more than one, but you should take each goal up in turn and concentrate on it exclusively for several moments in your periods of concentration. Don't just write down, I would like $1 million. If you use the power of your higher mind, you will undoubtedly attract all the money you will need for everything you wish to do in life. The written desires might be something like this. A. I desire a better job where I can make more money. B. I desire a higher education and would like to be able to finish college. C. I desire a romance with someone I can love and marry. D. I want a home of my own and enough money to live comfortably in security and peace. E. I would like to own a car. F. I would like to travel to foreign countries. G. I desire friends and an interesting social life. H. I want greater wisdom and knowledge. I desire gifts and talents. I want to play the piano or guitar or violin, etc. I would like to sing, or act or paint pictures or write stories. The above is a sample only of the type of concentrated desires many people have. You can make up your own list. When you once write it down, look at it every morning when you arise, and every night just before you go to bed, and read it carefully. You will carry these thought forms with you while you sleep, and your higher mind will project them to the outer world, where they will begin to take on a life of their own and clothe themselves in the form of reality. 3. Practice for 15 minutes before your mirror with this exercise in concentration. Visualize yourself before the Congress in Washington, D.C. making a speech on some special subject. You can choose any subject and you can say anything you wish, for no one will have the power to stop you from talking. You can talk out loud or talk to yourself, whichever you wish. Or you can go into the office of the President of the United States and talk to him on some subject you wish him to act upon. The purpose of this exercise in concentration is to give you greater power in thinking new and original thoughts, so you can project thought forms that are vivid, dynamic, and interesting. Later, when you wish to use this same concentrated power to project your thought images for some specific thing, you will be able to do so with greater ease. 4. On another day, concentrate for 15 or 20 minutes on memory recall. Go back to the earliest days you can remember as a child and recall the sights, sounds, and impressions you received. Try to remember conversations, the faces of those you knew, your childhood playmates, teachers, relatives, and friends. Recall the Christmas or birthday parties you had, the places you lived, the books you read, the movies you saw. This exercise can be indulged at night just before going to sleep. It will cause you to drift off into sleep easily and will help you develop your memory for future benefits. 5. Listen to a musical selection on radio or Victoria and concentrate on the various instruments to see how many you can identify. 6. Look out of your window and see how many separate things you can see. Then close your eyes and reproduce them. 7. Concentrate your mind on one word such as home, and then see how many different words will come into your mind in association with that word. You will find this exercise helpful in building your power to use words in writing or in speech. Then take words from a dictionary and concentrate on using them in sentences. This exercise can be done in writing or in speech, or you can merely think the words and their associations. 8. Fix your eyes on one subject in your room and concentrate on it as long as possible without blinking. When you feel discomfort, close your eyes a moment. Soon you will have the power to use the magnetic eye, which can hold and control other people. Then practice looking at a flower and close your eyes and try to see it in color and form. 9. Sit for a half hour or more and concentrate the power of your mind on some person or persons you wish to influence for some good purpose. Do not project mental thought forms that are evil or selfish, for there is a metaphysical law which decrees that we receive back in life that which we project in our thoughts. The law is stated in the Bible as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Be sure then that you sow only mental seeds that are good and constructive. 10. Read a page from a book and then close the book and concentrate on the meaning of the words you have read. Do not try to reproduce the words exactly as written, but try to find the hidden meaning of the words. This exercise in concentration will help create originality of thinking within your mind. Einstein, one of the most brilliant men of our age, once said that the greatest genius who ever lived used only 1/10 of the potential power of his mind. Just think what a genius you can become if you use even half of the power of your brain potential. There is nothing you cannot achieve if you will only concentrate the miracle power of your higher mind through your conscious volitional mind. Control your thoughts. Think at will what you wish to think, and you will literally become a genius. It is said of Napoleon that he had tremendous powers of concentration. He arranged matters in his mind as if the facts were in drawers. When he wanted some special fact or information, he merely opened a mental drawer and took it out. All thoughts are filed in the brain in sequence and order. One fact will draw out others related to it. This is what makes some men such great thinkers and leaders. They are able to draw on these stored sense and memory impressions through the power of concentration, and when they need them, they merely turn to this mental cabinet where they are stored and draw them out. Chapter 6. The Metaphysical Fourth Dimensional Power Source. In metaphysics, we learn that there is a fourth dimensional power plane that can give one supernormal powers of the mind and body. It is in this fourth dimension of mind and spirit that man is able to perform astounding miracles. All the great mystics and teachers of the past have known of this fourth dimension, and by tapping the vast storehouse of power that resides therein, they have been able to rise above the limitations of time and space and matter and achieve miraculous results. The term metaphysics was coined by Andronicus of Rhodes, who edited Aristotle's philosophical works. That section of philosophy that dealt with matters above and beyond the physical and material planes of existence he called metaphysics, from two Greek words, meta and physica, which means literally that which is above and beyond the realm of the physical. Miracle response centers of the brain. Within your human brain, there are miracle response centers which operate on a higher frequency or wavelength than the ordinary, everyday centers which regulate your body's functions, such as digestion, breathing, circulation of the blood, repairing of the body, and the other automatic functions. The all-knowing intelligence, which man calls God, has put into his universe everything that man needs for his existence. Let us see how this power works in nature. A beaver knows instinctively how to cut down trees, chop them into small sections, and then build a dam across a stream. This knowledge is inborn in the beaver. Scientists took two beavers into their home for observation. They left them alone while they went out for the evening. When the scientists returned, the beavers had carefully cut the legs off the tables and chairs, and dragged the pieces of wood to a corner where they constructed a dam for an imaginary stream. A beaver knows no other way of life than to build dams, and he will construct them wherever he is. A spider will spin a geometric web that is perfect in design, and he knows how to sit in the center of that web and wait for his victim to fall into its tenuous strands. A hummingbird constructs an involved, elongated form of nest that hangs suspended from a tree branch, where its young will be safe from predatory creatures. The bee knows how to take an essence from a flower and turn it into easily digestible honey for its young. And while it is busy taking essences from flower to flower, nature has made it earn its living by pollinating fruits and flowers for mankind's benefit. Truly a miracle of creative productivity. The maple seed is a two-winged pod which this intelligence of the cosmic mind has created for a specific purpose. If the seed were to drop in the shade of the mother tree, it would never germinate and grow. This higher mind in nature has given the maple seed wings so that a vagrant breeze can carry it aloft and away from the tree to some fertile patch of soil where it can reproduce its own kind. The three planes of consciousness. There are three planes of consciousness which we shall now study. To fully develop your metaphysical power potentials, you must know how to reach the miracle response centers which you possess within your own consciousness. All the great men and women of history who achieved great things had this ability to release the power of the higher mind in creative activity. This is what distinguished them from ordinary mortals. There are three types of mind which are explained below. 1. The conscious mind. 2. The subconscious mind. 3. The cosmic mind. The conscious mind is the storehouse of human memory. The subconscious mind is the storehouse of preconscious memory. The cosmic mind, which William James named the superconscious mind, is the storehouse of cosmic memory. Most people operate entirely on one plane of consciousness, the conscious mind. They read something and do not retain it in their memory. They see physical and material objects, but they do not fully comprehend what they see. They live a one-dimensional life that is purely physical and material. They lack sensitivity to the higher pulsations of the universe, and their lives are marked by poverty, unhappiness, and limitation. Such people settle for a job and a small income for the rest of their lives. They seldom broaden the horizons of consciousness by exploring the wonders of the universe. They complain about the lack of opportunities in the world. They grumble because their lives are drab and lack excitement and fulfillment. They do not realize that they create their own prisons, in which they are confined for a lifetime. A prison or a palace. The story is told of a man who was sentenced to prison, and when he was put into his cell, he found another man sitting there writing by the light of a candle. The newcomer looked about him at the incredible squalor and misery of the rat-infested cell, and cried, "What a miserable place! Surely I will die here." The man who was sitting at a low table writing stopped and looked up. He asked, "How long is your sentence?" The other prisoner replied, 6 months. "Surely I cannot survive in this wretched cell." The other man smiled gently and said, "I have been here 12 years. He returned to his writing of Pilgrim's Progress. The man was Bunyan, and he was busy creating his immortal book, which has given inspiration and courage to millions. One man, the new prisoner, was living in the consciousness of limitation and saw only the wretched prison cell where he was to remain for 6 months. Bunyan was living on the fourth dimensional plane of the higher cosmic mind, where he created his own world and rose above the limitations of his environment. You can create a prison or a palace in the unlimited dimension of your higher consciousness. When you once discover this secret for rising above the limitations of time and space, which all the great ones of history have known, you will be able to perform seeming miracles and transcend your environment and rise above your limitations. Helen Keller is a perfect example of someone who has been able to rise above the limitations of the third-dimensional world and soar into the illimitable, lofty realms of the cosmic plane of consciousness. Deaf, dumb, and blind, this great woman has been able to achieve immortality and to benefit millions of handicapped persons with her example of courage, faith, hope, and vision. Poverty, a state of consciousness. Most people do not realize that they literally imprison themselves because they live in a consciousness of limitation and barrenness. When they once learn how to release the power of the cosmic mind with its unlimited power, they can change their environment, become successful, and fulfill their every dream and desire. When the kulaks or peasants of Russia were freed in the revolution, they inhabited the palaces of the czars and former rulers. They fed their horses in the rosewood pianos, chopped up the priceless antique furniture, and built fires on the white marble floors, and tore down the valuable hand-woven tapestries from the walls and used them for blankets for their horses. They now had the same environment that royalty had created and used, but their limited consciousness caused them to make hovels of the magnificent palaces. Perhaps you have been limiting yourself in life by accepting the seeming limitations of material and physical conditions in which you exist. It is true that there are obstacles, problems, interferences in all human destiny. If life did not have these obstructions, man would not grow strong and learn how to rise above the limitations of life. Sometimes through misfortune or handicaps, we are literally pushed into the mainstream of life's turbulence, and we must either sink or swim. It is in such times that man must soar into the realm of the cosmic dimension and grow wings of the soul so he may rise above his limitations. Greatness through the fourth dimension. Many of our greatest geniuses of history achieved imperishable fame through the fourth-dimensional plane of metaphysics. Lincoln was uneducated and born in a log cabin, and through stimulating the miracle response centers of his higher mind, he achieved greatness. When Lincoln's brother wrote him from Illinois asking for a loan of several $100s, Lincoln wrote back telling him that if he could not see opportunities all about him where he would never achieve success and fulfillment. The state of Illinois became one of the richest in our Union, proving what Lincoln told his brother, that opportunities were all about him, if he could but have the vision to see them. President Franklin D. Roosevelt rose to greatness, despite a crippling attack of polio, which kept him in a wheelchair for many years. Lord Byron, the great English poet, was born with a club foot, and yet, through his cosmic illumination, he achieved immortality. He was able to go to Greece when that country struggled desperately for its freedom from Turkish rule, and he gave his life in battle with the Greeks. Today, throughout Greece, Byron is honored with statues and memorials to his unconquerable spirit. Florence Nightingale ignored the limitations of her time, which decreed that women should remain in the kitchen, and went out into the battlefields to nurse the wounded and dying. Through this sacrifice, she freed women for all time and raised the profession of nursing to new and greater dignity. George Washington Carver was born to slave parents, and yet rose above the limitations of race and color to found Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He once showed me little packets of flower seed that he put into every letter he wrote, and which went all over the world to people who wrote him. He said, "I send these seeds out with thoughts of love. Whoever sees them bloom must reflect the love and beauty of the flowers. One cannot hate his fellow men when he loves nature." Edison and Beethoven both became deaf, and yet they were able to rise above this limitation and achieve greatness in their fields. Milton was blind, but his Paradise Lost and Regained have won for him a high place with the immortals of all time. The unlimited fourth dimension of spirit. The list is endless of those great men and women who rose on wings of the soul, through cosmic consciousness, to achieve immortality. They rose into the unlimited fourth dimension of spirit and tapped the metaphysical power plans which gave them supernormal ability. You possess this same ability that these great ones have had for tapping the higher dimensions of mind and spirit. Now let us learn how to utilize the three planes of consciousness we have learned about. The conscious mind, storehouse of human memory. The conscious mind is the dimension of ordinary, everyday activity. It is here that all awareness begins. Most people live 24 hours a day on this plane of consciousness. This plane is important, for it concerns such things as food, clothing, shelter, jobs and money, friends, physical love, and creature comforts. There is nothing wrong with living on this plane of consciousness, for without it, there could be no physical or material existence. The only mistake some people make is that they live entirely on this plane and their lives become warped and unbalanced. I once knew a woman who was worth $25 million. Her husband had died and left her this vast fortune. She was living entirely on the physical plane of consciousness. She started going to nightclubs and drinking excessively. She frequented gambling houses and horse races and lost thousands of dollars. She began taking sleeping pills and pep pills, and soon her brain centers became confused and disoriented. Finally, this unfortunate woman committed suicide. She had everything to live for, but life became unbearable because she had never unlocked the other planes of consciousness, which might have saved her. Regime for living on the conscious mind plane. A. Develop awareness of what your conscious mind is. It is your volitional mind which makes your decisions and carries them out. Be aware of your body, its sensations, its appetites. Sit for 5 minutes a day when you get up in the morning and be aware of your physical self, your emotions, your inner and outer sensations. Be aware of your hands and the power they possess for creativity. If you paint or type or play a musical instrument, stop and analyze the amazing dexterity of your hands as they perform some task, and be aware of the power you possess to do a variety of astounding things. The ability to use your hands raises you above the level of the animals. Be aware of this power and every day give time and attention to your body's needs. The right food, good fresh air, exercise, rest and sleep to restore the body. B. Fix your mind on your objective in life. Let this also be a daily 5-minute exercise, preferably when you awaken and your mind is fresh. Consciously ask yourself, what is my life goal? What am I doing to achieve it? What can I do today to further this life goal? What am I doing that might be harmful and injurious to myself and my interests? You can also do this exercise at odd moments, while waiting for a bus, or when you are having your lunch at work. This keeps the conscious mind constantly focused on your true life goal and keeps you from getting confused as to your life objective. C. Cultivate affirmative power consciously. The conscious mind and its memory patterns are motivated by conscious volition. You can color the fiber of your mind with either negative or positive suggestions. People constantly tear down the positive habit patterns of their brains with such negative statements as, I can't. I'm afraid I'll fail. I know I won't be able to do it. I'm unlucky. I was born to lose. I once met a man who had tattooed on his right arm the words, born to lose. He began to tell me a story of defeats, disappointments, failures, and frustrations that was truly awesome. Early in life, his father had deserted the family, and he had never known security as a child. His mother took to drink. He ran away from home at an early age, and soon he was also drinking excessively. He went from job to job, and finally, as a seaman, when he was drunk one night, he had the words, born to lose, tattooed on his arm. From that time on, his bad luck increased, and he wound up by telling me that he was doomed by fate from the moment he was born to an existence of misery and poverty. Unfortunately, my acquaintanceship with him did not extend beyond the moment, so I could not show him that his own conscious volitional mind was the cause of all his misery and bad luck. Affirmative power is cultivated by giving yourself conscious suggestions, which lodge in the miracle response centers of your mind and produce the equivalence of that which you affirm. Change your statements of I can't to I can. Change I won't to I will. Begin to think affirmatively. I can be healthy, strong, youthful, and radiant. I will succeed in my work. I shall attract money enough to meet all my needs. People will like me and be friendly with me. I attract only that which is good. Soon you will begin to form mental habit patterns by using these affirmative statements that are positive and that will shape your life in the image of what you most frequently think. D. Develop conscious control of your brain centers. Concentrate for a few moments each day on your 5 centers of touch, feeling, taste, sound, and sight. Be aware of the physical world around you through these 5 senses. Soon you will store vibrant, live, emotional experience in the memory patterns of your brain, which will help shape your entire future destiny. E. Learn 3 new words every day to exercise your memory centers. You can vary this by learning poems, biblical quotations, or some other positive statements that will help you fix images within your brain. F. Practice memory recall of past scenes and events. Be sure to recall only those memories which are pleasant and positive. Most people recall operations, sicknesses, disasters, and failures, and each time they recall such negative memories, they are imprinting them more indelibly upon the sensitive convolutions of the mind. G. At least once a week, for a full half hour or more, be conscious of your memory. Write down a list of words and see what associations come to you from the past. Such words as home, mother, love, baby, country, flag, office, people, ocean, glory, happiness, beauty, good, and friends might form such a list. You can make up your own. Then write down all the words or thoughts that your mind recalls. You may unlock some valuable vein of memory, which will lead you to some great accomplishment in your present life. The subconscious mind, storehouse of racial human memory. The subconscious mind has often been confused with the superconscious or cosmic mind by students of metaphysics. It is true that tremendous power resides within your subconscious mind, and that you can use it to great advantage by knowing how to release its stored-up power. The subconscious is where all the racial memories are stored. When nature wants to create another human being, she releases the pattern which is held in the racial memory of all human beings. This is stored in the subconscious mind. The subconscious knows how to form that child in the mother's womb perfectly in 9 short months' time. The chemical formula is within the mother's genes and cells of her brain and body. The cosmic mind, which we shall study shortly, holds the secret pattern for all creation, but it is the subconscious mind which is the tool within man that nature uses for evolving that pattern. The subconscious might be called the second dimension of life experience. It is the automatic mind which motivates all living creatures, causing them to perform their life functions through instinct. When you want to achieve something great, you consciously choose your objective then. By stimulating the subconscious mind, you set into motion the higher forces which create that image you hold in your consciousness. The Master Jesus, who knew how to unlock this tremendous power of the subconscious mind for healing, spoke of this power as the Father within, who doeth the work. Again, he said, the Father and I are one. In our modern study of metaphysics, we know that the subconscious mind within man can make him sick or keep him healthy. Let us learn how to tap this dimension of the subconscious mind. Emile Coué first discovered the tremendous power that existed in the subconscious mind for healing the sick. Use the system he taught for giving your subconscious mind the right, positive autosuggestions it needs when you go to bed at night. Repeat over and over the suggestions you want to incorporate in your subconscious mind. You may use the following or make up your own. I desire a better memory, so I can recall anything from the past that I choose. I wish to change my personality so I will be more magnetic, compelling, and attractive. I would like to attract a better job where I can use my creative gifts and talents to best advantage. I need $1,000 to accomplish my present objective. I want to attract this money from unexpected sources. I wish to find a home that I can afford. It is to be located in the country and will have a small garden and 5 rooms. I would like to play the piano, or sing, or type, or write stories or songs. Whatever creative gift you desire, ask for it. I want better health, more energy and vitality, and a healing of the condition that I now have. It is important that you be specific when you command the forces of your subconscious mind. You can say your auto-suggestions aloud or to yourself as you lie in bed preparing to go to sleep. Say each auto-suggestion over at least 10 times, and repeat this process every night and every morning for the rest of your life. The habit patterns of your subconscious mind will be built in about 3 months' time if you conscientiously do this exercise. And soon you will be able to command this power at will, and it will sometimes work instantaneous miracles for you. Write some of your auto-suggestions down on small cards that you can carry in your purse or pocket, and several times a day, look at them and repeat them. These can be suggestions for specific things you desire, or they may be pep statements such as, I feel wonderful. Everything I do today will be successful. I radiate love to everyone I meet. I am life. I am youth. I am love. I charge my mind with power. I have faith that only good will seek me out. I am a dynamic center of cosmic light, peace, and beauty, and become a magnet for all good. C. Read, memorize, and absorb positive knowledge from self-help books to keep you constantly charged mentally in a positive way. Avoid reading destructive and negative books and magazines that deal in horror, sadism, and degeneracy. D. Choose programs on television and movies that are inspiring, uplifting, and constructive. Avoid those programs that dwell too much on bloodshed, violence, and disaster. E. Charge the batteries of your brain by giving yourself tasks to perform that are creative and positive. Example, when a magnet loses its power to attract to itself iron filings, it is given work to do by placing a piece of iron on it until it is once again charged. You can use this same process to charge your brain. By associating your mind with some uplifting and inspiring thought, you automatically charge its electrical and magnetic power. The emotions and thoughts which help charge the subconscious quickest are a desire to unselfishly help others, a love of people, and a desire to do something good for them. The emotion of love manifested on any of its various planes: love of family, love of humanity, love of friends, love of country, love of God, forgiveness to those who have harmed you in any way. Example, a woman who suffered from crippling arthritis for 20 years finally confessed that she had hated her sister all those years for taking her boyfriend away from her and marrying him. She had remained a spinster all those years, hating her sister. When she was told to forgive the sister and send her loving thoughts, she changed the mental charge of her subconscious mind from hate to love, and within 6 months, her arthritis disappeared. F. At night, when you retire, give your subconscious mind a list of the things you want it to do for you. The subconscious may send through the thought for making $1 million while you sleep, as it did to Edison when he invented his electric light bulb. He had been trying for weeks to invent a filament that wouldn't burn out immediately. Everything he tried failed. Finally, he gave his subconscious mind instructions that he wanted a filament that would last for many hours. One night he awakened as if someone had nudged him, and he hastily wrote down the idea that came through. The next day, he hastened to work out the details of the idea, and the electric light was born. The cosmic mind, storehouse of cosmic memory. The third dimension of mind is that mind which seems to be above the physical and material universe, and which in metaphysics we call the cosmic mind. It is within the cosmic mind that all universal consciousness exists. When you once learn how to tap this vast repository of universal memory, you may consort with the immortals of all ages and share their thoughts, emotions, and creative genius. Let us now study the method by which you may tap this cosmic mind and enjoy unlimited freedom of movement in the vast universal realms of great art, music, literature, poetry, and philosophy. A. Study the lives of the great geniuses of history and mentally take on the luster of their minds and the greatness of their profound thoughts. For example, choose Burbank and from him take the essence of his creative genius. This was made up of curiosity about the workings of nature, patience in his many experiments with growing plants, faith in the inherent miracle of all life that infuses all living things, vision, the ability to see new forms and create them through imagination, courage, to be able to continue in the face of numerous failures and obstructions. You can see how you can borrow cosmic greatness from a genius like Burbank by knowing his life and his work, and then emulating the pattern of greatness as established by him. From Carnegie, you can emulate the qualities of imagination, persistence, desire for a better life, unselfishness, which caused him to give to America 1,200 public libraries and that great cultural institution, Carnegie Hall. From Edison, you can emulate the cosmic qualities of a desire to do good for others, faith in the miracle power that worked through him, joy and creativity, a love of humanity, a desire to change the world for the better, patience, perseverance, hope, and optimism. From Beethoven and Mozart, you may emulate the cosmic qualities of beauty, harmony, joy, and rhythm. Also their creative patterns of hard work, diligence, patience, and love of humanity. This process of studying the lives of the great can be extended to every realm of human endeavor, from philosophy and science to art, music, literature, and invention. B. Mentally hold a conference with great men whose thoughts and works have enriched the world. Example: you might have a business problem which you do not know how to work out. Call upon the cosmic knowledge used by Vanderbilt, Morgan, Carnegie, Schwab, and other business geniuses. The same thoughts which motivated them when they lived are still in existence today on the cosmic plane of consciousness, and you may tap this plane as easily and readily as these men did. You may wish the inspiration of great music. Turn to the recordings of such geniuses as Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, Bach, and Strauss, and when listening to their living music, you can recreate the inspiration and emotional beauty that caused them to create their vibrant masterpieces. You may require the transcendental wisdom and beauty of words, which were created by such great men as Shelley, Keats, Milton, Dante, Shakespeare, and Hugo. Turn to the works of these or other great authors and rekindle once again the cosmic flame which burned brightly for them, and which through them inspired the entire human race. You may require the cosmic knowledge of a man of science for some specific task in your life. Turn to the lives and works of such men as Newton, Galileo, Leonardo da Vinci, Pasteur, Einstein, Salk, and Fleming. The same cosmic inspiration that motivated them can, through their works, enkindle your brain and imagination with the same creative fire they used, and cause you to create works of greatness. C. Have a high and noble purpose for living, and you will reach out to the cosmic mind and draw inspiration and help for every action in your life. Hetty Green made over $100 million in her lifetime, but her greed and selfishness were such that she became a miser and never knew the joy and excitement that comes from sharing your money with other people. You can tap cosmic mind power by having an unselfish desire to help the world become a better place in which to live. Nobel made his fortune through munitions and gunpowder, but he left his fortune in trust for the Nobel Peace Prize to be given every year to the man who does the most for peace, as well as for literary greatness. Carnegie once said that in the future it will be considered sinful for a man to die rich. He left most of his fortune to foundations for the good of humanity. Rockefeller Sr. has been criticized by many for the methods he used to accumulate the early fortune he made. However, after his death, he left his money to the Rockefeller Foundation, which has discovered some of the great advances made in science and medicine, which can help all of humanity. Andrew Mellon endowed a vast art gallery so he could share his love of beauty with the world. The fourth dimensional plane of spirit. When you have explored all three planes of consciousness, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the cosmic mind, you have at your control all of the vast forces which man may tap and use for his physical, material, mental, emotional, and psychic needs. There is still one other plane to be explored. This is the fourth dimensional plane of pure spirit or essence, which flows in, through, and around the physical and material, giving it its form and substance, but never being imprisoned by matter. Einstein was working on a theory before he died, which explained all matter, all creation, in terms of this divine essence or spirit. In religion, this essence is called the Holy Ghost, but in metaphysics we know that the power which Jesus, the healer, used, and which all the great mystics have used to perform miracles of healing and other great creative actions, was on the fourth dimensional metaphysical plane. In other words, the plane that is above and beyond the physical and material universe. Great forces alive in the invisible. There are great forces alive in the invisible fourth-dimensional plane. It is there that electricity ebbs and flows in a vast tidal wave of power. When Franklin tried his experiment with a kite and key, he proved that this stupendous cosmic power existed. Later Galvani, Marconi, Edison, and other creative geniuses harnessed these tidal waves of power that exist in the invisible dimensions of time and space. Magnetism is another of these vast cosmic forces, which man is only now beginning to learn how to use. Newton and Galileo both showed mankind that this mysterious fluidic substance ebbed and flowed throughout the created universe and could be used by mankind when he once understood it. Now our spaceships are probing interstellar space because we have learned how magnetism works through the gravitational force, or third law of motion, which Newton discovered. Capillary attraction in all growing living things is another one of these mysterious invisible forces, which is motivated by the divine essence behind all creation. When you once learn how to tap this enormous reservoir of invisible power, you can truly become a Superman and perform deeds that would be called miracles by all who witness them. Jesus knew how to transmute substances, how to heal the sick, now to feed the multitudes with a few loaves and fishes, how to walk on water, raise the dead, turn water into wine, and perform other incredible miracles through the use of the law of transmutation and transfiguration. All of this has been documented in history. How to tap the fourth-dimensional plane of spirit. A. Use the two miracle keys of faith and prayer to unlock the vast reservoirs of latent power within your human psyche. Have faith that this power is alive today and is working for you, as it did for Jesus and other great teachers of the past. Use prayer as the spiritual language with which you can communicate to the divine mind within your own consciousness. The spark of divinity is alive within all human beings. You can talk to God as easily as you talk to your friends. Prayer is the language of the soul, and when you hold Holy Communion with your divine self, you will be admitted into many mysteries of the universe, and you will be given powers that will astound you. B. Intensify your spiritual magnetism by holding in your consciousness the spiritual qualities that all great mystics have told us about. These qualities are truth, love, peace, charity, goodness, forgiveness, faith, and worship of the divine force, which created all life. These qualities of the divine should be indulged and exercised as much as you exercise your physical body. The mind, the emotions, and the soul of man require certain stimuli, and on the fourth-dimensional plane, man must live in the awareness of his divinity and act accordingly. Base and ignoble actions destroy this divine image, and man sinks back to the primitive plane of an animal. C. Master the negative emotions which destroy the divine image. These emotions we have learned elsewhere in our study. They are fear, hatred, anger, revenge, envy, jealousy, greed, selfishness, and malice. The only way that you can really master these emotions is through substitution of a positive emotion in place of the negative one. D. When you wish to stir the miracle response centers of your consciousness, use the secret that the Tibetan mystics have used for centuries. Visualize a golden cord tied to the forehead. See this golden cord reaching out into infinity, where it contacts the cosmic mind of the Creator. When you practice projecting your spiritual essence to the divine, breathe deeply 10 or 15 times, and then close your eyes and visualize the divine essence flowing from the cosmic mind to your mind. Slowly say the mystic words, Om Mani Padme Om, 10 or 15 times. Breathe deeply before saying the words, and then hold the Om a little longer than the other words. You will feel a sense of exhilaration when you perform this mystic ritual, and it will give you great power and endurance when you need it. E. You can tap this high plane of the fourth dimension of spirit when you perform charitable acts. This is one of the reasons why all the great mystics and prophets stress charity in their teachings. The spirit of outpouring is a divine act, as the sun pours forth its rays to nourish the earth and to give life to all mankind. The cosmic mind is a generous and loving force that bestows its treasures lavishly on mankind. Duplicate this generosity of the divine mind in your own life, and you will see immediate changes in your own life affairs. Being charitable does not mean that you must give money to others. Giving takes many different forms. You can give kindness, love, beauty. You can share your life experiences with those less fortunate. You can give smiles and kind words to those with whom you work. The spirit of kindness and generosity can become a mental habit which infuses your entire personality. It will win friends for you and cause you to be loved by everyone you meet. Chapter 7. All riches possible using miracle power consciousness of metaphysics. You can use the miracle power consciousness for many different purposes in life. You may want to become an outstanding success in the business or professional world and build a vast fortune. You can use this power for this purpose. There is nothing wrong with utilizing the riches that are in the universe. They were given to man by the Creator and should be used intelligently. The Bible speaks of the love of money being the root of all evil. It does not say money itself is evil. It is the greedy, selfish person who accumulates a fortune for his own self-aggrandizement who is sinful. If you use the miracle power consciousness to attract a fortune and use your money intelligently, you can be as rich as you wish to be. How to build the rich consciousness. There is a law in metaphysics which is called the law of cause and effect. It is also referred to as action and reaction. There can be no effect without a predisposing cause. If you want to become rich and successful, you must set the causes into motion, which will lead to the effect of producing riches. This is a law in everything in the mental and physical worlds. What is consciousness? It is the state of being conscious, of having awareness. It is the totality of one's thoughts, feelings, and experiences. A rich consciousness must first be created before you can truly enjoy the blessings of life. This consciousness can be built even if you are poor and do not have any material resources. Example: a man who has never been exposed to any artistic or cultural experience might go to the Metropolitan Museum in New York City, where there are magnificent art treasures from all over the world. He might enjoy the experience a great deal, but it is unlikely that he will really understand what he sees or fully appreciate the works of art. Why? Because his consciousness has never been fully developed in relation to art. A person who has studied art, who has read books on the lives of the artists, and who knows something about symmetry, composition, form, and color, will appreciate the beautiful paintings more than one unversed in this knowledge of great art. The rich consciousness must first be built before you can truly enjoy the free riches of life, or attract the material abundance which riches represent. If you were rich, what would you do? Let us ask a hypothetical question. If you were really rich, what are some of the things that you would do? You would buy magnificent paintings for your home. You would probably have expensive, leather-bound volumes for your library. You would own a luxurious car with a chauffeur to drive you anywhere you wanted to go. You would travel to foreign places and seek out the pleasures and amusements of nightclubs, horse racing, and yachting. You would frequent the best hotels, eat the finest food, and go to the opera and theater to see fine shows. You can actually live the rich life and enjoy the same things that millionaires enjoy without being rich. When you once build the rich consciousness, you will enrich your life. And then, if you want a fortune, the miracle power within you can show you how to attain it. Here is how the rich consciousness is built. 1. Be aware of the priceless treasures of life that are all about you and which you can enjoy with very little money. For instance, you cannot own a Rembrandt painting, which would be worth $1 million or more, and which few millionaires can afford to own, but you can buy magnificent reproductions of the greatest art treasures in the world, such as the Mona Lisa, the Blue Boy, the Last Supper, and other great paintings, which can adorn the walls of your home. If you are not near a great art gallery, like the Metropolitan in New York, you can purchase books which reproduce the world's great art treasures and enrich your consciousness by studying the lives and the works of the great artists of the past. 2. You may not have a fine library of leather-bound first editions in your home, but you have access to a public library, which is a repository for the world's greatest literature. Here you may borrow books which you can read and fill your consciousness with the noblest thoughts and inspirations of the greatest literary geniuses of the past and present. Also, most of the finest books are now being reproduced in paper-bound volumes, which almost anyone can afford. 3. Study the lives on great and successful men of history through reading biographies and autobiographies. Then emulate their lives and thoughts. Learn from the mistakes of these men and try to enrich your consciousness by absorbing as much knowledge as you can from their examples and life works. 4. You may not have your own limousine and chauffeur, but what about your local forms of transportation? You can have, for a small sum, a vast streetcar or subway or bus with a liveried chauffeur who does the driving for you. Isn't this as much yours as if you owned it? Then, too, think of how little bother it is. You need not take care of it or put gas in it or worry about repairs. It is all done for you by a vast network of employees that you need never contact. Instead of lamenting the fact you do not have a car, build first the consciousness of riches, which can eventually lead you to owning your own car. 5. You may long for a mansion and landscaped gardens, but did you ever stop to think that you already possess illimitable riches in public parks, zoos, botanical gardens, that no millionaire could ever afford to keep up? I remember in my walks about Bel Air, where I had a home in California for many years, I came to a vast 10-acre estate with a huge wire fence around it, and the words, "Electric Gate, Keep Out," on the front. In the center of this estate was a huge mausoleum of a house. I never saw any people on its rolling lawns. No one was ever out in the yard enjoying the flowers and imported expensive trees and shrubs. It was a lonely and deserted wilderness, and the multimillionaire who lived there was never at home to enjoy his mansion. Surely you can find more happiness in your own comfortable small apartment or home than is represented by this outlay of wealth. You can build a rich consciousness and enjoy the public parks and the beauty of gardens all around you, without ever having to worry about watering the plants or paying the gardeners to keep them up. 6. You may complain that you cannot afford to go to the theater and opera or concerts. Your hometown may not have these special entertainments which only the rich can afford. You need not be rich to have entertainment fit for a king. You have radio and television, which can bring into your home in one evening alone entertainment worth many millions of dollars. With the flip of a dial, you can be personally entertained by such great stars as Jack Benny, Milton Berle, Lucille Ball, Jackie Gleason, Bob Hope, Red Skelton, and Danny Thomas. You can turn to the telephone hour for culture and fine music. You can even have Johnny Carson, Ed Sullivan, and occasionally the Beatles and Elvis Presley, if you want modern entertainment and vaudeville. Then think of the multi-million-dollar movies that you can tune into of an evening. You can be entertained by not only our present stars, but by a youthful John Barrymore, Errol Flynn, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Tyrone Power, who have long since departed this earth. Garbo, Dietrich, Rita Hayworth, Lana Turner come to you in the magic of eternal youth and beauty on your home TV, and it costs you only the initial price of your set. A potentate of the Far East, with all his millions, could never afford the wonder and luxury of a radio or television set. You are already as rich as Midas, but you may not have the consciousness of the abundance you truly possess. The rich universe in which you live. To help you build the miracle power consciousness that can bring you illimitable riches, let us examine the rich universe in which you live. Most people remain in poor circumstances in life because they are not aware of the riches that God has placed here for us to enjoy. Ponder on the following facts the next time you begin to bemoan the fact: there are not enough riches for all people. In Russia, there is a forest 3,000 miles square. In that one forest alone, there is enough lumber and building material to build a mansion the size and beauty of the White House in Washington, D.C. for every family in the world. In Brazil, there is a vast area of untapped treasures, where there is more than enough wealth to furnish the world with gold, diamonds, silver, iron, coal, zinc, tin, copper and mahogany, rubber and fruits, to supply the entire world for generations to come. Poverty is in the mind of man, not in God's universe. Then, add to this the wealth that exists in the sea. Now they are finding diamonds, gold, and oil in the seas of the world, that promise to furnish mankind with an abundance of treasures for generations to come. Remind yourself constantly that you live in a rich universe, and that everything God created was for you and your loved ones. There is no poverty in nature. Poverty is man-made. The cost of the ships that were sunk at Pearl Harbor alone would have furnished water to nourish the entire desert wastes of the West. Enough produce could have been furnished there alone to feed the starving millions of Asia. $4 billion, the cost of creating one single atom bomb, could have wiped out poverty in America and fed the rest of the world for years. In America alone, we store millions of pounds of butter, dump millions of gallons of milk, oranges, potatoes, and burned produce that could easily feed the entire world. The next time you hear someone speak of the lack and limitation that is in the world, remind them of these facts. Enrich your consciousness by being aware of the true riches that exist in this universe. Soon you will be able to attract all the money you need to furnish you with every luxury and comfort you desire. Do these things to release the miracle power for building a fortune. 1. Absorb as much knowledge as you can about the world in which you live. Study the great examples furnished by men and women of the past. Learn all you can about art, music, literature, science, and invention. Make it a point to learn how rich men have made their fortunes. Go to your public library and get books on the lives of such men as Carnegie, Rockefeller, Mellon, Vanderbilt, Morgan, and Astor. Then try to apply the knowledge you have gathered to your own life. 2. Have a sincere desire to elevate yourself in life. Raise your standards, have high ideals, do things that will carry you a step higher in intellectual and cultural fields. You might enroll in a course in public speaking, study art or music or writing. Go to art galleries and then study books that tell you of the lives of the great artists. You will be better able to attract the finer things of life if you build a consciousness that comprehends worthwhile achievements. 3. Build your sense of awareness of the treasures that you already possess by taking a daily inventory of the riches you now enjoy. On Monday, you might study something about a great artist like Rembrandt or Da Vinci. On Tuesday, you might listen to some fine music by Beethoven or Mozart, and then learn something about the composers' lives by reading books in your library. On Wednesday, you might be aware of the good things on television, instead of lamenting the bad things. Study the life of Edison, Marconi, Sarnoff, the men who made this modern miracle possible. On Thursday, you might enjoy the luxury of the fruits you see in the marketplace or have on your table. Become curious about the man who perfected so many fruits and flowers and vegetables. Study the life of Burbank and see how he used the miracle power of his higher mind to create new forms of fruits and vegetables which enrich your life today. This study regime should continue throughout your entire life and should extend to art, music, literature, history, science, philosophy, psychology, industry, and religion. Soon you will find your consciousness is tremendously enriched, and you will stimulate the response centers of your higher mind, giving you greater power to attract into the orbit of your daily experiences the riches and abundance which you desire. 4. Visualize and imagine the type of world in which you wish to live. Mentally select the home environment in which you believe you would be happiest. Then strive to create as much beauty, charm, and cleanliness in your present environment. Soon you will attract to yourself the right home that you have lived in your imagination. 5. Have an objective in life, a reason for wanting to make a fortune. You may want a beautiful home, a car of your own, a college education for your son or daughter, a fur coat, a small boat. Whatever it is, have the objective clearly in mind. Write it down on a sheet of paper and read it over every day until you have built the consciousness of abundance. Then have the patience to wait for fulfillment of your dream. 6. Clear your mind each night when you retire of all negative thoughts that you have accumulated during the day. Your consciousness is built by an accumulation of ideas and thoughts. If you think you can succeed and attract riches, you will have a better chance than if you tell yourself 100 times a day that you will fail, that there aren't enough riches to go around, or other negative thoughts. 7. Strive to be worthy of the best that life has to offer. Build your consciousness of quality and riches by wearing the best clothes you can afford. Eat in the restaurants that represent quality. Choose your entertainment on television or movies with the intention of improving the quality of your mind. Read good books. Be conversant with the classics of the past in art, music, and literature, as well as the modern trends in these fields. 8. Use the riches you now possess and appreciate and enjoy the free gifts of life. Sunshine, fresh air, beautiful flowers, smiling faces of children, music, good food, friends, and loved ones. These emotional values are also riches of the spirit, and they should not be neglected while you search for material treasures and possessions. A test to determine your state of consciousness. Your answers to the following questions will determine to what degree you have achieved the enrichment of your consciousness. If your scoring is low at present, do not be discouraged, but strive to achieve a higher rating through restudying this chapter. To determine your grade, give yourself credit for 10 points on each question that you answer yes. If your score is 90%, it is excellent. 80% to 90% is very good. 70% to 80% is fair. 1. Do you spend at least 1 hour a day in improving your mind by studying things that pertain to your personality? This includes your voice, your manners, and the social graces. 2. Do you appreciate and enjoy good music? 3. Do you read books considered classics? Books by writers such as Dickens, Shakespeare, Victor Hugo, Dumas, Milton, Dante. 4. Do you seek out friends who are cultured and refined? 5. Do you try to keep your present home neat, clean, and orderly? 6. Are you utilizing the riches that you already possess fully? 7. Do you visit your local museums, art galleries, and cultural institutions often? 8. Do you try to raise your standards and avoid doing things that are common, cheapening and coarsening to your personality? 9. Do you select your clothing with taste and an eye to quality and style? 10. Do you spend at least half an hour a day in meditation and contemplation of the mystery of life, searching for beauty, goodness, truth, happiness, and love? Chapter 8. 10 Keys that Unlock the Metaphysical Forces of Your Mind. Your mind possesses vast reserves of power and knowledge within its domain. When we speak of mind in this study, we mean the totality of consciousness, which scientists call the conscious, the subconscious, and superconscious minds. In metaphysics, we add another dimension to mind. This is the divine mind, which is often called cosmic mind or universal intelligence. It has been found that in psychological experiments where people were hypnotized, they possessed amazing knowledge that they did not have in their conscious states. Some people could speak foreign languages fluently, although they had never been abroad or studied such languages. Others knew how to play the piano or some other instrument. Still others knew about countries and strange places where they had never been. Where were these reserves of knowledge stored? If they were not in the conscious mind, then they must have resided in some other part of consciousness where the person was not even aware of them. One man who had a very poor mind for mathematics could add, subtract, and multiply long lists of figures while in a state of hypnosis. Miracle super forces of geniuses. Certain men and women throughout history have known how to release these miracle super forces of the divine mind and perform feats that astounded people. Joan of Arc was such an example. She was a poor peasant maid who had never been away from her village. When she began to hear voices and have visions, people thought she was obsessed with evil spirits. She saw in her visions that she would ride at the head of France's victorious armies, and the voices told her she would one day save France. When she finally convinced the French generals of the veracity of her visions, they put her at the head of their soldiers, and she led them to victory after victory. Were her visions delusions? Or rather, were they induced by some superforce within her consciousness that knew of her divine destiny? We are inclined to believe the latter, for too many times in history men and women have had this kind of divine vision and have achieved miracles that were impossible for ordinary men and women to perform. In his experiments in extrasensory perception, a noted authority, tells of an instance where a young woman's father died, leaving her impoverished. After the funeral expenses were paid, there was no money left for food in the house. One night this woman had a realistic dream in which her father came to her as she had known him in life and told her of a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture in the living room where she would find a large sum of money hidden in big bills. Upon awakening, the woman could still hear the sound of her father's voice in her ears. She arose and went to the antique dresser her father had told her about. She reached into a recessed area behind one of the drawers and there found the money in the secret compartment she had been told about. How Napoleon unlocked this superforce. Napoleon called upon the miracle superforce of his higher mind and won for himself a position as Emperor of France and nearly conquered the entire continent in his 20-year rule. He believed in astrology and was told early in his life that he was destined to become a king. He believed that he was destined to liberate the people of France from tyranny and poverty and to unite all of Europe in a great confederacy over which he would rule as emperor. When he consulted mystics and seers, they confirmed his own inner conviction that he was born to rule. This idea became an overpowering, magnificent obsession in Napoleon's mind. He began to study the art of warfare, of political and diplomatic strategy, and finally, when he felt the stars were auspicious, he set out on his rendezvous with destiny. There is no doubt that Napoleon tapped some higher power, another dimension of mind than his own conscious mind, to rise to the heights he ultimately attained. What were the miracle keys that he used to unlock the superforce of his mind? The 10 miracle keys to all greatness. In a study of metaphysics, we find that there are 10 keys that unlock the miracle superforce of the mind. We shall study each of these keys in turn and see how to apply them to your own life. With these keys, you can unlock doors of consciousness where the miracle superforce resides. The key of imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. It is in his imagination that man can truly grow wings of the soul and soar above the limitations of mortal mind and become godlike in his dreams and aspirations. That which you can conceive, you can achieve. The very act of picturing a condition you desire sets into motion certain superforces within your higher mind that begin to create the conditions imaged. Einstein gave the world a mathematical formula which perfectly states the metaphysical law for using creative imagination to materialize the destiny we desire. Einstein's formula is expressed mathematically as E equals mc2. What this formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. All physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. The energy in a thought produces its own materialization. An idea is as real and solid as a bridge or a skyscraper. The concept of love is as real and permanent as the sun or the earth. The fact that mental energy cannot be seen or felt does not argue that it has no existence. Let us examine this metaphysical concept further below. I have reduced it to a practical formula which utilizes the imagination as the energy-producing miracle force. It is dream, dare, and do. What is your big dream in life? It is through your imagination that you must picture what I call your big dream of life. There can be no actual achievement of your dream, the daring and the doing of our metaphysical formula, until you first have the picture in your imagination of the things you want to attract in life. The dream stirs into action the miracle superforces of your higher mind, and the mental and spiritual energy that it sets into motion externalizes in creative patterns. Do you dream of achieving some high goal in life? If you do, it must be specific and clear-cut. Otherwise, the superforces of your higher mind are not activated sufficiently to bring it into being. I remember in my first year in high school in biology class when we were studying the sprouting of plants, we were given home study work where we were told to plant bin seed and then watch them mature. I was so anxious to see the miracle of growth and evolvement that I kept digging up the poor bin seed until it gave up in discouragement and died. The picture of the mature bin, the sprouts, the roots, the final edible vegetable inherent in the seed, were all there, in the invisible dimensions of time and space, waiting for the final creative pulsation in the soil. But the law of growth could never work when it was constantly disturbed. This same law applies to your life. In your imagination, you plant the seed of the crop you wish to reap. The super forces of your higher mind are ready and waiting to mature the destiny you want. But you must hold the picture firmly in mind. Then let the higher power mature your dream and externalize it into its physical and material equivalent. One man's imagination changed the world. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in his imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, radio, television, and dirigible. Simon Lake invented his submarine from inspiration he received when he read Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Verne's imaginative pictures were fanciful, but they were converted into rational and productive products by men who read his literary works and were, in turn, inspired by them. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin when he saw his pet cat trying to reach through the bars of a cage to get at his canary. In his imagination, Whitney visualized steel bars holding back the cotton seed, while iron claws drew out the fluffy white cotton between the bars. This one invention revolutionized the industry of the South. The miracle super forces of man's higher mind were stimulated by the power of the imagination to produce such modern great things as the printing press, wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom, and the creation of such miracles as the electronic microscope, the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, and now, man's ultimate triumph of mind over matter, the creation of spaceships that are on their way to the moon and distant stars. How to stimulate your imagination. 1. Read a scene in a book or magazine, and then in your imagination try to project that scene in all its details. Add to it what you wish and make the scene come to life vividly, trying to see the characters, the environment, the action, and any other details that are described in the story. 2. Think back to your childhood and recall some scene that you enjoyed, such as a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or birthday. In your mind's eye, try to recall the people who were there, the things they said and did, the food you ate, and any other details that you can remember. 3. Picture your perfect dream home. Cut pictures out of home decorating magazines and let them serve as a stimulus to your imagination. Visualize a party in the dream home. See the friends you have invited, work in the garden, and do any other activities in your mind which you might perform in such a home in reality. 4. Stand before a mirror and imagine that you are speaking before a vast audience in an auditorium. You can speak aloud or to yourself. Make up a talk on some subject with which you are conversant. This speech can be a short one of 2 minutes, or it can be longer. The brain centers are stimulated by such an exercise and make it possible for you to speak more fluently when you need to express yourself. 5. Imagine yourself having $1 million. This mental exercise will help you stimulate the miracle response centers of your brain for building a fortune. If you cannot imagine yourself being rich, it will be difficult to ever attract a fortune. 6. Imagine yourself standing on the prow of a boat headed for some exotic land like Hawaii. You can use pictures from travel magazines to help stimulate your imagination in relation to this exercise. Some people have used travel pictures and literature to stimulate the miracle response centers of their brains, and soon they found themselves actually visiting the places they had imaged in their minds. The second key, curiosity. It was curiosity that caused Columbus to sail the seas in search of new lands. If he had been satisfied with the popular belief that the earth was flat, he never would have embarked on his voyages of discovery. It was curiosity that caused the scientist Fleming to wonder why green mold on bread in a test tube killed germs. His curiosity led him to the discovery of the life-saving penicillin, which is called a miracle drug, and which has saved the lives of millions of people. It was curiosity that led Galvani to experiment with his galvanic battery, from which so many inventions have come. Curiosity has been implanted in the consciousness of man for a specific purpose. This divine emotion makes him discontented with the world as it is and causes him to search for new ways to change things, to improve them, and to give man greater comfort and luxury. How to develop curiosity. 1. Look about you in your work and see how you might improve conditions. Many an invention has been born because man's natural curiosity caused him to wonder if he couldn't improve on the methods being used in his business. A man sitting at a lecture was disturbed by a woman's big hat. He became curious as to how to convert this obstruction to something positive, and before he left the auditorium, he had an idea for a new hat pin, which made him a fortune. 2. Look at some invention such as radio or television, and try to figure out the principle involved in its mechanism. 3. Look around you in your garden and see the fruit, vegetables, and flowers, and try to reason out the method by which they draw the nourishment from the soil to create their products. It was this type of curiosity that led Burbank to develop so many new types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was curiosity that led George Washington Carver to convert the lowly peanut into plastics, insulating materials, fodder for cattle, varnishes, oils, paints, and many other products, which helped revolutionize the industry of the South. 4. When it thunders or lightnings, try to understand the reason why. Look up the facts in an encyclopedia. 5. Stimulate the curiosity response centers of your brain by wondering how other people live in other parts of the world. Study books in your library showing the customs and habitats of people in Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 6. When you listen to beautiful music or read interesting stories, try to analyze the emotions that prompted the composers and authors to create their works. The third key: knowledge. It is through the intellect that man rules the universe. The pen is mightier than the sword. Your miracle super forces of the mind are more easily motivated and released when you fortify yourself with knowledge. This does not mean that you must be a college graduate to succeed in life. Many great men have risen to high positions who did not have a formal education. Wisdom is very often an innate trait, and some of the great philosophers like Socrates and Plato founded their own schools. Henry Ford was not a college graduate, but he had innate wisdom. He absorbed knowledge sufficient for his purposes and succeeded in his chosen field. Bacon said, "For knowledge too is itself power." All knowledge begins with this precept by Socrates: know thyself. The regime for building knowledge. 1. Observe the universe about you and stimulate all 5 senses by absorbing the sights, sounds, and experiences that surround you every day. 2. Reason out why things happen in the physical and material universe under the law of cause and effect. 3. Study specialized knowledge that fits your business or profession, and keep up to date on latest developments in your field by subscribing to magazines dealing in such matters. 4. Expand the horizons of your mind by absorbing as much knowledge as you can about as many things as possible. Take an interest in civic events in your community. Join clubs and organizations that have a wide diversity of interests. 5. Learn by example through emulating the lives and thoughts of great men of history. Read their biographies and autobiographies. Find out what they thought, how they worked, what books they read. Learn everything you can about their lives, and then use them as models by which you shape your own life. 6. Study books on psychology and find out how the human mind works. You will not only be better able to cope with your own life problems by knowing psychology, but such a study will help you understand other people better and improve your relationship with them in your social life and business world. 7. Every day learn some new word or fact that will add to the sum total of your knowledge as you grow older. Most people make the mistake of closing their minds to new ideas when they close their high school or college books. The human brain is illimitable in its ability to absorb more and more knowledge as we grow older. Scientists now find that an older person who has kept his brain agile and active can learn and retain new facts as readily as a young person. 8. Keep your brain agile and exercise by studying a foreign language course, or working out mathematical problems, or studying public speaking, singing, dancing, music, writing. Any activity that is new to you, and which will keep your brain and body cells active and youthful, will not only add to your sum total of knowledge, but will actually give you better health and more vitality. Scientists now find that the brain centers are tied in some mysterious fashion to various organs and centers of the body. When any of these brain centers are left undeveloped, they atrophy, and the parts of the body which are tied in with these brain centers begin to deteriorate and weaken. This is why scientists now urge old people to take an active interest in all kinds of hobbies and avocations when they retire. A man once asked J.P. Morgan why he didn't retire. He said to the great financier, "You're worth over $100 million. You surely don't need more money. Why don't you retire?" Morgan asked the man, "When did your father retire?" The man answered, "In 1908. "Why?" "When did your father die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, the man answered. "That's the reason I don't retire," Morgan replied. 9. Have a planned reading regime for your future. Try to read a book a week, not just fiction, but books that will help you improve your mind and add to the sum total of your knowledge. It is good to vary the subject matter of these books so that you expand your horizons of thinking to encompass many fields. You might get a simple book on astronomy and discover the fascinating cosmic world of outer space. You might study a book on science and invention to learn of the miracles being produced by men's minds in our atomic age. Biology is another fascinating subject, which will teach you secrets about the vibrant and expanding world in which you live. You might also study the various philosophies of the ages, beginning with the Greek philosophers and then going into the teachings of the Far East and the comparative religions of the world. History is another all-engrossing subject for you to study, for through learning about the past, you can know what mistakes to avoid in the future. The fourth key, affirmative will. The miracle superforces of your mind are unlocked by this fourth key, affirmative will. Most people are buffeted by the forces of life. They vacillate back and forth between two possible courses of action, not knowing which to do until it is too late. They are very much like the mule which hesitated between two piles of hay, not knowing which to go to, and starved as a consequence of his vacillation. Affirmative will summons all the super forces of your conscious and subconscious minds into a positive, dynamic focal point which drives you towards your objective without hesitation or hindrance. There are two opposing forces in life, and man is constantly forced to make a choice between these two. There is the will to succeed and the will to fail. The will to be healthy and the will to be sick. The will to live and the will to die. The will to be rich and the will to remain poor. The will to happiness and the will to misery. The will to love and the will to hate. The will to good and the will to evil. The will to peace and the will to war. Man must choose his destiny. Man can choose his destiny. He is different from all other living creatures in that he has this power of choice. By exercising your affirmative will, you can select the events that make up your destiny, just as the artist chooses the scenes he will paint and the colors with which to paint those scenes. If he does not like what he painted, he cannot blame it on the scene he is copying, but on himself for his own inability to accurately reproduce the scene from nature. There are two types of will in life also. They are 1. Passive will. 2. Affirmative will. The passive will can create mental images of success and riches, but lacks the capacity to execute these images into reality. Many would-be millionaires daydream about having $1 million, but they lack the affirmative will to put their daydreams into motion. How to use affirmative will. 1. The will is fashioned from the mental habit patterns that you build. From the time you were born, you began to build habit patterns for almost every act of your life. You rise in the morning and bathe, brush your teeth, shave or make up, put on your clothes, lace your shoes, and prepare to go to your day's work. You do not give much conscious attention to these daily actions, for you have built habit patterns that take care of most of them. If your daily habit patterns have been negative ones, and your mind is filled with thoughts of fear, failure, and disaster, then your auto-conditioning will all be in favor of these negative emotions, and your actions will be correspondingly negative. Change the habit patterns of your mind from negative ones to positive ones. This is easier said than done, but it can be accomplished if you use the power of your affirmative will. Smokers who wish to stop know how difficult it is to change their habit patterns. They must make a superhuman effort to give up the habit of smoking. How do you change your habit patterns? In the same way they're created. By performing the mental or physical act over and over again, until it is so deeply ingrained in your consciousness that it becomes automatic. Then we call the action a habit. 2. Use creative commands to your higher consciousness, which we studied in Chapter 2. The higher centers of your brain are stirred into action by creative commands. Let these be given each morning as you start your day's activity. Then all during the day use little energy boosters to keep your spirits high and your energies at their maximum peak. You can say 12 times a day, "I feel wonderful. I am able to overcome this problem. I am now dissolving these obstacles through the power of my will. I like people and they like me." 3. Try not to let negative experiences in life prove too discouraging. Everyone has these negative conditions to cope with. Even the millionaire has his problems. When some condition arises that tends to get you down, say to yourself, "This too shall pass away." Another good statement to dissolve these unwanted negative experiences is this: the solution to the problem is already on the way. 4. The affirmative will must be exercised every day of your life. Otherwise, you are apt to slip into negative and passive habit patterns that affect your entire future destiny. Every day, exercise the will to live. How? Have an intense desire to live for some specific cause or person. You may want to educate your children. You may want to own your home. You may desire a fortune to help other people. The more altruistic and unselfish your purpose for living, the greater will be the life energy that flows from your higher mind. Many people who have lost the will to live die early in life because they have no one to live for and nothing they want to accomplish. When people are motivated by a desire to live for some purpose, they often have a release of the life force that keeps them going until they're 100 or more. Grandma Moses was an example of how this super force of the mind can enormously extend the normal lifespan and give one many years of creative, useful activity. At 76 years of age, she began to paint, and soon was selling her paintings at enormous sums. She lived to be over 100, and there is no doubt that her renewed interest in creating helped stimulate the miracle super forces of her brain, infusing her body cells with life-giving energy and purposefulness. 5. Every day exercise the affirmative will to succeed. Do this by planning each day's activity with one thought in mind, to make it as successful as possible. It is good to write down a day-by-day plan, so as to focalize your mind's energies on the things you want to accomplish. Just as a housewife makes out a shopping list for the market, so you should make out a list each day of what you wish to accomplish on that day. List your appointments, your day's work, the sales you wish to make, the money you are going to spend, the purchases you plan, the social engagements you will have. A neat and orderly mind ensures a neat and orderly life and destiny. 6. Exercise daily the affirmative will to attract more money. Money is an idea more than it is an actual material thing. In ancient times, such strange things as tea, fur, stones, pieces of iron, tobacco, and other objects served as money. You can only attract more money when it becomes a habit pattern in your thinking every day. The reason 60% of all college graduates achieve their goal in life is because they were trained in college to think in terms of being successful in their chosen professions. They formed the mental habit patterns of success. Every time you spend $1, think of its value. It is said that John D. Rockefeller Sr. never tipped more than a dime. One day someone asked him why a man as rich as he was didn't tip more. Rockefeller replied, "Why a dime is 10% interest on $1 for a full year." Money works under the law of the harvest. When you plant a seed in the ground, it usually produces 10 to 20 times the yield of the original seed. When you give money out, make it a point to bless it and know that it will yield you abundance. The fifth key, divine ego. Most people who fail in life do so because they are using the wrong type of ego power. They are so obsessed with excessive self-interest that they lose their perspective and ignore the rights and interests of others. Such people are called egotists. This type of egotism is destructive and causes people to dislike one. Do not misunderstand me. We need some ego, a great deal of self-interest for purposes of self-preservation. But in our metaphysical studies, we convert this power of the psyche which consciously controls the impulses of the id, as it is called in psychology, into the divine ego. The changes in your personality and ego drive will be miraculous when you once institute this method of unlocking the miracle superforces of your mind. How to build the divine ego. 1. Realize that you were created in the image and likeness of God, as the Bible tells us. This is a spiritual idea, not a physical one. When you once accept the premise that you are divine and immortal, then you will begin to be godlike in your thoughts and actions. Voltaire said, "To be a hero, think heroic thoughts." To be divine, you should pattern your thoughts and actions after the divine image. What are the godlike thoughts and actions which you should emulate? God is described in the Bible in two ways. God is good and God is love. If you pattern your thinking after goodness and love, with all their ramifications, you cannot help but reflect goodness and love in all your relationships with others. 2. Cultivate the habit of unselfish actions in relation to others. Share your good with other people. Share your happiness. Instead of talking about yourself and your problems when you meet other people, make it a point to show interest in them and their activities. 3. Work in community projects such as the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Enter into charity drives for such worthwhile organizations as the Heart Fund, the Polio Fund, the Lighthouse for the Blind, American Legion, and veteran organizations. Volunteer to work a few hours a week in foundling homes for orphans, in veteran hospitals for soldiers, in prisons and other public welfare groups. Such expanded interests do more than merely help the unfortunate. They help you in building the divine ego, which can enrich your life and give you blessings of health, happiness, and prosperity by releasing the miracle superforces of your higher mind. 4. Have a high master motive in life. Desire success and money not only for yourself and your family, but also so you can help better the world through your creative efforts. There are many master motives which propel man towards his destiny. Desire for power, desire for money, fame, glory, a desire for wisdom, a desire for material things, a desire to bring peace to the world, to work for brotherhood and tolerance, a desire to spiritualize your mind and find new dimensions of the soul. The higher your master motive, the greater the drive for success and fulfillment. 5. Overcome the animalistic emotions of greed, hatred, selfishness, and envy. The divine image within your consciousness cannot flourish in such an atmosphere of negativity. 6. Implant in your consciousness the positive forces of charity, beauty, truth, justice, faith, and love. And soon you will see the divine inspiration that flows through your consciousness from the divine mind within you. 7. Spend a few moments each day in spiritual contemplation and meditation. In such mystical periods, search within for life's true meaning. Try to find the divine prototype within your own immortal soul. Pray to God for guidance and inspiration every morning when you arise and every night when you go to bed. 8. When you feel the gravity pull of Earth's problems, fears, and worries, stop whatever you are doing and retire for a few moments into the stillness of the cathedral of the soul, and say to yourself, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God. This powerful affirmative spiritual statement from the Bible reaffirms your sense of divinity and will help you once more restore peace and tranquility within your consciousness. Write down on a small card these words. Carry them with you in your pocket or purse and look at them several times. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. The sixth key, perseverance. Perseverance means the ability to continue doing something in spite of difficulties or opposition. Many times a person who wishes to succeed will stop making the effort because of the many obstacles that he has to face. If he persisted just a short time longer in many cases, he would undoubtedly have won his goal. A miner in the Nevada desert had struck a vein of gold in his claim, which brought him a few $1,000s, and then petered out. The miner became discouraged and sold his equipment to a junk man for a few $100s. The new owner kept digging, and after a few hours, he broke through a wall of stone where he hit a vein of gold that produced $40,000 worth of pure ore. That gold mine brought the new owner $5 million in the next few years. You may be on the verge of achieving your greatest success if you but persevere a little longer and do not give up. About 20 years ago, I visited Lucille Ball on a set at RKO Studios in Hollywood. After lunch, we had a photograph taken together, and the young and radiantly beautiful star told me rather sadly, "This is my last day at RKO. My contract ends today, and they are not renewing it." I expressed my surprise and regrets, but the irrepressible Lucille said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Someday I'll come back and buy the joint." A few years ago, Lucille Ball returned to the studio that had fired her and paid about $15 million for the entire studio. Talk about miracles. This red-haired, talented young lady who went on to fame and fortune on television was able to stir the miracle super forces of her mind by her amazing perseverance in never giving up and by fulfilling the promise she made to herself in jest to eventually buy the studio that had fired her. There is a powerful and stimulating force within your psyche which works miracles when you respond to the challenges of life with perseverance and courage. How to utilize perseverance. 1. Work with the law of cycles in nature. There is a time in every life when fate presents a set of circumstances which can bring one success and fortune. Learn how to study and be aware of these cycles, and then take advantage of the opportunities that arise with confidence. Shakespeare spoke of these cycles in men's lives in these words: "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries." 2. When you come to those periods of stagnation in your life when nothing seems to happen, learn how to utilize that time study and prepare your mind for the time when your good fortune will come. Persevere in what you are doing and do not give up, for like the miner in the desert, your greatest good fortune may lie just within your grasp. 3. In nature, all things mature slowly and in their right season. Spring is for planting the seed, summer is for growth and evolvement, fall is for the harvest, and winter is for rest and relaxation. This same cycle exists in human destiny. If your fortune does not come in your youth, the springtime of life, remember this is not always the time of the harvest. It is the time of planting. Evolve, develop your mind, prepare for the future when you are young, but do not always expect the fortune of which you dream, for it must also follow this law of nature. If you are in the summertime of your life, that is, your mature years, and you still have not achieved your success, then you must re-examine your life and see what you have done that is wrong, and after correcting your mistakes, persevere and wait for your success. 4. No matter how discouraged you may become, try not to give up. Remember that throughout history, most great men and women who ever achieved anything worthwhile were told by others that they would fail. The mob consciousness is always one of discouragement, defeat, and disaster. When Fulton invented his steamboat, thousands of people gathered along the Hudson to watch its attempt to go upstream against the current. As the steam began to rise from its funnel, The mob shouted, as with one voice, "It won't start! It won't start!" Then, as the boat began to move against the current, the mob continued their chanting. Only this time they changed it to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" 5. When you persevere in your efforts, you build electrical and magnetic current in your brain and body cells, which charges your muscles and nerves with a superabundance of dynamic energy. It is much easier to succeed when you have conditioned the miracle superforces of your mind with the idea that failure is impossible. Your continued efforts to achieve your goal is also proof to the indwelling miracle worker that you have faith in your ability to achieve your objective. The 7th key: magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction exists between all of the particles that make up the visible and invisible universe. It is this etheric flow of invisible substance which keeps our planets rotating in their orbits, the Earth and Moon around the Sun, and all the billions of other planets in outer space rotating around each other, without ever colliding or deviating from their orbital paths. In fact, this law of magnetic attraction, which Newton named gravity, is so accurate in its workings that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. We can predict to the minute where any given star in our solar system will be even 10 centuries from now. It was this tremendous power of magnetism which Jesus used to perform most of his miracles. By summoning up the reserves of life magnetism within the person's body and brain, the master metaphysician could heal the sick and even infuse new life into the dead. How to release magnetism. 1. Magnetism is in every cell of your brain and body, but it is scattered throughout the body. When you wish to summon it for any specific purpose, you must concentrate your mind on the act which you wish to perform. If you are trying to magnetize another person, you should concentrate on that person. Project your thoughts to him. Say his name over and over and direct your thoughts to him, just as if you were talking to him in person. The person need not be near you, but can be at a great distance. It has been proved that when people are apart, even as far as 3,000 miles, they can transmit their thoughts to each other. An instance of how the ether waves act as magnetic currents, which the human brain may tap, is that of a young lady who went to visit relatives in San Francisco in the days before planes were making the transcontinental trip. While she was on the lengthy train trip, her father had been taken seriously ill and was near death. The girl's mother frantically concentrated her thoughts on her daughter, sending her this message: "When you get off the train, call home. It is urgent." As the train approached San Francisco, the girl became more and more restless, with a vague sense of unrest and worry. As soon as she got off the train, she telephoned her home and learned of her father's serious illness. She boarded the next train for home. 2. You can use magnetism for many different purposes. To magnetize others, as we have learned above, to attract people to yourself that you like, or to attract money and material things. To show how this magnetic attraction works in one's life, let me tell you of an instance where magnetism attracted a famous movie star to me when I was an unknown, struggling for recognition in Hollywood. It was the year of the Great Depression, and I had gone to Hollywood, but could not find work. Finally, I took a job in a photographic studio with Edwin Bauer-Hesser, a famous photographer of movie stars. I had concentrated my mind on meeting Mary Pickford for at least a year before going to Hollywood. At that time, Miss Pickford was known as America's sweetheart, and every boy and man in the country considered her the ideal woman. Before going to Hollywood, I had studied palmistry, astrology, and other mystical arts to better understand myself and other people. One day, Miss Pickford came into the studio to have some photos taken to publicize her new picture, Coquette, which she was making with Buddy Rogers. While the photographer was preparing his equipment, I helped her pass the time by reading her palm and telling her about herself with astrology. The amazing thing, which I did not know at that time, was that I had psychically tuned in on her marital split-up with Douglas Fairbanks Sr., which was being kept a secret from the world. I told her details about her life which astounded her, and she invited me to a big party she was giving for Lord and Lady Mountbatten of England the following week. At that party, I met William Randolph Hearst, who later was to change the entire course of my life through worldwide publicity he gave my work in the mystical sciences. The magnetic attraction which I had created by concentrating on Miss Pickford undoubtedly brought about the series of incidents which led to our meeting and eventually helped fashion my entire future career. 3. Magnetize your mind by daily passing a series of pictures and thoughts through it of the people you want to meet, the things you want to do, the trips you wish to take, the money you want to attract, the new job you wish to have, the home you want to live in, the gifts and talents you would like to develop. Of course, there is more to this miracle power than merely passing the pictures and thoughts of your goal objectives through your mind. But the process of magnetic attraction must begin by having these image concepts firmly in your mind. Later, in our deeper study of magnetism on the cosmic and spiritual planes of consciousness, we shall explore this subject further. The best way to fix these magnetic thought images in your mind is to write them down where you can see them and read them over every day. This helps in the process of magnetizing them. 4. The magnetism of your brain and body can be built through a conscious regime. As magnetism is in the air all about you, it is vitally important that you breathe deeply and consciously when you wish to increase the fund of magnetism within your body. I'm able to overcome headaches and other minor physical discomforts by taking 10 or 15 deep breaths, holding them to the count of 4, and then exhaling. One can also go to sleep more easily by doing this, for it helps build the body's magnetism and relaxes the tense nerves and muscles. The first time I stepped out onto the vast stage of Carnegie Hall to deliver my first lecture in New York City, I would normally have been a little uneasy. However, having studied yoga breathing and occult sciences for some years, I quickly inhaled 10 or 15 times, charging my brain and body with vast funds of magnetism, and I stepped out onto that stage with a feeling of calmness and tranquility. Always before a lecture, I use this method for quickly recharging the batteries of my brain and body with new electrical and magnetic power. The miracle super forces of your brain are stirred into magnetic action by deep breathing, so do not neglect this vital function. Most people only breathe with the upper parts of their lungs, and the lower parts atrophy from disuse. Breathe deeply and hold the breath for 4 or 5 counts, then exhale. Do this at least 4 or 5 times a day. When you are fatigued from your work, instead of taking another cigarette or a glass of alcoholic stimulant, try the magnetic act of deep breathing. It will give you instant energy and lengthen your life by many years. The 8th key, divine inspiration. Someone has said, inspiration helps man grow wings of the soul and rise above Earth's prison house. Divine inspiration raises man even higher into the realms of transcendental peace, beauty, and joy. Anything that stimulates your mind emotionally to creative thoughts and actions can be said to be inspiring. Divine inspiration releases the miracle super forces of your higher mind to such an extent that you are given supernormal powers and energies that are unknown to the average person. All geniuses had this ability of charging their higher minds with divine inspiration and releasing a veritable flood of creative and inspiring ideas. In music, these great composers had this divine inspiration: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, and Bach. In art, divine inspiration motivated such geniuses as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Raphael. In literature and poetry, divine inspiration was shown by Shakespeare, Dante, Milton, Homer, Byron, Keats, Wordsworth. In exploration and discovery, men like Marco Polo Columbus, De Soto, and Ponce de Leon undoubtedly had divine inspiration. In science, Newton, Pasteur, Galileo, Edison, Einstein, Fleming, and Salk had divine inspiration. This is only a small list of the great ones of history who were motivated by divine inspiration. In every field of human endeavor, there have been literally thousands of men and women who possess this form of inspiration in their creative works. The regime for releasing divine inspiration. 1. When you want to stimulate the miracle response centers of your higher mind, use the transcendental power of beautiful and inspiring music to aid you. This means classical and semi-classical music, not the discordant forms of new and modern jazz, which tend to overexcite the brain centers. Waltzes, Hawaiian music, and even modern ballads may be used to relax the mind and body. But for high inspiration, it has been found that the great, enduring classical compositions are best for inducing the highest forms of inspiration. It has been found that in industry, when people work with music playing in the background, their output increases, their energy level is higher, and there is a decrease in fatigue and in accidents. This proves the efficacy of music as an inspirational force to stimulate the higher response centers of the human psyche. 2. When you wish divine inspiration, align yourself with the natural grandeur and beauty of the universe. Stand at the ocean's edge and observe a sunrise or sunset. Look up at the lofty mountaintops and visualize the peace and serenity to be found there. Observe the sun, the moon, and stars, and project your mind to lofty pinnacles of achievement, using these natural wonders as ideals and inspiration. Be aware of spring with its rich verdure and multicolored blooms. See the power and majesty of flowing rivers and placid lakes, reflecting the blue of the heavens and fluffy white clouds. Stop your work occasionally and walk in a park if you live in the city. Go to a botanical garden, a zoo, or some nearby field, and let your mind be inspired by the richness and variety to be found in nature. This will help recharge your mind and body with energy and bring you a sense of serenity and peace. 3. Divine inspiration can be released within your mind by a study of the great religious books of the world. You should make it a point to learn what all the great teachers and prophets have taught. Study the Christian Bible, the Talmud, the Quran, the Buddhist Bible, and any other spiritual revelations that interest you. 4. Memorize quotations from the Bible, which you can repeat daily when you feel the need of divine inspiration. I have found the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm helpful. You may also use the Lord's Prayer as given in the Bible. 5. Study the transcendental philosophies of some of our great minds. The golden age of Greece was shaped by such men as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Let their inspired thinking help elevate your consciousness to new and lofty pinnacles of nobility and grandeur. Our own American philosophers, Emerson and Thoreau, are also worthy of study and emulation. 6. You can receive divine inspiration through doing charitable acts for others. Helping to inspire those who are less fortunate than yourself is a wonderful way to recharge your brain and body with new inspiration. You can also help inspire others with your smiles, words of encouragement, and kindness. 7. Prayer lifts man's soul into lofty dimensions of spirit that transcend Earth's gravity pull. Pray often during the day. Little short prayers help inspire you and energize your mind and body. 100 times a day I say little prayers like this. Thank you, God, for this beautiful day. I am grateful to you, God, for sending me such good friends. Thank you, God, for this lovely sunshine. Help me, God, to overcome this problem. God, give me guidance and inspiration to carry out this task. These are little soul boosters which keep one in constant attunement with the divine source of all life and all good. 8. The 9th key, dynamic action. The first law of the universe is the law of action. To stir the miracle response centers of your mind into creative patterns of thought, there must be dynamic action in your thinking first. Everyone has some form of action in his life, but the miracle-working kind of action is known as dynamic action. Synonyms for dynamic are energetic, vigorous, forceful. The type of thought that reaches out into time and space and stirs creative forces into motion is dynamic thought. A dynamic thought is one that you hold persistently, and that infuses your brain and body with the necessity for dynamic action. When Edison tried 10,000 times to find a substance for his electric light filament, an assistant said, "It's no use, Mr. Edison. You've tried 10,000 times and failed. You might as well give up." The great inventor, driven by some inner compulsion into a vortex of dynamic mental and physical action, replied, "Give up. Never. Now we know 10,000 things that won't work." His next experiment the following day proved successful. Regime for releasing dynamic action. 1. Emotionalize your thoughts for greater dynamic action. The nerves and muscles of your body respond to emotions that are fervent and dynamic. The lukewarm mind, that is without enthusiasm or emotion, seldom has the drive to get things done. Toynbee, the noted historian, says that the southern peoples, who lived in an atmosphere of indolence and inactivity, where the weather was extremely hot and the people became lazy, have always been conquered by the northern races, who lived in a stimulating climate that engendered dynamic action. No matter where you live, north or south, you can achieve more dynamic action by emotionalizing your thoughts. When you want something, want it urgently. When you love someone, do so with emotion. When you face a new job, show enthusiasm and happiness. When you want more money for some specific thing, flood your mind with thoughts of the things you will buy and how much you will enjoy them. In this way, you will stir your brain and body into dynamic action patterns with your emotions and make it much easier for you to achieve the things you desire. 2. Overcome the tendency to procrastinate and put things off until tomorrow. This tendency kills dynamic action, and many wonderful ideas you have will never be carried out into forms of creative action. Adopt a "do it now," and even put a sign over your desk or work table with the words "do it now" written on it. I did this for years until I acquired the habit of doing things that I wanted to put off. One of the most important letters I ever wrote, which brought me good business results, came as a result of this habit to do it now. If I had waited a week longer, it would have been too late. 3. Work with the laws of nature, not against them. You cannot burn the candle at both ends and have light very long. If you dissipate your energies, stay up late at night, gamble, drink excessively or smoke too much, or overwork or overplay, you are upsetting the law of balance in nature, and you cannot have dynamic action. Your mind and body must be kept at a peak of perfection and high energy at all times. Otherwise, you will become inefficient and ineffective in everything you do. The law of balance in nature decrees that there must be balance in everything we do mentally or physically. Balance your work by having some fun and relaxing as often as possible. Balance physical love with the spiritual needs of man's soul, the need to worship and the love of God. This cross of balance will tend to give you more dynamic action in everything you do. 4. Use the law of adaptation in your life so that you are not constantly bucking the tide. Some people spend all their time and energy opposing other people. They carry a chip on their shoulders and make enemies instead of friends. Others fight the elements or society's taboos and restrictions. These are the rugged individualists who want unlicensed freedom to act in any way they wish in a society that is rigidly regulated by codes of morals and behavior. This includes the beatnik generation who wish to wear long hair and beards and appear in public in dirty and shabby clothing. There is nothing wrong with this conduct if it does not infringe on the rights of others, but the individual who casts off all restraints and does exactly as he wishes must pay the price in being ostracized by society and losing many opportunities for improving his lot in life. Dynamic action does not mean throwing off all restraints, but adapting to the mores of society and adjusting to the existing situation as gracefully as possible. 5. Dynamic action, mentally and physically, can be implemented by applying the law of evolution to your life. You must continue to evolve, and when you stop evolving and growing, you begin to stagnate. Nature has this law in action throughout all creation. When something ceases to be useful, it is destroyed. Make it a point to keep evolving your mind and body, to maintain them in useful forms of action as long as there is life within you. Have some mental exercise each day. Also have some form of physical exercise, which will help maintain you in a dynamic and useful condition until advanced old age. 6. Love of humanity has been one of the great master motives which has stirred countless thousands of men and women into many forms of dynamic and successful action. Father Damien worked with the lepers of Molokai for years, bringing new methods of treatment to that dread disease, and finally gave his life in that work. He was stirred to such dynamic action by his love of humanity. Mia Curie and her husband worked for 20 years in a miserable lean-to, where snow drifted through the cracks in winter, extracting minute particles from hundreds of tons of pitch blends to isolate a gram of radium. Their work was for the good of humanity, and now many people's lives are saved because of their loving sacrifice. Dr. Albert Schweitzer dedicated his life to serving the Africans in the jungles, where he brought healing to thousands. This dedicated man was inspired to dynamic action by his love of people. 7. To increase your flow of dynamic energy for all purposes in your life, have some definite goal which you are trying to achieve. This goal should be readjusted every 5 years or so, for our needs change as we grow older. With this fixed goal in mind, focalize all your thoughts and emotions on its achievement, and soon your brain and body will be flooded with dynamic energy that will inspire you to dynamic action. Elsewhere in our study, we have given some worthwhile goals which everyone is trying to achieve. The 10th key: metaphysical divine love. Master metaphysician Jesus said, "A new commandment I give unto you. Love ye one another." The old law had been an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a law of revenge and hatred. Undoubtedly, the profound changes civilization experienced after this law was released could be traced to this new philosophical concept of divine love. There are many different types of love. Elsewhere in our study, we learn of the healing power of love and also the need for physical and emotional love in our lives. The most potent type of love for stirring the miracle superforces of your mind is divine love. The human soul searches throughout eternity for its divine counterpart, God. Our earthly experience is a constant quest for our physical mate, for purposes of procreation and carrying on the race. However, the soul has its hunger and its need also. It is for divine love, the divine romance in which man, in the generic sense, searches for his lost half, the God consciousness in a cosmic love that extends throughout eternity. When man once discovers this divine love, he becomes complete and fulfilled. The love of God transforms and transfigures all humanity into the radiant divine image of God himself. How to release divine love. 1. Do little loving things every day of your life for your friends, relatives, and neighbors. These little kindnesses gradually build the habit pattern of divine love within your consciousness, and in turn, attract loving actions from others. 2. To build the divine love concept, you must first rid your mind of the consciousness of hate, envy, resentment, jealousy, and malice. Whenever such a negative thought enters your mind, say to yourself, "I now supplant this negative thought with the thought of divine love." Soon you will have rid your mind of these deadly negative thoughts which counteract divine love. 3. It is not enough to love only our friends and relatives. We should extend divine love to everyone in the entire world. I know it is difficult to hold this cosmic concept of love, for there have been so many enmities throughout the centuries in countries that have long been oppressed by their enemies. Many people hate the Germans, the Japanese, the Russians. The Greeks hate the Turks because they occupied their country for 400 years. Rationally, we can understand such reactions, but spiritually, we cannot condone hate of any kind. We must try to rationalize our reasons for hating and then work out a pattern of forgiveness and divine love, so we do not come under the negative emotional effects which hatred engenders. A girl who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall for some time had the most radiant and beautiful expression on her face. I became curious as to why she was so magnetic and attractive. Her features were not too beautiful, but there was a spiritual quality within her that transcended the physical. One day I asked her for her secret of loveliness. She smiled brightly, opened a gold locket hanging on a chain about her neck, and showed me the inscription inside. "Whom, not having seen, I love." Then I understood the reason for her spiritual beauty and serenity. She loved the entire world and its inhabitants with divine love. 4. Every time you meet someone that you want to hold and interest, practice projecting an invisible golden line between your mind and theirs. Send out the thoughts on this golden cord, "I love the divine in you, and you will love the divine in me." People sense our thoughts, and they will instantly respond to thoughts of love and kindness. Another young lady who came to my lectures told me in an interview with her, that she could not attract the right type of boyfriend. She wanted to marry and have children desperately, but all the men she attracted seemed so physical and animalistic that she had withdrawn into a shell of solitude and no longer went out on dates with boys. I gave her this golden cord concept and told her to radiate divine love rather than physical or emotional love. She left my office a changed person. Within 1 month, she had 3 proposals of marriage from fine men. Later, she made her choice and married. She now has 3 beautiful children, and her entire life has changed. 5. Your mental states show on your face and in the contours of your body. In order to show to the world the image of divine love, begin at once to change your facial expressions from anxiety, fear, worry, and hate to expressions of love, confidence, peace, and poise. To do this, stand before your mirror and study the various expressions that come onto your face with various emotions. Think of something you hate. Notice how the face assumes an ugly mask. Fear and worry do the same thing. Now change your thought. Think of someone or something that you love. See the uplifted expression of the cheeks and mouth. When you meet people you want to attract or impress, carry the expression on your face that you have when you say, "I love you." 6. Another important way for stirring the consciousness of divine love from within is to memorize beautiful and romantic poetry. The electrical pulsations from your mind to your face tend to set the mold of your expression in the form of the thoughts you habitually think. Emerson said, "What you speak so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." To shape the inner consciousness so its radiations are romantic and beautiful in your face and form, absorb the beauty and meaning of romantic poetry. Learn Elizabeth Barrett Browning's beautiful poem, "How Do I Love Thee?" in its entirety, and say it often when you wish to become inspired with divine love. Study the poems of Keats, Shelley, and Byron, also the love sonnets of Shakespeare. 7. Learn to be a lover of beauty in life, and soon you will reflect beauty in your soul. This soul beauty transcends physical beauty and will make you radiant and beautiful. Chapter 9. The metaphysical miracle power used by the world's richest men. What miracle power is used by men and women who accumulate a fortune? Do they possess some special secret miracle power which makes them different from others? Have they learned how to tap a hidden vein of gold, a vast reservoir of mental and spiritual power with which they can convert their ideas into a radiant golden stream of riches? In our study of this miracle power for building a fortune, we shall explore the ancient secret of the alchemists who tried to convert base metals into gold. They failed, but the principle of transmutation they used is a solid one, and this law of transmutation is behind all great riches. This secret power of transmutation is in all of nature, and we see it at work in the soil. When we put a seed of wheat or corn into the ground, nature transmutes it into a pint of grain. Plant a pint and nature gives you back a bushel. The law of the harvest is to reap more than you sow. Nature knows the alchemist's secret of transmutation well. She takes black soil and fashions golden apricots and pink watermelon. From green grass, the alchemist of nature produces white milk and yellow butter. From the same patch of soil, this miracle force in nature will yield corn, apples, wheat, potatoes, and cotton. What strange secret power is in the soil that can give such a diversity of riches from the same elements? Metaphysical alchemy. Secret of the ages. Throughout the ages, there have been men and women who knew how to use metaphysical alchemy to achieve miraculous results. With this superpower of divine mind, they were able to wrest a fortune from nature. They were able to convert their ideas into material substance. They knew how to use the hidden forces of nature to create new substances like nylon and plastics. They discovered the hidden reservoirs of wealth and brought forth oil, coal, steel, and gold from the hidden places of earth. They tapped giant trees and from their resources created mansions and skyscrapers, and from their sap brought forth sugar and rubber. However, nature does not yield her priceless treasures to man easily. There must be a regime of work and study of the laws of nature. There must be a willingness to give something to the universe in return for what we are to receive. Nature does not give man anything. Man must pay a price for all these priceless treasures. Metaphysical alchemy, the secret power of the ages, may be used in your own life to convert your ideas into golden treasures, if you wish to become rich. Or you may use this secret miracle power, as so many geniuses of history have, to achieve some worthwhile goal through releasing your creative talents in other ways. Everyone does not want to become a millionaire. Many people are satisfied to have a comfortable income and security for old age. Such people may still benefit from a study of this metaphysical alchemy, for with this power of transmutation, they may convert their time, thoughts, energies, and efforts into substantial rewards that will sustain them comfortably throughout life. 16 Gold Keys to Metaphysical Alchemy. We shall study the lives of some of the world's richest men, past and present, and see how they have used our 16 gold keys to metaphysical alchemy. In each instance, you will discover these successful men have used one or more of these gold keys to unlock the secret doors to the treasures of the universe. Vision, courage, organizational ability, willingness to take chances, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, sharing their wealth, thrift, integrity, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, persistence. Everyone has had an idea at some time in his life, which, if followed through, might have produced a fortune. The only difference between the richest men in the world and ordinary people is that these men followed through with their creative ideas and used one or all of the above 16 golden keys to riches. Let us study some of these successful men's lives and see how they applied the principle of metaphysical alchemy to their ideas and lives. The key to the Rockefeller fortune. Perhaps one of the most outstanding fortunes in the entire world is that of the Rockefeller oil empire. The late John D. Rockefeller Sr. transmuted his ideas into a vast worldwide financial empire that is still blessing millions with its productivity and products. What keys did Rockefeller use to transmute the products of Earth into billions of dollars? Vision was the first golden key that Rockefeller used in this process of transmutation. Back in the early days when the automobile was still in its infancy, he had the metaphysical vision to realize that one day the wheels of industry would turn with oil. He obtained oil leases on land that was useless on the surface and harnessed the natural resources of the earth by drilling oil wells. Anyone else who had vision could have done the same thing. Vision was the key to the Rockefeller fortune. However, Rockefeller used other keys that are given in our list. He had great organizational ability and formed a company which he headed. He also showed a willingness to take chances, number 4 on our list, and risked his capital, which he had to first borrow on this extremely hazardous undertaking. He showed enthusiasm, an expansive mind, numbers 5 and 6 on our list. He had thrift and integrity. He also exhibited good judgment and the ability to make the right decisions. He shared his wealth. Millions of people have been helped by the scientific and medical discoveries of that altruistic organization, the Rockefeller Foundation. He also used the last 3 keys on our list: determination, patience, and persistence. Rockefeller loved his work. He was at his desk early and remained until late at night, personally taking care of the thousands of details that came up daily. He continued this habit of work until he was in his 90s. His enthusiasm gave him amazing glandular stimulus that carried him successfully through periods of illness, worries, and problems that might have floored a weaker-willed person. Andrew Carnegie and his golden touch. It is said of Andrew Carnegie that he possessed the golden touch. Everything he undertook turned out successfully. This was no accident. It was the result of painstaking care and effort, coupled with an intuitive sense that was almost psychic. In his youth in Scotland, Carnegie was extremely poor. He had one great determination early in his life. It was to be a great success and make a vast fortune, so he could help the world in some way. His desire to become rich was not motivated by greed and selfishness. He had a great desire to give his poor family the comforts of life, as well as to share his wealth with the world. Carnegie exhibited vision as an early trait. When he came to America, he saw the great possibilities of an expanding economy in a new country, where the industrial and motor age were booming. Carnegie fastened his mind on steel as the foundation of his future fortune. He used golden key number 5, an expansive mind, and first accumulated all the knowledge he could regarding the production and refinement of steel products. He worked hard and observed everything carefully. He worked in a steel mill where he got first-hand experience, and gradually worked his way to the top of his own company. He showed qualities of organizational ability and good judgment in hiring good men to head his organization. He founded his own steel company and obtained financial backing from banks because of his integrity and ability. Gave away hundreds of millions. After building his vast fortune, Carnegie gave away hundreds of millions of dollars. One of his greatest gifts was 1,200 public libraries throughout America. This golden key number 7, a desire to share his wealth, was the key to Carnegie's character and one of the reasons why he succeeded. He also founded Carnegie Hall, a cultural institution that has brought priceless treasures to New York City for many years. He had numerous other philanthropies and charities which he supported. He believed that wealth should be distributed for the good of all mankind, and that it should be used to help humanity. His own life was a living example of this creed of generosity. Andrew Carnegie used every one of our 16 golden keys to perform the metaphysical miracle of building a vast fortune. The Hearst Publishing Empire. The great publishing empire that was built by William Randolph Hearst was based on the 16 golden keys we are studying. Hearst was left a considerable fortune by his father. He took this money and bought up newspapers and magazines until he had established himself as the most powerful publisher in the world. Hearst transmuted ideas into a steady stream of gold that made him one of the world's richest men. What metaphysical miracle power did he use? Hearst started with the golden key of vision, first on our list, for he realized that a growing America would need newspapers and magazines to keep itself informed on worldwide happenings. He used keys number 3 and 12, for he had great organizational ability, and when he chose Arthur Brisbane to become his editorial assistant, he showed good judgment. It was Brisbane who helped Hearst give America the type of journalism it seemed to want. He appealed to the masses with sensational headlines and exciting stories of sex, scandal, and crime, which sold millions of copies of papers. Other golden keys on our list that Hearst used to build his vast fortune were courage, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, loyalty, intensity of desire, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Onassis, the Golden Greek. Aristotle Onassis is known as the Golden Greek. He started life as an ordinary seaman, rose to a position as an officer in the Greek Navy, and learned all about ships and the sea. He had vision, the first key on our golden list. He realized that modern shipping of goods was too expensive. If he could find a way to use cheaper labor, fewer men, and faster ships, he could make a fortune. He obtained financing and soon had a vast fleet of ships sailing around the world. He is now one of the world's largest ship owners, and his fortune is estimated to be nearly $1 billion. What keys did Onassis use in his climb to fame and fortune? In addition to vision, he showed tremendous determination, 14 on our list. He had courage, willingness to take a chance, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, good judgment, the ability to make the right decisions, and patience and persistence. All these factors combined aided him in his rapid rise to a vast shipping empire. Courage, the key to Henry J. Kaiser's wealth. The main key to the vast fortune built by Henry J. Kaiser is courage. When the government needed ships rapidly in order to win the war in the South Pacific, every builder said it would take months to ready the vessels. Kaiser had the courage and vision to promise the ships within 30 days. This was an impossible feat, and everyone expected him to fail. Kaiser brought the assembly line methods used in manufacturing cars to the shipbuilding field. Within 30 days, the Liberty ships that helped win the war were rolling off his assembly lines. What miracle powers did Henry J. Kaiser use? In addition to courage and vision, this creative genius used the metaphysical keys of organizational ability, willingness to take chances, enthusiasm, integrity, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. The new millionaires of Hollywood. Spectacular successes are the exception, not the rule. However, in the make-believe land of Hollywood, this same metaphysical miracle power of mental alchemy has worked to create new millionaires. In the old days, when movies first began, such people as Harold Lloyd, Charlie Chaplin, Mary Pickford, Griffith, DeMille, Goldwyn, Zanuck, Selznick, and many others rose to positions of fame, power, and riches overnight. In almost every one of these great careers, the golden metaphysical keys we have listed were used. The miracle power of mental alchemy is not dead today. It is as alive and powerful as it was in the days when the above made their fortunes. They say that Frank Sinatra is worth approximately $35 million. What golden keys did he use? He had vision, courage, a willingness to take chances, enthusiasm, intensity of desire, good judgment, determination, and patience. When his career as a singer had run its course, everyone thought he was a has-been. However, he persisted and had a great desire to become a dramatic actor. When the picture, From Here to Eternity, was being cast, he convinced the producer and director of that picture that he should play the leading dramatic role. His success in that part won for him an Academy Award, and he went on to become one of Hollywood's brightest stars and a very rich man. Today, he owns his own record company, a motion picture producing unit, and far-flung interests and properties, including his own private airplane. He is the friend and confidant of presidents and industrial giants. Truly, the metaphysical alchemy he used worked miracles for this unknown Italian boy who started life with 9 strikes against him. Bing Crosby's story is somewhat similar. The famous singer used most of the 16 metaphysical miracle keys we have listed, especially vision, courage, and persistence, to achieve a permanent spot in Hollywood's bright firmament of stars. Walt Disney's $1 Million Consciousness. One of Hollywood's most outstanding examples of how to build a $1 million consciousness through the principles of mental and metaphysical alchemy, which we are studying, was Walt Disney. Through the chemistry of his mind, he wove the warp and woof of a tapestry of dreams which poured a steady golden stream into his coffers. The metaphysical mixture he used was one of vision, courage, organizational ability, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Not only did Walt Disney grow rich and famous, but he enriched the world with the magic he discovered, a magic which he infused in all his productions. He never knew a failure because he first built the consciousness of creative mind, and this in turn enriched his life, as well as the lives of millions throughout the world. The magic of a creative idea. Mental alchemy begins in the magic of a creative idea. When we say the name Sears Roebuck, we envision a multi-million-dollar organization, begun with the idea that was new in mail-order merchandising in the minds of 2 men, Sears and Roebuck. They used all of the 16 golden keys given in our study to build a most successful merchandising empire. When you think of rubber, you think of Goodrich or Firestone. When you think of drugs, you automatically think of Liggett. Revlon calls to mind Charles Revlon. Chrysler Corporation brings to mind the creative genius of Walter Chrysler. Lipton brings to mind tea, Ford automobiles, Hilton hotels, Wrigley chewing gum, Helena Rubinstein cosmetics, Arbuckle coffee. Always the vision of some man or woman has been responsible for a new product, or new methods of merchandising an old product. Each of these vast fortunes, represented by the products associated with their names, was created from the mental alchemy of an idea that was projected by the person for whom the product or company was named. In each instance of the above companies or individuals, our 16 metaphysical golden keys were used to create the product and the company. Can one become a millionaire today? Many people complain that in the old days, when most of the world's great fortunes were made, there were no high taxes and anyone could become a millionaire. Today, they argue, it is difficult, if not impossible, to become rich. Let us examine this theory more fully in our study of how to put to our own use the secret miracle power employed by the world's richest men. Let us briefly study 6 examples of new millionaires who were recently interviewed on David Susskind's television program, Open End. The program was called Money Talks. Edward Lamb began as a corporation lawyer early in his career. He ran for the Senate on the Republican ticket and was defeated during the Depression years. He became vitally interested in sociological problems during the lean years of the 30s and became associated with the labor movement. He has represented all 77 of the national and international labor unions. He believed that the road to riches lay in the direction of serving mankind. Later, Mr. Lamb went into the newspaper publishing business and gradually built a $50 million empire of many and diverse interests. When he was asked, "How does it feel to be rich?" he replied that one does not actually ever feel rich, for one's wealth is always measured by the size of one's debts. His incentive in life is the fun of accomplishment, the desire to serve humanity, and a natural instinct to want to be on the winning side. Mr. Lamb has used all of our metaphysical golden keys in his rise to fame and fortune. Tremendous responsibility of riches. Mr. Marvin Crater is president and chairman of an enormous brewery. He recently bought Ebbets Field and built the new Rupert's Brewery on the valuable property. Mr. Crater stated, 1, that wealth was a tremendous responsibility to the person who had it. What was Mr. Crater's incentive to wealth? He started life under humble circumstances, but he had a tremendous desire to advance his interests so he could afford the comforts of life. Wealth, he declared, is comforting, but you cannot stop easily when you have made the first million. Something in the human spirit, a desire for more power, or an involvement in the destinies of others, continually impels one forward, no matter how many millions he has. Mr. Crater stated that a person who has made a fortune has a moral responsibility to his employees, his stockholders, and those who share in his products and profits. This responsibility extends to the public, the source of all wealth ultimately. Wealth, he believes, imposes restrictions and obligations which cannot be taken lightly. $60 million in assets. Louis Lesser is another new millionaire. He has control of assets which total $60 million. He rose from a door-to-door salesman of magazines to become the owner of numerous oil wells and chairman of the board of Lesser Corporation. His incentive to wealth came when he was a young man. He wanted to make $1 million so that he could quit and travel around the world and enjoy life. He explained that when he'd reached that goal and had made his first million, he became involved in so many ventures that he could not stop. He warns against greed as a motivating force to fortune, stating that this negative emotion often destroys those who exercise it. After he'd made his vast fortune, Mr. Lesser began to give his money to many charitable organizations, including the City of Hope and other groups. Mr. Lesser certainly used most of the golden metaphysical keys given on our list, especially those of vision, courage, determination, sharing his wealth, and persistence. From $250 to millions. Mr. Wallace Johnson, who runs 50 corporations, including the fabulous Holiday Inns, borrowed $250 when he was a young man. With this money, he went into his first business venture. Through hard work, shrewd investments, and knowing what the public wants, Mr. Johnson snowballed that original small capital into a multi-million-dollar fortune and businesses that span 50 different corporations. His secret of wealth: give the public value for their money. Be aware of the public's needs, and then fill those needs with products that are as good as you can possibly produce. He said, "Success? I am still looking for it and working very hard." Perhaps in those words is the true incentive which has made Mr. Johnson a multi-millionaire. He drifted into a fortune of $120 million. Perhaps the most startling success story of all these 6 new millionaires is that of David Murdoch. When he was a very young man, he drifted from job to job, not sure of where he was going. One desire he did have, however, to become rich. In 1946, something impelled him to go to Phoenix, Arizona, and there he laid the foundation of his future fortune. His investments in real estate and other business ventures, his faith in the great destiny of the West, and his overwhelming desire for achievement were the keystones to the building of his vast fortune. He surely showed vision, determination, courage, good judgment, ability to make the right decisions, an expansive mind and determination, patience and persistence in his climb up the ladder of success. The challenges of life spurred him on. Thomas J. Bullock started out to seek fame and fortune at the age of 26. Something told him that his destiny would be fulfilled in New Mexico. The country teemed with hidden possibilities, which could make one rich if one had the vision and foresight to see it. In the barren desert land of that arid state, Mr. Bullock discovered oil, and he was on his way to achieving his boyhood dream of success. Mr. Bullock wanted to serve the people of the state that had made him rich. He successfully ran for governor and added new laurels to his crown of success. All life is a challenge, Mr. Bullock believes, and one must be prepared to meet that challenge by facing life's obstacles and overcoming them. He also believes that one must utilize all one's gifts and skills in converting nature's free resources into usable products that will enrich and benefit humanity. He thinks of himself as only a trustee for wealth, and that he must use money to do as much good as possible for the people he serves. Only then, he said, is one worthy of such a high and sacred trust. How to motivate the miracle power to acquire riches. 1. First, unlimited your consciousness by having vision. Know that it is possible for you to become as wealthy as you wish to be. There is no limit except that you place on yourself. The Bible says, "Without vision the people perish." Have the vision to see yourself successful and rich. If you do not want $1 million or more, then ask the divine mind within for security for yourself and your family. 2. Go to your public library and obtain books dealing with the lives of such rich men as Morgan, Vanderbilt, Astor, Baruch, Ford, Carnegie, Hearst, Chrysler, Getty, and any other men who have built vast fortunes. Study their lives carefully, take copious notes, find out what mistakes they made, so you can avoid the same mistakes. Emulate their patterns of thinking and action. Become conversant with their methods and then try to apply them to your own life. 3. Turn your thoughts inward and ask the divine mind within you for ideas, formulas, inventions, stories, creative thoughts that you can use to become rich. One idea can bring millions. The law of transmutation can work for you to turn your thoughts into gold. Build your faith in your own powers of creative mind and search within until you find the key that will help you unlock doors to the treasures of the universe. 4. Sit for 15 minutes every day for 1 month and concentrate your thoughts on nothing but money. Mentally visualize yourself receiving a large sum of money. See yourself banking it or spending it for something you want. Go through the pleasurable emotion that such good news would bring you. Plan on all the things you would do with money if you had it. Walk on the streets and look in store windows and mentally put your mark on the things you will buy with your fortune when your dream ship comes in. 5. Use the money and the possessions you now have wisely and take good care of them. This will prove to your higher mind that you are capable of taking care of a big fortune and of spending it wisely. Many people waste their money, their food, and their time. Such wasteful habits prove they are not yet ready to assume the full responsibility of having a fortune or better homes or possessions. 6. Treat your present home as if it were a palace, to prove to your higher mind that you are worthy of a finer home. Decorate it as tastefully as possible. If it is even a small room, keep it clean and neat. Enjoy its comfort and be grateful for it until you are able to build your consciousness and can move into a new apartment or house that will fit your expanded consciousness. 7. Every time you spend $1 or some bigger bill, write in the white margin these words: I bless this. Under the law of the harvest, realize that every dollar you give out will return to you tenfold and enrich you. This is especially true of money spent to help others. The tithing principle used in church is an excellent one to bless your money and to multiply it. This spiritual principle can help you enrich your mind and your pocketbook. 8. Build your consciousness of wealth. Read the stock market news every night and learn the figures and facts about some of the biggest stocks in the big corporations. Do not hate Wall Street and rich people, for this will raise a mental barrier and keep you from ever getting rich. We cannot attract that which we despise, so turn your mind to trying to understand higher finance and the way the market works. The capitalistic system has made America one of the richest and most respected nations in the world. Millions of Americans have a part in American industry, and such big businesses as American Telephone, General Motors, Ford Corporation, Radio Corporation of America, Standard Oil, and Chrysler are really owned by the people who own the stock. Have a desire to become a part of this vast network of creative thought and learn all you can about industry and financing. Soon you will find the means to make investments that will pay you rich dividends in the future. 9. Sit down every night for the next week and ask Divine Mind to give you 3 ideas for improving your position in the world. Have a piece of paper and pencil with you in these periods of meditation, and give yourself at least a half-hour session each time. Write down on the paper ways in which I can improve my life. Then, after asking Divine Mind for guidance, sit still and wait for the inner prompting which will come. Write down your thoughts and read them over the next day. Keep this up for a week and see what results you obtain. 10. Visit your local public park and sit on a bench or walk about and survey it. Mentally tell yourself that you own this valuable piece of property. It is your own private estate, and you are enjoying it as if it were really your own. This exercise will give you a sense of possession and pride of ownership. Actually, you do own that park as much as any of the other people who walk there and enjoy its beauty. The fact that it does not have a fence around it, or that you don't have a deed to it, should not keep you from enjoying it. This exercise will expand your consciousness and vision. 11. Do the same thing with your public library and art gallery or museum. These public institutions, endowed by wealthy men, belong to you. Use them, enjoy them, be grateful for the treasures they possess, and enrich yourself at the fountains of knowledge, inspiration, and beauty which they possess. 12. Ask yourself, am I using my time wisely? Time is golden. It is the very essence of life and success. The precious hours that you may be wasting could, under our alchemist's law of transmutation, be turned into priceless treasures through the creative genius of your mind. Ask a millionaire on his deathbed which he'd rather have, another $1 million or a few more moments of time. He would choose time rather than money. With your spare time, go to evening school, study books, or take a home correspondence course in some subject, which can pay you rich dividends in the future. 13. By using this metaphysical formula for achieving riches, you will undoubtedly attain financial security in your future life. If you do not attract millions, do not feel you have failed in life. Count your blessings. If you have your eyesight and hearing, you already have $1 million in value. If you are happy in love and have a beautiful family, you know true riches. If you have peace of mind and contentment, you are probably better off than most millionaires. If you are in work you enjoy and have a bright dream for the future, you are already rich in the things that count in life. If you have your health and enjoy life, you would not trade places with a millionaire who is sick. If you are aware of the beauty of a sunset, of the ocean's dim horizons that beckon with hidden adventure, if you thrill to the song of a meadowlark, or laugh with the cadence of a flowing brook as it wends its way to the sea, you are in tune with cosmic beauty and your soul knows true contentment and peace. If you love God and humanity, you already possess infinite treasures. Count your blessings and have faith that you can attract to yourself everything you will ever need to bring you peace, contentment, and fulfillment of your destiny. Summary. 1. The miracle power used by the richest men in the world and the ancient secret of the alchemists. 2. Metaphysical alchemy, secret of the ages. The superpower of the divine or cosmic mind in man. 3. The 16 golden keys to metaphysical alchemy set out in detail. 4. The magic of creative ideas and how one can become a millionaire today. 5. 6 new millionaires and how they used these secrets. 6. How one man drifted into a $120 million fortune. 7. How you can motivate your metaphysical miracle power to acquire riches. Chapter 10. Mastery of life achieved through metaphysical power. The illumined souls of the past who have conquered the forces of life are called masters. Such inspired teachers as Moses, Abraham, Christ, Buddha, Confucius, and Zoroaster were called masters because they had acquired complete control of the invisible forces of life and had learned how to direct them into creative channels. These great teachers could use the invisible metaphysical power they tapped to perform miracles of healing or to supply the needs of life. They not only controlled themselves, but they also controlled the forces of life as well as the people around them. You can become a master metaphysician by using the same higher creative faculties of mind and soul that these masters used to produce their miracles. Step by step, you can rise in power consciousness until you have achieved complete mastery of life through this metaphysical power we shall now study together. The mystical life forces that surge within your mind, body, and soul are the same as those which motivated the great teachers of ancient times. This metaphysical power is as alive and as compelling today as it was centuries ago. In fact, with our modern scientific knowledge and our advances in all fields of learning, we can utilize this higher metaphysical power to better advantage today than ever before. Divine science, the lost art. There is a divine science which is above the physical and material sciences that man uses in his laboratories, and which has produced such miracles as the splitting of the atom and our exploration of space. Divine science is the lost art of the ages. There is a consciousness in man's soul, which is known as soul perception, which is even greater than the consciousness possessed by the conscious and subconscious minds. When you once learn how to tap this strata of the divine mind of the cosmos, you can discover secrets that are reserved only for those who are initiated into the divine mysteries of the universe. Locked in the cells of man is the divine pattern that God has placed in his universe for all creation. When man reproduces his own kind, he does not have to search for a blueprint to create another human being. This mystic design is in every cell and atom of the living, vibrant, created universe. A blade of grass knows how to reproduce itself perfectly. An orange has this mystic pattern for creating another orange within its innermost depths. Think of the miracle of that golden fruit encased by a protective shell to keep insects and animals from destroying it, holding in its hidden depository the precious seed for its perpetuity, and encasing in its innermost dimensions the sweet distillation of sun and soil and heaven-sent rains. This is a profound metaphysical miracle which all the science and skill of man-made knowledge cannot describe or duplicate. God's secret power in the invisible. God has placed his secret power, the metaphysical creative principle of life, in the realm of the invisible. Here it is that all the forces of nature are at work. Here, in the realm of the invisible, man may work to control his life forces and the universe in which he lives. Great magnetic and electrical currents exist in the invisible realm where they work their magic in the sea, in the soil, and in the atmosphere in which man exists. Powerful forces of capillary attraction exist in the earth. Gravity pull with its vast magnetic fields controls the tides of the oceans. Electrical currents touch off thunder and lightning storms and control our weather. Vast stellar forces exert a powerful influence on our Earth. Radio, cosmic, ether, and radioactive waves bombard our planet from outer space, and yet all these forces are perfectly balanced and sustain life on this earth in perfect harmony. Man's mind exists in this universal dynamo of power, working in its own dimension of time and space, and it may channel any or all of these invisible dynamic forces and use them to perform miracles of all kinds. Mastery, the path of achievement. In order to achieve any goal in life, there must be complete mastery of the self and of the multitude of invisible forces which surround us on this planet. The regime of mastery must begin with the self, for it is through the self that consciousness of cosmic awareness. The great teachers could control and master the invisible and mysterious forces of life, because they first learned how to master their own thoughts, their emotions, their spiritual powers of meditation, concentration, and projection. The 6 realms of metaphysical control. There are 6 realms of metaphysical control. You can achieve complete mastery of your mind, your environment, other people, and the invisible forces of life when you once exercise these 6 realms of control. First realm of control. Mastery of your thoughts. All control of our life forces must begin with control of our thought currents. As thoughts are electrical and magnetic, they exert a powerful effect on our brains and on our bodies. They also go out into time and space and affect other people. The person who has control of his thoughts can direct tremendous forces and exert a powerful influence on his body, his environment, and on other people. The body's health is determined to a great extent by the thoughts one thinks. In modern psychosomatic medicine, which has to do with the effect of the thoughts and emotion on the physical body, it has been found that almost every type of human disease can be caused by man's destructive and negative thoughts. Just as disease can be induced by destructive thoughts, so too, health can be created in the body cells by the judicious selection of positive, life-giving thoughts, and healing can take place in the sick when their thought atmosphere is changed from a negative one to a positive one. Proof of the power of thought. A woman who had a benign tumor in her abdomen, which made her look as if she was pregnant, was given thought control through autosuggestion that her tumor would shrink and gradually disappear. This type of autosuggestion was given by the woman to her higher mind every night and morning for a period of 3 months. At that time, the tumor had shrunk to the size of one's fist. A man who had sugar diabetes and had to take daily shots of insulin to keep his blood sugar reduced was given autosuggestions telling his higher mind that his body would begin to secrete insulin. He kept up these autosuggestions, and within a month he lessened the amount of insulin taken. Within 3 months, his body was secreting enough insulin so that he could discontinue the injections of insulin entirely. Doctors always hasten to point out that all cases do not respond to this type of autosuggestion, but even if a few cases respond, it proves that there is some power within the mind of man which can be reached for purposes of healing under the right conditions. Rather than try to heal sickness, man can try to prevent it through a process of thought control and positive mental and emotional action. If thoughts can make man sick, dynamic spiritual action mentally can also heal him of sickness. Regime for control of your thoughts. 1. Sit for half an hour a day and meditate on your thought processes. Be conscious of your thoughts all during that time. At first, do not try to control them. Let them run rampant, but be aware of what is happening. You will see how uncontrolled they are, how they jump here and there without any order or control. The second day of your meditation, try to stop the rapid changing of thoughts and select one thought at a time. Fasten your mind on that thought and think exclusively of it, and do not let go of the thought until you choose to. From an Indian guru or teacher, I learned the secret method some Indians use to achieve mastery of their thoughts. He told me to mentally visualize my brain as a tree, and my vacillating thoughts as little monkeys jumping from branch to branch in that tree. Then he urged me to mentally pick up each monkey and put him into a mental bag. He would kick and scream and fight, but one must forcibly eject him from his perch in the tree. This process is to continue until all the monkeys are safely in the bag and the tree is free of their screaming, jumping, and chattering confusion. This is a good method to use to clear your mind of unwanted confusing, disoriented, and negative thoughts. You must force the issue at first and eradicate all unwanted thoughts. Gradually, you will choose only those positive, beautiful, and inspiring thoughts that you wish to dwell in your mind. You will find the release of tremendous power when you have once achieved mastery of your thoughts. You will not waste all your electrical and magnetic energy on useless thoughts. You will be able to overcome worry and fear and other negative emotions that erode your mind and decrease your physical vitality and energy. 2. Now you are ready for the process of selection of suitable thoughts that you want to occupy your mind. Your destiny is shaded by your thoughts. Choose every day what thoughts you want to accompany you in your business life, your social and personal life. These should be thoughts that are inspiring, good, healthful, beautiful, opulent, joyous, expectant, and friendly. If you want to motivate people to friendly action with your thoughts, send out the magnetic thoughts of love and friendship. Emerson's injunction of how to have friends is a good one. To have a friend, be a friend. Passive love treatment to control others. One lady who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall complained that her husband nagged and abused her constantly. She could hardly stand being in his presence because of his constant negativity and criticism. I told her how to insulate her mind against this barrage of negativity by simply saying to herself every time he was negative, "I send you only thoughts of love and kindness. You are created in the image and likeness of God, and I see only the divine image within you." She held to her course of passive love treatment for a month. She came back and told me that for some mysterious reason, her husband had begun to change in his attitude toward her. One day he said, "What's the use of my screaming at you when you greet every word I say with that vacant stare and half-smile?" The magic of love gradually transformed her husband into a peaceful, understanding man. 3. Remove the negative charges that are in many thoughts and words. Refuse to entertain thoughts in your mind of things you read in the papers of killings, accidents, disasters, and robberies. These negative charges must be removed every night before you go to sleep, or they will haunt your conscious and subconscious minds and interfere with the free flow of electrical and magnetic currents to your body cells. One simple affirmative statement, which you can say every night before going to sleep, will help you clear your mind of these negative charges. I now discharge from my mind all negative thoughts of every kind that I have put into my consciousness today. I insulate my mind with positive thoughts. I am created in the image and likeness of God spiritually. I am under His divine protection, and while I sleep, my consciousness shall be bathed with His divine love, His beauty, His peace, His radiant joy. I now consign myself to His loving care and sleep soundly and safely, cradled in His loving arms. 4. During the day, while at your work or in your home, direct your conscious minds in the choice of thoughts that you shall think. Thoughts are like guests who inhabit your house. You would not choose unruly, boisterous, common visitors to come to your home who might destroy your furniture, burn holes in your carpets, and shatter your peace of mind with rude, coarse behavior. Your thoughts are also invited guests that inhabit your mental house. They can make of your mind a palace or a hovel. The choice is up to you. You can choose thoughts that are lofty, beautiful, and inspiring, and these will give a coloration to your mind and your personality that will enchant everyone you meet. 5. Avoid saying words that are obscene or telling stories that are undignified and common. They may make people laugh momentarily, but every time they think of you, they will associate you with the obscene words you used. Maintain dignity and an awareness of your high quality, and soon people will have greater respect for you. Second realm of control, nerve energy. In the yoga philosophy of India, we learn that the life force, or prana, radiates throughout the entire body and gives one energy and vitality. When it is abused, this nerve energy is dissipated and wasted, and the body becomes weak and debilitated. The following regime must be mastered in order to gain control of your nerve energy. It will give you more power, better health, youthful vitality, and a more radiant personality. Regime for control of nerve energy. 1. Electricity and magnetism radiate from your brain centers to all the nerves and muscles of your body. If this life force is dissipated, the cells and nerves of the body are starved and suffer grave consequences that can even make one sick. To control the nerve energy, you must avoid all unnecessary movements of the hands, feet, and body. Sit in practice sessions of 5 or 10 minutes and hold your body absolutely still. Do not move a muscle. You may have to blink your eyes at first until you have achieved control of even this function. As you hold your body in this type of rigid control, breathe deeply and hold the breath for a count of 4 before releasing it. The electricity and magnetism which radiate to your nerves is in the air about you. You must breathe it into your lungs consciously, and then after holding it for 4 counts, exhale it. You build the prana or life force through your breathing. 2. Now sit in practice and meditate on one specific part of your body. Say your right hand. Consciously move each of your fingers, closing them and shutting them at will. Then move your concentration up your arm to your shoulder. Raise the arm and hold it in rigid position above your head for a few moments only. Concentrate all your nerve energy in that hand and arm. You will feel warm currents flowing throughout your arm in a few movements of the hands, feet, and body. Sit in practice sessions. Many people have used this method for zone therapy to heal parts of their body by concentrating on sending the healing magnetic currents to the affected parts. One lady in our class work in Carnegie Hall had a son who was in the army stationed in a very cold country. He complained in his letters how cold he felt at night and how his feet nearly froze. His mother wrote telling him of the method of nerve control she had learned, and the boy tried it, sending his concentrated nerve energy to his feet. He said that in a few moments' time they became so warm that he had to put them outside the blankets to cool them. Energy flows wherever you direct your thoughts. Nerve current flows instantly where you think. Many people who have had sluggish hearts or inefficient stomachs have used this method of nerve control to direct their thoughts on the ailing organ and have achieved miraculous results in a short time. 3. To direct nerve energy to your brain for inspirational and creative power, visualize your breath as a golden beam of light which radiates up your spinal column to your head and floods your brain with its creative energy. As you breathe deeply to 10 or 15 counts, press your diaphragm and feel that the column of air is like a fountain, shooting its pranic force up your spinal cord and radiating over your brain in a golden flood of power and inspiration. Your brain will come to life when you use this exercise, and you will be able to create wonderful things. Most of our great geniuses in the arts and sciences use this secret power to turn on the inspirational nervous energy of their brain. Third realm of control. Your emotions. We have studied elsewhere in this book about the value of the emotions and how to avoid negative, destructive emotions. Now let us learn the regime for control of all the mind's and body's emotions, so we can better direct the life force for creative and constructive purposes. Regime for control of your emotions. 1. Mastery of your emotions is essential if you are to become a master of life. You cannot let your emotions control you. You must control the emotions, especially the negative ones. We know that the most destructive emotions are fear, hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness. We also know that the positive emotions are love, joy, good, charity, forgiveness, and compassion. When a negative emotion tries to control your mind, substitute its opposite emotion immediately. For instance, when you are actively hating some person, realize this emotion is destructive and will harm you in some way. Change the thought to one of love and understanding. If you cannot really love the person, try to understand him and reason out why he acts the way he does. Then become tolerant of the person and neutralize your hatred of him and his actions. When you feel miserable and unhappy, substitute a positive emotion in its place. Try to visualize some good that is coming to you, or some past event that brought you happiness, and by dwelling on this positive emotion, you will automatically neutralize the negative one. 2. Practice each day with a new positive emotion until you are able to build a control regime for every emotion and every day of your life. Choose a different emotion for each day and live in the conscious awareness of that emotion for that day. For example, Monday, your tranquility day. Concentrate your thoughts on remaining tranquil and calm no matter what happens. Tuesday, your day of courage. Face life's problems with courage and do not flinch from facing reality. Wednesday, your day to live with beauty. Find new beauty in your environment. Be aware of nature's beauty. See the beauty of soul in everyone you meet. Thursday, your truth day. Practice to see the truth and express the truth in your dealings with others. Friday, your day of love. This healing emotion should be expressed all day in all contacts with others. Saturday, your day of forgiveness of others' slights, sins, and offenses against you. Sunday, your day of contemplation on the divine mystery behind all life. A day of worship and prayer. Fourth realm of control. Your body. The body can make insatiable demands on your mind and time if you do not control it and its appetites. Nothing is ever perfect. It's either too hot or too cold. Appetites nag the body constantly, from a desire for food and water to a desire for sexual satisfaction. The true master learns that he must control his body early in life, or he will spend a lifetime in misery and discomfort. Regime for control of your body. The following regime is the one used by higher yoga in India for this body control. 1. Sit in the Buddha pose with your legs folded under you and your hands resting in your lap. Now concentrate the power of your mind on the area of your head. Close your eyes as you do this exercise. Visualize your head with its functions of sight, taste, smell, hearing, and thinking. See your brain as a physical organ capable of all kinds of thoughts and emotions. Hold your thoughts on your head for several moments and try to control each of the 5 senses. Be aware of your sense of hearing. Listen to the sounds in the room, the clock ticking, the sounds in the street, the distant barking of a dog, or the blowing of a siren. 2. Now concentrate on your sense of sight. Open your eyes and look about the room. Register as many objects as you can see. Hold your gaze on a spot on the wall for a count of 10. Increase it until you can hold your eyes on one spot for a period of 5 minutes or more without blinking. This may take you several days or even weeks to accomplish. Do not rush it. Take your time and achieve control of this faculty of sight gradually. Then expand your vision to inner sight. Close your eyes and see how many mental pictures you can accurately recall from your past. Hold your body still while you are performing this exercise. 3. Now concentrate your faculties on the sense of taste. Take something sweet on your tongue and concentrate on its sweetness. Do the same with salt or something bitter. Let your faculties dwell on what you are tasting and nothing else. 4. Now develop the faculty of smell. Have incense burning in your meditation period, and as this aroma floods your being, be aware of the sense of smell. Another time you may take the bloom of a flower or a drop of perfume, which you concentrate on, letting your sense impressions be concentrated on the odor you wish to examine. 5. The sense of touch should next be developed. Hold a piece of wood in your hands, close your eyes and feel its rough texture. Change it to the petals of a rose, feel the velvety softness and be aware of the difference. Change the objects you concentrate on until you are able with your eyes closed to tell the difference between things you hold in your hands. 6. Now concentrate on your heart and its rhythmic beating. Do not try to control it. Just be aware of it in an impersonal way. Later, when you have gained control of your bodily functions, you can slow down the rhythm of your heart or accelerate it. You can do this with your blood pressure and other bodily functions at will. But for the present, just be satisfied to listen to your heartbeat and be aware of the life rhythm within you. 7. Do the same type of concentration on your stomach and its functioning. Be aware of the stomach. Visualize its workings. See the process of osmosis within that organ, which permits the fluids to pass through the walls of the intestines into the bloodstream. Be aware of your digestion for 10 or 15 minutes. Some people have been able to control their stomachs with amazing power and regulate the flow of hydrochloric acid and aid in the process of digestion consciously and at will. Fifth realm of control. Other people. It is easy to follow all of the above 4 realms of control relating to the self. It is a matter of discipline and habit to gain control of your thoughts, your emotions, your nerve energy, and your bodily functions. Our 5th realm of control is a little more difficult, for it has to do with the actions of others. You cannot always control the actions of others, but you can control their effect on you and your destiny. With your mind power, you can, to a great extent, determine the people you will attract into your orbit of activity. The quality of the persons you attract as friends will, to a great extent, determine their influence on your future destiny. Choose your friends well, and when you have made your choice, use the following regime of control to make certain that your friends and acquaintances do not infringe on your privacy and affect your decisions and actions. Regime for control of other people. 1. To control other people, you must first win their respect and admiration. People will be friendly to you if you first show friendliness towards them. In social groups, where you do not know many people and you wish to enlarge your sphere of friends, make yourself known to others. Be friendly and take the initiative in breaking the social ice. They are as anxious to be friends as you are, but many times people are hampered by conventions and modesty, and will not take the first step to be friends. An example of this in my own life is an instance where I went to a big Hollywood party and saw a lonely-looking, unattractive man sitting in a corner by himself. No one paid any attention to him. They were all courting the famous stars, directors, and producers who were there. I sought out the lonely-looking man and introduced myself, not knowing his identity, and chatted with him for fully an hour. I found him amusing, well-read, and charming. When he got up to leave, he said, "I am very much impressed by you, young man, and I'd like to have lunch with you one day so we can talk some more." He handed me his card and made a luncheon date for the following week. I glanced at the card and saw that it was Irvin Cobb, the famous humorist and novelist. His taciturn appearance often kept people from making friends with him. But he had a heart of gold, a wonderful sense of humor, and turned out to be one of my best friends. Through his contacts, I was able to further my early career tremendously. 2. When you meet a person for the first time, try to fix his name in your mind for future reference. Also make it a point to talk about things that interest him. In this way, you can direct his interest and attention to those subjects that he is conversant with. His wife, his children, his work, his home, his car. These are all things that give him a sense of familiarity with you and make him like you without being conscious of the reasons why. 3. If you really want to win control of other people, try to avoid what I call rough corners in the conversation. Avoid discussing differing viewpoints in religion, politics, and other controversial subjects. When you know a person better, you can risk offending him by giving your opposing viewpoints. Get the other person to drift along with you on the conversational stream, and you'll find that it is easier to get control of his mind than if you oppose him and make him dislike you at once. 4. When you meet new friends, make it a point to try and praise something in their personality, their clothes, their voices, or something they have accomplished, which merits praise. People like flattery, and you can gain control of friends through subtle praise and flattery. One man I know who is a real estate broker has mastered this principle of control of others to a fine point. He told me his secret one day. "I make every man feel like a prince and every woman like a queen," he said. "I try to find out something about the person's work, and then I praise his ability and his accomplishments. It works like magic." Of course, he hastened to add, "I am sincere in my praise. I really choose something that I admire about the person or his work. Otherwise, I would not sound convincing and sincere." This man has made millions of dollars in business through this simple formula to control other people. 5. When you first meet a person, get on a personal and emotional level with him as soon as possible. Remember the 4 things that mean most to everyone emotionally. A. Self-preservation. Things pertaining to food, nourishment, and general health. This is always a safe topic of conversation and interests everyone. B. Money and financial security. People all like to discuss business, the stock market, the business they are in, and other things pertaining to money. C. Love and sex. This is always a good topic of conversation, if kept on a dignified, intelligent basis. D. Ego recognition or social acceptance. When you give a person your attention and praise, you are automatically elevating his ego, and this cannot help but win his admiration of you. 6. When you are trying to win control of others, use the word you in your conversation as much as possible. Get the person to agree with you, and soon you will control the direction of his thoughts. People are conditioned to self-interest. This is not selfishness. It is a matter of early training and mental conditioning. The word you is more appealing to others than the word I. Remember this when you first meet people, and you will soon win their attention and be able to control them. 7. Encourage and inspire a person if you are trying to win his friendship and control of his mind. Too often people discourage others, and this dampens their enthusiasm and makes them withdraw into a shell. If you give encouragement and inspiration to a person, he will remember you affectionately, because this is an unusual trait. Most people knock others and tend to discourage and disparage them. The 6th realm of control. Soul perception. There is a 4th dimensional realm which is above the physical and material, as we have learned elsewhere in our study. This is the realm of the soul. Here it is that man may have divine perception if he once learns how to ascend to this lofty realm of perception and know the past, present, and future. Mystics are able to achieve miracles when they once learn how to control this vital function of the human psyche. Regime for attaining soul perception. 1. Sit in meditation for at least half an hour a day and enter the inner sanctuary of the soul by withdrawing your mind from outer material and physical things. Contemplate during that time on the divine mystery, the nature of God, the mystery of life, your spiritual identity. Let your mind be inspired by candlelight, incense, and soft music. Forget the cares and burdens of the day. Withdraw your mind from problems and worries. Hold your mind on the sacred image of the Godhead that is implanted within your own immortal soul. 2. Concentrate your thoughts on the divine mind within your consciousness. In meditation, ask this higher power for guidance in your life. Bring specific things to the attention of the Father within. This session should take about 15 minutes a day and is different from the above type of meditation, where you think only of the divine mystery. In this session, you can bring to the divine mind specific questions you want answered, problems you want solved. Ask this higher mind, just as you would a friend, what should I do? How will I solve this problem? Where can get the money for my needs? How can I find another job? Should I marry this person? Should I move to California? Then sit in the silence and wait for the inner self to answer. Sometimes the soul perception does not occur immediately. Do not get discouraged. Go about your regular activities, and suddenly, like a flash of inspiration, the answer will come. Soul perception gives you clues as to your future events, persons you will meet, and trips you will take, long in advance of the materialization of the actual physical or material event. 3. Soul perception comes when we are peaceful and quiescent. Still the turbulence in your environment if you wish to receive the divine pulsations of intuition and prophecy. See how this divine force works in nature. It is in the still, secret places of the earth that the acorn sports and grows. It is within the innermost, silent places of the egg that the chick matures and grows strong enough to burst forth from its prison house. Soul perception flourishes in an atmosphere of peace and stillness. It vanishes in the presence of discord, friction, bickering, selfishness, and greed. When you want intuitive guidance for any purpose of life, surround yourself with an atmosphere of quiet, order, and harmony. Then petition the divine mind within for miracle of creativity which you desire. 4. To encourage the divine presence within the sanctuary of your soul, Live in the atmosphere of divine love every day of your life. As God is love, a loving heart and soul will most certainly encourage the divine visitant that dwells in the serene and loving souls of those who are attuned to godliness. Chapter 11. How to tap the divine mind power currents of the cosmos. There is a vast tidal wave of cosmic power that ebbs and flows throughout the interstices of the universe. It is this creative intelligence of the cosmic mind that created all things and which sustains the universe. When you once learn how to tap the divine mind power currents of the cosmos, you will be in tune with the infinite, and all metaphysical power will be yours. Let us study the methods by which this cosmic power radiates throughout creation and learn how we may avail ourselves of its omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. There is a miracle power in every blade of grass, and a divine mystery in every robin's egg. With all his scientific knowledge and skill, man is not yet able to duplicate the mysterious forces of the cosmos. He can, however, work with them and perform seeming miracles. See how the cosmic intelligence created trees so they could breathe in the carbon dioxide that humans and animals exhale and replace it with fresh, life-giving oxygen. See how this cosmic intelligence produces from the soil the food, the lumber, gold, oil, and coal that mankind needed to survive throughout the ages. And now, when these natural resources are being used up rapidly, future generations can be heated and motorized by the cosmic power that was released through the splitting of the atom. See what vast resources this cosmic intelligence has placed within the Earth's seas. Fish for food, gold, diamonds, and oil in abundance, which man is now learning how to extract from the Earth's seas. See the miracle of a growing tree, which gives man shelter, food, lumber, rubber, sugar, fruits in abundance, and perfume and flowers. The cosmic mind has not neglected one single aspect of man's needs in its creation of the universe. See how the divine mind power currents of the cosmic mind work in the lower forms of creation. The swallows of Capistrano always know the exact day to fly back to their nests in the famous mission. The salmon knows how to swim back upstream to spawn and complete its life cycle. One eel in the Saragossa Sea swims back 3,000 miles to where it was born to lay its eggs and hatch its young. So accurate is its cosmic memory that it never forgets the place where it was spawned. In nature, this cosmic mind has given to all its creatures protective cover and camouflage for their perpetuation. The snake is modeled and colored like its environment. The crab and the armadillo are given bony armor to protect them from their enemies. The squid and the octopus eject a stream of inky substance to conceal themselves when in danger. The puff adder blows itself up with air into a formidable size to frighten off its enemies. One species of lizard is able to detach its tail when it is caught, and later grow a new tail. There are thousands of these amazing miracles in the realm of nature. When we examine them carefully, we must be convinced that some superior intelligence is at work in the universe, which not only created all things, but sustains them with a miraculous system of instinct and built-in intelligence that automatically causes them to perpetuate their species and survive. The divine mind within man. When he was questioned about the amazing miracles that he performed, the master metaphysician Jesus replied, "It is not I, but the Father within. He doeth the work." Who was this mysterious Father within of which Jesus spoke? Obviously, it was a higher power than the master's own conscious mind, or he would not have made such pointed reference to it. Now, with our modern understanding of the human psyche and the studies made by our psychologists and scientists, we know that this statement by Jesus referred to a divine mind power which radiates in and through all human beings, and that man may tap these divine currents for all kinds of miracles. When we see the miracles of healing that are performed through the medium of prayer, faith, and spiritual meditation, we must be convinced that some dynamic superforce is set into motion in the human consciousness, which does the work of healing in the body. This divine mind power which flows throughout the cosmos is focalized in the human consciousness in dynamic currents, and when a person knows how to release this spiritual power, he can literally perform miracles. 5 channels through which divine mind works. In order to use this power of the divine mind, you must first understand how it works. Just as electricity was in the atmosphere for millions of years and could have been tapped by man for his use, so too, this divine mind power is available for any person who wants to use it. But first, he must understand the dynamic universal laws under which it works. There are 5 channels through which the divine mind power currents of the cosmos work. They are: 1. The conscious volitional mind, where man has the power to choose his destiny and the events of his life. 2. The sense perceptions which reveal the physical and material universe. 3. The intuitive faculties, which set the divine mind into action, psyches and extrasensory perception. 4. Soul perception, man's inner spiritual awareness, in which God speaks to man in the silence of man's own immortal soul. Man's awareness of his immortality and divinity. 5. The cosmic memory, the cell's intelligence, and the storehouse of racial memories, where are stored all the chemical and cellular formulas for creating all living things in the universe. God's memory and the ultimate achievement by man through cosmic consciousness or awareness. Channel 1. Your conscious mind. The conscious mind in man is also known as the objective mind. It is this mind that makes you aware of yourself, your mental powers, and the outer objective world in which you live. It is through your conscious mind that you are aware of the cosmos and its orderly arrangement. It is in man's conscious mind that he feels the need for worship of a superior intelligence, which he has named God. It is in this realm of conscious control that you feel the need to align yourself with some vast, superior force which you intuitively feel created you and the entire universe. Your conscious mind is the mind which chooses the people who shall be in your life and who help mold your future destiny. It is also the force within you that helps you select the events that make up the pattern of your destiny. Someone has rightly said, "Destiny is not a matter of chance, but of choice." It is not something to be waited for, but rather something to be achieved. The laws ruling your conscious mind. The conscious mind can only reflect the higher power of the divine mind when you are aware of your true divinity. When you know that this God power is within you, as it is in every cell of the visible and invisible universe, you will become infused with a new life force. There will be new purposefulness and meaning to your entire life. There are laws that rule this conscious mind, and you must observe these laws if you wish to avail yourself of the efficiency and dynamic power that is inherent in your conscious volitional mind. 1. The law of order. The law of order is a cosmic one in that it applies to all creation. There is order in the heavens. All the planets revolve in their orbits without confusion or collision. Think of the countless billions of stars and solar systems, bigger than our own, which are involved in a cosmic scheme so vast the mind of man cannot comprehend it. Then realize that these planets have such a system of order in their workings that we set our earth clocks by them. Duplicate this law of order in your own mind. Have a schedule by which you live. Write down a list each day of the things you want to accomplish that day. Have a plan and system underlying everything you do. Keep track of your expenditures daily. Rockefeller's system, on which he built his vast fortune, consisted in jotting down every expenditure, even if it was only a few cents. The mental habits he built of order and system later extended to his vast financial empire and made him a multi-millionaire. 2. The law of balance. Never let your mind race out of control, for the law of balance in nature demands that we pay a price for every excess. The law of the balance is likened to the swinging of a pendulum. The same arc it prescribes in its upward motion it must duplicate in its downward swing. When you carry any emotion or indulgence to excess, nature exacts a penalty in order to maintain the law of balance. When you do not sleep enough on one night, you must make up for it the next day, or your brain suffers from fatigue and inefficiency. An excess of alcohol or cigarettes or sleeping pills must be paid for by the body's reaction to the poisons pumped into the bloodstream. With a lowering of the body's resistance, fatigue, and a subsequent slump in all of the body's functions. The divine mind power that works through your conscious mind is a delicately balanced force and quickly withdraws when this law is upset. Each day balance work and play, love and worship, so that you do not have excesses of any one thing in any department of your life. 3. The law of rationality or reason. The conscious mind works best with the divine mind when you rationalize your actions and your mental processes. Be consciously aware of your use of your conscious powers. Know why you do certain things. Reason out the need for the physical emotion of love. Control the functions of your mind and body. Do not let them control you. Every year, thousands of Americans commit suicide because they have lost the art of rationality. Their minds get out of control because they do not make the daily effort to reason out their actions. Back of every mental cause, there must be some physical effect. When you lose a good job through some thoughtless action, reason out the reasons for the loss. Do not blame society, the government, capitalism, or communism. The cause can be traced back to your own conscious or unconscious acts and thoughts. 4. The law of attraction. What you put into your conscious, volitional mind becomes the pattern of that which you shall attract. There is a law of magnetic attraction which applies equally to the mind as well as to the body. You are what you think. Put only those thoughts into your conscious mind which you wish to externalize in dynamic forms of action in your outer circumstances of life. Think friendly thoughts and you will attract friends. If you think thoughts of enmity, hatred, and envy, you will attract people who will personalize these traits in the outer world. You have it within the power of your conscious choice to set the stage for the enactment of your life drama. Do you wish it to be a drama or a tragedy? Is it to be a romantic love story? Is it to become a comedy in which you play the part of a clown? Do you wish a stage setting of beauty and opulence, or will you select a backdrop of ugliness and barrenness in which to act out your life drama? The choice is up to you. The power of the divine mind within you will help you externalize anything that you consciously choose. Make that choice carefully, and then sit back and watch how events will shape themselves to fit your mental pattern of action. Channel 2. Your sense perceptions. It is through your sense perceptions that you are aware of the objective world of reality. Elsewhere in our study, we have learned of the importance of the 5 senses. Now let us learn how to channelize the divine mind power through these sense perceptions. In this way, you can heighten the effectiveness of your senses and achieve a greater degree of sensitivity in these areas of mental and physical action. 1. Have an awareness of your inner subjective world. Close your eyes in this practice session that should last about half an hour. Be aware of your innermost being. See with your mental vision. Try to recall sights and colors and actions in the outer world of reality. Duplicate them and project them upon the screen of your inner mind. Then do the same thing with your senses of hearing, touch, and smell. Duplicate your daily actions and apply each of your 5 senses to these fields of activity. Rerun your day every night when you go to bed, from earliest dawn to the end of the day. This inner awareness of your subjective world of emotions, sensations, states of consciousness, and perceptions will help you channelize the power of the divine mind to your every mental and physical faculty. 2. In another practice session, which should last for a full week of at least a half hour a day, sit in meditation and have an awareness of the outer, objective world in which you live. Be physically aware of heat and cold, of the room in which you meditate, of the outer world in which you work and love and play. Run through your mind the physical emotions you experience when you eat, when you work, when you dance, when you see a movie, when you love. Take a walk through a public park or street and be aware of the physical size and dimensions of trees, flowers, buildings, and your surroundings. Be aware of form, dimension, and physical characteristics of the environment in which you exist. Notice the trees, the leaves, flowers, the formation of the grass and bushes. If you walk on the beach, notice the sky, the distant horizon, the mountains, the blue skies, the golden sunshine. In other words, make it a point to become physically aware of the entire objective world about you, just as if you were an artist trying to reproduce everything on a canvas, or an author trying to describe everything in a novel. This exercise will tend to channelize the divine mind currents to your conscious mind and increase your sense perceptions enormously. 3. Extend this awareness of your sense perceptions to your body and its needs. Consciously be aware of the form and dimensions of your physical body. Look in the mirror at yourself and study your face carefully. See what mental impressions you create in the minds of others with your facial expressions. Put onto your face the mental masks of greed, hate, jealousy, fear, and worry. See how the facial muscles respond to these negative emotions. Now change the mental mask and put on the expressions of charity, love, trust, and confidence, and see how the facial muscles pull upwards gently, giving your face a totally different expression. Channel 3. The intuitive faculties. The power of the divine mind within you is activated by your intuitive faculties. Everyone has some psychic and intuitive ability. It can be developed so that you can receive divine guidance on every move you make in life. It is possible for man to know the future, not every specific event, but the general trend of his life and destiny. See how this power works in two of nature's great miracles. You have seen a tiny pollywog in a country stream. It is a little black, squirming creature with a long tail but no legs, and certainly does not look a bit like a frog in that stage of its metamorphosis. A short time later, its tail disappears completely, and it begins to grow legs, and finally takes on its true shape as a frog. Inherent in that pollywog was the image of the frog. It can be said that lowly little creature knew its ultimate destiny. The imprint was within its body cells and whatever form of mind it possesses. The same can be said of a crawling caterpillar. It certainly does not look like a golden-winged butterfly. Some divine instinct within that creature causes it to weave its cocoon and sleep throughout the long winter, to emerge the following spring in its ultimate triumph, as a winged creature able to soar aloft in the empyrean blue. Inherent in the caterpillar was the divine wisdom and prophecy which caused it to weave its cocoon and become a butterfly. It can be said that its destiny was known to the caterpillar. How to release divine mind through intuition. 1. Intuition is the immediate knowing or learning of something without the conscious use of reasoning. You can use this gift of divine mind consciously. Be aware that you possess psychic powers and that you can tap them at any time you wish. Call upon this power of intuition whenever you are forced to make a decision between two courses of action. Ask this indwelling Father questions and then wait for the answers. They will come, perhaps not at that exact moment, but at some later time. Many times, the answer will come through a letter, through another person, or even in a book which you are accidentally reading. I remember once I was in New York, and I wanted to find a certain book that contained valuable information for me. I could not locate it anywhere in New York. I gave the problem to my higher divine mind, and then forgot it. 2 weeks later, I had to go to Hollywood on business. I walked into a second-hand bookstore to browse, and the first book I took down from the shelf was the book I had desired. This was the result of some higher mind that guided me to the object I wanted. 2. Psychic and intuitive gifts can be cultivated deliberately. The voice of the Spirit speaks universally to every cell of the universe. In the spring, the trees burst forth in foliage, and the flowers bloom under some divine instinct, which tells them it is springtime. In the soil, the seed sprouts and grows under the divine impetus to create its own kind. In man, this same divine gift of intuition works its creative miracle if we are aware of the voice of the Spirit that is constantly trying to guide and direct us. Sit in the silence for at least a half hour a day, while you are consciously trying to develop this psychic and intuitive gift. Ask of this higher divine mind specific questions, and then wait for the answers. Is this person honest? Can I trust him? Should I let myself love this person? Should I make this new business move? Should I take this trip? After you have asked your questions, sit for a while and wait for the answers from divine mind. If nothing comes through immediately, do not become discouraged and give up. Go about your regular activities and the answer may come through at night, while sleeping, or during your working hours. Sometimes it does not come as a direct answer, but only as a prompting, or many times, the answer comes in the guise of another person. 3. Concentrate your psychic powers on some person you know, and let your higher mind reveal what is true about him. You can ask questions of this higher mind, and some force within you will give you the right answers. Many times, people conceal their true natures, but the higher divine mind within you knows the truth about everyone. You can penetrate the masks of others through cultivation of this higher psychic and intuitive gift. At first, you may not want to believe some of the things your higher mind tells you, but later you will find out that it was right. Haven't you, upon meeting some new person, felt an instinctive sense of not trusting him? Later, weren't your suspicions justified? 4. To cultivate this intuitive faculty of the divine mind further, sit in the silence and let mental images come through to you. These mental pictures may be of foreign countries you want to visit. They may be of a future home in which you wish to live. The mind may feel that it is jumping from place to place, but follow its workings for at least half an hour. Later in your life, some of the events that flashed upon the screen of your inner mind will actually duplicate themselves in the outer world, and you will know then that you had a psychic flash of an event that was predestined to occur in your life. A lieutenant in the South Pacific during the Second World War saw a picture of a movie star in a magazine. He fell in love with her. She was his mental ideal. He carried the picture in his wallet, and every night before going to bed, he would look at the picture and mentally visualize that they were married and living together in a beautiful home in the valley. This mental picture became so vivid in the young man's mind that he literally believed someday he would meet the girl and marry her. A few months later, he was in San Francisco at a big party. He was handsome in his blue Navy uniform, and as he walked across the living room, he saw a vision in white floating towards him. It was the girl of his dreams. She walked towards him as if mesmerized. Suddenly they were in each other's arms dancing. She fell madly in love with the handsome young lieutenant, and a short time later they were married. This real-life romance happened to movie star Ruth Hussey, and now, many years later, the love affair that was prophesied through her husband's psychic vision has survived and brought them both the happiness and fulfillment they desired. Channel 4. Soul perception. There is a difference between psychic perception and soul perception. Psychic perception has to do with the outer world of people and events, of action and reaction. Soul perception has to do with man's inner awareness, in which God speaks to man within the silence of man's own immortal soul. It is there, within the sanctuary of your soul, that the divine mind reveals its own magnificent design for your present and future life. When you are able to tune in on these divine pulsations, you can duplicate the vast miracle powers of nature and of the illumined souls who were seers, prophets, and mystic leaders of the past. How to receive soul perception. 1. Withdraw from the world of harsh reality and create an atmosphere of soft candlelight and music. You can have incense burning if you wish. The higher spiritual faculties are often activated by such aids. This is why in many large churches there is candlelight, incense, and soft light through stained glass windows. Many times, images of sacred symbols, such as a cross or saints, are used to stimulate these higher faculties, so man may better attune himself to the sacred vibrations of the divine image. This exercise in meditation should be a daily event of 10 or 15 minutes. During such times, lock out all thoughts of problems and worries, and talk to God in the silence of your own soul. 2. Soul perception can often come to you in the midst of your everyday activities. Sometimes a great flood of inspiration will follow when you have done some good or charitable deed for another person. Often, when you view a magnificent sunrise or sunset, or some scene of grandeur in nature, like the Grand Canyon, you will feel welling up within you a deep, spiritual emotion that overpowers your senses and is so penetrating that you feel close to tears. Very often music will have this same effect when it is transcendently beautiful. I recall the first time I saw the magnificent Parthenon. on the Acropolis in Athens, Greece, in the full noon. As I stood before that ancient temple to the goddess Athena and viewed the Aegean Sea shimmering in the distance, and saw the vast, ancient, and modern city of Athens, sprawling as far as the eye could see, I felt a sudden sense of soul perception that made me aware of the march of history through that historic land where democracy was born. A feeling of cosmic awareness swept over me that made me one with all the multitude of great souls who had viewed this most inspiring monument to man's divinity. 3. Soul perception comes to you when you have a deep faith in God and His illimitable powers. You can walk with God daily, and His ever-abiding presence will guide you unerringly through soul perception. 4. When you align yourself with the spiritual qualities of the divine mind, you will also implement your powers of soul perception. These divine qualities are love, goodness, truth, beauty, forgiveness, and charity. 5. Faith and prayer put you in tune with the divine mind power that reflects throughout the universe. Man's consciousness is like the earth. It flourishes and flowers only when the sun shines upon its surface, giving it life and motion. When man is out of the consciousness of the divine cosmic mind, he blocks out the sun of spirit, and his life is barren and futile. When he basks in the golden light of the spiritual sun, he flourishes and grows wise, and his gifts and talents flower, and he blesses the earth with his creative mind. Prayer releases a golden stream of spiritual light, life, and intelligence. Dr. Alexis Carrel said of prayer that it is a force as real as terrestrial gravity. In experiments conducted by scientists and ministers, it was found that when prayer was said over wheat and corn that was planted, it yielded 2 to 3 times as much as seed that was not prayed over. In an experiment with growing things, it was found that cursing the tender young shoots made them wither and die. Loving the growing plants made them flourish and mature. There is a miracle power in the atmosphere about us that responds to prayer and faith. 6. The power of divine love also helps man channel this divine mind power to all his actions. In tests conducted by a famous pediatrician in the care of young children, it was found that children who were not given love often died in the crucial first year of life. On each baby's chart, this doctor writes, "This child is to be picked up on the hour and loved." It doesn't matter whether it is a nurse, a stranger, or the mother. The important thing is that the children who are given this type of human love grow and become healthy, happy, balanced children. Whereas when they are denied love, they seldom survive the first year of life. Channel 5. The cosmic memory. It is within the cosmic memory that God stores all the chemical and cellular formulas which He uses to create all living things in the universe. The universe is built according to a master plan, which follows a mechanical design and structure. This is basically repeated in all created objects. The atoms, which make up all matter, are little building blocks that are actually invisible. When they are drawn together by the law of gravity, they become plants, trees, mountains, moons, and stars. The entire universe is created and sustained by a flow of invisible substance, which we call spirit or intelligence. As this intelligence flows throughout the universe, obeying some higher creative command, it arranges itself in shapes and forms that are imprinted upon a sea of spiritual protoplasm. There are fewer than 100 different types of atoms in the universe. From these, arranged in millions of different patterns and designs, all creation is formed. Everything in the mineral, vegetable, animal, and human kingdoms derives from these primary atomic building blocks. Science cannot understand the power that is behind the atom. It is still a complete mystery. In metaphysics, we can begin to understand something of this mystery of creation. The cosmic memory reveals to mankind many of its innermost secrets. We now know, for instance, the basic structure of all atoms. The electron is a negatively charged particle that forms a part of all atoms. The neutron is one of the fundamental uncharged particles of an atom. The proton is a fundamental particle of the nuclei of all atoms, carrying a unit of positive charge of electricity. The nuclei is the central part of the atom, around which the other parts revolve. They are held in place by the rapidity of their motion in a gravitational field, similar to the Sun, with all the planets revolving around it in their orbits. From this microscopic structure, the atom, God builds everything from star to snowflake. The infinite variety of creation attests to the fact that some very high order of cosmic intelligence is back of all creation. Regime to tap cosmic memory. 1. Study the universe in which you live. Try to understand the processes that go on within the universe. Study the world of nature. See how growth occurs. Try to probe the secrets of nature by observation and curiosity. Some of our great scientists have probed these cosmic secrets and given to men a vast variety of new products, foods, and treasures. 2. Look at a blade of grass or a grain of sand and try to see the process of creativity, which cosmic intelligence used to fashion these elements. A scientist in France studied snowflakes for 40 years and never found any two alike. No blade of grass or grain of sand is ever like any other. Even twins are never exactly alike. The cosmic mind is an original artist that never creates any two things exactly alike. Study flowers and fruits and see how the cosmic mind fashions these delights to the eye and the palate. Take an orange or a pomegranate apart. See how nature has separated the segments with a layer of skin. How carefully she has placed the seed within the fruit, where they will not be disturbed. Try to comprehend some of the mystery of creation by a careful study of the laws under which the cosmic mind of God works in his creation. 3. Observe the law of growth that is in the universe. Then attempt to duplicate it in your own life. Your mind must grow and evolve. Your consciousness must grow from the physical to the spiritual. You must evolve through study and try to expand your interest to encompass many different branches of knowledge. 4. Work with the laws of the cosmos rather than against them. There are 3 laws which you should observe: the law of usefulness, the law of productivity, and the law of action. Any object that loses its usefulness in the scheme of things is automatically discarded by nature. Try to maintain your usefulness to an advanced old age. Keep on producing and creating all your life in some way. Have an avocation as well as a vocation, so that you can keep your mind and body constantly stimulated by new interests. Then, last but most important, observe the law of action mentally and physically. Keep yourself busy and never stop creating something for the world. This regime will assure you of keeping in tune with the cosmic mind where all intelligence resides. You will reflect more power and energy once you are in tune with the infinite mind of God through his cosmic memory. Summary. 1. The divine mind power currents flow throughout the cosmos, including yourself. 2. The miracle power is tireless in creation and is the divine mind within man, the Father within, who performs miracles. 3. The 5 channels worked out in detail through which divine mind works. 4. The laws ruling your conscious mind, your sense perceptions, and the intuitive faculties in man and how to tap them. 5. Soul perception in man and how to channel its power. 6. Power of faith and prayer to work miracles. 7. The cosmic memory and how to tap this power for creative miracles. Chapter 12. How to attain the 5 aspects of miracle healing. The miracle healing power of divine mind extends to all realms of God's created universe. We see this metaphysical power at work in nature, where the animal kingdom has a wisdom and instinct that far surpasses the intelligence of the higher human kingdom. Only when man is able to tap the powers of divine intuition is he able to attain a flow of this metaphysical miracle-working power. You will never see a horse or a cow smoking like a chimney stack. You cannot make them drink alcohol or other poisons. They seldom overstuff on rich foods and suffer from indigestion. They seem to know how to avoid most of the calamitous diseases that are the scourge of humanity, such as heart trouble, cancer, high blood pressure, ulcers, and diabetes. When an animal becomes sick, he seems to know how to heal himself. Most often he will stop eating completely and let the miracle working forces within his own body heal him. Humanity is on a pill and miracle drug binge. Man takes pep pills to give him energy to face his day, then pills to slow him down at night so he can go to sleep. He must have his cocktails to stimulate his brain so he can finish his day without collapsing. In this mad rush from one drug to another, man begins to suffer from a gradual inability to let the natural healing forces of his mind and body take over and do the work for which they were intended, to heal him when he is sick. Doctors know of this miracle healing power. Most enlightened doctors today work with the natural healing power of nature. They know of this miracle power that God has placed within man's own mind and body cells. Often doctors may give shots of distilled water to their patients, telling them it is morphine, and that they will soon go to sleep. The patient begins to feel drowsy and in a short time falls asleep. While he sleeps, the natural miracle healing forces of the body take over and do the work of healing. It is true that scientists and drugs have done a wonderful work in this age to help in the healing forces of the body, when the patient is too sick to help himself. We have not evolved far enough as yet to dispense with doctors and drugs. In the future, however, doctors will become more valuable to society in the preventive arts. To prevent sickness is more important than to heal it. It is also important to remember that in cases of accident, such as a broken leg or arm, there must be skillful handling of the injury if nature is to perform its healing perfectly. Doctors can assist this miracle power within the human mind and body. And in the new branch of psychosomatic medicine which has arisen in the past 25 years, it is widely recognized that the human mind can make man sick in many cases, and that it can also serve as the agency for healing of many conditions. The 5 aspects of miracle healing. Let us now examine the 5 aspects of miracle healing that you may utilize in your own life. You must first realize that healing does not apply only to a sick body. It also applies to other departments of your life. We shall study the 5 most important areas of human experience and learn how to release the miracle healing power of divine mind to these various departments of your life. The same laws and principles which pertain to these 5 aspects of miracle healing may also be applied to any other negative conditions you want to heal in your own life. These aspects are as follows. 1. Healing of the physical body. 2. Healing of personality disorders. 3. Healing of the environment. 4. Healing of romantic and marital problems. 5. Healing of economic and financial conditions. When we realize that there are more than 25 million people in the United States who are sick, crippled, blind, or otherwise handicapped, we must realize that we are truly a sick nation. Also consider the fact that only 1 young man out of 5 is considered fit to be taken into Army service through selective service. Then consider the millions who suffer from minor forms of incapacity, impaired vision, poor hearing, and handicaps produced by arthritis, rheumatism, and kindred ailments. Asthma, allergies, sinus conditions, these afflict millions more. America truly needs a renaissance of the miracle working power used by the Master Jesus, who was able to perform his miracles of healing because he understood this tremendous spiritual power that God has placed within man's consciousness. Following is your unfailing guide for programs of healing in all 5 aspects. 1. Healing of the physical body. Before we consider miracle healing of the physical body, let us learn the causes of sickness, so we shall better understand the nature of man's illness. The invasion of the bloodstream by germs is one of the principal causes of sickness. If the body's energies and resistance is low, this type of germ infection seems to be more likely than if the body's resistance is high. Then the body's natural germ-fighting mechanism, the phagocytes in the bloodstream, and the white cells, seem to be able to keep the invading bacteria at a minimum. Physical accidents also contribute to man's disability. Many of these accidents are of psychosomatic origin, as we shall learn, and could be avoided. Psychosomatic factors contribute to many of the world's illnesses. Many doctors are of the opinion that nearly 85% of sickness can be traced to psychic disorders, that is, emotional disturbances that involve the psyche. In a study of industrial accidents, it was found that 95% of all accidents could be traced to only 10% of the workers. In other words, this 10% of the workers who had most of the accidents had personal and marital problems, fears and worries that produced tensions and made them careless in their work. It was further discovered that this same 10% of the workers accounted for the cases of absenteeism due to colds and other pulmonary infections. Miracle healing regime for sickness. 1. Put your mind into a state of faith and confidence that the miracle healing power of divine mind can effect a healing of whatever condition afflicts you. 2. Remove the factors that might be causing your sickness. You may be suffering from some form of emotional paralysis which keeps your body from performing its healing function. Examine your mind carefully. Do you hate anyone? Are you resentful of something that rankles in your subconscious? Did something happen in love or marriage which made you bitter? A woman who suffered from asthma and sinus trouble for years was discovered to have regretted marrying the man she did. She was in love with another man, and when she lost him, she married the first man who asked her. This regret and resentment, living a lie for 20 years, made her body develop the conditions from which she suffered. After being counseled and shown the error in her ways, this woman had a miracle healing of her asthma and sinus condition and adjusted to her marriage with good results. Many cases of allergies, skin trouble, sinus and pulmonary conditions have been traced by doctors to psychosomatic factors. When the person has rid his mind of the hate, resentment, jealousy, fear, worry, or other negative emotion, the condition disappeared from the body. A positive thought atmosphere important. Maintain a positive thought atmosphere at all times. The old saying, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," aptly applies to sickness. You can prevent the eroding forces that lower the body's resistance from taking hold on your mind and body. If you keep the positive thought in consciousness that you are surrounded by the loving arms of God and that nothing can harm you, soon you will see a change in your mental and physical condition. Whenever you have a tendency to say, "I feel terrible," change it to "I feel great." Soon you will really feel great at all times. Too many people recount the long list of their ailments and operations and build the thought atmosphere of sickness. Do not spend your time in looking for physical symptoms of sickness. Too many people listen to their heart's beat or try to interfere with the functioning of their stomachs or other body organs. God sealed all the human organs into your body with the healing agency within your body cells. These organs are supposed to work perfectly without any interference from outside sources. In most cases of extreme emergency, where operations must be performed, there have been contributing factors to the organ's breakdown. How many gallbladders have been removed because of the person's wrong eating habits? Observe basic dietary laws. Regulate your food and liquid intake with an eye to balance and dietary laws. Get a good book on the subject of diet and health and maintain the correct intake of foods, and your body will nourish itself and keep itself at a high level of performance. It has been found by scientists that the human body needs meat proteins at this stage of our evolution. Many people live on vegetable diets, and the Chinese and Indians live on handfuls of rice, but it cannot be said that they live well or long. The body needs meat, vegetables, fruits, and certain minerals and vitamins. It is good to study nutrition from books written by experts, so that you will maintain good dietary habits and enjoy good health to a ripe old age. 2. Healing of personality disorders. Personality disorders are of many different types. They range from self-consciousness and inferiority to disorientation and maladjustment. A sick mind can be as real and distressing as a sick body. Many people who suffer from personality disorders do not need psychiatric help. They can often help themselves if they know the causes of their condition. Following are the most frequent causes of personality maladjustment. Fear of failure. Frustration in love and marriage. Unhappiness in choice of work. Resentment, jealousy, and other negative emotions. Discord and friction at home or in business. feelings of inferiority and inadequacy, sexual suppression and lack of fulfillment, unresolved worries and fears, insecurity in early childhood. The miracle healing regime for personality disorders. When you have discovered the cause or causes for your own particular type of personality disorder, set to work first to rid yourself of the cause of your condition. You should practice daily to adopt a positive course of action in handling the problem. If it is fear of failure, build your confidence by adopting the attitude that everyone has some failure in his life. Then pick little things that you can do successfully and achieve these. When you once build the mental habit of success, you will banish the fear of failure. Check back over your life every night before you go to sleep and analyze the negative or distressing emotional experiences that afflicted you in your early life. Very often, these early childhood experiences cast a pall over a person's entire adult mental and emotional life, causing symptoms that vary from stuttering to fear of speaking before an audience. Stuttering overcome through metaphysics. A young man who came to our classes in Carnegie Hall was afflicted with stammering and stuttering. In talking to him in a period of consultation, I discovered that he had been beaten by a foster mother when he was a child. When he had unburdened himself by telling me all about these distressing conditions of his early youth, I told him that he was now an adult, that his childhood was behind him, and that he must try to understand and forgive the foster parent for her mistakes. I gave this young man a series of positive affirmations which he was to repeat every night upon retiring, and when he faithfully followed this regime for 3 months, he had reached a point where he only stuttered when he became excited. It is only a question of time before he is fully healed of his personality disorder. When you discover the particular emotional block that causes your personality disorder, rationalize it. That is, reason it out with yourself, and then give yourself positive suggestions that will help overcome this condition. The following is a good suggestion for general use. I now understand the reasons for my personal problems. I now appeal to the divine mind within to take over all these personality problems and to dissolve them completely. I have faith in the miracle-working power of my higher mind. I am confident, peaceful, poised, loving, and joyous. My body operates under the power of my higher mind. It is now healthy, vital, and strong. I rest in the loving arms of God, secure and serene, and sleep peacefully, knowing I am being refreshed, restored, reinvigorated, and rejuvenated while I sleep. How hatred and resentment cause sickness. If you have any hatred or resentment within your mind for any person or any condition, try to change it to love and forgiveness and understanding. Most negative emotions create sickness. The personality can become warped through greed, selfishness, worry, fear, or hatred. Many times these negative emotions will give one symptoms of high blood pressure, heart disease, ulcers, and other physical ailments. A man who hated his business partner developed a very bad case of ulcers. He was advised to have an operation, but he was afraid, so he went to a psychosomatic doctor. When the doctor discovered he hated his business partner, he told the patient to get out of the business as quickly as possible. The man followed his advice, and within 3 months' time, he was completely healed of all traces of his ulcers. Change the emotion of hate to love whenever you have any mental or physical symptoms that cause distress. Love is a healing emotion. 3. Healing of the environment. What are the principal causes of environmental discord? Friction and disharmony often create misunderstandings. We do not like certain things people do, or they become antagonistic to us for any one of a dozen reasons. We may work in an office where there is jealousy, resentment, and envy. Or it may be that the work one does is not to his liking and he resents it. Again, a person may feel he is inadequately paid, and this causes him to chafe against his employer and his working environment. Whatever the causes of your environmental discontent, there is a regime which can bring about a miraculous healing of the negative conditions. The miracle healing regime for wrong environment. 1. Imprint upon your consciousness the positive thought that you will rise above any and all negative conditions which exist in your present environment. If you cannot change your work or the location of your home, try treating the negative conditions metaphysically. See the people you are forced to work with or live with as being created in the image and likeness of God spiritually. Try to send out loving thoughts to them. 2. Negatively adapt to any condition you cannot overcome. For instance, you may have to stay in your present place of employment because you have put into many years to make a change now, or you may be in line for a promotion or pension. Negative adaptation means simply that you will live with the condition until such time as you can more easily change it. How one girl found romantic happiness. A girl who came to my lectures told me she disliked her office job. The other girls seemed to be malicious and gossiped about her constantly. She had a bad breaking out on her face that further added to her embarrassment and feelings of inadequacy. Boys didn't ask her out on dates, and she was already 24 and was afraid she would become an old maid. What should she do? She couldn't quit her job because her widowed mother and small brother depended on her income. I told her that most of the trouble was within her own consciousness. I urged her to negatively adapt to the situation for a while, until she could take positive steps to change the conditions which caused her such distress. Her approach to life was all wrong. She began using the metaphysical principle of love and understanding. She developed a sense of humor, and when the girls made cutting remarks, she learned to turn them into a joke. Soon the other girls were laughing with her, not at her. She was less aloof in her attitude towards her working companions. After 3 weeks of this metaphysical treatment, a man she had long admired in another department of the firm asked her for a date. He fell in love with her, and they were married. I attended her wedding. She looked radiantly beautiful. Her skin had cleared up, and she was poised and well-adjusted. She is now the mother of 2 children and has found the happiness she always desired. 4. Healing of romantic and marital problems. One of the most common areas of difficulties that affects human relationships is that dealing with romance and marriage. At some time or other, every person has some such problem which disturbs his tranquility and happiness. Metaphysical miracle power can be released to heal such problems. First, let us examine these problems in the light of reason and find out the causes of most romantic and marital problems. Mismating often brings 2 people together who have no reason for marrying. What should they do in such a situation? Divorce or live together with friction, misunderstanding, and the subsequent chaos it produces for their children. Then there is the problem of philandering, indulged in by one or both of the marriage partners. This leads to jealousy, accusations, and sometimes violence. Often 2 people will suffer from sexual maladjustment, frigidity on the part of the wife, or impotence on the part of the husband. Such a problem can make a marriage miserable and must be handled delicately if the marriage is to survive. Then there is the problem of quarreling, nagging, friction, and general bad temper. This type of negative atmosphere can destroy a marriage and cause the parties concerned to suffer from feelings of guilt and misery. The miracle healing regime for romantic problems. 1. Realize that no marriage is perfect. Each person must bring to the union vast patience, love, and understanding. When problems of any kind arise, both parties should sit down and frankly discuss them, and try to think out a solution that is equitable and just. Try to rise above the petty level of human thinking into the realm of divine love, where each sees the other as encompassing the spiritual qualities of the soul that can make a marriage a blessing instead of a curse. 2. If 2 people have married who have little in common other than a physical attraction, they can still make the marriage a success. Unity can come in such a union by building interests in common. The parties concerned should make an effort to cultivate the same friends, the same interests, read the same books, see movies and other entertainment together, thus giving them a frame of reference for the future, which encompasses similar experiences. 3. The problem of philandering often arises after 4 or 5 years of marriage. One of the marriage partners may grow tired of the other. When these extramarital relations come to the attention of the other marriage partner, It often leads to bitter recriminations and finally, divorce. How can such a breach be healed in metaphysics? Let each partner in the marriage realize that to err is human, to forgive divine. Try to be understanding of the other's weakness. Then try to work out a basis for future understanding and harmony in love and sexual relations that give satisfaction to both parties. Infidelity led to this woman's crippling. An instance where infidelity led to a crippling condition of the wife came to my attention some time ago. The wife found out her husband had been going around with another woman, his secretary. She developed paralysis of her limbs and became a chronic invalid. Of course, the affliction was a psychosomatic one in which the woman's subconscious mind wanted to be crippled so she could punish her husband by making him wait on her. It immobilized her so she could no longer give him the comforts in the home he had grown so accustomed to. Upon examination by many doctors, it was found there was nothing physically wrong with this woman. One doctor who had studied psychosomatic medicine finally arrived at a solution. He told the husband to leave the wife in an upstairs bedroom. He advised him to have parties 2 or 3 times a week down in the living room and not to have the wife down. After the first big party, the wife could no longer stand the agony of knowing everyone downstairs was having such a good time without her. On the night of the second party, the husband heard a shuffling sound from the upstairs bedroom. Soon he saw his wife's head protruding between the banisters of the stairs, trying to see who his guests were. Within a few weeks' time, this woman had a complete healing. The higher centers of her mind, galvanized by curiosity and a desire to participate in the merrymaking, had effected a cure where doctors had failed. If sexual maladjustment should arise, owing to any one of a dozen different reasons, the metaphysical approach to the problem should be as follows. First, try to discover what the trouble is, how it had its inception, and if necessary, probe back to the early childhood of the mate to see if conditioning occurred in childhood that might have caused the difficulty. The mate should show more tenderness and solicitude in lovemaking, for very often a woman who becomes frigid in the love act has been shocked in some way or repelled by some early experience that actually makes her hate and fear the sexual act. In such instances, the husband should show consideration and understanding and try to adjust his needs to the wife's existing limitations. Sexual frigidity overcome through metaphysics. A woman came to me for consultation once who had this problem of sexual frigidity. In the interview, she told me frankly that she had been molested when she was 10 years of age by an uncle, and the sexual act had revolted her ever since that time. She had thought marriage would change the situation, and that her love for her husband would help her overcome it. I gave this woman a constructive analysis of her entire problem, and explained that her higher mind would be able to rationalize this problem and help her overcome it. Now that she knew the reason for her frigidity, her subconscious mind would begin to release her from the torture she had endured. In a few weeks' time, she reported to me that with her new understanding of her problem, she was beginning to enjoy the sexual act for the first time since she married. 5. Healing of economic and financial conditions. Elsewhere in our study, we have given metaphysical laws for demonstrating money, jobs, and anything else that one desires. If these sections of our study are thoroughly absorbed, there should be no future economic and financial problems. However, if such problems should continue to exist, there is a regime for helping heal the sick economy. Regime for healing economic and financial conditions. 1. Try to find the cause of your financial problems. There are several. Causes to financial limitation. There. A. Lack of preparation for suitable work. B. Lack of a goal towards which to work. C. The wrong master motive for achievement. D. Waste, extravagance, or laziness. If the cause of your financial limitations happens to be, then prepare your mind for future work by taking a course in evening high school or in a trade school to help prepare you for another vocation. If B is the cause of your financial problems, try to have a definite goal towards which you are striving, to own your own home, to educate your children, to travel, etc. If C is the cause of your economic limitations, try to have a high master motive to spur you on. Some good master motives are a desire to help your family, a desire to give something to the world to make it a better place in which to live, a desire to improve your intellect and acquire greater knowledge, a love of humanity, and a love of God. If you suffer from cause D and are wasteful of money or time, you must begin at once to change the habit patterns of your daily life through the regime given elsewhere in our study. If you are suffering from mental and physical inertia, known as laziness, you must make a supreme effort to shake yourself out of your lethargy by visualizing the rewards and achievements possible for you in the future. 2. Work with the divine mind within and ask it to guide you in finding solutions to your financial problems. In meditation, ask specific questions. How can I make more money? Where can I get a better job? What vocation should I study for? Then wait for the answer to come to you from your higher mind. 3. Look about you in your own environment and see how you could improve some product or evolve a new method for doing your work. Examine the possibilities for going into business for yourself, since you can seldom make a fortune working for someone else. 4. Write letters to important people who might be able to help you better your position. Many times, if you write to some wealthy person who has a business and show you have originality and a creative mind, you will be given an interview for future employment. Chapter 13. The little everyday miracles that can enrich your life. In our search for life's great experiences, we are apt to overlook the little everyday miracles, which can tremendously enrich the lives of those who are aware of them. The generous outpouring of divine blessings showers upon mankind all kinds of bounties and treasures in the physical and material universe, which we accept as a matter of course. We are the divine recipients of these bounties of nature, the season's outpourings of abundance, the beauty of spring, the miracle of summer's growth, the bountiful harvest, and the winter's serenity and peace, in which the earth pauses a moment in its creative outpouring, to rest and prepare for a new cycle of planting, growth, and harvest. These blessings we take for granted and scarcely pause to give thanks for the rich metaphysical bounties of the universe. Let us explore below this world of everyday miracles, in which we discover the 12 hidden treasures that can enrich life and make it beautiful, opulent, and magnificent. 1. Discovering conscious awareness of your mind, your body, and the world in which you live. It is awareness of yourself as an individual that gives you awareness of the miracle-working metaphysical power within your higher mind. A. Stop for at least a half hour a day for the next month or two, and concentrate on yourself and the amazing powers that you possess. In the modern world, we are often so busy with external problems that we seldom, if ever, take time out for the spiritual pause that refreshes the soul. Most people give more time to television, bowling, golfing, or other sports, and never stop to discover the mind with its rich treasures, the body with its pleasant emotions, the soul with its love and tenderness and understanding of the miracle of divinity. B. In order to discern the spiritual truth of your reality more clearly, learn the method taught me by a guru in India for overcoming the confusion and disorientation of mind, which keeps us from seeing clearly the spiritual reality back of all life. Put a pinch of mud into a glass of water and stir it up until the water becomes cloudy. This is similar to the human mind when it is troubled, restless, and the thoughts jump about frantically, refusing to be controlled. Then sit for a few moments until the mud has settled to the bottom of the glass. The water is once again clear and pure, and you can see through the glass. When confusion, doubt, fear, worry, hatred, or other negative emotions cloud your mind, you cannot see the beauty of life about you. You cannot know the purity of the emotions of love, joy, and expectation. This emotional and spiritual purity can only come when you have overcome the animalism and greed and selfishness which cloud the mirror of the soul and keep us from seeing the reflection of the divine image within. C. When you walk about, be aware of the world of beauty and abundance all about you. You can learn most of the spiritual lessons of life by observing how the miracle power works in nature. Open your inner eyes and see the significance of what you observe in nature. 2. The I am consciousness. Your soul has been stamped with an individuality that is totally different from that of the nearly 3 billion people on the face of the earth. This makes you unique and different from everyone else. You possess gifts and talents that are different. The I am consciousness is your true spiritual identity. It accepts no limitations and no restrictions to your miracle powers and your achievements. This spiritual identity must be consciously built and expanded through a regime of thinking. Here is how you can build greater miracle-working power through the I am consciousness. A. Think of the identity you wish to assume in your life and imprint your brain cells with that image. The French philosopher Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." Your life is shaped by the thoughts you think. Let the I am consciousness be built of thoughts that are dignified, noble, expansive, generous, kind, loving, and beautiful. Practice this regime of I am thinking every day of your life. B. Express your divinity in words that have the creative life spark. Every day get in the habit of thinking and saying such positive words as, I am perfect. I am healthy. I am rich. You may not actually be rich in money, but you are expressing the spiritual state in which you are rich with the blessings and hidden treasures which we are studying. I am joyous. I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am peaceful. I am loving. These I am statements will make you that which you have created in the I am consciousness of your higher mind. C. The I am consciousness represents the Spirit of God within your immortal soul. Accept this mantle of your divinity, and you will set into motion the miracle-working powers within your higher mind. You will never again feel inferior, inadequate, or self-conscious. You will be fortified by a new sense of dignity, majesty, and might. The authority for this I am consciousness comes to us from the Bible. When Moses went up into the mountain to speak to the Lord, he heard a voice from a flaming bush. This is symbolical of the ascension of man's mind into the higher consciousness of the God mind within. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. Exodus 3:13-14. D. Every morning when you arise, give your higher mind the spiritual laws which shall prevail in your thinking and in your actions for that day. Here are some that I have given to my students in Carnegie Hall with wonderful results. I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am therefore perfect, even as God is perfect. I am a channel for the working of infinite intelligence. I now partake of the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-wise, and all-powerful infinite Spirit of God. I am abundantly blessed by the ever-present mercy of God who created all things for my good. I am peaceful and serene as I now ascend the spiritual mountaintop of my higher consciousness. All peace, all joy, and all power are now mine. 3. The creative imagination. The creative imagination is one of the everyday miracles which can enrich your life tremendously. Elsewhere in our study we have shown how the imagination can be used, but now let us see how it can set into motion inner forces that enrich your consciousness and radiate into your external world. Imagination is man's most precious mental gift. With it, man has been able to create incredible beauty in the world of nature. Here is how you may use this gift of creative imagination to stir your higher mind into dynamic action. Review some of man's greatest achievements in the realm of your imagination and visualize how these great things were accomplished through man's creative imagination. The pyramids of Egypt were built nearly 5,000 years ago as a memorial to ancient Egyptian kings. Without machinery and with only slave labor, these huge stones were cut and hauled incredible distances, and then elevated to the lofty heights of the pyramids. Let your imagination ponder this feat and play with the creative principle involved. The Parthenon of Greece, built 2,500 years ago, is one of the world's most beautiful and perfect architectural triumphs. Built of solid marble, it stands upon a 500-foot elevation, overlooking the entire city of Athens and the Aegean Sea. Look up the history of this amazing triumph of man's mind over matter, and learn all you can about it. It will inspire you and stimulate your imagination to do great deeds. The Great Wall of China is 1,600 miles long, about the distance from New York City to Kansas City. It is built of solid stone, is 20 feet high, 6 feet thick, and proved to be a costly folly. But the imaginative concept of it is stupendous, and you can learn from the mistakes that the Chinese rulers made in imagining that this wall would keep the Mongolian hordes that threatened China from invading her territory. The armies merely went around both ends of the wall. Another great man-made wonder is the Panama Canal. Look up facts about this enormous feat that saves ships weeks of sailing time in going from the east to the west coasts. The man who conceived this project had a great imagination. You can stimulate your own imagination by learning all you can about this miraculous project. 4. The beauty and greatness of nature. Be aware of God's creative miracle power in the realm of nature. A. Stop at least once a day and see the beauty of nature, the trees, the flowers, the sun and moon and stars. Be aware of them as creative expressions of the cosmic mind of God, who created them for your enjoyment and benefit. B. Your own life will reflect more beauty, more love, more goodness, if you reflect the wonder and joy of all nature. Be aware in your everyday life of the miracle of bird song, of trees waving in the breeze, of sunrise and sunset, of the majestic oceans stretching to the horizons. See the starlit wonder of the heavens at night, and the majestic, full moon etching nature's landscape with delicate silver. Be conscious of the mountains, streams and flower-strewn valleys that come to life every spring with the miracle of multicolored blooms. See the world every day through the eyes of a child who is discovering the wonder and beauty of the world for the first time. 5. The power of your sense perceptions. One of life's everyday miracles, which we take too much for granted, is the power of your sense perceptions. We have dealt elsewhere in our study with the development and control of your 5 senses. Now let us learn how you may enrich your life through this knowledge. A. Are you grateful to God for your eyesight? It is one of the most precious gifts that has been bestowed upon mankind. Only when we lose this precious treasure do we realize its true value. Give thanks to God daily for your sight. B. When you listen to beautiful music, or the sound of children's laughter, or the loving voices of your friends, do you stop and thank God for your sense of hearing? Consciously be aware for a full day of your sense of hearing. C. Do the same thing with your sense of scent and feeling and taste. Be consciously aware of the rich blessings that are conferred on you momentarily by your God-given senses, and use them consciously every moment of your life. They will continue to enrich and bless your life as long as you live. 6. The precious gift of your emotions. Your entire reaction to the outer world and to other people is through the medium of your emotions. We have learned of the power of positive emotions for coloring life. Now let us learn how to enjoy the everyday miracle of the emotions and see how they can enrich life. Your emotions are like the keyboard of a piano. If you play on only one octave of the keyboard, you have a limited type of music. If you extend the range to 2 or 3 octaves, you have more beautiful music. This same rule applies to your emotions. Each day exercise the full range of your positive, life-giving emotions, and you will live in a mental and emotional atmosphere of peace and happiness. The positive emotions that are most enriching are sharing your good, love, peace, compassion, joy, forgiveness, enthusiasm, and truth. B. The emotion of happiness must be cultivated each day. Happiness is not guaranteed, not even by our Constitution. We are guaranteed only life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happiness is an elusive emotion. When you most search for it, it evades you. Go about your ordinary round of daily work and useful activities, and happiness will seek you out. Someone has said, "Plant the roses near your neighbor's fence so they will shed their fragrance and beauty in his garden too." Happiness is like that. As you give joy, you will receive immeasurable satisfaction, and happiness will be yours. 7. The joy of your right work. Many people think of work as drudgery, and they miss out on one of life's everyday miracles, which can enrich life. If you are in work that bores you and which you hate, you should try to change your work by preparing for something else. As you spend 1/3 of your 24 hours a day working, it is vitally important that you like your work. Whatever work you do can be made more interesting if you will feel that it is important and is helping others. B. If you are a housewife and your work seems like drudgery, see how your work is giving great benefits to your husband and your children, thus enriching them and you in turn. C. If you are in work that you cannot change, look for other ways in which you can do creative work for the good of the world. A woman who was an Indian princess became Gandhi's secretary when he lived. She believed in his great work, and for 15 years she served his cause faithfully. She became one of the most influential women in India and obtained a sense of satisfaction from her unselfish service that she had never been able to receive from her wealth and power as a princess. 8. Parenthood, one of life's great treasures. One of the greatest gifts God has given to man is that of parenthood. Do you stop and thank God every day of your life for the blessings bestowed upon you through your children? When you are tested or tried by the seeming ingratitude of your family, stop and meditate on the true function and purpose of life. Procreation is a divine gift. Enjoy the privilege of having a family and overlook the work, the ingratitude, the suffering and privation that often seem to come as a result of bearing children. A man and woman sought me out for counseling one day. They had 5 children, and they had numerous problems, financial and otherwise. They felt that their poverty was unbearable, and they wondered how they could ever rise above it. I suddenly asked them, "Would you take $1 million for one of your children?" They were stunned, and both quickly replied, "No, we wouldn't take any amount of money for them." Why? Then I replied, "You see, you already possess treasures that are beyond any monetary value. You'll find the solution to your financial problems. The money will come to meet your every need." A few days later, the man called to tell me he had a wonderful job as a painter, making good money, and they were moving into a new home in the San Fernando Valley. B. If you have not been blessed with children, why not try adopting one or more children? I was an orphan, and I was adopted by a farm family in Upper New York. I don't think I could have loved my own parents more than I loved my foster parents, and they returned that love most devoutly. 9. The treasure of love in your life. Love is one of the noblest emotions that can bless the human consciousness. Are you aware of the power of this divine emotion in your life? If not, then you must awaken to the blessings that this everyday miracle can bring. Let love enrich your life by consciously loving people. Love can be many different things. It can be physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. You can love the world in an impersonal way, and everyone in the whole world will seem like a brother. This is the true type of divine love which we should express in consciousness. Express personal and emotional love daily to those who are close to you, friends, members of your family, your mate, and those who work with you. Tell people when you like them. Nothing fosters feelings of love so readily as being told when someone is appreciated and loved. C. Do little things that express your love without words. When a friend is sick, a card or a gift shows your loving thoughts. When friends have birthdays or anniversaries, a little remembrance is always appreciated. D. Try to see the good side of those you love and overlook their little faults and weaknesses. The Quaker's advice to his young daughter is a good one to adopt in relation to our marriage partners. Daughter, before marriage, keep thou both eyes open. After marriage, keep thou one eye closed. 10. The treasure of vibrant good health. Have you ever stopped to give thanks for the many months and years of vibrant good health you have had in your life? There may be times when you have had pain or been sick, but the majority of life is spent in a state of good health. Learn to appreciate this everyday miracle that can enrich your life. Thank God every day that you are without pain and that you enjoy the benefits of vital good health. B. Try to live under the natural laws of the universe and avoid overindulgence in every department of your life if you wish to keep your body healthy. C. Eat natural foods that have not been processed if possible. Avoid too many starches and carbohydrates in your diet. Honey, fruit, and vegetables give one the balance needed in his modern diet. As you grow older, you can eat less, for your body does not require as much energy as when you were young. D. Every time you breathe, let it be a symbol of a prayer to God for the life-giving oxygen, which you inhale with every breath. 11. Peace of mind and happiness. One of the greatest everyday miracles is peace of mind and happiness. Most people shatter their peace and happiness by constant worry about things that usually never happen. They live under stress conditions, which gradually erode their minds and break them down. Try to eradicate these stress conditions from your mind. A. If you are in work you dislike, either change it or negatively adapt to it until you can find something better. B. If you work for a boss who treats you badly and does not pay you enough, try treating him metaphysically, as we have learned elsewhere in our study. If you do your work well and maintain a positive, happy attitude, your quality will gradually wear down his resistance. C. If you suffer stress from some in-law who lives with you, try to change your mental attitude towards the person. Send out more loving thoughts and actions, and if the person still does not change, try to remove the person from your home environment. D. If your peace of mind is shattered by financial problems and limitations, ask your higher mind for ideas that will help you make more money outside of your work. E. If there is friction between you and your co-workers in your job, then use the metaphysical method we have studied to treat these negative persons. Smile, share, love, and forgive. This formula usually works miracles. F. 12. The metaphysical treasure of God within your immortal soul. The conscious awareness of this most priceless treasure of all will add new dimensions of joy to your life. You are aware of yourself now, the I am consciousness, the senses, the world in which you live, the joy of loving others. All the physical, emotional, and material values of life you have now explored and accepted as the everyday miracles of your life. What time and thought do you give to the love and worship of God? A. Every morning, awaken with a prayer of gratitude on your lips. Thank you, God, for another joyous day of life. All day long, when you enjoy every experience, exhale a silent prayer to God, who created the universe and gave you life. B. When you envy the rich and think they are happier than you, remember that their burdens and their worship of purely material things often blinds them to the greatest treasure of all, the love of God. Set this spiritual goal higher than any other goal in life, and see how your life will suddenly blossom with every good and beautiful thing. C. When you serve humanity, you serve God. Make your life a mission of service. You need not be a millionaire and give big sums to charity. You can serve by volunteering your services to an institution for the blind, a foundling home, a veterans organization, or some other worthy cause. D. Find the divine romance which can bring you perpetual joy and a consciousness of your future immortality. Man, in the generic sense, is searching for his lost spiritual half, the Godhead with whom he can merge throughout eternity. Never lose sight of our true earthly goal, for sometimes we are blinded by an awareness of our physical and material needs. Remember the spiritual injunction of the Bible. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Summary. 1. The 12 everyday metaphysical miracles that enrich your life and enlarge the awareness of your mind and its hidden treasures. 2. The I Am consciousness and how it enriches one's life. 3. The expression of divinity in our thoughts. 4. The affirmations for building the I Am consciousness. 5. God's creative miracles in nature are available to you. 6. The power of sense perceptions for enriching your life. 7. How the emotions create miracles of everyday treasures. 8. Your treasure of love can change your life. 9. Peace of mind and happiness, the everyday metaphysical miracle. 10. The metaphysical treasure of God within your immortal soul is available to you always. Chapter 14. Your metaphysical Shangri-La of peace and contentment. Can man ever truly find peace, serenity, and contentment on this troubled earth plane? In a world where we have had 4,900 years of war and 5,000 years of civilization, it can safely be said that there is no peace in the outer world of confusion, discord, and physical existence. However, in the metaphysical inner realm, there is a way by which you may know peace of mind and contentment. Let us explore this realm and discover the mystical land of Shangri-La, where all miracles are possible of achievement. In the book and movie by James Hilton, called The Lost Horizon, we are told of a mystical land named Shangri-La, where there is no age, sickness, sorrow, or death. Here, in peace, beauty, and perpetual security, the residents of this heaven on earth knew only perfection and goodness. They had found their immortality in this peaceful valley that lay beyond the storm-torn mountains of the outer world. However, when dissident forces entered the peaceful valley of Shangri-La and brought with them their confusion, greed, selfishness, and hatred from the outer world, the spell of enchantment was broken, and Shangri-La became strife-torn and fear-filled, even as the outer world was. There is a metaphysical Shangri-La. This entire story has a metaphysical symbology, which we may well study and emulate. Shangri-La represents the mystical quest of man's soul in his search to find the land of eternal peace, beauty, and serenity. This state of consciousness does not exist in the outer world of confusion, discord, and selfishness. The land of Shangri-La was shut out from the outer world by towering mountain ranges. So too, this inner, peaceful spiritual state of Shangri-La is concealed from man's higher vision by the mortal mind mountain crags of fear, hate, worry, suspicion, and doubt. When man once learns how to scale these lofty peaks of the mortal self, his vision becomes gloriously expanded, and he is able to see beyond this earth's horizon into the vast vistas of God's unlimited and expansive universe. Man's eternal soul quest. Throughout his existence, man's soul quests for fulfillment. He finds love, marries, rears a family, and knows a sense of contentment and accomplishment. But is it complete fulfillment? No, for his soul has a vague sense of unrest, and he longs for spiritual completion, cosmic fulfillment. He searches in the outer world of reality for fame and fortune, youth and beauty, money and jobs, social life and friends. These are all evanescent and subject to the law of change. The president pays dearly for his moment of glory in the White House. When President Coolidge left the White House, he said it had cost him the life of his young son. The boy had a slight infection in his foot, but the president and Mrs. Coolidge were so busy being the first family of America that they neglected their son. A few days later, the boy was dead. Ask Jacqueline Kennedy which she'd rather have, her loving husband and father of her children alive and with her, or the empty glory of a glittering mansion. There is no question as to which she'd choose. The Buddha's last words to his disciples as he lay dying were, "Remember, transience is in the nature of all things. Strive diligently for emancipation therefrom." How to find your Shangri-La. 1. Be aware that your greatest joys and satisfactions do not always lie in the outer world with its physical and material objects, sensations, and desires. The true, permanent values of life reside within your own mind and soul. The memory of an event is more permanent than the event itself. You are no longer a child, but you can recall the memories of your childhood at will, and live once again in that dimension through your memory. So it is with your future. You can build a vast repository of happy events within your inner consciousness, and you can relive these at will. Build mental habits of joy, peace, love, happiness, and beauty, and try to minimize the unhappy, disastrous, and fearful experiences that are a part of every life. 2. To find your Shangri-La of happiness within, try to remember that there are 4 octaves on the keyboard of life. You can only have sweet music when you play on all of these octaves. The first octave consists of the physical and material experiences of the outer world. Your work, making money, and your business accomplishments. Your play and relaxation. These are all very important and should not be neglected, but they are not all of life. There is still another octave to be explored. The second octave consists in mental and intellectual enjoyments. Art, music, literary treasures, the beauty in nature. All these things should be in your life, for they bring much pleasure and enjoyment. The third octave consists of emotional enjoyment. Friends, loved ones, the sharing of beautiful and exciting experiences with your mate and your children. The emotional octave on the keyboard of life adds riches of mind, body, and spirit to every life. The fourth octave is that of the love of God and of humanity, of worship and prayer to the divinity. This final octave on the keyboard of life is where man knows some of his noblest and grandest experiences. The principles of truth, honesty, goodness, charity, forgiveness, love of humanity, and love of God. These are all experiences that vibrate to the higher spiritual octave of the cosmic consciousness of God Himself. To find your inner Shangri-La, you must live in this awareness of the spiritual values that make up so much of the hidden mystery of man's life. 3. Do not try to find your private land of Shangri-La by escaping from life and its problems and seeking out the mountaintop of some hidden island in the Pacific. You still must live with yourself even there. You may shut out people, but you cannot shut out your own appetites, desires, fears, and perplexities. You must build your mystical land of Shangri-La wherever you are by retiring into the inner sanctuary of your own soul. And there, through meditation and mystic contemplation, you may explore the mysteries of life and find the true meaning that is hidden behind the physical and material facade of life. 4. Discover your Shangri-La within the minds and hearts and souls of other people. When you once learn to share your life experiences with others, you will find that you will be more in tune with life, and you will never again be lonely or friendless. Learn to love people, to be tolerant of their weaknesses, and to forgive them for their errors. Suddenly, the true beauty and purpose of life will dawn for you, as you share your hopes and dreams with others. Now is the perfect time to live. Do not wait for the perfect time to be happy and to begin to live. There is no such thing as the perfect time in this outer world of changing reality. Some people tell themselves, "I'll wait until the children are grown, and then I'll begin to do things." Others say, "I'll wait to marry until the war is ended and we have peace." Such people would never have married for 50 centuries. For most of that time, we have had a state of war somewhere in the world. Others say, "I'll wait until I have a big fortune and then really start to live." Most of these people who put off living until some better time never get around to it and they die, never having fulfilled themselves. Now is the perfect time to live. Take the tools and materials you have this moment, and with the inspiration of beauty in your mind and soul, shape of the malleable clay of life a magnificent destiny. An artist had a dream one night in which a mystical voice told him to carve a beautiful Madonna. He searched far and wide for the perfect piece of wood to make his masterpiece, but he could not find it. One day he came across an old twisted piece of driftwood, and the voice within him said, "That is the wood for your Madonna." The artist took the driftwood home and began to carve his Madonna. From his mental concept there emerged a beautiful and graceful figure that somehow fitted itself to the curves and outlines of the driftwood perfectly. So too you must carve from the substance of your life a beautiful and lasting memorial to your life. The materials may not be to your liking, but you can utilize your life experiences to the best of your ability and fashion a destiny that will be noble, worthwhile, and magnificent. Shangri-La is a state of consciousness. From the word Shangri-La, I have formed an anagram, showing the negative of the state of consciousness which keeps man from achieving his perfect Shangri-La, and the positive state of consciousness which admits him to this mystical realm of peace, beauty, and fulfillment. The negative forces that, the positive forces that. Shut you out of Shangri-La, admit you to Shangri-La. S. Selfishness, selflessness. H. Hatred, hope. A. Anger, aspiration. N. Negativity, nobility. G. Greed, goodness. R. Revenge, righteousness. I. Ignorance, inspiration. L. Lust, love. A. Animalism, aestheticism. Remove the negative forces from your consciousness and supplant them with the positive forces, and you will enter that mystical land of the mind and spirit, which we call our Shangri-La. When you remove the negative barriers of the mortal mind senses and rise on wings of the soul, scaling the lofty mountain peaks of Earth's barriers, you suddenly enter that peaceful, sunlit valley of the soul where joy and love reside. When you broaden your mental and spiritual horizons and have complete detachment from the bonds of materialism, you will discover this mystical land of Shangri-La within. This spiritual awakening comes only when you have learned the great principles of non-attachment and non-resistance. The effortless flow of spirit can carry you on wings of faith and hope to the celestial heights of peace and beauty. The horizons for which the soul searches throughout eternity may be found in the majesty and grandeur of nature. In the peace and solitude to be found in the midst of a great forest, the sunlight streams through the tall treetops, like light shining through the stained glass windows of a beautiful cathedral. The true wonder of life lies in the symphony of love in the human heart, when we have lowered the bars of selfishness to admit others into the paradise of our newly discovered Shangri-La. This type of love is sacrificial and anxious to give, to share, to create, and to beautify all whom it touches. The hidden valley of your soul. Shangri-La lies within the hidden valley of your own immortal soul, when you have awakened to the glorious spiritual truth that your soul is immortal and eternal. Spring is a symbol that God has given to earth to remind man, after the barrenness of winter, that the earth can still bloom with the multicolored flowers of spring. So too, Shangri-La is the eternal springtime in the human hearts and souls of those who love life and who love others, but who love God even more. Then we enter into that divine romance which lasts, not for a lifetime, but for an eternity. We become serene and peaceful, secure and happy in the loving embrace of God's golden magic circle of love, which bridges the mystic gulf between heaven and earth. Summary. 1. The mystical inner realm of peace and contentment is the metaphysical meaning of Shangri-La. 2. How hate, selfishness, and confusion destroy Shangri-La. 3. Regime for finding your mystical land of Shangri-La. 4. Shangri-La is a state of metaphysical consciousness, the negative forces that shut you out of Shangri-La, the positive forces that admit you. 5. How to broaden your mental and spiritual horizons. 6. Eternal springtime in man's heart and soul is ever available. 7. God's golden magic circle of love is metaphysics in action. Chapter 15. The metaphysical realm of infinite powers. For centuries, man has searched for proof of God's existence. Man's deep spiritual needs necessitate a belief in a higher power, with an all-pervading intelligence, which can motivate and control all life. The realm of the infinite is God's domain. Scientists who have investigated spiritual matters agree that some superior and infinite intelligence exists in the universe. For want of a better name, we call this infinite intelligence God. Voltaire said, "Even if there were no God, it would be necessary for man to invent him." We cannot conceive of a watch without a watchmaker. No canvas could exist without a painter who created it. So too, creation cannot exist without a creator. Always a cause precedes an effect. This is the law of all metaphysical creation. God is the causeless cause, the initial motivating intelligence which always was, and without which there is no creation. To explain God away is impossible, for the finite mind of man cannot conceive the infinite mind of God. Shakespeare said, "There is a divinity shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will." The secret power behind life. This divinity, the secret power behind all life, is a high order of infinite intelligence. We cannot conceive of God as a physical, corporeal being such as man, for this would be to limit him to the finite. As God is infinite, all-powerful and all-intelligent, it is most unlikely that we can find him in nature or in man. However, being infinite spirit and infinite intelligence, God does reflect in all his creation, and man may tap this power of the infinite and perform miracles of creativity, even as God does. It is this reflection of the infinite mind of God within man's soul, which causes man to become a creative being and accomplish such magnificent works. The main proof of God lies within his own created universe. When we see how perfectly the universe operates under the impetus of God's infinite intelligence, we realize that the cosmos itself is the greatest proof of a higher intelligence which regulates all things. Our complex solar system, a metaphysical demonstration. Think of the profound intelligence that could create such an amazing thing as our complicated solar system. Out in space we see billions of stars, all rotating in their orbits without collisions or accidents. We see perfect order, harmony, and unity in the entire solar system. The Milky Way, that path in the heavens which seems completely devoid of other planets, is actually made up of billions of stars, so distant that they cannot be counted or seen by our modern electronic telescopes. These are worlds bigger than ours, complete with their own suns and moons revolving around them. Creation is infinite and extends in all directions endlessly. The creative and infinite mind of God is constantly evolving new worlds and new solar systems. Science now has proof that God's creation is constantly expanding and growing. New worlds are coming into being as old ones die out. The sun gives of its substance every day, pouring out millions of tons of energy, which sustains our Earth 93 million miles distant, and yet the sun is not dying out, as was thought some years ago. With the new 200-inch telescope at Palomar, scientists have observed that by some cosmic metaphysical miracle, the sun is constantly replenished as it gives of itself. How infinite intelligence works. To see how this infinite intelligence of God works in his universe, we have only to observe some of the cosmic phenomena which make life possible on this planet. Our Earth is just far enough away from the sun to keep life from freezing or burning out. The Earth rotates on its axis once every 24 hours, making our nights and days of the right length. The Earth rotates at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour, making our seasons the right length for sowing, growing and reaping the harvest which sustains life on Earth. If the Earth rotated on its axis at only 100 miles per hour instead of 1,000, life would be impossible on this planet. There is an amazing system of checks and balances in the universe which shows that some high order of intelligence is behind creation. For instance, if insects bred 1% faster than their death rate, man would soon be crowded off the planet. Life is possible on Earth only because a blanket of ozone in the atmosphere sifts out the dangerous ultraviolet rays which come from interstellar space. If this blanket of ozone were not there, man could not survive on this Earth. Man's creation, a miracle of the infinite. This amazing infinite intelligence of God's mind even extends to man's own creation. Think of the amazing intelligence within ourselves which knows how to build and repair the human body. The miracle of a child's birth baffles the minds of scientists. Created within the mother's body, all the elements are drawn from the mother's bloodstream with which to build teeth, hair, skin, nerves, muscles, bone, and tissue. The complicated workings of a kidney, the heart, the brain are so astounding that science is only now beginning to even halfway understand the miracle of life. In 9 months' time, all these elements within the embryonic child create a miracle that baffles the most learned human being. The infinite master plan in nature. Back of the created material universe, there is an infinite master plan or blueprint, which is everywhere evident. From the vast system of planets in the heavens to the tiniest microscopic atom, this master plan may be seen constantly working under cosmic laws to evolve all creation. This infinite master plan creates according to a pattern which is the cosmic intelligence that reflects in all nature. This master plan includes the following elements. These same elements must also be in your own master plan or blueprint of destiny, if you wish to reflect the infinite intelligence of the cosmos in your life. Order, unity, harmony, balance, intelligence, evolvement, creativity. Let us now analyze these 7 elements as follows that exist in God's master plan for His universe, and then apply them to your own blueprint of destiny for the more perfect expression of your own gifts and talents. Cosmic order. Ask yourself every day, do I have order in my life? Then carefully check your personal affairs and see if you do. Are your thoughts orderly and controlled? The regime for the control of your thoughts is given in Chapter 10. Practice this daily until you are able to direct your mind energy in any channel you choose. Do you have order in the handling of your finances? It is wise to live by a budget and to carefully check your expenses. You can only attract more money by carefully handling the money you now have. Do you have order in your home? You should have a place for everything and try to keep a neat, orderly environment. Confusion in your surroundings communicates itself to your thought process and makes you inefficient and ineffective. Do you approach your work in an orderly way? If you work at a desk, you will probably accumulate many odds and ends which tend to confuse your thinking. Every so often spend a few moments in removing this clutter. Put letters and papers into orderly groups where you can attack them gradually. Have you a place for your clothing where you know how to find objects you want without wasting time and causing confusion in your mind? Learn to regulate your life by developing a routine. Do certain things at specified times. This gives a greater sense of efficiency to your entire life and helps release more mental energy so you can accomplish more. Unity. Unity also relates to your personal environment. If you live in an atmosphere of antagonism and friction, you cannot do your best work. Strive to achieve inner balance and unity so you can function as a fully integrated personality in the environment you have chosen for your creative efforts. Harmony. Harmony relates to music and art, but it also relates to human relationships and ideas. Harmony means agreement in action or ideas. It also means that which is peaceable and friendly or harmonious. Just as discords in music jar the sense of hearing, so too disharmony in your relationships with others causes the mind to be jarred into a state of confusion and discord. This inhibits creative effort and interferes with the law of infinite harmony, which exists in all parts of God's creation. Regime for achieving harmony. Control your temper and your tongue. It takes 2 to quarrel. When someone disagrees with you, let him. It is better to give in a little than to live in an atmosphere of bickering and quarreling. The Bible gives this rule for harmony. Agree with thine adversary quickly. Try to anticipate difficult situations that may cause future disharmony and avoid them. Certain conversational topics among friends or acquaintances are controversial and lead to arguments and discord. Try to avoid talking to people about their political or religious beliefs. It is useless to try to change them, so why let yourself be led into disagreeable arguments that are apt to lead to enmity? Every morning when you start your day's activities, affirm this sentence: I am the center of peace and harmony. I am filled with the consciousness of love for every person I meet today. There is no room in my consciousness for hate, intolerance, or resentment. Whenever you feel discord in your environment, say this affirmation over to yourself 5 or 10 times until you once again feel a sense of peace and harmony within yourself. Balance. Balance, or the law of equilibrium, is essential in your life if you are to channel the infinite power of creative spirit in your consciousness. A mind that is engrossed with only the gross physical and material universe and ignores the mind and spirit cannot be said to have balance. Psychologists now find that there is a cross of balance that must be maintained in daily living. if we are to avoid the dangers of mental or physical breakdown. This cross of balance consists of work, balanced by relaxation and play. Love, balanced by worship of God. This is a simplified version of this cross of balance, but you can see how these four elements must be in your life daily. If any one of these elements is overdone, it tends to upset the cross of balance and leads to serious consequences in some department of life. Strive for moderation in everything you do to maintain balance in your life. There are 24 hours a day, 8 for work, 8 hours for sleep and rest, and 8 hours to spend in self-improvement, relaxation, entertainment, spiritual study, and meditation. Learn to withdraw from the outer world of confusion and action at least 1 hour a day for soul search and mystic contemplation. The infinite power of God's domain can only flood your mind and soul in these interludes of spiritual contemplation. Occasionally remind yourself of these words, "What shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and lose his soul?" To achieve balance of mind, body, and soul, indulge in daily activities on these 3 planes of expression. Each day exercise your mind and intellect by reading something constructive that will enrich your consciousness. Listen to beautiful and inspiring music that will elevate your mind to lofty planes. Pray each morning and each night so that you will be in tune with the infinite mind of God. Intelligence. Intelligence relates to the entire state of consciousness that you build. Never stop studying and improving your mind. No matter how old you are, study a new language, take a course in art or music or dancing. Write a short story or a poem. Try your hand at some hobby to keep your mind young. Take up golfing, gardening, woodwork, or modeling in clay. Anything that will keep your brain cells active and healthy. Read good books and keep up on news of the world by reading such current publications as Life, Look, Time, and Newsweek. The Reader's Digest is excellent for giving you short, informative, and interesting information about many different subjects. Intelligence is more than book learning. It comes from life experiences. Absorb as many different kinds of constructive experiences as possible. You can learn from other people, even from their mistakes. Study the lives of the great men of history and emulate their great thoughts and deeds. Sit in meditation at least half an hour a day and develop the higher mind within you, and ask it for intuitive guidance. The highest order of intelligence is that which your subconscious and superconscious minds can give you. This higher mind power, which reflects the infinite mind of God, knows the secrets of the universe. You can tap this higher intelligence when you wish to. Evolvement. The great law of evolution in nature is at work everywhere in the universe. New forms and new creations are constantly being evolved by the infinite intelligence of God. This is not a static world, but one of flux and change. Apply this law of evolution to your own life. You must constantly strive to evolve to a higher and better position in your personal life. This law of evolution should apply to your personality, your work, your social relationships, and your finances. If you do not evolve and grow, then you will inevitably retrogress. If you do not use the muscles of your arms or legs, they soon atrophy and you cannot use them. When you fail to grow and evolve under this infinite law of evolution, you will be immobilized and soon you will be unable to act in a decisive and constructive manner. Your gifts and talents should also evolve and grow. Make an effort to be outgoing in the expression of your personality. If you suffer from inferiority and self-consciousness, try to remove the cause of this defect. Study public speaking to improve your voice. Study dancing to acquire grace and poise. Learn how to converse intelligently so that you can hold your own socially. Develop whatever natural skills and aptitudes you have, so you will no longer feel inadequate and inferior. Try to evolve and grow in your business and financial affairs also. Set a goal for yourself in business. When you achieve this goal, set others until you have risen as high as you can in life. Creativity. The infinite law of metaphysical creativity is nature's greatest tool for shaping and molding the products of nature. Wherever you look, you see this wonderful power of the infinite, as it creates a multitude of shapes and sizes in a variety of products. You can duplicate this power of the infinite in your own creative efforts in your life. Look about you and ask yourself, what hast thou in thine house? You possess some special gift or talent which can be developed. You can draw on the infinite intelligence in the universe and use it to shape your own destiny. You must discover your own metaphysical creative power and then use it every day of your life. You can use this creative power in your own environment. Look about you and see how you can improve your living conditions. You may live in a house or apartment that you do not like. Use your metaphysical faculties to see how you might improve it. A bucket of fresh paint can work miracles with a dingy and dark interior. Bright new curtains at the windows can make a room sparkle with warmth. As you release the urge to beautify and improve your environment, new ideas will come to you for making changes that bring about great improvements in your circumstances of life. You are an undiscovered genius in your own right. All great geniuses of the past had no more brain power than you possess. The only difference was that they worked harder than most of us to create their great masterpieces. Use just 10% more of your present brain power creatively, and you will see amazing miracles happen in your life. The 5 attributes of divinity. The infinite mind of God bestows upon man 5 attributes of divinity. You may tap these 5 forces of creative spirit and channel them for your own creative efforts. 1. Infinite intelligence. This is the omniscience of the God mind, which has within it all knowledge and all wisdom. You can draw upon any part of this infinite intelligence when you put yourself in tune with the infinite. 2. Infinite power. This is the omnipotence of the God mind, which has within its domain all creative power for every purpose in creation. You can call upon any degree of this omnipotent, infinite power from your higher consciousness. As you have a need for more creative power and ask for its release, this higher mind within you will pour forth its refreshing stream of infinite power. This is the creative, infinite power that performs miracles of healing and transformation. 3. Infinite good. Infinite good is the omnipresence of the God mind. Everywhere you look, you see this infinite good in God's bountiful creation. God has released His good to bless all creation, and as you are a part of that creation, you may draw upon this stream of infinite good at any time you choose and have anything that you desire, if it is for purposes of good. 4. Infinite love. Love is the channel which the God mind uses to create the infinity of its divine outpourings. Wherever you look in the realm of nature, you see this divine mutation, in which the magnetism of love is at work creating, refining, evolving, expressing, and creating its infinite variety of products and creatures for the good of the entire universe. You can draw upon this outpouring of infinite love from your higher mind and use it to channelize your own creative efforts in every department of your life. 5. Infinite riches. The God mind has created a vast repository of riches in the universe. In the soil, the sea, the air about us, there are chemical and electrical elements which can convert the flow of God's infinite riches into millions of different forms. Man may use any part of this stream of infinite riches. When he once awakens the miracle-working, higher mind within him, he can use this never-ending stream of infinite riches to beautify and uplift his life. He can create new products. He can discover new dimensions for living. Infinite riches are yours if you know how to tap the universal storehouse of riches which is in the infinite, the domain of God. Summary. 1. The metaphysical law of all creation is proof of the existence of God's power. 2. Our solar system and its order demonstrates God's metaphysical creation is an expanding one. 3. How infinite intelligence works. 4. Man's creation, a miracle of the infinite. 5. The 7 creative elements in your blueprint of destiny demand cosmic order in your metaphysical life. 6. The regime for achieving harmony in your life. 7. the law of balance and how it works. Infinite intelligence, the law of the cosmos. 8. Creativity, the channel for infinite mind in nature. 9. You are an undiscovered metaphysical genius. 10. The 5 metaphysical attributes of divinity. 11. Infinite intelligence, how to tap it. 12. Infinite metaphysical good and how to draw on it. Chapter 16. Universal metaphysical laws that work miracles. The entire universe operates under immutable laws that are invisible, yet all-powerful. Because these laws work in the invisible, we call them metaphysical laws. The law of gravity holds our planet in the heavens and keeps our oceans and earthly objects from flying off into space. The law of growth works in the soil and produces abundance for the human race. Elsewhere in this study, we have mentioned some of these metaphysical laws. Now let us study them separately in relation to the miracle-working power of the higher mind. These 6 metaphysical laws are everywhere in nature. They also operate in man's mind and body. When we know how to use them intelligently, we can unlock tremendous reserves of mental, psychic, emotional, physical, and spiritual power. Let us carefully study these metaphysical laws and see how you can harness their tremendous invisible power to work the miracles of health, wealth, peace, and contentment in your own life. The law of cause and effect. When you see an effect in the outer world of matter, you can be certain that there has been a cause set into motion somewhere in the inner world of mind. This is a metaphysical principle that works in the visible and invisible world. When you see a chicken, you are looking at an effect produced by some cause. The cause was the egg. But before that egg was laid, there had to be another cause, and it was another chicken. This chain of cause and effect continues on, and you can trace everything that happens in the universe back to some original cause. So too in your own life. The things you are now doing, the work you are in, the home in which you live, the mate you have married, the friends you have, the money you do or don't have. All these things are effects, but somewhere in the background of your life, they were set into motion by causes. Most of the causes of your life you can control. Therefore, you can almost at will select the effects you want to produce in your life, and then by exercising your mental causes, you can achieve those effects you desire. Let us now examine how this law works in relation to the various departments of your life. Wealth and abundance. The effect you want to achieve, let us say, is more wealth and material abundance. How can you use the law of cause and effect to achieve this result? You must set into motion within your mind the cause which can produce wealth, the effect. What are some causes that produce this effect of wealth? A desire for the good things money can buy. An ambition to educate your children. A desire to own your own home. A desire to have friends, a better social life. A desire to travel and see foreign lands. A desire to own a car, a television set, better furniture, more modern comforts such as refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, air conditioning, modern plumbing. What effects are set into motion by the above causes? You might change your job and obtain work where you make more money. You would begin to study and prepare your mind with specialized skills and knowledge, so you could make a move to another job. You would take steps to improve your personality, your voice, your ability to speak in public, your sales ability. You would work more industriously, save your money, invest it carefully, apply thrift, patience, and perseverance. When these effects are set into motion by your mental cause, a desire for wealth and abundance would have a chain reaction of cause-effect that would lead you ultimately to the achievement of more wealth and greater abundance than you now have. A desire for improved health. Let us apply this law of cause and effect to a desire for better health and see how this metaphysical principle works. Health. The cause to be set into motion is a desire for better health. The effect you are trying to achieve is improved health, more vitality and energy. longer life, greater efficiency, and a youth consciousness. What effects are now set into motion to achieve the cause you want: a better health? You would search books by authorities on the right diet. You would strive to achieve balance in your daily life: work, rest and relaxation, varied interests, fresh air, sunshine, and moderate exercise. You would intensify the will to live by having a purpose for living that is above a mere desire for personal gratification. A desire for love, happiness. Let us apply this metaphysical formula now to a desire for love, happiness, and see how cause and effect work in that department on your life. The cause you wish to set into motion is a desire to be happy in love and marriage. The effect you are trying to achieve is fulfillment in love, gratification of your urge to procreate and have a family, the achievement of your own home, a desire to express love and receive love. What effect should you set into motion to achieve this objective? You would search for the ideal you have envisioned in your mind for years. You would act in an unselfish manner towards the object of your love and affections. You would show your love in words and actions, so that there was no doubt as to the emotion that motivated you. You would develop qualities of kindness, consideration, sharing, forgiveness, tolerance, and understanding. This regime for setting into motion the causes and effects you desire be applied to every department of your life and be made to work its miracles for you. The law of desire. We have mentioned desire elsewhere in our metaphysical study, but now let us study the working of this universal law in relation to working the miracles you want in your life. Desire is inherent in every atom and cell of the entire universe. It is this law what works as cohesion and adhesion in the atoms, keeping the elements of this invisible particle together. It was God's desire for creation that caused him to evolve the universe and the human race. It is man's desire for woman that attracts the sexes and brings about the miracle of procreation. It is desire to become rich that motivates those who become wealthy. We have shown above how a desire for some specific condition or thing sets into motion the dynamic law of cause and effect. Now learn how to harness the power of desire in your life and see how it produces miracles for you. Regime for harnessing desire. A. Have clear-cut desires, not half-formed, vague images in consciousness. B. Write your desires down on a blueprint of destiny. Number them. Have as many things on this list as you want. C. Read this list over every morning upon arising and every night before retiring. I use this list constantly. I keep it pasted near my shaving mirror and never fail to glance at it morning and night, and as often during the day as possible. Out of 15 items listed on my blueprint last year, 13 have already come to pass. I do not set time limits, for the universal mind knows when the time is ready for maturity of your dreams and desires. D. Do not be afraid to put down seemingly impossible desires. During the Depression years, I listed a desire for $5,000, a new car, and a home of my own. All three things came within 6 months' time. It was the beginning of my awareness of the metaphysical miracle power within my higher mind. In the early 30s, asking for $5,000 was equivalent to now asking for $50,000. When you list your desires, be sure to be motivated by a sincere desire to share your good with others. F. When some of the things you put on your blueprint mature, scratch them out and write others down. The law of faith. The Master Jesus was one of the first great teachers to use and to teach this dynamic metaphysical law. When you have expressed your desires and dreams in a concrete manner through your blueprint of destiny, sit down quietly for a few moments each day, and/or affirm your faith with a statement of positive affirmation. I now appeal to the indwelling Father who doeth the work. I affirm my faith in the higher mind within. I joyously await the fulfillment of my desires. I have confidence in the miracle-working power within. I am patient and await my good with joyous expectation. Regime for harnessing faith. When you have set your desires into motion, Begin to act as if the thing were already fulfilled. B. Stop using negative words that kill your faith and inspiration, such as, "I'm afraid, I don't think I can do it. I'm worried about the future. I can never succeed," or any other negative phrases which you might now be using, and which destroy the metaphysical power released by your higher mind. See, read of the miracles performed by the master metaphysician Jesus in the Bible, and study the laws he released. D. Do something each day to show your faith in the things you have asked for. E. Talk with a positive, confident tone, and express at all times the positive conviction that you will achieve the dream you hold in consciousness. F. When something that you asked for has been fulfilled, thank the indwelling Father for the miracle of fulfillment. The law of capillary attraction. We see this metaphysical law at work everywhere in the universe. Plant a seed in the soil, and it is able to attract to itself the moisture and nourishment it needs for fulfilling its pattern of destiny. This same law of capillary attraction works for you mentally. You are able to form mental concepts of things you want to materialize in your life, and through capillary attraction, you will attract the persons and conditions that you desire. A man came for consultation with me. He had 3 children and could not keep a job. He worked as a carpenter, but he wanted his own business. He was a good handyman around the house and loved to tinker with machinery and electrical appliances. After talking to him a few moments and learning of his secret desire to own his own business and be his own boss, an inspiration came to me. I told him to take his savings and buy a second-hand truck and to paint on its side. Home repairs. Handyman Inc. Then he would go from house to house seeking out any repairs that needed to be done. Within a few weeks' time, he had all the work he could do and had to hire 2 men to help him. Soon this man had a fleet of 4 trucks working for him, and within 3 years he bought a home in San Fernando Valley with a swimming pool, and now his children are on their way to college educations. The law of capillary attraction worked for this man the moment he knew what he wanted to do. Regime for harnessing law of capillary attraction. A. Plant the seed within your own mind of the things you wish to attract. The law of the harvest works for you to attract the elements you need for fulfilling your destiny in the moment you know what it is you want of life. B. Express your innermost dreams and ambitions daily, either to other people or to yourself. This gives your inner desires greater drive and energy. C. Remove the veil of doubt and confusion that might be clouding your mind and which can keep you from attracting the things you desire. D. Realize that nature matures her products slowly and gradually. First the soil is prepared, then the seed is planted, then it is watered, weeded, protected from insects. Gradually it matures, and finally the crop is ready for the harvest. This same cyclical order must be observed in your own life. Work with the laws of nature and be patient for the maturity of your dreams and desires. E. Release the dynamic energy of your higher creative mind by having high goals and purposes behind your life. A desire for $1 million with which to have a wild time furnishes less motivation under the law of capillary attraction than a desire for a fortune with which you can do good for the world. The law of reciprocity. The law of reciprocity is a metaphysical principle which is at work in the entire universe. The earth gives us the substance to sustain life, but it demands in return the seed which can produce the crops of abundance. The law of reciprocity is tied in with the law of the harvest. When you use this law, you will always get back more than you give out. A few grains of wheat or corn, when planted under this law, return a yield of 5 or 10 times what was given into the earth. You may not see the monetary returns for the kind acts you have done to others, but the returns may have been there in the forms of satisfaction, better health, and happiness. You can always be sure that life will repay you for every kindness you do for another, and even for monetary help you give to others. Regime for using the law of reciprocity. A. When you ask something from life, be sure that you are willing to give something in return. If you want friends, you must give time, attention, love, and kindness. If you want money, you must give ideas, work, creative imagination, and effort. If you want health, you must give time and attention to diet, exercise, and suitable rest. B. Seek out friends who are on the same mental, intellectual, and social plane as yourself. The law of reciprocity demands that giving and receiving be equal. You can pour out all kinds of bounties on certain people who are either unappreciative or unlearned, and nothing will be returned by them. This is one-sided giving and does not follow the law of reciprocity. It is like planting seed in a desert place without water or nourishment. Nothing can come of such a wasteland. This was the case of a woman who had an alcoholic husband. She tried everything known by her to help her husband, but the more she did, the more he abused her, until finally she had to take her 3 children and leave her home. Of course, she might have used metaphysics to help her overcome this tragic problem, but at that time, she acted in desperation, fearing for her own and her children's lives. Sometimes in life we must know when to retire from a barren situation and not continue on endangering health of life when the person is not willing to change. C. Reciprocity means a mutual exchange. You may not always get back the equivalent of what you give out, but perhaps you will receive some other return that will be mutual. D. If you do not receive back what you give out, do not let it make you bitter and cause you to stop giving to life. Remember the biblical injunction. It is more blessed to give than to receive. You will be blessed in your life in direct proportion to your desire to continue helping others and doing good for the world. The law of dynamic action. The first law of the universe is action. Everywhere in nature you see this law at work, constantly changing, refining, transmuting, and evolving all creation. Scientists now find that people who keep their brain cells busy and active throughout their lives do not grow old and do not get sick as quickly as those who fail to use their brain cells. Mental action of the various brain centers is tied in with your body organs. When all areas of the brain are active, the body's organs are activated also, and the flow of magnetism, electricity, and life current keeps the body cells young, vital, and energetic. Regime for using the law of action. A. Have a daily action regime in which you plan your day and write down what you will do. B. Have a weekly study program in which you plan your reading and studying program to keep your brain cells exercised. C. If you are finished with your education, make it a point to study something else, either through night school or through correspondence courses. D. Subscribe to a Book of the Month club and keep up on the literature of the day. It helps keep your mind youthful and up to date on current events. E. Take an active interest in some sport that will get you outdoors at least half a day a week, and which will serve to exercise our body as well as your mind. F. Join some social club or dance class as you grow older that will force you to get out at least 1 or 2 evenings a week and break the habit of television that is making many Americans old before their time. G. Enlarge your social contacts and make new friends so that you can keep active in your social life. This will tend to give your mind new impetus and a variety of stimulating activities. How to use these metaphysical laws. Jot down on a sheet of paper each of the above metaphysical laws. Use a different sheet for each law. Then study one law for a period of a week, applying its principles as given above to every day of that week. Do not go on to the next law until you have thoroughly applied and practiced the principles given in the preceding one. Example: Law 1. Cause and effect. Monday. I set into motion the law of cause and effect in my business. I started by telephoning 10 different firms, suggesting they use our services. I wrote 10 letters to heads of companies, suggesting they use our products. Tuesday. I set into motion the law of cause and effect for attracting more money to myself. I set the cause into action by beginning the study of writing to help increase my income. I obtained books on short story writing from the library. I enrolled in a course in short story writing in evening high school. I bought a book on touch typing to help me for the future. This cause can be any one of dozens of avocations to help you increase your income. Wednesday. I took the first step today to set into motion the causes which can bring me more friends and a more active social life. I joined a local club which meets every week on Wednesday. They are people of my age bracket and my social position. This process should continue throughout the entire week. A definite course of action should be plotted each day to set into motion the causes which will produce the effects you desire. The second week, use the second law of desire. The third week, the law of faith, etc. There are other metaphysical laws which can be set into motion to help you achieve your innermost dreams and desires, and which we have studied elsewhere in this work. These are the law of universal good, the law of the subconscious, the law of creative imagination, the law of affirmative will, the law of adaptation, the law of change, the law of transmutation, the law of evolution and involution. Chapter 17. Money, fame, power, all can be yours through metaphysics. Now that you have learned of the metaphysical laws that work miracles, you are ready to set these laws into motion and create the miracles in your everyday life that you desire. No two people ever desire exactly the same things in life. Some people have a desire for large sums of money, thinking that with money they can buy anything they want. There is nothing wrong with this desire, for money is good if it is used for good purposes. Some people desire fame. They wish to have acceptance of themselves and their creative gifts. It is all right to use this miracle power to achieve fame and recognition, if it does not blind one to the true permanent values in life. Others desire power, social power, business power, or personal power, so that they can command the respect and admiration of others. They want to become leaders of men and be recognized as being superior in social, political, or industrial circles. Any one of these ambitions, or all three, are all right if one wants to achieve them. You can ask what you will of the higher mind within, and if other conditions are right, and you have preconditioned your mind to release the dynamic inspiration for achieving these things, you may have them all. The secret ingredient for attracting money. There is a secret ingredient for attracting big money. You can have unlimited wealth if you once know this secret and put it into action through your miracle-working higher mind. The principle we shall study metaphysically is very similar to that used by a computer. Information is fed into a giant computer, thousands of figures and facts, scientific data, and other information. The machine is able to memorize this material through an elaborate mechanical and electrical process. The machine has been preconditioned with patterns of facts and knowledge fed into its electrical mechanism. Then, when certain information is desired, impulses are fed into the machine. These impulses instantly touch off hundreds or thousands of related facts or figures or scientific data, and those are correlated and released as the sum total of all the information desired. Your higher mind has a similar mechanism within its electrical and magnetic forces. It carefully stores within itself all related facts and information on any given subject in separate compartments. When you send forth a request for some specific thing, such as money, fame, or power, or anything else you desire, it touches off vibrations in the higher mind, and all related facts and information pertaining to the things you desire are fed back into the conscious memory paths for you to instantly use. Try this experiment and you will see how this higher mind works. Think of yourself at the age of 10 and ask for information regarding that phase of your life. Suddenly, from the vast storehouse of memory, there will come all the related facts pertaining to that period of your life, where you went to school, the new house where you moved, events that occurred, such as illness or injury, special occasions such as Christmas or Thanksgiving celebrations, your first bicycle, a trip you took to visit relatives, the vacation camp you attended for the summer. Where were all these facts stored? They were within the miracle working centers of your higher mind. There are billions of such facts stored there, awaiting your commands and directions. Why, you can ask what you will. Your brain is greater than a man-made machine. It was the human mind which created the spaceship, television, radio, the electric light, and the computer. Deep within the recesses of your consciousness, and within the memory patterns of your genes, there are locked the formulae for the body's creations, its growth and healing. The knowledge is there for creating a hair follicle, or the miles of tubes which the kidneys require for perfect functioning. The miracle of how a human eye is able to transmit light waves to the brain and interpret them is too baffling for any human mind to comprehend. And yet, this miracle-working power of your higher mind has this secret locked in its vault of memory. This secret creative power was given to man by his creator, and the mind never forgets this priceless cosmic knowledge through metaphysical application. You can tap this miraculous power of your higher mind and ask what you will of it. Within your mind is the secret for bringing you money, fame, power, love, happiness, or any other thing that you desire. You can ask this higher mind for what you will. Money, fame, power, material possessions, a new car, a house, another job, friends, love, fulfillment, anything that you can picture and imprint upon this higher mind. And like a vast computer, the miracle-working power within you will release a stream of ideas, impressions, suggestions, formulas, songs, stories, inventions, new discoveries, a multitude of gifts and talents, and you can receive these money-making suggestions and carry them out in the visible material world. Infinite possibilities for your future. This amazing metaphysical miracle power, in infinitely many ways, can release infinite possibilities for your future. Not only is it the storehouse of memory, but it possesses cosmic knowledge which can be given to you when you call upon these higher centers. This higher mind can also take all the facts and data stored within it and rearrange them into millions of new and vital patterns which can be released to your conscious mind. In every instance where any genius of the past has created some new and great invention or discovered some new scientific principle that has changed the course of history, it has been because of this inner metaphysical power which somebody tapped and which was able to release new combinations of ideas that formed the basis for their inventions or discoveries. This higher mind metaphysically told Columbus that the world was round, not flat, as was then believed. It told him how to go about winning Queen Isabella's support for his daring venture. It was this same inner higher power that told Galileo of the force which Newton later called gravity, also that the Earth was not the center of our solar system, as many believed, but that the Sun was the center, and that the other planets revolved around the Sun. It was this higher mind which gave to Pasteur the amazing discovery that revealed to him that most sickness was caused by invisible germs, and then showed him how to create a vaccine to counteract many diseases. When 15 Russians were bitten by a mad wolf, this higher mind within told Pasteur to try his first human experiment with his vaccine against the deadly scourge of rabies. The Russians were brought across the vast continent to France, and Pasteur gave them the injections. Although several days had elapsed since their exposure to rabies, all but one survived, and Pasteur was proclaimed a national hero. How many millions of lives have been saved because of this great man's discoveries? Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Marconi, Henry Ford, Whitney, Fulton, Lincoln, Fleming, and Salk. All these great geniuses drew upon this higher mind, and they asked for what they wanted and metaphysically received the answer in every instance. Ask metaphysically and ye shall receive. The great metaphysical key that must be used to begin this flow of dynamic, miracle power is to ask. The verb ask is a form of action, mental action, that helps stir the miracle centers of your brain. Perhaps that was why the master metaphysician Jesus gave the formula for achieving miracles in the sentence, ask and ye shall receive. Before you can ask this higher mind for the things you desire, there should be a photographing process of your conscious mind on the objects that you desire, and this procedure must follow a definite pattern to be effective. It is not enough that you merely say, I want a fortune. I would like to become famous. I desire personal power so I can influence others. Before you begin the process of asking, let us see what steps you must take to imprint your desires upon this higher mind. Regime for releasing the metaphysical miracle power. 1. If you are asking the higher mind within for the sum of, say, $10,000, it is important that you have some way of fixing this figure in your consciousness. You must fix the exact mental image of the amount of money you wish to demonstrate. In our study work at Carnegie Hall, I have long used this principle of metaphysically photographing the amount of money desired, and it has worked miracles. I have a reproduction of a $10,000 bill. Here is how our students fix this amount in their consciousness. They are required to concentrate on this photograph of the $10,000 bill for a few moments. On the face of this bill, there are certain facts which they must memorize. There are 4 $10,000 figures, one in each corner of the bill. Then there is written on the bill, "The United States of America will pay to the bearer on demand $10,000. Then they are to observe the photograph of the man who is on the face of the bill. It is Samuel Chase who has been called the father of modern banking, because of his work in creating a universal monetary standard of banking in the United States, at a time when all the states had their own currency. Then the student is required to reproduce this $10,000 bill on a piece of paper, the same size, and to write on it the 4 $10,000 figures in the 4 corners. The name of the man, Samuel Chase, is written on the paper. After this process of mentally photographing this $10,000 bill, the students mentally visualize the equivalent of that money in material goods or other values. They go on a metaphysical shopping spree. They see in shops and store windows all the goods that this amount of money could buy. They mentally claim a car, a fur coat, a pearl necklace, a trip around the world, household furniture, or anything else that they desire. It does not matter if the things you claim are worth more than the $10,000. For you are going to learn how to claim as much as $100,000 with this metaphysical method, or even more, if your heart's desire is a vast fortune. Let me show you how this metaphysical principle worked for some of our students who used this principle. One man was in television and newspaper advertising. He was not making enough money when he joined our classes, and he wanted to learn how to increase his income. I urged him, as well as other members of the class, to go down to the Chase Manhattan Money Museum in Rockefeller Center, at 49th Street and Avenue of the Americas in New York City. There they have on permanent exhibition an actual $10,000 bill, from which my copy was made. I urged him to visit the museum at least 3 or 4 times a week, and to claim that $10,000 bill as his very own. He did this conscientiously for a period of 4 weeks, and then came back and announced the startling results. In that time, an idea came for a new television commercial that was bought by a big company, and the amount he received for it was exactly $10,000. This same man kept up this practice, and within 1 year had gotten ideas that brought him over $50,000 in added income. Truly a miracle. Now you might say, this was only one isolated instance, but listen to the other demonstrations made by members of the class who photographed the $10,000 bill. One woman multiplied this $10,000 bill by 15 and asked for the sum of $150,000. A few months later, she won the Irish sweepstakes ticket and won $140,000. I have told of this elsewhere in this book. A man who was in real estate used this principle and went into business for himself on the West Coast and sold over $1 million worth of property in the next 2 years. A girl who studied this principle went into her own beauty salon and soon had 5 hairstylists working for her. A pair of twins from Texas, giant strapping boys of 6 feet 2, studied this principle and decided to go into the hairstyling business. Everyone thought they were crazy. They worked on this principle for 4 years, and after finishing their schooling and working in various shops, they both obtained a position with one of the leading beauty product companies.